order to get a few more bites of grouper, some people didn't hesitate to push their teammates into the sea alive, coldly watching them struggle and suffocate until they were completely still. For a suitcase full of supplies, partners who had survived side by side for half a year could turn against each other, swinging stones and smashing them hard on the head without a trace of pity. Just a few kilometers away from where they were fighting for their lives, a man was leisurely lying on a wooden sofa, slowly eating a delicious grilled fish. Inside that wooden cabin, wild boars, pheasants, and ducks were kept plump and healthy, resembling a natural pasture. He was surrounded by a group of bikini-clad beauties, who took turns bathing him, massaging him, and coaxing him to sleep. Their only dispute was who would spend the night with him. All of this began when Fanjia, after signing a contract abroad on behalf of his company, encountered giant waves and whirlpools on his return journey, ultimately sinking into the vast ocean. At that moment, the icy seawater crashed against his body, and Fanjia suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying on the pebble-strewn beach, with a dense forest not far in front of him. "Phew, I survived. Looks like I wasn't meant to die," he muttered to himself. His soaked clothes clung to his skin, and the biting winter wind seeped into his bones, making his teeth chatter. He stood up shakily, and immediately stripped off all his clothes. His naked body bounced and moved on the beach, goosebumps rising on his pale skin. "We must light it first. In this cold weather, hypothermia will kill us," he muttered to himself as he rubbed his frozen, purple fingers, with fine sand still stuck in his fingernails. Fanjia untied his shoelaces and picked up 2 branches of different thicknesses nearby. He used one thin, hardwood branch as a drill rod and the other, a softer, thicker branch, as a pad. He wrapped the shoelaces around the drill rod to make a simple bow drill, pressing his knees firmly against the pad. Each time he pulled on the shoelaces, the drill rod spun laboriously on the pad, sending fine wood shavings scattering down. The sea breeze howled into his ears, but he could only hear his own heavy breathing. His arms ached from the prolonged turning. "Phew, let's do it again!" He gritted his teeth and switched hands to continue pulling. The hay and tree fluff were already piled up to the side, ready to be ignited. He drilled for a long time, but apart from the wood getting warm, he didn't even see a spark. Making fire by friction is really hard work. It's been so long and I still haven't succeeded. He was a little discouraged. "No! I have to persevere no matter what. Do you want to die in this godforsaken place, Fangjia? Cheer up," he muttered to himself, forcing himself to pull himself together. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his posture, aligning the drill rod vertically with the groove in the pad, and continued to pull the shoelaces at a steady pace. After what seemed like an eternity, a wisp of smoke finally rose from the drill bit. His heart pounded in his chest. He carefully brought the wood wool closer and gently blew on it. With a spark, the flames burst into flames. "It's done!" Fangjia couldn't help but cheer. He quickly gathered some twigs from under the tree to fuel the fire, and once the fire was stable, he added a few thick sticks. He then dug an oval pit half a meter deep in the sand, about a meter away from the campfire. He tamped down the sand on the inner walls of the pit, and laid a layer of flat stones at the bottom to form a natural insulation layer. He then moved the burning branches into the pit, and used stones to build a windbreak at the pit opening, leaving only 2 ventilation openings. This ensured air circulation, prevented the flames from being blown out by the wind, and allowed the heat to be better concentrated. The warmth of the campfire slowly dispelled the chill. He hung his wet clothes on a stick to dry, and added some branches to make the fire burn brighter. Once he was warm, he began to survey his surroundings. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the distant sea was a deep, dark expanse, with waves crashing violently against the rocks. A cold wind swept across the landscape, and the beach stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking inwards, mist swirled, dense forests rose and fell, and the depths remained dark and unfathomable. "Oh, what bad luck! My first cruise trip has ended in a shipwreck. There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 people on board. I wonder how many will survive. And I don't know when we'll be rescued." Thinking of the need for rescue, he immediately got up and used a branch to draw a huge SOS on the beach. But the seawater quickly washed the mark away. He sighed helplessly, turned around, and went into the woods to look for supplies. In the woods he found a straight, hardwood branch, about the thickness of a forearm and about 1.5 meters long. Fang Jie dragged the branch to the rocks and searched the beach repeatedly until he finally found a fan-shaped seashell as sharp as a knife. He first used the seashell to make marks on one end of the branch, then held the seashell tightly and carefully scraped away the bark along the marks. He controlled each cut perfectly to avoid the seashell slipping and causing injury. After the bark was removed, the pale yellow wood was exposed. He continued to scrape and shave, gradually sharpening the tip. Several times the shell slipped, leaving bloody marks on his hand, but he paid no heed. After sharpening the tip of the branch into a sharp cone shape, he rubbed it repeatedly on the surface of the reef to make the tip even sharper. Finally, he carved a groove into the tail of the wooden spear to make it easier to hold. By the time the wooden spear was finished, it was already getting dark. Fang Jie stuck the spear into the sand and added firewood to the fire. Hiss, it's still a bit cold, and my clothes aren't dry yet. If the other survivors see me naked, they'll probably run away in fright. He ventured deeper into the woods, searching for materials. Not far away, he found a large patch of banana leaves, broad in size, their edges slightly withered but still resilient. He tore off a few vines, overlapped the banana leaves in pairs, wrapped the vines tightly around their roots, laid them out row by row, and threaded long vines through them, tying them into a secure knot. After repeated adjustments, a simple yet covering grass skirt finally took shape. Although it swayed precariously when worn, it at least covered his vital parts. As darkness fell, he hurried to find some dry grass. Following the terrain to higher ground, he discovered a patch of withered yellow reeds, the dry grass rustling in the wind. He bent down and pulled hard, uprooting the bundles of reeds. After several trips back and forth, carrying the reeds back to the beach, he spread a thick layer of dry grass on the sand, tamped it down, and then went back into the forest to pick banana leaves to cover it and keep it dry. Finally, he draped banana leaves around the grass mat to block the wind, finally managing to create a makeshift shelter for the night. It was completely dark. He placed the wooden spear beside him and added a few more thick branches to the fire. The flickering firelight reflected on his face. Luckily, I've been practicing martial arts with my grandfather since I was a child, so I'm physically strong. I've also gone hunting and camping in the mountains with him, so I have some experience in wilderness survival. Otherwise, most people would have frozen to death from the cold, let alone survived. Now I can only leave it to fate. I hope that when I open my eyes tomorrow, the rescue team will be standing in front of me. Just as he was lost in thought, a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods, as if something was slowly moving in the bushes. Fang Jie gripped his wooden spear tightly and stared intently at the bushes where dark shadows were gradually emerging. Fang Jie gripped the wooden spear tightly, his eyes fixed on the dark figure slowly moving through the bushes. The hunched figure stumbled into the firelight. It was an old woman who looked to be over 60 years old. Her soaked cotton-padded coat was covered in ice crystals, and a worn-out wool sweater peeked out from the holes. The tin kettle hanging on her chest clattered with each step, and the frying pan she clutched in her hands still had seaweed stuck to its edge. Cold, the old woman mumbled indistinctly, her lips turning purple from the cold, as she sat down shakily by the fire. Fang Jie paused, then slowly put down the wooden spear. Are you also a survivor from the ship? The old woman raised her head blankly, her face as pale as paper beneath her gray hair. She grinned, her missing front tooth escaping through her mouth. The boat capsized, so many people, the water. Her words were broken and intermittent, her withered hands unconsciously tugging at the threads of her cotton-padded coat. Fang Jie looked at her and felt that she didn't seem quite lucid. The old woman patted the water bottle on her chest, and her cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. Do you want some water? Fang Jie licked his chapped lips and quickly thanked her. Thank you. I was so thirsty. The old lady smiled and handed him the water bottle. Fang Jie unscrewed the lid, tilted his head back to pour water, but only heard a hissing sound. The kettle was empty, not even a drop of water. He looked at the old woman in confusion, only to see her tilting her head, looking puzzled. There was water. There was just some. As she spoke, she reached for the kettle again, unscrewed the lid, and looked at it closely. Suddenly she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot. I drank it all." She finished speaking and smiled sheepishly, her smile revealing a childlike apology. Fang Jie stared at her, speechless for a moment, then could only smile wryly and add a piece of firewood to the fire. The firelight illuminated the old woman's wrinkled face. Fang Jie tentatively asked. Do you know your name? The old woman tilted her head, her lips trembling slightly, as if she were repeatedly muttering something. Her withered fingers scratched in the air, as if trying to grasp at fleeting memories. After a long while, she frowned, her eyes reddened, and she said in a tearful voice, What was my name again? I don't remember. Her voice was full of helplessness, like that of a lost child. Seeing her flustered state, Fang Jie's heart sank. He realized the old woman was probably suffering from Alzheimer's. Just then, the old woman's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. She patted her belly, looking at Fang Jie pitifully. Hungry, I'm hungry. I'm starving too. I haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. There's no food on this island for the time being. Before she could finish speaking, a tearful voice suddenly called out from behind her. Mom! Fang Jie immediately grabbed the wooden spear and stood up. He saw a man stumble out of the darkness and head straight for the old woman by the fire. The man was about 35 or 36 years old, burly, with scabbed blood on his face and his left eye swollen shut. He rushed to the old woman, panting, and said, I've finally found you. What are you doing here? The old woman suddenly pulled back, grabbing Fang Jie's trouser leg tightly with both hands. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Mom, it's me. It's Daqiang. The man wrung his hands anxiously and turned to Fang Jie to explain. Brother, my mom has Alzheimer's, it's been 2 or 3 years, and now she doesn't even recognize me. You're a survivor from the cruise ship, right? Thank you for taking care of my mom. Fang Jie put down the wooden spear. You guys are from the cruise ship too? You're lucky to be alive. After the whirlpool, I didn't see anyone on the sea. I thought I was the only one who survived. The man sighed. Our company brought our families on a team building trip. There were more than a dozen of us. We managed to grab a lifeboat and drift to this island together. If we hadn't gotten a lifeboat, we definitely wouldn't have survived. Fang Jie looked at him. What happened to your injury? It doesn't look like an accident. The man clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and he said through gritted teeth. The food, water, fire axe, and first aid kit on the lifeboat were all taken by the manager and his 2 henchmen. I just wanted to ask my mother for a drink of water, but they beat me black and blue with sticks. The old woman suddenly pointed at the man, her voice trembling with tears. He hit me. I won't go with him. Mom, how could I hit anyone? They were the ones hitting me. You're mistaken, Daqiang said to Fang Jie with red eyes. Brother, the dozen or so of us left are starving. I see you're quite strong and you even have weapons. If you're willing to help, let's go ask for supplies together? They may have weapons, but we outnumber them. If they don't give them to us, we'll just steal them. Fang Jie stared at the flickering flames, his throat burning as if on fire. Hearing Daqiang say there were supplies, he answered almost without hesitation. Okay, count me in. If we don't have food and water soon, we'll all die here. He put on his dried clothes, picked up his wooden spear, and prepared to set off. Daqiang squatted down and let the old lady climb onto his back. Mom, hold on tight. I'll carry you. Suddenly, the old woman grabbed his neck, her nails digging deep into his flesh. You're a bad person. I won't go with you. Daqiang groaned, not daring to struggle, veins throbbing on his forehead. It's me, Mom, it's me, Daqiang. Let go. Seeing this, Fang Jie quickly stepped forward and gently pried the old lady's hand away. Grandma, don't be afraid, I'll stay with you. The old lady then let go of his hand and carefully looked Fang Jie over. Come with me, or I'll get scared. Okay, we'll go together, don't make a fuss. The 3 of them groped their way into the depths of the forest, with dead branches catching their clothes from time to time, and the loose stones under their feet making it difficult to stand. Daqiang carried his mother on his back, his steps growing heavier and his breathing becoming labored. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a bright orange-red light suddenly appeared ahead, and the sound of waves crashing on the beach gradually became clearer. As Fang Jie passed through the last thicket of bushes, he squinted, blinded by the bright light before him. A huge campfire crackled and popped, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. A dozen or so men and women sat haphazardly on the beach, some wrapped in tattered blankets, others sprawled on the sand. Fang Jie asked with some curiosity, How did you manage to light such a big campfire? They have lighters, so starting a fire isn't difficult. It was Lu Degui who forced us to go into the forest and collect firewood all afternoon before we could light this campfire, Daqiang explained in a low voice. Upon hearing Daqiang's voice, a portly middle-aged man swayed to his feet. His collar was open, revealing half a gold chain, and a cigarette dangled from his mouth, the flame casting a greasy sheen on his face. It was none other than manager Lu Degui. Hey Daqiang, you've brought your mom back from begging? Did you get any food? Lu Degui exhaled a smoke ring and said smugly. You thought you were so brave enough to run away? Why are you back now? If you're so brave, then don't come back. Oh, I see, you came back just to get beaten up again, didn't you? Two burly subordinates behind him chuckled, one of them even brandishing a fire axe. Lu Degui's gaze fell on Fang Jie, sizing him up. Hey Daqiang, who's this brother? Aren't you going to introduce him to us? Su Daqiang frowned and said that the man was also a survivor from the ship. Lu Degui glanced at Fang Jie, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and sneered. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Faced with the questioning, Fang Jie took half a step forward and calmly replied. I didn't bring any supplies with me, so I came to borrow some water and food. Borrow? Lu Degui and the others burst into laughter. He pointed to the group of people huddled together behind him, his tone sarcastic. See? They're from the same company as me, and they don't even have a share. Why should you lend them to them? Fang Jie raised an eyebrow, his voice low but carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone has a share of the supplies on the lifeboat. What right do you three have to hoard them while others can't even get a sip of water? Why should I? Lu Degui suddenly grabbed the fire axe beside him, the blade gleaming coldly in the firelight, and sneered. Because my fists are the strongest. Fang Jie gripped the wooden spear tighter, his eyes sharpening. So that's how it is. Whoever has the stronger fist gets to decide. Fine, now you can get lost. These words completely enraged Lu Degui. His face darkened, and he charged forward, axe in hand. Pretty boy, you're asking for death. But Fang Jie was faster. He dodged to the side and slammed his knee into Lu Degui's abdomen. A scream rang out, and Lu Degui fell to his knees, the axe clattering to the sand. Seeing this, two henchmen immediately rushed forward, one holding a wooden stool and the other wielding a wrench. Fang Jie remained calm and composed, kicking the man with the stool in the knee, causing him to kneel and wail in pain. Immediately afterwards, he turned and punched the man with the wrench in the stomach, causing the latter to writhe in pain and drop the wrench. Lu Degui tried to pick up the axe, but Fang Jie was quick and snatched it first, waving it at him, which frightened Lu Degui into retreating. Su Daqiang was dumbfounded, never expecting Fang Jie to act so swiftly, dispatching three men in just a few moves, almost like magic. The surrounding crowd also stared in shock, unable to believe that the three men who had been so arrogant just moments before had become stray dogs in the blink of an eye. Lu Degui, clutching his stomach and panting heavily, threatened fiercely. You brat, you just wait. Fang Jie laughed loudly. Hey, you're really something. The three of you, armed with weapons, couldn't beat me, and now you can't even get up, and you want me to wait? Wait to eat your feast, huh? After saying that, he poked Lu Degui's calf with the wooden spear, making the man wince in pain. Too lazy to pay them any more attention, Fang Jie went straight to the box where they had been sitting, bent down, and lifted the lid that was half buried in the sand. As soon as the box was opened, a dozen or so blue and white mineral water bottles came into view, making him involuntarily swallow. At the bottom of the box were 5 packs of compressed biscuits. The wrapping paper was slightly wrinkled, but the seals were intact. Next to it were 6 vacuum-packed loaves of bread, slightly damp but still edible. At the very bottom, 2 red-packaged instant noodles stood out, their production dates only 2 weeks prior. There was also a small cardboard box wrapped 3 times with tape. Fang Jie used the tip of his spear to pry it open, and the smell of disinfectant wafted out. Inside, bandages, disinfectant solution, fever reducers, and a small bottle of iodine were neatly arranged. He grabbed a bottle of water and took 2 gulps, then tore open a piece of bread and wolfed it down. At this moment, Su Daqiang bent over and leaned forward, his voice choked with emotion. Brother, my mom's lips are all chapped and scabbed over, could you give her some water? Fang Jie didn't say anything, but simply tossed him a bottle of water. Su Daqiang's hands trembled as he took the bottle, carefully unscrewed the cap, and handed it to the old man to drink. This scene, witnessed by those around him, instantly ignited a dozen pairs of longing eyes. A crowd surged forward, some with their Adam's apples bobbing, others rubbing their hands together, breathing rapidly. Fang Jie glanced around, then looked down at the supplies at his feet. He took out 3 bottles of water, 2 packs of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 packs of compressed biscuits from the box and said, "I'll keep these. The weapons and medicine are mine, and you can divide the rest. Is that fair? After all, I stole them." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then burst into suppressed cheers. "Thank you. You're such a good person, I'll definitely repay you when the rescue arrives." Some people couldn't wait to rummage through the boxes, and those who grabbed bread gulped it down, choking and pounding their chests, but still refusing to stop. In the corner, a pair of twin sisters remained motionless. The older sister held her feverish younger sister, whose cheeks were burning hot and who was mumbling incoherently. The older sister looked to be in her early 20s, with delicate features, and even with dirt and sand on her cheeks, her beauty was undeniable. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "We don't want food, could you give us some fever reducer? She's had a fever all day, and I'm afraid she won't make it if it doesn't go down." Fang Jie's gaze fell on the girl, who was burning red with fever. Her clothes were soaking wet and clung to her body. He frowned and reminded her, "We need to take off her wet clothes. How can she not have a fever while wearing these? The wet clothes will keep drawing heat from her body." As he spoke, he unscrewed a bottle of water and gently fed it to the girl. Then he took out some fever-reducing medicine and carefully fed it to her. The older sister whispered, "It's not convenient to take off your clothes here, there are too many people." Fang Jie pondered for a moment, then began to organize the crowd. He separated the men and women and instructed Su Daqiang. "Take a few men to the corner of the beach and start a fire." Su Daqiang and his men left, and soon after, a fire broke out over there. Meanwhile, the women, following Fang Jie's instructions, started another fire a little further away. Fang Jie looked at the girl's older sister and said solemnly, "Don't worry about undressing her. I'll keep an eye on her, no one will peek." The older sister bit her lip and nodded, softly thanking them. With the help of the other women, the girl's wet clothes were removed and hung by the fire, steam rising from them. The other women also took off their wet clothes to dry. As for Lu Degui and the other 2, Fang Jie led them to a more distant corner. Lu Degui was filled with resentment, but dared not make a move. Fang Jie stared at him and asked calmly, "Do you have any other good stuff on you?" "No. Nothing, you took it all." Seeing his shifty eyes, Fang Jie laughed. "You lied, didn't you? You're still hiding something. Where is it? Hand it over yourself, or you'll be in trouble if I find it." Lu Degui gritted his teeth and weighed his options, finally reluctantly pulling out a windproof lighter and a folding knife from his pocket. "That's right, behave yourself and don't make me work hard." Fang Jie crouched down and carefully searched Lu Degui and the other 2, even checking their pockets and shoe soles. Lu Degui, pinned to the sand, his face flushed, cursed angrily. "What are you searching me for? I have nothing on me. I gave you everything." Fang Jie ignored them and pulled open the collar of one of his henchmen to check him. After confirming that the 3 of them were indeed empty-handed, he simply and decisively ripped off their belts. "No, no, no, big brother, I have hemorrhoids. You can't." Lu Degui hurriedly covered his buttocks, struggling and pleading. Fang Jie couldn't help but laugh. "What are you thinking? Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Even if I did, I wouldn't want someone like you." "Then why are you pulling our belts?" Lu Degui asked in terror. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to tie you all up so you won't cause me any trouble." Fang Jie glanced at him sideways, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Don't tie me up. I really won't cause trouble," Lu Degui shouted repeatedly, but Fang Jie still dragged him to the tree by the arm. Fang Jie wrapped the belt around his hand twice and smiled coldly. "What if you hit me on the head with a rock while I'm asleep? Just to be safe, it's better to tie me up." After he finished speaking, he personally tied the 3 men behind their backs to a thick coconut tree, wrapping the leather straps around their wrists 3 times and securing them with a tight knot. Lu Degui was still struggling, so Fang Jie picked up a stone and stuffed it into his mouth. "Save your energy, you can howl again tomorrow morning. Now close your eyes and go to sleep." He turned and shouted to the crowd. "Men and women, rest separately. No one is allowed to run around, or don't blame me for being impolite. Fan Jia sat between two fires, holding a wooden spear, glancing at the three bound men from time to time. Lu Degui leaned against a tree, head tilted, staring blankly at the firelight. The sea breeze gradually subsided, and the sound of snoring began to rise and fall on the beach. Only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, mixed with the crackling of the campfire, echoed endlessly in the night. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Fan Jia was awakened by Lu Degui's shouts. Su Daqiang! Let me go! I need to pee! Lu Degui yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice particularly jarring on the beach in the early morning. One of his henchmen hung his head in shame, his trouser legs soaked with urine, clearly unable to hold it in. Fan Jia frowned, walked over, and untied the leather straps binding their wrists. As he untied the cloth, he warned, Don't try anything funny. You know what I'm capable of. Just behave yourselves. The three nodded repeatedly and scrambled away into the depths of the woods. Fan Jia instructed Su Daqiang to keep an eye on the three of them, then turned and walked towards the direction where the women were resting. The women's clothes had long been dried by the campfire, and they were now sitting in twos and threes, dressed neatly. Several translucent stockings still hung on the branches, swaying gently in the sea breeze, with a pink bra standing out particularly. Fan Jia looked away somewhat awkwardly, his gaze eventually settling on the twin sisters. The girl with the fever was able to sit up halfway, and although her face was still flushed, her eyes were noticeably clearer. Seeing Fan Jia approach, her older sister quickly stood up to thank him. Thanks to you, my sister was able to pull through. Her voice was gentle, her eyes smiling, and even though her face was pale, her beauty was still undeniable. My name is Wenrushu, and this is my younger sister, Wenruashue. She helped her sister to her feet as she spoke. Could you give me a few more fever reducers? She still has a fever. Fan Jia scratched his head and hesitated before speaking. I can give you the medicine, but I want something, can you give it to me? Wenrushu was taken aback for a moment, then asked softly. What do you need? Just tell me, as long as we have it, we're willing to trade. Fan Jia's gaze involuntarily drifted to the swaying pink lingerie, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. That lingerie and stockings, are they yours? Can I have them? Wenrushu's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively covered her chest. What do you want that for? Fan Jia quickly waved his hand to explain. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. I'm not a pervert. The underwire of women's underwear, and stockings, these things can be used as tools, they're very useful. Wenrushu bit her lip, her voice barely audible. That's my sister's, hers is wire-free. At this moment, Wenruashue tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered a few words in her ear. Wenrushu's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. After a moment's hesitation, she finally turned around and reached into her clothes. With a rustling sound of fabric, she clutched a lace bra and handed it to Fan Jia, her body still trembling slightly. I have underwire. You can have it. Fan Jia was also a little embarrassed. When he took the bra, he accidentally touched her cold fingers, and they both immediately pulled their hands back as if they had been electrocuted. Thank you, I only need the underwire. If you find it inconvenient, go across the forest to the other beach to find me, and I will return it to you. No need, you can take it. Wenrushu replied softly. Fan Jia thanked them again, handed them the fever reducer, and then turned and left with the underwear and stockings. When he returned to Su Daqiang's side, Lu Degui and the other two had already returned. On the beach, several men were gathering firewood and piling dry branches around the fire. Fan Jia patted Su Daqiang on the shoulder. I'm going back now. Everyone, stick together and don't let anyone bully you anymore. Take good care of your mother. After saying that, he gripped the axe in his hand and slung the stolen supplies over his shoulder. Su Daqiang quickly grabbed him. Brother, wouldn't it be better to stay and help out? Why do you insist on going back alone? Fan Jia pointed to the depths of the forest. This island is probably huge, and there are definitely more beaches than this. If the rescue team goes to my side, wouldn't it be a waste if we all stayed here? He crouched down, picked up a twig, and drew a simple map on the sand. We'll split up and guard two directions. Whichever side receives rescue, we'll immediately notify the other side. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, you're right, we'll listen to you. But those three. Su Dachang's gaze fell on Lu Degue and the other two, clearly still having some concerns. Fan Jie gripped the axe handle tightly, his eyes glaring sharply at Lu Degue and the others. Listen up! We're all stuck on this deserted island, and nobody's going to have an easy time. If you want to survive, you have to help each other. Stop thinking about bullying others. Lu Degue was about to retort, but seeing the gleaming axe in Fan Jie's hand, he swallowed his words. His two henchmen also lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Fan Jie glanced around at everyone, his tone slightly softening. Only by uniting can we hope to leave here. Don't waste your energy on infighting. Under Fan Jie's intimidation, Lu Degue reluctantly nodded. I understand. Don't worry, we are colleagues in the same unit after all, and we've known each other for several years. We'll still be working together when we get back, so there won't be any more conflicts. Seeing this, the other two quickly nodded in agreement. Fan Jie then put away his axe, waved goodbye to the others, and once again stepped into the forest alone. The sky was a heavy, oppressive gray, with thick clouds that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. The cold winter wind swept through the bare treetops, making the branches whistle as if they were moaning. Fan Jie walked into the woods, the fallen leaves crunching under his feet, a chill seeping into his bones. Judging by this, snow was probably not far off. He needed to find shelter from the wind and snow as soon as possible. He stopped in front of a sturdy pine tree, gently stroking its rough bark with his palm. The pine tree was sturdy and had many branches. If a house were built from it, it should be able to withstand wind and snow. He raised his hand and pounded on the tree trunk a few times, the dull sound echoing through the forest, and an idea slowly formed in his mind. Just then, a flash of bright red caught his eye, and he turned his head to look. Behind the thorns, a few crooked wild fruit trees stood on the slope, with a few not yet rotten fruits hanging from their branches. Many ripe fruits lay on the ground, mixed with soil, looking rather disgusting. Fan Jie squatted down, carefully selecting the intact fruits and gently stuffing them into his pocket. The wind began to pick up, and a few snowflakes stung his face. He looked up at the sky. It was a pale gray, clearly indicating a heavy snowfall was imminent. He had to quicken his pace. Now was not the time to wait. He needed to find shelter from the wind and snow as soon as possible. When he returned to the beach, the campfire had long since died down, leaving only a pile of cold ashes. The waves crashed violently against the rocks, and the sea wind howled, making it difficult to even stand. Looking at the withered branches and scattered rocks, Fan Jie felt a struggle. There was no shelter by the sea, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the wind and snow, but if a rescue ship passed by, hiding in the woods would mean missing the opportunity completely. Staying was not an option, and leaving was not an option either. Fan Jie clenched his fists and exhaled a puff of white breath. Waiting is not a solution either. We might freeze to death before we receive any rescue. Muttering to himself, he bent down and wrote the words, "Help," in large characters on the sand. He weighed down the edges with several large stones to prevent them from being washed away by the waves, and also used branches to create a clear marker. After doing all that, he still looked back a few times, still feeling uneasy, before shouldering his wooden spear and heading back into the woods. But just then, he caught a glimpse of a vague outline emerging from a crevice in the rocks, something that looked like it had been washed ashore. He squinted and looked closely, realizing it resembled a suitcase. He quickly ran over, his feet crunching loudly on the wet sand. As he got closer, he saw that it was indeed a suitcase and a canvas bag bulging from being soaked in water. The waves kept crashing against them, as if they would be swept away at any moment. Ignoring the sharp rocks that cut his palms, he desperately pulled out his suitcase. He also dragged out his canvas bag and tossed it onto the dry beach. These were potentially crucial survival supplies. His heart was pounding. It's not just people that can wash ashore, things might also be brought up by the sea. He continued to look around hopefully, and sure enough, he saw a plastic box and some daily necessities half buried in the sand on the shallow beach not far away. He quickly ran over, dug the box out, and almost burst out laughing when he opened it. Inside was a whole box of sausages and a dozen packs of instant noodles, all perfectly preserved. The plastic box had protected them from the seawater. Otherwise, these things would have been soaked and ruined long ago. Fan Jie hugged the box tightly, as if it were his lifeline, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Now he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry, and he could concentrate on building the shelter without having to worry about working while starving. He carried everything he found deep into the woods. Not wanting to miss any possible resources, he returned and searched the beach thoroughly. He didn't miss even the crevices between the rocks or the piles of rags washed ashore. His eyes never relaxed for a moment. After confirming that he couldn't find anything else, he sat down on the beach and opened his suitcase to check its contents. A wet blanket lay on top, next to several crumpled books and some personal belongings. There was also a razor, toothpaste, a toothbrush, and even a few pairs of underwear and a wad of cash. He then opened the canvas bag and struggled to untie the soaking wet rope. Inside was a large waterproof tarpaulin, a heavy saw, and spare nylon rope. He ran his fingers over the sharp-toothed saw, his eyes lighting up. "These are treasures! Building a shelter is so much easier with them." At this moment, he was no longer hesitant and felt much more at ease. With the supplies in hand, winter was no longer so terrible. He shouldered all his belongings and headed deeper into the forest in search of a suitable place to camp. After walking for about 10 minutes, he found a natural depression. Surrounded by rocks on 3 sides, it was like a natural barrier, with only the eastern side open, making it easy to observe the surrounding area. The terrain was flat and the soil was damp, just right for pitching a tent and setting up shelter. He put down all his things, took out his axe, walked to the trees, and selected a few suitable saplings. These trees were of moderate thickness, and after the bark was removed, they could be used as kindling, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He cut down a few small trees, used nylon rope to make an A-frame between the 2 trunks, and then added a crossbeam for fixation. Then he covered the frame with a tarpaulin and secured the 4 corners with stones and nails. A simple tent quickly took shape. It only swayed slightly in the cold wind, and the temperature inside remained stable. Fan Jia sat down against the rock, looking at the small shelter he had built with his own hands, and finally smiled with relief. The blizzard, carrying ice pellets, pounded against the makeshift tent, the tarpaulin crackling as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Fan Jia leaned against a huge rock, gritting his teeth, using his shoulder to brace against the swaying support. The wind outside howled like a wild beast. He knew that this makeshift A-frame structure probably wouldn't last long. He couldn't help but recall those survival shows, where wooden cabins built with mortise and tenon joints could remain unscathed in the midst of raging winds and snowstorms. "We need to build a sturdier shelter," he muttered softly, his fingers tapping mechanically on his knees. When he was a child, he would go hunting in the mountains with his grandfather, who would often say, "Tenon and mortise joints last 1,000 years," and teach him how to carve dovetail tenons. Now stranded alone on a deserted island, these old skills learned in childhood have become the key to saving lives. The wind and snow are falling harder and harder, and the snowflakes outside the tent seem to be piling up without stopping for a moment. He picked up the pot and plunged into the snowstorm, ignoring the icy snow hitting his face, and filled the pot with soft, white snow. After crawling back into his tent, he ignored the frost on his body, lit a fire, and began to melt the snow to get water. On the rough stone stove, flames flickered, and the snow in the pot slowly melted into water, emitting tiny steaming sounds. The snow water was drinkable, which at least temporarily solved the water problem and was much safer than the salty seawater. He sipped the warm snow water, watching the snowstorm outside the tent, and slowly calmed down. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Once the snowstorm stopped, he would build a proper wooden hut to shelter him from the wind and cold as soon as possible. As night fell, the howling wind gradually subsided, but the world was still shrouded in heavy snowflakes. Leaning against a rock, Fan Jia listened to the sound of the wind and snow pattering against the tarpaulin, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Drifting at sea to a deserted island, and then struggling to survive in the wind and snow, the past day or 2 seemed to have exhausted all his physical and mental strength. Although his clothes were still damp with cold, he huddled in the haystack, covered with a tattered blanket with a strong salty smell, and fell into a deep sleep. At night, the wind died down, leaving only snowflakes to fall silently, slowly burying the tent in snow. Only the faint glow of the remaining campfire flickered in solitude. The next morning, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating the deserted island that had been transformed into a silver-clad wonderland overnight. The tent was deformed by the weight of the snow. Fan Jia lifted the snowdrift and carefully crawled out. The snow was ankle-deep, crunching underfoot, and the air was icy yet refreshingly crisp. He remembered his plan from last night. It was time to prepare for fishing. He pulled out a sexy lingerie piece he had found earlier. Looking at this clearly feminine garment, he froze for a moment, instinctively bringing it closer to his nose and taking a sniff. The faint fragrance seemed to still carry the shyness and charm of a young girl. He shook his head and chuckled, then slapped himself in self-deprecation. He removed his bra, took out the underwire, and bent it into a fishhook shape. The movements were clumsy, but still went smoothly. However, he couldn't find suitable thread after searching his backpack, so he had to consider using tree bark fibers. He looked at a wild mulberry tree not far away and thought that after soaking it to soften the fibers, he could pull them out and pound them to make a rope. He scooped up a pot of fresh snow, boiled it, poured it into a kettle, and then casually stuffed 2 sausages and half a loaf of bread into his pocket. With a spear slung over his shoulder and an axe tucked into his waistband, he strode heavily toward the forest on the island. They hadn't gone far when a series of leaping, plum blossom-shaped footprints suddenly appeared on the snow. Fan Jie crouched down to observe, gently brushing away the snow. They were rabbit tracks, with fine hairs still clinging to the edges. He gripped his spear tightly and followed the tracks in the snow, the footprints leading to an area obscured by bushes. Parting the bushes, a cave beneath an old tree caught his eye. The entrance to the burrow was completely covered by snow, but faint sounds could be heard coming from inside. Fan Jie held his breath, slowly crouched down, drew the small knife from his waist, and inching closer to the rabbit hutch. He suddenly reached into the hole and, sure enough, grabbed a live creature, furry and struggling wildly. He quickly pressed his other hand down on the rabbit's back, restraining it firmly and pinning it to the snow. Just then, several small heads peeked out from the burrow. A few baby rabbits looked out blankly, not knowing what was happening. Fan Jie moved swiftly, grabbing another large rabbit and firmly controlling both prey. He was overjoyed. Finally, he could have a decent meal today. The 2 rabbits were quite large, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. The other rabbits didn't run away, they just stood there dumbfounded around his feet, as if they were terrified. "Is this still buy one get one free?" he chuckled, tying up the rabbit and preparing to leave. Suddenly, the haystack beside him trembled slightly, making a rustling sound. Fan Jie immediately became alert, gripped his spear tightly, and crept closer to the pile of hay. He held his breath, then suddenly lifted the haystack, the spear flying out of his hand. "Ah! No!" 2 screams rang out almost simultaneously, and Fan Jie stopped reflexively. Beneath the haystack, 2 girls were huddled, their faces filled with terror and their bodies trembling. He was startled, then recognized them as the Wenrushu sisters. "What are you doing here?" he asked, putting down his spear in bewilderment. The 2 sisters were still shaken, their bodies trembling. Wenrushu tried to speak but coughed violently. Wenrushu, holding her younger sister, choked out, "The snow was so heavy last night, everyone got separated. We didn't know where to hide, so we crawled into this pile of hay." Her voice trembled, and tears fell one by one onto her sister's hair. Fan Jie crouched down, his gaze falling on the pile of hay, where 2 thin figures were huddled together, shivering. One of the girls, named Wenrushu, struggled to sit up, but her legs were already too weak to move, swaying like withered branches about to be blown over by the wind. Behind her stood her older sister, Wenrushu, her clothes tattered and her knee wounds already scabbed over, yet she still protected her younger sister, firmly shielding her behind her. She clutched an empty water bottle, its rim covered in bite marks, clearly indicating extreme thirst. Fan Jie glanced at them and sighed softly. "Don't be afraid, come with me." The 2 sisters seemed to hear a cry for help, and their eyes immediately lit up. "Is it really okay?" Wenrushu asked tentatively. Fan Jie nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "I have no reason to lie to you. Let's go." Hearing this, the 2 sisters helped each other up, their steps unsteady. Wenrushu's body was still swaying violently, and Wenrushu gritted her teeth to support her, not daring to let go for even a moment. Fan Jie walked over and squatted down in front of Wenrushu. "Don't try to hold on, I'll carry you." Wenrushu's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice was weak. "This isn't a good idea. You're about to die, and you're still talking about this?" Fan Jie frowned and urged. "Hurry up, get on. If it snows again, we'll all be stuck here." Wenrushu glanced at her sister, Wenrushu nodded in acknowledgement, and then she carefully climbed onto Fang Jie's back. Fang Jie steadied her and walked forward with firm steps. Listening to his strong heartbeat, Wenruoxue gently buried her face in his back. Fang Jie casually stuffed the 2 tied-up fat rabbits into Wenruoxue's arms, then looked down at the little rabbits surrounding them on the ground. Let's take these little guys with us too. Rabbits reproduce quickly, and we can feed them for a long time if we raise them. Wenruoxue looked at the fluffy little rabbits rubbing against her trouser legs and couldn't help but smile. They're so cute. Don't just focus on how cute she is, hold on tight to the big bunny in your arms. Fang Jie turned to look at her and said half-jokingly, if she runs away, don't blame me for making up for dinner with you. Wenruoxue, who had been smiling, suddenly changed her expression, clutching the rabbit tightly in her arms, her eyes filled with obvious panic. Fang Jie was taken aback. What's wrong with you? You're serious? Wenruoxue's voice trembled, her eyes filled with unease. What are you talking about? Of course I was just kidding. Fang Jie looked both amused and exasperated. You think I'm really going to eat people? Don't take it seriously. Wenruoxue bit her lip and stared wide-eyed. I've seen movies, they say that if you're stranded on a desert island and have no food, they'll eat people. Fang Jie gently comforted her. That's just a movie, it's not real. I promise you, I won't do that kind of thing. At this point, he suddenly added deliberately. Besides, human flesh doesn't taste good, it's sour. Wenruoxue had just breathed a sigh of relief when her eyes widened suddenly again. How did you know? Wenruoxue, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Sister, he's just teasing you. By the way, what's your name, big brother? My name is Fang Jie, and I'm 22 years old, he said. Wenruoxue nodded. I'm the older sister, and she's the younger sister. We're both 21 years old. That's the perfect age. They're beautiful, sensible, and have lovely names, Fang Jie said, looking at them and unable to help but praise them. You're quite the smooth talker. Wenruoxue smiled, her tone softening considerably. I'm telling the truth. Fang Jie glanced around and casually asked, why aren't you with Lu Degue and the others? Upon hearing the name, Wenruoxue immediately frowned. He's no good at all. He's always staring at us sisters with a lecherous look. We couldn't stand those eyes, so we secretly left. Then you dare to come with me? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Wenruoxue looked at his profile, reddened by the wind and snow, and lowered her voice. You shared your food with us and saved my sister. You're a good person. We believe you. As they were talking, a large tree suddenly appeared in front of them, its vines entwined and roots exposed. Fang Jie suddenly stopped, his expression serious. Quick, pull down those thick vines, we'll need them to reinforce the tent. And cut some of those thin roots too, they'll come in handy. Wenruoxue quickly put down the rabbit, stood on tiptoe to pull at the vines. Her palms were red from the effort, but she didn't utter a sound of pain. These few should be enough. The knife is in my pocket, I'll cut some of the tree stumps while I'm at it, Fang Jie instructed as they walked. Wenruoxue took out a small knife and deftly cut off the tree tendrils. Fang Jie carried Wenruoxue ahead, not forgetting to turn back and remind her. Be careful not to trip over the vines. Wenruoxue held the rabbit, pulling on the vines, while several little rabbits hopped and skipped around her feet. Stepping through the thick snow, the 3 of them finally saw the outline of a tent in the distance. Fang Jie gently put Wenruoxue down. The 2 sisters looked at their simple yet warm little home, their eyes shining. We've finally arrived, Wenruoxue murmured, leaning against the tent. Wenruoxue quickly entered the tent, placed the rabbit on the hay, and her eyes lit up. There are so many supplies here. They were all picked up from the beach, things that washed up when the tide came in. Fang Jie helped Wenruoxue into the tent. You should lie down and rest first, take some medicine, and you'll be fine soon. Wenruoxue lay on the hay bed, covered herself with the blanket, but suddenly smelled a strange odor. Fang Jie quickly explained. Don't mind it, this blanket is a bit damp. I found it in my suitcase. Although it smells, it's warm. It'll be fine after the sun comes out. Wenruoxue nodded and shrank into bed. Just as she settled down, she suddenly cried out and pulled a wad of pink fabric from under the covers. Wenruoxue's face flushed red, and she snatched the fabric away. Why did you put my underwear here? What are you doing? Fang Jie coughed twice and explained. I took apart the steel ring this morning to make a fish hook, and left it there temporarily. He pointed to his pocket. The steel ring is still in my pocket. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. When Rusha turned the bra inside out and examined it closely, it did indeed show signs of having been tampered with. She then went outside the tent to check again, but found nothing amiss. Relieved, she blushed and stuffed the bra into her pocket, muttering, "Anyway, you don't need it anymore, so I brought it back. It's really inconvenient without a bra." Seeing when Rusha had put away her underwear, Fang Jie felt a little empty inside. He stood at the tent entrance and pointed to the pile of supplies in the corner. "We have to use this food sparingly. The sausages and compressed biscuits are limited. Eating less will last us longer. The stove is right next to that big rock. Remember to boil the snow water for a while when using it, and don't drink the raw water directly," he especially reminded. "Keep the mineral water bottles. Pour the boiled water into them, and only drink bottled water if you're really in a hurry." When Rusha listened attentively and nodded gently. "Are you going out again?" "Yes." Fang Jie tucked the axe into his belt, glanced at the thick clouds, and said, "I need to build a sturdy wooden house quickly. We'll come back after the next snowfall. This tent won't be enough." As he spoke, he turned and asked, "Do you know where Lu Deguy and his men are hiding?" "Under the sheltered cliff over there on the beach." When Rusha thought for a moment. "They said it provides shelter from the wind and has a good view." She was puzzled. "Why are you looking for them? Are those people even useful?" "It's too slow for one person to cut down trees. The log cabin needs more than a dozen thick logs, so I need to find a few helpers." After Fang Jie finished speaking, he gripped the axe handle, turned around and left. "Don't wander off yet, wait for me to come back." Before when Rusha could ask any more questions, Fang Jie had already walked away. His footsteps in the snow grew lighter and lighter until they disappeared into the wind. When Rusha turned back and carefully lifted the waterproof tarpaulin covering the supply box. The box was filled with neatly arranged sausages, and there were several packets of instant noodles next to it. She hesitated for a moment, then took only 2 sausages. "Here, have some." She handed one to her younger sister, and took only a small bite herself. "These were given to me by someone else, so I have to be careful with them. As long as I don't go hungry, it's fine." When Rusha leaned weakly against the haystack, chewing softly. When Rusha rummaged through the odds and ends and found half a box of fever reducers. She handed the medicine to her sister, then grabbed a spatula and started scraping snow, beginning to boil water as Fang Jie had instructed. The fire was lit, and the snow in the pot slowly melted. She stared blankly at the flickering flames until she heard the water boiling, which brought her back to her senses. She poured the water into a bottle and sealed it, leaving the rest in the pot to cool before filling it again. The 2 sisters huddled tightly in a corner of the tent, relying on each other for survival. When Rusha asked softly, "Sister, is Fang Jie really reliable?" When Rusha looked at the ice beads on the top of the tent, and the scene of Fang Jie carrying her sister away that day, as well as his decisive manner when distributing supplies, flashed through her mind. "Reliable." She gently touched her sister's hand. "He had the opportunity to keep the supplies for himself, but he didn't. He saved us. A person like that is trustworthy. A person who has the ability to hurt others but chooses not to is a truly good person." Sister, you're right." When Rusha's voice grew softer and softer as she drifted off to sleep. Her tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. When Rusha tucked the blanket around her and slowly closed her eyes herself. The cold wind was still howling outside the tent, but at this moment, with shelter from the wind and food to sustain them, the 2 sisters could finally sleep peacefully. Fang Jie trudged through the thick snow, heading in the direction when Rusha had indicated. He rounded a rocky corner and suddenly heard a burst of mocking laughter from ahead, the sound harsh and unpleasant. Su Daqiang stood at the front, blocking his mother like a wall. The old woman trembled, clutching her son's clothes, her eyes filled with terror. A woman in a red down jacket laughed exaggeratedly. "Look, he was just wiping his mother's butt. Isn't that disgusting?" A man with dyed blonde hair nearby chimed in. "They're starving, and they're still dragging around this old hag. Just get rid of her already." The crowd echoed. "This old woman needs to be waited on even to go to the toilet. What a disgrace. Get her out of here, stop disgusting her." Su Daqiang gritted his teeth and suddenly roared. "Shut up! My mother saved my life. When I was a child, I had a high fever and was about to die. She carried me for 20 miles to find a doctor. When I broke my leg, she took care of me for half a year without a single complaint." He pointed at the crowd, his eyes red-rimmed. "She never thought I was dirty, so why do you say I shouldn't serve her? Don't you have parents? Would you abandon your parents when they get old?" The crowd began to boo, some calling him pretentious, others saying he was wasting food. The woman in the red down jacket shouted again. "What are you pretending to be, filial son, for? Nobody cares about your act in this godforsaken place." The old lady broke down in tears. "Xiaoqiang, you're not allowed to talk about my son, he's a good boy." "Mom!" Su Daqiang finally couldn't hold back his tears. At this moment, a roar broke the chaos. "Shut up, all of you!" Fang Jie charged into the crowd like an angry bull, rushing towards the group without hesitation. He punched several men to the ground, cursing. "What did Su Daqiang do wrong? Is it wrong to take care of his elderly mother? Do you people have any conscience?" The blonde-haired man rushed forward to fight back, but Fang Jie dodged and twisted his wrist. With a crack, the blonde-haired man knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. Two men rushed at him with sticks, but he spun around and kicked them, sending them sprawling into the snow, their heads bleeding. The woman in red scrambled backward in terror, her face filled with fear. Fang Jie coldly surveyed the group, growling. "A bunch of beasts. People like you deserve to freeze or starve to death on this island." He bent down to help the old woman up, spitting at the men lying on the ground. "Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I see you." Su Daqiang was speechless, tears streaming down his face, and could only nod frantically. "Let's go!" Fang Jie put his arm around his shoulder and helped the old lady. "Come with me!" The three of them slid away, leaving behind only a chorus of curses and their disheveled footprints. Fang Jie's hand was injured, but he didn't take it to heart. Su Daqiang looked at him with gratitude, thanking him repeatedly, saying that he owed him a lot today. Fang Jie casually waved his hand, saying that it was nothing, and that he couldn't stand people abusing their power. He suggested that Su Daqiang and his mother come with him, saying it would be warmer there, and there would be food. But Su Daqiang hesitated for a moment, then shielded his mother behind him and firmly refused. "It would be too much trouble for you to bring my mother along. We'll find somewhere else to go and don't want to cause any more trouble for others," he added, saying that he could take good care of his mother and didn't want to rely on anyone else. Fang Jie wanted to persuade him further, but Su Daqiang's attitude was firm, so he had no choice but to give up. He felt in his pocket, took out a few biscuits and handed them over. "Take these, keep them for emergencies in this freezing weather." Su Daqiang took the cookies and said gratefully, "I'll remember this kindness. I'll definitely do my best to help you if you ever need my help." Fang Jie smiled and said, all right, no need to be so polite. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now." He had just turned to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask. "By the way, where are those three? Where did Lu Degui and the others go?" Su Daqiang rubbed his frozen hands and said that they had gone out before dawn, saying they were going to find something to eat, and they hadn't come back yet. Fang Jie nodded, told them to come to him if they needed anything, and then turned and disappeared into the woods. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the aroma of grilled fish wafted into his nose. He followed the scent and found a hidden little cave. The entrance was surrounded by bushes, making it easy to miss. The cave was small, only big enough for 3 people to squeeze in. Inside, there was a firelight, and he saw a familiar figure. Lu Degui and his friends were grilling fish around the fire. The fish skins sizzled and dripped oil, smelling delicious. Hearing the noise, the 3 of them looked up sharply and froze when they saw Fang Jie. Lu Degui hurriedly hid the fish behind his back, knocking over some of the charcoal in the process. Fang Jie, without any hesitation, crouched down, crawled in, snatched the fish Lu Degui had hidden, and took a big bite. "Not bad, you guys. Where did you get this fish?" he asked, chewing as he spoke, his eyes sharp. Lu Degui stammered, saying he found the stranded fish on the beach and was lucky. Fang Jie sneered, then kicked him in the backside, sending him staggering. He held the fish up to Lu Degui's face. "Open your eyes wide and look. This is a carp. Carp can live in the sea?" Lu Degui fell to the ground, groaning and clutching his backside, while the other 2 huddled in a corner, too afraid to move. Fang Jia grabbed a wooden stick and slammed it against the rock wall with a loud thud. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll break your legs." "No, no, no, I'll tell you," Lu Degui begged repeatedly in fear. "It's from the pond over there on the back mountain. The ice is thin, so the fish don't swim fast, and it was difficult to catch them." Fang Jia threw down the stick and grabbed Lu Degui by the back of his collar. "Come on. Take me to see. If you're lying, see how I deal with you." The three of them had no choice but to lead him cautiously toward the pond, their footsteps crunching on the snow. After turning 2 corners, a pond covered with a thin layer of ice came into view. The pond was nestled against a towering cliff, perfectly shielding it from the north wind, and a few wisps of withered grass still clung to it, their green tinged with yellow. The temperature was a bit higher than elsewhere, and Fang Jia looked around carefully, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. This place was practically a natural sanctuary. The thick, straight pine trees nearby were perfect for building a cabin. He also discovered numerous animal footprints on the ground, some the size of rabbits, others the size of sheep hooves stretching all the way to the water's edge. Most importantly, there were no signs of large carnivores, which made it much safer. Fang Jia nodded excitedly. "What a great place, it's a real gem." Lu Degui leaned closer and said cautiously, "Since you've taken a liking to this place, you can't refuse us when we come here to catch fish and fetch water." Fang Jia looked at the ice surface and pondered for a moment, then replied calmly, "Okay, but I have a condition." Lu Degui immediately tensed up. "Go ahead. Help me cut down trees and build a house." Fang Jia pointed to the woods next to him. "You guys live in caves, and I'm still freezing in the wind. I need to get a place to stay, right?" Lu Degui shook his head. "This project is too big. It can't be completed in a day or 2. "I didn't ask for your help for nothing," Fang Jia said calmly. "You helped me this time, and I will never interfere in your affairs again. We will leave each other alone." The three exchanged glances, and finally Lu Degui nodded. "Okay, just this once. After the house is built, we'll go our separate ways." "It's a deal." Fang Jia clapped his hands. "Let's get started." He handed the axe to Lu Degui and the knife to another person. "One of you chop down the tree, and the other peel the bark. Don't throw away the bark, it'll be useful." Lu Degui took the axe and sneered. "Aren't you afraid we'll chop you up with this axe? This axe originally belonged to you." Fang Jia smiled. "Back then I could take you down with my bare hands, so why would I be afraid of this now?" Lu Degui was speechless, so he could only spit and turn to chop down the nearest tree. With a crack, bark flew off, and the three of them began to work. Fang Jia wandered around the edge of the woods, searching for usable moss. He stuffed the moss into his clothes, intending to use it as a base for warmth in the wooden cabin. As he worked, he thought to himself, "A bed of moss and soil will keep me warm and waterproof, and I won't be afraid of blizzards." The 4 men worked until it got dark, felling 8 or 9 large trees and stripping the bark clean. Fang Jia patted the neatly stacked bark. "Keep these. That'll do for today. We'll continue tomorrow morning." Lu Degui, panting, said, "Tomorrow morning we need to catch fish and fetch water to cook." Fang Jia nodded. "Sure, why don't you bring some kindling? We can grill the fish and boil water here, then get back to work after we eat." The 3 looked at each other. Lu Degui muttered, "You're treating us like livestock, even worse than me." "Haha, I'm just helping you experience life. If you know the hardships of cattle and horses, you won't bully people so easily." "All right, let's go," the 3 of them said as they carried their tools away, their figures quickly disappearing into the distance at the edge of the snow. Fang Jia watched their retreating figures, then glanced at the mountain of timber at his feet, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. These guys are reliable. With help, the house will be built much faster." Fang Jia trudged through the thick snow, an axe slung over his shoulder, a wooden spear in hand, struggling through the white forest. In the distance, he saw a neat pile of logs outside the tent, completely covered by tarpaulins and hay, as if giving this makeshift camp a protective cloak. A warm breeze wafted from the tent, carrying the aroma of instant noodles. When Rusha squatted beside the stone stove, the noodles in the pot bubbling away. "You're finally back!" When Roshua saw him at a glance and immediately went to greet him, taking the wooden spear from him. She laughed and boasted, "Look, We cleaned up the tent and covered all the wet areas with dry grass. When Rusha handed him a pot, which was steaming hot with half a sausage on top. There's no bowl, so we'll just have to eat it straight away while it's hot, she said with a smile. Fang Jie took the pot, ignoring the heat, and ate several mouthfuls, breathing out warm air as he ate with relish. As he ate, he glanced at the neatly piled supplies and bedding in the corner, and a strange feeling welled up inside him. You guys, treat this like your home? He grinned. You're even better at tidying up than I am. When Rusha added firewood to the stove, and the flames crackled. They've all settled in, what else can they do but run the household? By the way, did you find Lu Degui and the others today? Fang Jie nodded and briefly recounted the discovery of the water source and the timber trade. When Ruashua's eyes lit up as she listened. Then we'll be able to live in a wooden house soon, right? It'll be ready soon. That place is sheltered from the wind, near water, and has wild animals. Building a wooden house there is much better than sleeping in a tent. Outside the tent, the wind and snow continued to fall, while inside, the three people sat around the fire, chatting about all sorts of things. When Fang Jie brought up the matter of Su Daqiang being bullied, when Risha frowned. That woman in the red down jacket is Zhou Lijuan, who is known for her meanness in the company. She's a sucker for the higher-ups and deliberately makes things difficult for newcomers. She even secretly hid snacks during team building before, claiming someone took them, only to be caught red-handed. When Ruashua chimed in, her voice tinged with disdain. It's no surprise that woman bullied people today. Fang Jie put down the pot and asked them if they had a grudge against that woman. When Risha sighed. They argue every day over a few bottles of water and a few pieces of bread. She can argue for half a day over getting an extra half bottle of water. We couldn't stand it anymore, so we left that group. When Ruashua hugged her knees and nodded. Looking back now, it's good that I've gotten out of this. I can finally have some peace and quiet. When Risha then asked, how dare you stand up for Su Daqiang when those people looked so fierce today? Fang Jie spread his hands to warm them by the fire. Do I need a reason to help people? I just can't stand people being bullied. When Risha wouldn't let him off the hook. Like when you gave us the medicine, there wasn't a reason for that, was there? Fang Jie raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, why should I help you? The two sisters exchanged glances, and when Ruashua laughed. When Risha raised her chin, a hint of smugness in her voice. What do you think? Fang Jie chuckled and deliberately stared at her figure. You think I'm after your beauty? The two sisters didn't speak, only looked at him with their eyes. He shook his head with a smile. You two think too highly of yourselves and think too superficially of me. When Risha's face darkened upon hearing this. What, are we not pretty enough? Of course we're pretty, but can being pretty fill our stomachs? Fang Jie pointed outside the tent. This godforsaken place only recognizes fists and survival skills. When Ruashua snorted in protest, but when Risha kept staring into his eyes, as if trying to see what he was thinking. Fang Jie smiled and continued. You think I'm helping you because of your looks? Actually, I just can't stand seeing the weak being bullied. That sounds nice, but how shall we sleep tonight, Master Fang? How else would we sleep? Together, of course, Fang Jie said casually. When Ruashua couldn't help but laugh. What kind of master sleeps with two women on each arm? Fang Jie chuckled and patted the haystack. Don't get me wrong, I'm really not trying to take advantage of you. It's warmest to huddle together, it's freezing at night. He then lay down first. I'm very energetic, hugging me is warmer than a stove. Looking at her younger sister's pale face, when Risha patted her shoulder. You're weak, you sleep in the middle tonight, and I'll sleep on the outside. When Ruashua blushed and whispered. Let Brother Fang sleep in the middle, I'm fine. Stop being dramatic, when Risha said firmly. Your fever hasn't gone down yet, how can you let yourself get chilled? She turned to Fang Jie and said. Hero, you said you wouldn't bully the weak. I hope you'll keep that promise tonight. All right, I'll be the human wall. Very well behaved. Fang Jie chuckled. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced around. Where's my rabbit? When Risha pointed outside with her chin. They're hanging from the tree, to prevent them from escaping. Fang Jie lifted the curtain and saw two rabbits hanging from a tree branch, their ears drooping, barely alive. The little rabbit was put into a plastic box and escaped unharmed. He frowned. We have to deal with it quickly, otherwise it will be terrible if it is taken away by wild animals tonight. As he spoke, he took out a knife, cut the vines, and lifted the rabbit down. When Wenhwaeshue covered her nose and approached, saying, "Ugh, it stinks," Wenhwaeshue licked her lips and said, "If you prepare it properly, you can stew a pot of it, enough for 2 meals. Fangjia glanced at her. "What are you stewing?" "You'll need to boil water in 1 pot. Smoking is best, it preserves the meat." As he spoke, he deftly peeled the skin, removed the fat, and separated the meat. The rabbit oil was scraped into the bottle. "This stuff is scarce, but it's a good thing. You can use it for cooking, applying it to frostbite, and it's also good for skin care." When Risha leaned closer to take a look, her eyes full of surprise. "How do you know everything?" Fangjia smiled proudly. "That's right, you two are lucky to have met me. Then we should do something too." When Risha smiled wryly. "I only know a little pottery." "That's enough." Fangjia's eyes lit up. "If you can make pottery jars, we can store water. Will this soil work?" She pointed to the ground. "Yes, I tried it, it's just the right consistency." "Then we'll come in handy." When Risha's eyes gleamed. "Tomorrow, when it's sunny, you two should try it out. Don't just wait to eat." Fangjia called to Wenhwaeshue. "Is the water boiled? Blanch it first to remove the fishy smell." A moment later, the pot was brought over. The rabbit meat was put into the water, white foam bubbled up, and a fragrance gradually rose. Fangjia cut the meat into sections and instructed the sisters to set up the smoking rack to prepare for smoking. Smoking meat has to be slow. First, dehydrate it, then infuse it with flavor. The heat has to be well controlled. He lit cypress branches and pine needles, covered them with damp moss, and smoke curled up. When Wenhwaeshue asked curiously, "Can such a small fire really cook it?" "This isn't roasting, it's smoking. It has to be slow." Fangjia carefully checked the smoke temperature and kept adjusting the height of the rack. "Wenhwaeshue and I will take turns tonight, turning it over every 2 hours. How long will it take to smoke?" "At least 12 hours, to dehydrate it completely and form a crust on the surface." Wenhwaeshue muttered, "It's too much trouble. Can't we just roast it?" Fangjia frowned and said, "How many days can we eat it if we roast it? We need to store it. We can't just think about what's in front of us." Wenhwaeshue nodded. "That's right. We have to eat this rabbit meat sparingly. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it and turn it over. You guys go to sleep first." Fangjia disagreed. "You can't handle it alone. I'll do the first half of the night, and you do the second half." After everything was arranged, Fangjia stood guard by the fire, watching the rabbit meat gradually change color, shrink, and drip oil, its aroma gradually filling the entire camp. The night grew deeper, and Fangjia gradually grew tired. At this moment, when Risha tiptoed over and whispered, "I'm here to relieve you. Brother Fang, you can go and rest for a while. Wenhwaeshue is asleep, so be careful not to wake her." Fangjia nodded, yawned, and whispered, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Chapter 11, Construction of the Wooden House begins. By the campfire, Fangjia noticed that Wenhwaeshue was dressed rather thinly. She crouched there, arms crossed, her body trembling slightly. He took off his coat and draped it over Wenhwaeshue. Wenhwaeshue was somewhat surprised, but then a sweet smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Thank you." Fangjia instructed on the timing and techniques for flipping the meat. "Remember, flip it every 2 hours. Don't let the heat be too high, and keep an eye on it so the meat doesn't burn. If you can't hold on any longer, come and wake me up immediately. Don't fall asleep." "Okay, don't worry. You go and get some rest." Fangjia yawned as he walked into the tent. Inside the tent, Wenhwaeshue was fast asleep, wrapped in a blanket, her even breathing softly audible. Fangjia lay down next to Wenhwaeshue, just about to fall asleep, when Wenhwaeshue suddenly turned over and hugged him tightly, muttering, "Sister." Fangjia's body stiffened instantly, and he dared not move. Listening to Wenhwashue's steady breathing, he was at a loss for what to do. He could only remain in that position, lying quietly, and slowly drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Fangjia was awakened by a burst of jubilant cheers. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, only to see Wenhwaeshue squatting by the campfire, busy with something. A pot on the side was bubbling and steaming. The Wen sisters stood by the smoking rack, their noses almost touching the rabbit meat, their faces filled with a look of utter delight. "You're awake!" When Rusha turned her head and saw Fang Jia walking out of the tent, so she quickly called him over. "Come quick, this meat smells so good it makes my mouth water." After being smoked overnight, the rabbit meat develops an enticing sheen, and the aroma of cypress wood mingles with the fragrance of the meat, wafting through the morning air. When Ruashue carefully tore off a piece of the freshest meat and handed it to Fang Jia. "You try it first. If it weren't for your idea yesterday, I don't know what this meat would have tasted like." Fang Jia took a bite. The meat was firm and chewy, and the smoky aroma spread on his tongue, with a hint of fruity sweetness in the meaty fragrance. "Delicious!" He gave a thumbs up. "The cooking time was just right. You should all try some." Seeing this, the two sisters couldn't wait to reach out and take it too. When Ruashue only took the smallest piece, and when Risha followed suit, saying, "Eat sparingly, there's still a long way to go. Fang Jia, you should eat more, you'll be doing physical labor. You can't do without nutrition." Fang Jia smiled and nodded. He caught a glimpse of the dark circles under Risha's eyes and was about to speak. When Ruashue was already pushing her sister toward the tent. "Go get some sleep. You've been keeping watch all night, your eyes are all red. Give me the rest of the pieces, I'll make sure they smell just as good as yours." She turned to Fang Jia and said, "You should eat quickly too, and then go about your business. I can handle the cleaning and smoking by myself." When Rusha patted her younger sister's head, then turned and crawled into the tent. Fang Jia was very pleased to see when Ruashue so energetic. These two sisters did not become a burden to their parents. On the contrary, they added a lot of color to their lives. With their help, I felt much more relaxed. Fang Jia picked up the pot and ate the noodles in a few bites. He wiped his mouth, turned to Wen Ruashue and instructed. "Don't let the fire get too high. Be careful not to burn yourself when you flip it. If anything happens, come find me over there." After saying that, he shouldered his tools and walked towards the pond. From afar, one could see Lu Degue and his two companions squatting by the water, with wisps of smoke rising from the fish grill. "Why are you so late?" Lu Degue waved the half-eaten fish bone in his hand. "Everyone's waiting for you, hurry up and get to work. After we help you out, we have our own things to do. I didn't expect you to be even more enthusiastic than me. Okay, let's get started." The four quickly divided the tasks. Fang Jia bent down and searched through the forest, specifically picking out stones with sharp edges and bringing them back. The other three shouldered axes and went into the woods, the sounds of tree trunks colliding and shouts rising and falling. The pile of stones gradually rose, and newly felled tree trunks lay scattered on the ground, the air filled with the smell of wood chips and soil. Fang Jia continued deeper into the area, carefully searching for suitable stones. A rustling sound came from behind. He looked up and saw Su Daqiang helping his mother spread dry grass in a sheltered mountain hollow. "Brother Daqiang, you've settled down here?" Fang Jia straightened up and called out. Su Daqiang turned around upon hearing the sound, a wry smile on his face. "There's nothing I can do, this is the only place that can block the wind after searching for so long." "Don't make do here." Fang Jia strode forward. "I know a place near a pond where it's easy to get water. Go there." He pointed in the direction of the pond. Su Daqiang's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he helped his mother up and followed Fang Jia to the pond. We arrived at the pond. Su Daqiang saw Lu Degue and his two companions chopping down trees with axes from afar, wood chips flying everywhere. "Huh! What are they doing here? What are they doing?" Su Daqiang asked in surprise. "I'm planning to build a house to keep warm and have them help me cut down trees. The weather's been pretty good these past few days, but who knows when another blizzard might strike." Fang Jia bent down and picked up a rock. "I can't keep sleeping in a tent all the time." He turned to look at Su Daqiang. "If you don't mind, could you lend me a hand?" "Okay, count me in." Su Daqiang settled his mother under the tree. "I have the strength to do anything you asked me to do." "Okay, help me clean up the camp." "There it is." He pointed to a gentle slope with a mountain behind it to block the wind, and a pond about 20 steps ahead. The terrain was slightly elevated, making it convenient to fetch water without getting it damp. Su Daqiang followed his gesture and immediately nodded. "Great place! Open view, sheltered from the wind and near water." The two measured side by side, and Fang Jia marked the area on the ground with a stone. 6 steps long, 5 steps wide, about 30 square meters. This size will be fine. Okay, I understand. Su Daqiang rolled up his sleeves and began clearing the weeds from the ground. Fang Jia bent down to clear away the rubble, and when they encountered a large rock stuck in the soil, the two of them worked together to pry it out with a wooden stick. 1, 2, 3. With a muffled groan, the stone was moved aside. After clearing away the weeds and pebbles, Su Daqiang carried several thick wooden sticks from the woods. These sticks are sturdy. We can sharpen them and use them to scrape up uneven spots on the ground. Fang Jia took out a knife and trimmed off the branches. Su Daqiang then used a sharp stone to scrape off the bark, and wood chips fell onto their shoulders. All right, 1 for each person. Level the ground. The two got to work. They removed the raised portion of the ground. When they encountered potholes in the ground, they filled them with leveled turf and gravel. By the time the sun was directly overhead, Lu Degui and his 2 companions had already felled 5 large trees. Time to fill your stomach. Brother, you don't even care about food after I've been working for you? Lu Degui chopped the axe into a tree stump and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su Daqiang stood up and said, Right away, I'll go catch some fish. Before anyone could respond, he rolled up his trousers and jumped into the shallow water, groping around in the murky water with his hands. Seeing that he had only managed to scoop up a few clumps of water plants after struggling for a long time, Lu Degui squatted on the bank and shook his head. Su Daqiang, how can you catch fish like that, skipping stones? You have to watch the ripples on the water first, and wait for the fish to gather together. I refuse to believe we can't catch him. Su Daqiang wiped his face and lunged forward again. He slipped and fell into the water, the splash startling the fish and causing them to scatter. Lu Degui was amused and slapped his thigh. Idiot! What did I tell you? You're just a stubborn person in the company. You don't listen to anyone, you're just reckless. You can't even do your job well. Su Daqiang, his face flushed, climbed ashore, wringing out his wet clothes and muttering. I've never caught one before, let me get familiar with it. What a load of clumsy nonsense! Look at you, Brother Lu! Chapter 12, The Beauty's Craftsmanship. Lu Degui jumped into the water with a plop, his movements swift and agile. His eyes were fixed on the surface, while his hand probed the water. In no time, he brought 2 or 3 lively fish ashore, their tails splashing water everywhere. Su Daqiang quickly moved closer to Fang Jia and asked in a low voice, How did he catch it so quickly? Fang Jia carefully observed the movements in the pond. Hee, this guy is pretty clever. When it's cold, the fish love to crawl into the footprints we make, because it's warm in there. He specifically targets those places. Su Daqiang slapped his thigh. So that's how it is. I'll try again. He plunged back into the water. This time, he followed the example and specifically searched for footprints. A short while later, he popped his head up, holding 2 fish high. Hey bro, it really works! Several people set up a fire to boil water and grill fish. Lu Degui tore off a piece of golden, crispy fish and turned to look at Fang Jia. Brother, I still don't know your name. My name is Fang Jia. Fang Jia added a branch to the fire, and sparks crackled and popped. Lu Degui nodded and put a piece of fish in his mouth. Brother Fang, we can only help you for 1 more day tomorrow at most, after which we have to take care of our own things. Fang Jia paused, his hand gripping the branch. What is it? You don't need to worry about that. Lu Degui waved his hand, the firelight making his eyes appear even more serious. We agreed that we would only help you this once. Don't ask or care what we do after that. Fang Jia stared at the flickering flames, calculating the progress of the wooden house in his mind. The foundation is leveled, and we should have enough timber to cut in another day tomorrow. Su Daqiang and I can then build the framework ourselves. He looked up and met Lu Degui's wary gaze, then smiled readily. Okay. Just for tomorrow. It's a deal. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, everyone immediately got to work. Fang Jia gestured with his chin towards Su Daqiang. Let's go move some stones. As soon as Su Daqiang got up, his elderly mother, who had been sitting in the shade of a tree, also tried to follow him, her steps unsteady. He quickly turned back, untied the vines from his waist and tied them into a makeshift rope, wrapping one end around his mother's wrist and holding the other end in his own palm. "Mom, follow me carefully." Fan Jia watched this scene with growing anxiety. The stones were heavy and slippery, and Su Daqiang had to take care of his mother while also moving the stones, nearly tripping and stumbling several times. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at the old man's hunched back as he pondered, "This can't go on. It's both delaying progress and unsafe." He stroked his chin, pondering. He would have to discuss with Wen Rushu and the others that evening about moving the tent to the pond so that the two sisters could lend a hand in looking after the elderly. This way, Su Daqiang can concentrate on his work, and the elderly can be taken care of at any time, killing two birds with one stone. By evening, a small mountain of stones had been piled up on the open ground. Su Daqiang wiped his sweat and kicked a stone at his feet. "Brother, I've been wanting to ask this for a while now, why are you putting so many stones there? Isn't a wooden house built with wood?" Fan Jia squatted down, picked up a sharp-edged stone, and weighed it in his palm. "Have you ever seen a heated Kong bed in the north? It's getting colder and colder. It's not safe to burn fires in the house with just tree branches. Sparks will fly everywhere when the wind blows. Build a heated Kong, a traditional heated brick bed, and a stove, and you'll have a solution for both cooking and heating." Su Daqiang scratched his head and looked at the pile of stones. "Can we put a heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove, in the wooden house? Aren't we afraid of burning the house down?" "Of course there is a way. Our ancestors have passed down their survival wisdom over the years. Whatever we can think of, they have already figured out a way." Fan Jia drew a circle on the ground with a twig. "First, build a heated Kong and a stove, leaving room for ventilation, and finally build the wooden frame of the house, making sure they don't touch each other." He tapped the stones. "It's convenient to get water near the pond. The mud mixed with gravel makes it very sturdy." After saying that, he stood up, dusted off his trousers, and said, "We'll start work tomorrow morning. Just you wait and see." Lu Degue and his two companions staggered back, carrying axes. "We cut down 16 or 17 trees this afternoon. Adding that to what we cut down before, that should be enough to build a small wooden hut, right?" Fan Jia circled the timber twice, roughly calculating its length and quantity. "This should be enough for building a log cabin, but we don't know if it might be needed for other purposes in the future." He looked up at Lu Degue and said, "How about this? Tomorrow you'll work hard for another day, cut down at least 20 more trees, and then carry all the cut and clean timber to the pond. That'll be the end of it. What do you think?" Lu Degue and his companion exchanged a glance, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you again, it's the last day." Fan Jia looked at the group with some curiosity and asked, "You've mentioned it to me several times today. What's going on? Why are you all so secretive and in such a hurry?" "You don't need to worry about that. We already agreed that we'd help you this time. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. You can't interfere in our business." "Fine, since you've put it that way, what can I say? As long as you don't mess with me, I promise I'll leave you alone." "Okay, see you tomorrow." After they finished speaking, they left in a hurry. Fan Jia turned to Su Daqiang and pointed to a sheltered spot by the pond. "It's getting dark. Take the old man to a place and lay some dry grass on it. That should at least block the wind." Su Daqiang was helping his mother straighten her clothes when he heard this, and nodded. "I know, you don't need to worry about me, I know what I'm doing." He helped his mother walk slowly in that direction. After walking a few steps, Su Daqiang squatted down, picked up his mother, and carried her step by step toward a sheltered place. Fan Jia returned to the tent, and immediately saw a brand new little red bucket placed outside. "Hey, where did you get this?" He kicked the bottom of the bucket, making a dull thud. When Ruoxue crawled out of the tent, excitedly holding up a makeup bag covered in sand. "After my sister went to sleep, I went for a stroll on the beach since I had nothing else to do. Didn't you say you could find supplies on the beach? I wanted to try my luck, and I actually found some treasure." She opened her makeup bag, which was crammed full of toothbrushes, shampoo, and towels. "And this bucket can hold water. I also found a bundle of wire, which can be used to tie wood or something." When Ruoxue squatted down and put her makeup bag into the tent. "I'm so lucky, I can finally brush my teeth." The two sisters excitedly discussed washing up. Fan Jia walked around the tent, his gaze drawn to the simple stone stove. The stone stove was made of several rough stones piled up randomly, with a fire hole at the bottom, and the stone slab above it was blackened by smoke. Large fragments of clay were scattered around the stove, mixed with cracked, unfinished products. Fang Jie was somewhat disappointed. Not a single one succeeded today? Who said that? Don't be fooled by how many pieces are broken, at least there's a harvest. When Rusha came over and pointed to 2 palm-sized small bowls and a rough pottery jar behind the stone stove. The bowl's rim was crooked, and its surface still bore patches of unburnt, earthy brown. The earthenware jar was more intact, except for some mottled scorch marks on the bottom. Fang Jie reached out to touch the pottery jar, but when Rusha quickly stopped him. You can't just touch it. The clay and sand are mixed and shaped, and then it needs to be air-dried for 2 days before being slowly fired over a low flame. Today was the first time we made it, and we didn't control the heat well, so most of it broke. These few are barely usable. But they still need to be soaked in water overnight to let the clay absorb enough moisture, otherwise they will easily crack. When Rusha poured some water into the earthenware jar, and the water droplets slowly seeped into the clay along the pitted lines. It can be used to store things tomorrow, and the small bowls can be used to hold soup. She smiled and poked the air bubbles on the pottery jar. It's a bit ugly, but it's still better than holding it in my hands. Chapter 13, A Young Girl's Thoughts. Eat while it's hot, the food's getting cold. When Roshua called to the 2 of them as they ate, and then sat down by the campfire herself. The 3 men sat around the fire, the only sounds being chewing and the crackling of the firewood. Fang Jie wiped his mouth. I was thinking of moving the tent to the pond tomorrow, what do you guys think? When Roshua's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Moving now? Huh! I was planning to go tomorrow, but it seems like you're willing to go now. Of course. We're always on edge when you're not around during the day. Strange noises come from the woods from time to time, and we can't even sleep peacefully, for fear that wolves will suddenly appear. Yes, we have no weapons, we're completely defenseless, and this tent doesn't even have a door. If we really encountered danger, we wouldn't know what to do. It's much better with you here. When Risha smiled and said, Besides, it's convenient to get water, we don't need to melt snow anymore. The snow has been falling for 2 days now, and it's almost all melted. She glanced at her younger sister. This girl has been complaining about not washing her face in ages ever since she found the makeup bag. She can at least wash up when she gets there. Let's move tonight. Fang Jie slapped his thigh. Let's pack up and leave while the moonlight is still bright. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, immediately got up to pack, and didn't even bother to put out the campfire, eagerly starting to organize their luggage. After everything was packed up, Fang Jie carried the heavy tent, while the Wen sisters each carried a box full of odds and ends and the rest of their belongings. The scattered firewood was left where it was, since it could be easily chopped up in the new place anyway. The 3 walked for a long time in the night, stepping on pebbles and withered leaves, until they finally saw the pond. The reeds by the pond swayed in the moonlight, and the water rippled with light. When Roshua cheered, "Ah!" and threw the box on the ground with a thud. She rushed to the water's edge in 3 steps, scooped up the water with both hands, and put it in her mouth. Sister, come quickly. This is so refreshing. This water is much sweeter than snow water. When Risha quickly followed, cupped the water to wash her face, and the water droplets slid down her cheeks, washing away her fatigue. Hearing the commotion from the shadows, Su Daqiang, along with his mother, came running. Seeing Wen Rushu and Fang Jie standing side by side, she asked in surprise, How did you 2 end up together? Wen Rushu explained in a few words how the 2 of them met Fang Jie. After listening, Su Daqiang nodded. You guys are lucky. Luckily you met Fang Jie. He's a good person. The 2 sisters looked at Fang Jie and smiled in agreement. Yes, he is indeed a reliable person. Fang Jie was a little embarrassed by their praise. Ahem, keep it low-key. Afterwards, the group set up their tents again by the pond. After the tent was set up, the Wen sisters looked at each other. When Roshua blushed and said to Fang Jie, Brother Fang, could you please wait outside for a while? Fang Jie was taken aback. What's wrong? When Rishu explained in a low voice, We want to get some water and boil it to wash up. Fang Jie realized what was happening, smiled and nodded, then turned and walked over to Su Daqiang and his mother, sitting down on the haystack to chat. The two sisters immediately got to work. When Ruoxue carried a small red bucket to the pond to fetch water, while Wenwushi skillfully set up a simple stone stove and lit firewood. Soon, the water in the pot began to steam, and the two sisters were finally able to wash themselves thoroughly. They carefully sealed the tent door tightly with a waterproof sheet to ensure that no light could get through. The night was completely silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects. Fan Jia sat not far away, listening to the rushing water coming from the tent, and couldn't help but feel a little distracted. He shook his head, trying to concentrate, and looked up at the stars in the sky. Su Daqiang coughed awkwardly twice, glanced at the tents, and asked, Fan Jia, how are you guys going to sleep tonight? Fan Jia scratched his head. What else can we arrange? Let's all go together. It's the middle of nowhere, so it'll be warmer and safer if we squeeze in together. Su Daqiang looked at Fan Jia with envy in his eyes, and clicked his tongue, saying, You kid, those two sisters have had a lot of suitors in the company, but no one has been able to win them over all these years. And you're all dressed up now, with one on each arm. It's really enviable. Fan Jia smiled, waved his hand, and said, Brother Daqiang, don't overthink it. We're just trying to survive together. We're completely innocent, nothing like what you're thinking. Su Daqiang's lips curled into a knowing smile as he teased. Alright, I get it, you're just being modest. But then again, we'll have to work together to figure things out from here on out. Humans are social animals. There's strength in numbers. Fan Jia nodded, looked into the distance, and said, Yes, in this desolate wilderness, only by looking out for each other can we increase our chances of survival. Inside the tent, the two sisters had just finished showering and were drying their hair. When Ruoxue whispered, Sister, what do you think of Fan Jia? When Risha thought for a moment and said, That's great. He's young, handsome, and has a strong physique. He's got a good punch. He might not be anything special in civilized society, but here, those qualities are very attractive. Yes, that's right, it's quite attractive. When Risha noticed her sister's expression and stopped wringing out the towel. Ruoxue, what do you mean by asking me this? What are you up to? No, nothing. When Ruoxue's hand trembled, splashing water onto her wrist. You're overthinking it, sister. I'm not thinking about anything. When Risha leaned closer and tapped her younger sister's burning earlobe with her fingertip. Tell me honestly, have you fallen for someone? Sister! When Ruoxue's face flushed red, and she grabbed a towel and threw herself at her sister. Don't talk nonsense! Brother Fang saved us, I'm just grateful to him. The two sisters laughed and wrestled together, the waterproof tarpaulin rustling as it was bumped against each other. After the two sisters finished showering, they dried the water stains inside the tent and put the clutter away neatly. When Risha lifted the waterproof tarpaulin and called out, Master Fang, you can come in now! Fan Jia got up upon hearing the sound and patted the dry grass stuck to his trouser leg. Su Daqiang, who was standing to the side, chuckled and nudged his shoulder, winking as he said, All right, go ahead and enjoy yourself. Fan Jia glared at him but didn't refute him. He strode towards the tent, with Su Daqiang's meaningful laughter echoing behind him. Chapter 14: The Temptation of a Beauty. The moment Fan Jia lifted the waterproof cloth, a wave of fragrant steam rushed out. Amidst the rising steam, the Wen sisters knelt on a prepared straw mat, moonlight filtering through the tent's gaps and casting a soft, hazy glow upon them. Her cheeks, which had been covered in mud, were now fair and translucent, with a faint blush from the steaming hot water. Her long, black hair was casually tied up, with a few stray strands hanging down her neck. Her full, rounded figure made her already worn clothes fit her even more perfectly. He stood there, stunned, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. When Ruoxue burst out laughing first, then poked her sister. Sis, look at Brother Fang, his eyes are practically glued to the screen. When Risha pursed her lips and smiled faintly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the hem of her clothes. Does it look good? Fan Jia finally came to his senses, but still stubbornly said, It's all right. After cleaning it up, it looks presentable. The two sisters glared at Fan Jia with displeasure. When Ruoxue put her hands on her hips and snorted. What are you saying? Brother Fang, how many pretty girls have you seen? Why are your standards so high? Although when Risha didn't speak, she was waiting for his response. Fang Jia waved his hand. Alright, I misspoke. I'll go wash up too. He bent down and rummaged through his suitcase for the toothpaste, toothbrush, and small handkerchief he had found earlier. After I wash up, let's get a good night's sleep. After saying that, he crawled out of the tent and walked towards the pond. Pa, who wants to sleep with you? Not long after, Fang Jia returned after washing up. The three of them lay down on the prepared hay, and the tent gradually quieted down. The weather is nice today, and the two sisters aired out their blankets, so the strange smell is gone now. Fang Jia lay down in the sun-dried, fluffy, and soft quilt, surrounded by a faint, pleasant fragrance. The aroma, a blend of sun-dried hay and the subtle scent of the girls, was all the more enticing in the cramped tent. He kept turning over, the haystack making a soft rustling sound. Brother Fang, are you performing acrobatics? When Ruoshua's voice, tinged with laughter, came from behind. You keep flipping and turning, you're going to wear the ground down. When Ruoshu jokingly added, could it be that the great hero ate too much tonight and is practicing his unique martial arts to aid digestion? Fang Jia covered his face with his arm and said in a muffled voice, Stop teasing me, I just suddenly can't sleep. The sisters' giggles echoed from inside the tent, accompanied by rustling sounds. After tossing and turning for a while, Fang Jia was just getting sleepy when he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his shoulder. When Ruoshua had turned over at some point, her whole body tilted to the side, her cheek almost touching his neck, her warm breath gently brushing against his skin. Her slightly parted lips glistened with moisture, making her already fair face appear even more radiant. Fang Jia's Adam's apple bobbed, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. He was panting heavily, and unconsciously wanted to get closer. At that moment, when Rush's hushed voice came from the other side. Don't move! She sat up and, in the dim moonlight, looked directly at Fang Jia's tense profile. Ruoshua is a restless sleeper, so you mustn't bully her. Fang Jia froze on the spot, hurriedly closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep. When Ruoshua chuckled softly, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Brother Fang, I know you're not asleep. Who said that? I was asleep. You guys just woke me up. Look, you've come over here. You're awake, why don't you turn around? Hee, I was just woken up by you guys. I heard your heart pounding just now. Sister's right, if you dare to take advantage of me, I'll. Before she could finish speaking, she made a move to strike Fang Jia, but touched an area she shouldn't have. Hey! You pervert! When Ruoshua quickly turned over and hid in her sister's arms. Hiss! Fang Jia gasped and hunched over. You're really turning the tables. I didn't do anything, and you hit me and then call me a pervert. You, who told you to do that? How disgusting! This is the bare minimum of respect I can show you, understand? If you don't react, wouldn't that be a laughing stock of you? When Risha looked at the two of them, sighed helplessly and said, All right, stop arguing and go to sleep. When Ruoshua gave a soft hum, hugged her sister, and soon quieted down. After a moment of silence, Fang Jia couldn't help but look at Wen Ruoshua. At this moment, she was facing away from me, her slender waist and full hips faintly visible in the dim light. Fang Jia felt a surge of heat rising in his heart. He quickly turned over, trying to calm himself down. Finally, he slowly drifted off to sleep. Early in the morning, the two sisters got up and washed up. Fang Jia, still asleep, raised the corners of his mouth and let out a broken, silly laugh, mumbling something incoherently. When Rishu was braiding Wen Ruoshua's hair when she heard the noise and looked up. Fang Jia grinned, his expression quite comical. The two sisters exchanged a glance and tiptoed closer. Sister, what do you think he's muttering? Wen Ruoshua asked in a low voice. How should I know? My mouth is full of sweet potatoes. I can't understand anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jia opened his eyes and met two pairs of smiling eyes. He instantly snapped out of it and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Fang Jia had a wonderful dream in which the Wen Ruoshua sisters suffered terribly. What kind of sweet dream did Brother Fang have? Why are you smiling so happily? Wen Ruoshua blinked and deliberately leaned closer. Tell me, did you dream about us? I can tell you're not thinking anything good just by looking at your lewd smile. Fang Jia sat up. Nonsense! Who am I? I've studied the spring and autumn annals. Do not look at what is improper, do not listen to what is improper. I just dreamt that I found food. Food I could never finish eating in a lifetime. That's why I was happy. Really? When Rushu rested her chin on her hand, a half-smile on her face. Then why did Ruoxue and I hear you calling our names in your dreams? What? Did I shout it out? What else did I say? The two sisters burst into laughter inside the tent. Ha ha, sister, he's been fooled. We can't understand what you're muttering. I was just kidding you. You rascal, you're definitely up to no good. Fang Jia quickly got up and tried to brush it off, saying, All right, hurry up and cook. I'm starving. When Rushu wiped away the tears of laughter and tugged at her sister's sleeve. All right, stop teasing him. Let's go cook. We have a lot to do today. You help me fetch water and prepare the sand, and I'll continue making the pottery jars. Okay, sister, I understand. Chapter 15. Building a fire hotbed. The Wen sisters squatted by the makeshift stove, busy at work, as a fragrant aroma wafted from the pot. Just then, footsteps approached, and Lu Degue and his two companions came into view. They spotted Fang Jia with the two sisters from afar, and all three of them widened their eyes in surprise. Lu Degue rushed over, looked them up and down, and asked in surprise, How did the three of you end up together? Fang Jia frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by getting together? Can't you speak properly? We just happened to run into each other and decided to keep each other company. Lu Degue didn't pay attention to Fang Jia. His gaze was fixed on the two sisters. His eyes were filled with greed and envy as his gaze swept over them. When Ruoxue's face instantly darkened. She stepped in front of her sister, her tone filled with disgust. Have you seen enough? Watch your mouth. When Rushu also gave him a cold glance, pulled her sister to the side, and deliberately distanced herself from Lu Degue. Fang Jia stood in front of the sisters, staring intently at Lu Degue. Stop looking at me like that. Instead of wasting your time, get to work. The sooner you finish the task I assigned you, the sooner you can leave. Lu Degue glanced again, unwilling to give up, at the two sisters' beautiful faces and their silhouettes, which were made even more delicate by the morning light. He swallowed hard before looking away. He turned to look at Fang Jia, sighed helplessly, and muttered, shaking his head. Fine, you're lucky. I've been eyeing those two girls for ages, and you got them. Shut up. I'll pretend you were just talking nonsense since you've been working for me. If you dare to utter another word, I won't be so polite. Okay, don't be angry, don't be angry. I just have a foul mouth. I won't say anything more, alright? Lu Degue then called to the two men behind him, picked up the axe, and walked deeper into the woods. As their footsteps faded into the distance, when Rushu spat at them fiercely. When Ruoxue stomped her feet in anger. That Lu Degue, he's always been like this. His eyes are like they're glued to his body, it's disgusting. Fang Jia patted the two men on the shoulders and comforted them. Don't be angry, it's not worth getting upset with this kind of person. We've already collected dozens of logs, let them cut some more for backup. He looked towards the woods and said, Once they've brought all the timber up, we'll go our separate ways and leave each other alone. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and their tense shoulders gradually relaxed. When Ruoxue snorted, I'd better not run into him again. When Rushu nodded, her expression finally softening, and picked up the pot again to continue cooking. After everyone finished eating, the campsite immediately became busy. When Ruoxue carried a bucket back and forth between the beach and the camp, pouring sand mixed with water into the pit. When Rushu knelt on the leveled mud ground and repeatedly slapped and kneaded the wet clay. With nimble fingers, the clay gradually took on the curve of the jar's opening. Fang Jia stood in the center of the camp and led Su Daqiang to start building a stove and a kang, a heated brick bed. Build the stove first, Fang Jia said, pointing to the open space. Find some flat, large stones and arrange them in a triangular pattern, leaving a fire pit in the middle. Su Daqiang immediately moved the stones over, while Fang Jia drove sharpened wooden stakes deep into the ground around the stove. The two worked together to fill the gaps between the stones with clay mixed with chopped grass, and then placed thick branches on top of the stove to create a recess for placing the pot. After the stove was completed, Fan Jie measured the location and said, "We need to dig a shallow pit, about calf deep, which will be the foundation for the calm, heated brick bed." Su Daqiang wielded a wooden shovel and dug out a neat rectangular pit in no time. Fan Jie arranged the stones into a grid-like frame inside the pit. Each frame was reinforced with large stones and thick wooden sticks at the bottom. Apply some more plaster to ensure stability. The flue had to be connected from the stove, winding its way out of the camp. As he spoke, he built the chimney with stones, making sure it had a slight upward slope, so that the smoke won't flow back. After the frame was erected, the two men carried over the flat stone slabs they had selected over the past 2 days and laid them on top to serve as the calm, heated brick bed. Fan Jie took out a lump of clay and carefully filled the gaps between the boards. "We can't leave any gaps where the air can leak in. Otherwise, the smoke will be unbearable." He then brought over a large handful of dried reeds and spread them on the calm, a heated brick bed. "This is an insulation layer that can lock in the heat." Seeing this, Su Daqiang also went to gather dry leaves and piled them on top of the reeds. Finally, Fan Jie mixed the wet sand and clay that Ruoxue had brought and spread a thick layer on the insulation layer. "This layer of mud can both level the surface and retain heat." He repeatedly pressed the mud surface with a wooden board until it was smooth and flat. Once it's completely dry, the calm, heated brick bed is finished. It's warm and cozy to sleep on. When Risha looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow, you can do that too?" Fan Jie straightened up and wiped his sweat. "I'm from the north. In my hometown, we all have heated calm beds. I slept on one for almost 10 years when I was a child. I've seen the calm being cleaned and repaired many times. I even helped my grandfather build a new calm. It's nothing. Kids who grew up in rural North China all know a little about heated calm beds." He looked at Wenrusha's fair and delicate face. "Judging from your accent, you must be a girl from a southern water town, right?" Wenrusha nodded. "Yes, I'm from the south, and from a city quite far south. I don't know anything about heated brick beds." Su Daqiang looked at Fan Jie with admiration and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, your survival skills in the wild are really amazing. I'm impressed. Once your house is almost finished, could you help me build a small one too? I'm not greedy, just enough for me and my mother to live in." Fan Jie smiled and nodded, patted Su Daqiang on the shoulder and said, "No problem, I'll definitely help you build it once I'm done here. We're on this deserted island, so helping each other out will make things easier." Hearing their conversation from the side, Wenruoxue said with a smile, "Daqiang, Brother Fang is such a good craftsman, the little house he builds for you will definitely be sturdy and comfortable." Su Daqiang's face beamed with gratitude. "Then thank you in advance, brother. To be honest, I'm thick-skinned and don't mind, but the key is my mother. She's old and in poor health. She can manage for a few days, but I'm really afraid she won't make it through. I don't even want to think about what would happen if it snowed and got windy again." "I know, no need to say more. Brother Daqiang, you helped me, how could I possibly turn my back on you? Once my project is finished, I'll build it for you right away." "All right. Let's put in a good effort, brothers. What's the next step?" "You should make the arrangements." Fan Jie looked at the heated Kong bed and said, "Go get some clay. I'll fill in the gaps." Everyone got back to work, and the sounds of labor filled the camp once again. Chapter 16: The Mysterious Lu Degue. As the sun gradually climbed to its zenith, 3 round earthenware jars were piled up next to Wenrushu. She wiped the light sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and smiled happily. "I got the timing just right today, and I actually made 3 good ones." Fan Jie squatted down, his fingertips tracing the smooth surface of the pottery jar, and exclaimed sincerely, "Your craftsmanship is getting better and better. If you work for a few more days, you'll be able to be a master craftsman." Wenrusha smiled slightly, her eyes curving into crescents. "Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. You'll figure out the trick to controlling the fire after a few tries." She looked up at the sky. "Right, it's almost time to prepare lunch." Fan Jie immediately stood up and instructed, "Ruoxue, prepare the stove and start a fire." He turned to Su Daqiang and raised an eyebrow. "Want to try catching fish again?" "Of course I want to," Su Daqiang said as he ran towards the pond. "I guarantee I'll catch a few big fish today." When Ruoxue jumped up and down, clapping her hands and swinging her ponytail happily. I want to eat fish! I want to eat fish! Go Dachiang! When Risha carefully moved the newly made pottery jar to a shady place to dry, then kneaded a lump of clay. You all keep busy, I'll make a few more. Fan Jie nodded, his gaze sweeping over the heated Kong bed in the corner of the camp. The clay at the joints of the stone slabs was half dry, and the flue was unobstructed. But he was still not at ease, so he bent down to take a closer look, gently tapped the surface of the Kong, a heated brick bed, with a twig, listened for hollow sounds, and occasionally added some straw to fill the gaps. Su Dachiang returned shortly afterward with several fish and handed them to Wen Ruoxue. Xiaoxue, how about making some fish soup? It's a bit of a hassle, but we can't eat grilled fish all the time. Stewed fish is more nutritious. Okay. I'd like to have some soup to warm myself up too. Smoke curled up from the chimney as Wen Ruoxue simmered the fish soup, the tender fish meat bubbling in the broth. Fan Jie straightened up and waved towards the distant woods. Lu Degui, come and eat! We have fish soup today! Lu Degui didn't even turn his head. He chopped the axe heavily into the tree trunk, and amidst the flying wood chips, he shouted gruffly. Don't worry about us. You guys can eat. Let's finish this quickly and go back. The two people beside him were also working diligently. Wang Tian, who usually complains, didn't even bother wiping his sweat. Large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and onto the ground. This is really weird. Fan Jie stared intently at the three people's unusual behavior. Today they were like spinning tops being whipped, cutting down trees more than twice as fast as usual. What are these guys up to? When Risha walked over carrying the newly made pottery jar. Seeing Fan Jie staring blankly at the woods, she asked softly, What's wrong? Fan Jie pursed his lips and lowered his voice, saying, They're not normal. I don't know what they're up to. They're working so hard just so they can get away as soon as possible and go back to doing their own things. He stroked his chin, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Once I'm done with this, I'll have to go and investigate. After saying that, he told Wen Rishu to go back and have dinner. Yu Guang never looked away from the three busy figures in the woods. In the afternoon, Wang Tian and his companions laboriously carried the chopped and peeled logs back to the camp. The two worked together seamlessly, carrying the log on their shoulders and moving steadily and quickly down the slope. The wood was meticulously processed, the bark was cleanly removed, and the surface was smooth and glossy, gleaming with a warm luster in the sunlight. Fan Jie stared at the wood piled up next to the camp, nodded in satisfaction, and then his gaze fell on the newly built Kong, heated brick bed. We need to light a fire to smoke it out. He reached out and touched the surface of the Kong, a heated brick bed, finding that the clay surface was still a bit damp. If the moisture is not dried, it will easily crack when used later. As he spoke, he called Su Dachiang for help, and carefully lit the small pieces of dry twigs in the stove. Flames leaped up and crackled, and wisps of blue smoke quickly rose from the chimney. Fan Jie squatted to the side, carefully observing the direction of the smoke to make sure there was no backflow. As the temperature rises, fine steam gradually rises from the surface of the Kong, heated brick bed, and the damp, earthy smell slowly dissipates. Start by simmering over low heat until most of the moisture has dissipated, then increase the heat. Fan Jie instructed Su Dachiang as he added firewood to the stove. When Ruoxue curiously leaned closer, coughing from the thick smoke. Brother Fang, how long is this fire going to burn? We'll have to keep it burning until dark at least, Fan Jie said, pointing to the surface of the Kong, heated brick bed. Once it's dry to the touch tomorrow, we can sleep on a warm Kong. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the fire, and he would occasionally adjust the position of the firewood to ensure that every corner of the Kong, heated brick bed, was heated evenly. Watching the flames lick the firewood happily, he straightened up, dusted off his hands, and turned to Su Dachiang and Wen Ruoxue, saying, This Kong, heated brick bed, needs a chimney, otherwise the smoke won't escape. You two go and prepare some branches and clay, and collect some large seashells. We'll make a simple chimney. Su Dachiang nodded. Okay, I got it. I'll go cut some branches right now. Wen Ruoxue retorted, I'm an expert at collecting seashells. I can pick up handfuls on the beach. The two then went their separate ways. Not long after, Su Dachiang returned carrying a bundle of evenly sized tree branches, while Wenruoshua carried a pile of large, regularly shaped seashells. Fan Jia mixed clay with water and kneaded it into a mud-like consistency. First, tie the branches into a cylindrical frame. Make sure it's tightly tied so it doesn't fall apart. Su Daqiang followed instructions and used vines to firmly bind the branches together, and a simple frame was quickly formed. Next, apply the clay, about 2 fingers wide. Fan Jia spread the clay evenly on the surface of the frame. Wenruoshua helped by carefully embedding the seashells into the clay, with the openings facing down and arranged closely together. These seashells can both reinforce the structure and keep it waterproof. Once the chimney was initially formed, Fan Jia moved it to the sun to dry. Let it air dry for a while, and once the surface is almost dry, put it next to the Kang, heated brick bed, to dry it slowly. About 2 hours later, he used vines to secure the base of the chimney to a stone next to the Kang, heated brick bed, ensuring it was stable. Once the chimney is completely dry, we'll leave the opening for the wooden house according to its location. Then we'll do the waterproofing and leak-proofing work. Once the wooden house is built, we can sleep comfortably on the warm Kang. Wenruoshua squatted down beside it, gazing longingly at the chimney. Brother Fan, is this heated Kang, traditional brick bed, comfortable? Fan Jia chuckled and ruffled her hair. Of course. Outside, the north wind is howling and a blizzard is raging. You're hiding in the wooden house, lying on the warm Kang, heated brick bed. Just imagine how that feels. Wenruoshua tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, wouldn't that become grilled squid? The fire is underneath, and the person is lying on top. Ha, you idiot! You think a heated Kang is actually heated by fire? Although it's called a heated Kang, it actually uses the heat from a stove to keep warm. You can cook and keep warm at the same time, which is why heated Kangs are so popular. Oh, I see, I understand. Wenruoshua nodded obediently. Then her eyes darted around. You just called me stupid. And you took advantage of me by touching my head. Pay up. Chapter 17, Timber Everywhere. Hey, trying to scam me, are you? Fan Jia smiled, raised his chin, and said to Wenruoshua, Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you trying to extort money. I actually have a lot of money. After saying that, he turned around, opened his suitcase, pulled out the stack of banknotes that were wrinkled from being soaked in seawater, and spread them out in front of her. Wenruoshua glanced at the colorful banknotes, and curled her lip in disgust. This stuff is so damp it's not even good for starting a fire, and it'd be too rough to use for wiping your butt. I don't want this. She tiptoed closer to Fan Jia, her bright eyes fixed on him. I want 2 pieces of rabbit jerky. The succulent kind. Sigh, fine, who told you to try and extort me? Fan Jia smiled helplessly and pulled out 2 shiny pieces of rabbit jerky from the innermost part of the box. Wenruoshua cheered and reached out to grab it, but Fan Jia lifted her up to avoid it. We agreed on 2, so eat them sparingly. Wenruoshua stuck out her tongue, tiptoed, and hopped to snatch the jerky from his hand. As she turned around, she didn't forget to make a face at Fan Jia. She ran to her sister's side and stuffed the shiny rabbit jerky into Wenruoshua's mouth. Wenruoshua took a bite and asked in confusion, How could I bear to give you this jerky? Wenruoshua's eyes curved into crescent moons. She leaned close to her sister's ear and told her what had happened. Wenruoshua was taken aback at first, then chuckled at her sister's quirky antics. She looked up at Fan Jia, who was squatting by the Kang, heated brick bed. The man's profile was softened by the firelight, and his hair was still covered with bits of grass. Wenruoshua pursed her lips and said, He really dotes on you. What are you saying, sister? What do you mean by spoiling? Don't talk nonsense. Okay, I won't say any more, just give me another bite. It's delicious. Before evening, Lu Fugui and his 2 companions returned, all with flushed faces and panting heavily. They dumped the axe and tools all at Fan Jia. Lu Fugui wiped the sweat from his face and said gruffly, I've chopped down all 20 pieces of wood I promised you today. The campsite was densely packed with chopped timber, numbering about 50 or 60 logs. Fan Jia looked at the pile of wood, then at the 3 men's tired yet anxious expressions, and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you all for your help, brothers. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. He paused, staring intently at Lu Fugui. But I still have to ask one more question. What exactly are you rushing to do? Lu Fugui's face darkened, and he waved his hand impatiently. Just remember what you said. We helped you, so don't interfere with what we do, and stop asking questions here. The other two also urged him on, and were about to leave. Seeing this, Fan Jie knew that he wouldn't get any more information by asking, so he had no choice but to give up and silently watch the three of them disappear into the depths of the woods. After they had walked away, Fan Jie stared thoughtfully in the direction they had gone. His concern was growing about the unusual behavior of these people. When Rishu walked up to him at some point, gently patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Don't think so much. Why bother with them? As long as it doesn't affect our peaceful life here, let them do whatever they want." Fan Jie nodded, his tense expression easing. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Wen Rishu. "That's true. Since they don't provoke us, we don't need to make trouble for ourselves. Let's just ignore them and let them fend for themselves. As long as they don't affect us, it's fine." He looked at the newly cut timber, the pottery jars drying in the sun, the heated Kong bed steaming with smoke, and when Ruoxua humming a little tune as she prepared dinner. His heart gradually calmed down. As long as we can manage this small camp well, that's enough. The evening breeze swept by, dispelling Fan Jie's doubts. The two exchanged a smile, then turned and returned to their camp. Fan Jie pointed to the newly built stove and said to Wen Rishu and her sister, "Let's cook here and see if this new stove works well." The eyes of Wen Rishu and Wen Ruoxua sparkled. Having grown up in a Firster city, they had never seen a stove before and were filled with curiosity. "Although we've been cooking on a stone stove for the past few days on the deserted island, there's still a difference between a haphazardly piled-up stone stove and this exquisitely crafted one." When Ruoxua rolled up her sleeves and placed the pot steadily on the stove, while Wen Rishu began to prepare the ingredients. Su Dachang stood to the side and used the extra stones to build a makeshift stove. His mother sat beside him, holding a small frying pan, which was their usual tool for cooking and boiling water. "Brother Dachang, don't cook alone, come and eat with us." While starting the fire, Su Dachang said, "Don't worry about us, we can do it ourselves. We can't get used to relying on others, I have to take good care of my mother myself." Fan Jie nodded slightly and smiled understandingly. "Okay, just let me know if you need any help." Su Daoqiang responded and focused on adding firewood to the stove. When Risha pulled a packet of instant noodles from a plastic box in the corner, it was still covered in dust. She patted herself, then walked to the stove and poured the leftover fish soup from lunch into the pot to heat it up. The fish soup bubbled and simmered, its rich aroma filling the air. She heated the instant noodles in the fish soup, picked up a knife, and chopped up a piece of rabbit meat. The thin strips of meat are neatly arranged under the knife, and then stuffed into the soaked noodles. Then I took out a ham, sliced it thinly, and sprinkled it evenly on the surface. Unfortunately, the materials were limited, so this is the only simple version we could make. When Ruoxua peeked out from the side, staring longingly at the pot, sniffing the aroma. When Risha smiled and took out a ceramic bowl she had made herself. Although the surface of the bowl was not smooth, it was fine for holding rice after being fired at high temperature. She carefully ladled the cooked noodles and hot fish soup into a bowl, steaming hot and even more fragrant. "Try it first and see how it tastes." When Ruoxua eagerly took the bowl and slurped up a big mouthful of noodles. She squinted her eyes contentedly. "Sis, it smells so good." When Risha waved to Fan Jie, signaling him to come over. Fan Jie strode forward, and when Risha pointed to the 3 ceramic bowls placed in front of them. "Don't use these bowls carelessly, they all have names engraved on them. You can only use your own." Fan Jie curiously picked up a ceramic bowl and examined it closely. Sure enough, he saw his name on the bottom of the bowl. "It's quite exquisite. Girls are so meticulous." When Risha then took out several straight tree branches. The surface of these branches had been polished very smooth, without a single thorn, and they also emitted a faint woody fragrance. She explained, "These are the chopsticks I polished this afternoon. They'll be our chopsticks from now on. Each person will have their own pair. They have shaped markings I made on them. Each person's will be different." Fan Jie took the twig and examined it carefully. He found that it was of uniform length, and had been made with great care. "These chopsticks are well made. It will be much more convenient to eat from now on. We won't have to just break off a couple of twigs to make do anymore." Wenrusha nodded slightly. It's good enough to have these usable things on this deserted island. We'll have to find a way to make more practical items in the future. Chapter 18 Lasso Trap. After dinner, the Wen sisters cleaned up the dishes. Fangjia squatted by the Kong, heated brick bed, running his fingertips along the dry surface. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Wenrusha and said, "This Kong is completely dry. If the weather is good tomorrow, let it air out for another day, cook a few meals, and then let it fumigate. Tonight, we can put up a waterproof cloth and sleep on the Kong." "That's great. The heated Kong bed is so spacious. The small tent is too cramped, and you're always trying to take advantage of us." "Nonsense! When did I ever take advantage of you?" "Hee, don't deny it. My sister was squatting down to wash her face this morning, and you were staring at her but the whole time." You brat, why didn't you say so sooner? When did he look at me?" Fangjia scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, what's wrong with taking a look? You should be happy. If it's not good, I won't even look at it." "Go to hell!" Wenrusha glared at him fiercely, but there was not much anger in her eyes. "You all pack up, I need to go find some dry grass. There will be dew tonight, so don't get the heated Kong wet." As he spoke, he got up to gather dry grass and spread a protective layer on the Kong, heated brick bed. The two sisters carried the pot to the pond to clean it up. Fangjia grabbed some hay and pounced onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, then placed a few stones on top of it. "That's fine. Whether it's windy, snowy, or dewy, it won't be a big problem." "Fangjia! Come quick!" Wenrusha ran over breathlessly, her hair disheveled by the wind, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Fangjia went up to him. "What's wrong? What happened?" "There are sheep by the river. 2 goats are drinking water," Wenrusha whispered, tugging at Fangjia's sleeve as they ran towards the pond. "Let's catch them. We'll have mutton." Upon hearing this, Fangjia grabbed his spear and ran after her towards the pond. Wenrusha carefully pointed to the spot ahead by the pond. Under the moonlight, 2 goats were drinking from the stream, their snow-white fur shimmering in the night. Fangjia held his breath and crouched down as he slowly approached. But just as he was about to pounce, the goat alertly pricked up its ears and darted into the dense forest. Fangjia took off after it, the branches scraping his arm painfully, but he didn't even manage to touch the sheep's tail. Huff, huff! Fangjia leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily, watching helplessly as the goat disappeared into the woods. Wenrusha caught up with him, sighing and teasing. "You're usually quite capable in fighting and working, how come you can't even catch a sheep? Aren't you from a martial arts family?" Fangjia straightened up and wiped the sweat from his face. "Guess why it's called a goat? Do you think it's a domesticated sheep? Goats are naturally good at running in the mountains and can easily climb rock walls. People can't catch up with them in the forest." He looked at the dark forest and clicked his tongue. "But since there are sheep around here, there will always be a chance to catch them in the future." Wenrusha picked up the spear from the ground and handed it to him. "I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. Next time we'll set a trap, I bet we can catch them." Back at the camp, Fangjia shouted to Wenrusha, "Bring out the wire you found." Wenrusha pulled out a silk thread from the storage box and handed it to him. Fangjia squatted down, gripping both ends of the wire with both hands, his forearm muscles tense. He repeatedly bent and twisted the wire, the metal rubbing together to produce a piercing, squeak, sound. With a crisp click, the half-meter-long wire snapped. Wenrusha leaned closer. "Are you making a lasso? This thing can catch rabbits, right?" Fangjia nodded, deftly coiling the wire into a spiral with his fingertips. "It's not just for catching rabbits. This thing is sturdy enough that it can also entangle a goat's leg if it steps on it." As he spoke, he threaded one end of the wire through a slipknot he had made at the other end, saying, "The more you struggle, the tighter the noose will become, as long as you step on it." Wenrusha squatted down beside her, her eyes wide with surprise. "That's amazing! This one wire can trap a goat." "Of course. These things may seem simple to us, but they can be quite threatening to animals like goats." Fangjia waved the finished product around. "Set up a few more in the woods tonight. Whether it's rabbits or goats, they won't be able to escape easily once they come." He quickly bent the wire with both hands. With a series of crisp, click sounds, 4 more lassos were formed in succession. He tied the vine to one end of the lasso and secured the other end firmly to a sharp wooden stake. This wire is very strong. It wraps around the prey like an iron hoop around their bodies. But we need to hide the trap well. You take your axes and follow me. The 3 men carried their tools into the dense forest, the damp, decaying leaves rustling under their feet. Fang Jia raised his hand to signal them to stop, squatted down, and pointed to the ground. Look at these hoof prints and the gnawed grass roots. This is a trail that goats and rabbits often take. He parted the bushes, took the axe, and used the back of it to drive the stake deep into the soil. The lasso, in the shape of a bull-sized ring, lay flat in the pile of dead leaves. Fang Jia gathered pine needles and twigs to cover the area, leaving only a faint gap in the middle. When Ruoxue stood on tiptoe to look around. Will this work? What if they avoid it? Fang Jia looked at her speechlessly. If one smart person manages to avoid it, then we'll wait for the next one as stupid as you to fall into the trap. Sis! Look at him! He's bullying me, he always calls me stupid! When Rishi gently tapped Fang Jia's forehead. Don't keep talking about my sister. She's naturally not very bright, and you're still teasing her. Haha, okay, I won't tease her anymore. You two are such jerks! When Risha hugged her younger sister with a smile to comfort her, while when Ruoxue pouted and looked at Fang Jia. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I provoked you. Come with me, let's set up other traps. He led the 2 men to set up several more traps at the crossroads of the animal trail and at the watering point by the stream. Each trap was spaced 20 paces apart, with wooden stakes at the ends of the ropes driven diagonally into the ground. Even if the prey breaks free, it will be entangled and trapped in place. With all the traps in place, Fang Jia brushed the dirt off his hands and gazed at the spiderweb-like network of mechanisms scattered throughout the woods. Tonight we'll just wait for them to walk right into our trap. If we can catch the lead sheep, that would be great. Lamb is very nourishing in winter. When Risha nodded. Well, let's see how it goes. We've done everything we can. Hopefully, we'll have some success tomorrow. When Ruoxue yawned. Let's go home and get some sleep. Fang Jia felt a warmth in his heart when he heard the word home. When Risha felt the same way. The 2 of them smiled at each other, and the 3 of them returned to the tent. Chapter 19, The Giant Moose. The next day, Fang Jia, along with the Wen sisters and Su Daqiang, began building the wooden house. He glanced at the 3 people in front of him and began to assign tasks in an orderly manner. Brother Daqiang, you're strong, so you'll be in charge of digging the foundation pit. Cut these logs into sections according to the markings, and then assemble the wooden structure I've made in order. Fang Jia handed him the axe. You must strictly follow the markings I made. Don't rush, and don't be careless. Okay, I understand. He then turned to the Wen sisters. Big Wen, you take little one and help Daqiang. Help him move things around. What, Greater Vancouver? That sounds awful. Just call me Shiru. That's my nickname. That's what my family calls me. All right, Shiru. Do as I say. After making the arrangements, Fang Jia took out a saw that he had kept hidden away. After Su Daqiang chopped the wood, the 2 sisters moved it in front of him. Fang Jia first used a knife to carve the position for sawing on the log, then placed the blade against it and began to pull. The saw teeth rubbed against the wood, making a squeak squeak sound, and wood chips flew like snowflakes. The first step is to make the pillars and beams of the house. Fang Jia first made a mortise at the top of the pillar. Holding a knife, he precisely chiseled along the marked line. The mortises must be vertical, neat, and deep enough, otherwise they won't be able to support the weight. Fang Jia instructed Su Daqiang and the others while demonstrating. Su Daqiang watched carefully from the side, and after Fang Jia finished, he followed suit and started carving out another one. When Ruoxue helped hand over tools from the side, and every now and then she would curiously approach Fang Jia to watch him make tenons. The fabrication of the tenon is crucial. Fang Jia chose dovetail tenons, which are a very stable mortise and tenon structure. He first drew swallowtail shapes at both ends of the beam, then carefully cut out the outline with a saw, and then meticulously refined it. The beauty of the dovetail joint lies in the fact that it becomes tighter under stress. Fang Jia said, comparing the tenon with the mortise to ensure a perfect fit. At the corner of the house, Fang Jia used a mortise and tenon joint. He carved out mortise and tenon joints of the same size that interlocked at the ends of the 3 pieces of wood. The tenon joint is like the corner of a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. The 3 pieces of wood intersect to make the house structure more solid. Fang Jia patiently explained, but his hands never stopped moving. Su Daqiang was responsible for burying the finished pillars into the ground. He dug a half-meter deep pit at the designated location, placed the pillar in it, and then tamped it down with stones and soil to secure it. The pillars must be vertical, otherwise the whole house will be crooked. Fang Jia walked over and used a wire with a weight attached to it to straighten the pillars and make sure they were completely perpendicular to the ground. As time went by, pillars rose from the ground one by one. The beams were placed one after another, and the mortise and tenon joints fit together perfectly. Fang Jia would occasionally tap the joints gently with a wooden stick to ensure they were secure. The sound is crisp and clear, which means the mortise and tenon joints fit together very well. Fang Jia nodded in satisfaction. By evening, the basic framework of the wooden house had been completed. The 4 men stood beneath the framework, gazing up at the building that was beginning to take shape. Sweat soaked their clothes, but their faces beamed with pride. We can start building the upper structure tomorrow. It should be finished in a day. The day after tomorrow, we'll lay the roof and floor, Fang Jia said, wiping his brow, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Daqiang chuckled. I never thought I could learn this ancestral craft. I can brag about it for the rest of my life when I go home. The Wen sisters couldn't help but laugh as well. The exhaustion gradually dissipated amidst laughter and joy. The wooden house, a testament to the wisdom and hard work of the 4 people, stands quietly in the setting sun, awaiting further improvement. After dinner, Fang Jia took out some treasured wild fruits from the storage box. I found these a couple of days ago, but haven't been able to bear eating them. Everyone worked hard today, so let's treat you all. Let's have a fruit feast. He used a knife to cut the wild fruit into segments, revealing the amber-colored texture of the flesh, and the sweet and sour aroma immediately filled the air. When Ruoxue held the wild fruit and took small bites. It's so refreshing, so sweet and sour. I'm getting sick of eating fish every day. You can't eat anything every day. When can we eat some vegetables and grains? When Ruoxue carefully divided the fruit into small pieces and handed them to Su Daqiang's mother, who was standing next to her. Su Daqiang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Thanks, little sister. Fang Jia took the earthenware bowl and filled it with water. It's not the right season. Getting any vegetables now is a matter of luck. We'd be lucky if we could find some wild vegetables. Forget about grains. If you want something else, go find berries or wild fruits, or go to the beach to gather seaweed. Look for seafood. When Ruoxue was somewhat discouraged after hearing this, Fang Jia then comforted her. Don't be sad. This island is very big. We haven't dared to go deeper into it yet. There might be some good things inside. When spring and summer come, the forest will be full of life again, and there will be plenty of fruits, wild vegetables, and all kinds of animals. I guarantee you'll enjoy a wonderful island vacation. Are you serious? Don't lie to me. Of course, why would I lie to you? When Ruoxue looked at Fang Jia with emotion. It's good that there's hope. Life has been so hard all this time, it's hard to keep going. I'm starting to miss home. The group sat around the campfire in silence, their hearts heavy with sadness. Homesickness is a gene ingrained in the bones of every Chinese person. The longer you are away from home, the deeper your longing becomes. The firelight illuminated their faces, and the sounds of chewing mingled with the occasional sigh. Suddenly, a snapping sound of a tree branch breaking came from afar, followed by the heart-wrenching howls of animals. It's a trap! We've caught something! Fang Jia suddenly stood up, grabbed the axe at his feet, the blade gleaming coldly in the firelight. Su Daqiang gripped his spear tightly. It's definitely a goat! This commotion is quite loud. Let's go take a look! The Wen sisters followed closely behind the 2 men, holding hands, and seemed a little nervous. The crowd ran frantically towards the sound, their hearts pounding so hard they felt like they were about to burst out of their chests. As they passed through the last patch of bushes, the sight before them froze them in place. It was not a goat that was entangled in the noose. The moonlight cast dappled shadows on the trap, To everyone's astonishment, the creature caught in the lasso was a moose of terrifying size. It is nearly 3 meters long and almost 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its thick antlers extend outwards like branches, and its dark eyes gleam with a wary red light in the firelight. My God! What kind of monster is this? Su Daqiang's hand holding the spear trembled slightly. When Ruoxue screamed, "Ah!" and hid behind her sister. When Rishu's face also turned pale, and she staggered back 2 steps. Sensing the threat from humans, the moose let out a low growl and frantically pawed at the ground, the vines binding its legs creaking under the strain. Run! This is not something you can handle. Stay away from it and don't get hurt. Fang Jie pushed the Wind sisters back sharply, raising his axe in a defensive stance. Before the words were even finished, the moose suddenly sprang up, its neck muscles bulging high. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, the vines connecting the lasso snapped. The broken vines lashed the tree trunks like whips, causing the trees to shake violently. The moose stumbled and ran wildly, dragging half a vine, breaking bushes in its wake. Fang Jie and the others were still in shock, and the ground trembled slightly from the giant beasts running. Once the woods returned to silence, when Ruoxue timidly peeked out. This is terrifying. How did they manage to trap such a large animal? Is it a deer? It looks like it has antlers on its head. Su Daqiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, Luckily it broke free, otherwise we would all be dead here. Fang Jie stared in the direction the moose had disappeared, gripping his axe tightly. You guys go back quickly. I'll go after it. Chapter 20: Killing the Moose. The moose, with its heavy body, fled frantically, carrying fallen leaves through the forest. Fang Jie stared at the enormous figure gradually disappearing into the distance, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Before Su Daqiang and the others could react, he snatched the spear. Brother! Are you crazy? That monster is taller than a person and probably weighs several hundred pounds. Even if it eats grass, it's not that easy to deal with. Su Daqiang staggered as he was pulled, his voice distorted. When Rishu's exclamation rang out almost simultaneously with Fang Jie's footsteps. Don't chase. Come back. We're not at the point where we need to fight to the death yet. She reached out to grab Fang Jie's clothes, but only managed to grasp a gust of cold wind. Without turning his head, Fang Jie nimbly moved through the bushes, the tip of his spear flicking aside the branches blocking his path. You all go back to camp. Nobody follow me. I have hunting experience. Don't worry, I'll be back. The sound of the moose breaking branches grew closer and closer, and Fang Jie relentlessly pursued the direction in which it had fled. When Rishu stared in the direction he disappeared, her nails almost digging into her palms. When Ruoxue trembled as she grabbed her sister's sleeve. Sister, brother Fang. Back to camp! When Rishu forced herself to calm down. Prepare ropes and lighters, we're going to find him. Maybe we can still get him to safety. Okay, sure. When Ruoxue's voice trembled with tears. Don't cry, believe in him. All we can do is try our best to help him. Fang Jie crouched down, carefully observing the route the moose had taken to escape. Under the moonlight, some mottled bloodstains dripped onto the leaves. This trace would be completely undetectable without careful observation. It seems that although this big guy has escaped the trap, he is not in a good mood. Fang Jie carefully observed his surroundings, his eyes fixed on the direction of the bloodstains. He followed the signs step by step and approached the moose. The heavy breathing of the moose was particularly clear in the silent forest. The wire on its hind legs was deeply embedded in its flesh, and the winding bloodstains left dark red trails on the withered leaves. The moose leaned against the thick tree trunk, its front hooves pawing the ground, its neck heaving violently with each breath. Fang Jie squinted, observing its condition by the moonlight. The antlers broke in half due to the violent impact and struggle, revealing the white bone fragments. The long run caused the vines behind it to wrap tightly around its hind legs, greatly reducing its mobility. He gripped his spear tightly, slowly circled around to the side facing away from the wind, trying to avoid the dry branches under his feet, and even his breathing became extremely soft. Suddenly, the moose's ears twitched violently, and its cloudy eyes turned toward the direction where Fang Jie was hiding. Fang Jie's heart tightened, and before it could get up, the spear had already shot out like an arrow. The moose couldn't dodge in time, and the spear had pierced deep into its shoulder blade. The moose let out a deafening roar and struggled to break a small tree beside it. Fang Jie narrowly dodged to the side, but his lower back slammed heavily into the tree trunk. This thing is too strong, we can't fight it head on. Fang Jie struck successfully, and immediately fled from the moose's attack range. The moose's massive body swayed constantly, its leg injury already hindering its movement. Now, having suffered severe injuries, it is on the verge of losing its ability to resist. Fang Jie is very patient. He waited until the moose could no longer hold on and sat down, then drew his axe from his waist and, taking advantage of the moose's moment of weakness, pounced on it and chopped it hard on the neck. The moose shook its head wildly, and Fang Jie immediately ran away again. This was repeated 4 or 5 times, each time aiming for its throat. Finally, warm blood splattered on his face, the moose's movements gradually slowed down, and finally he collapsed to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Fang Jie knelt on one knee beside the moose, his fingertips sinking deep into its thick fur. Warm blood trickled down his palm, gleaming a dark red under the moonlight. He looked up at the star-studded night sky, a surge of joy in his chest almost bursting from his throat. We're rich! We can finally survive! A hoarse roar tore through the night, startling the birds that were roosting in the forest. When Rusha trembled when she heard his shout. Her face turned deathly pale, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. It's Fang Jie! Something's happened to him! Let's go! Before she finished speaking, she had already run wildly in the direction from which the sound came. When Ruoxue stumbled and chased after him, with Su Daqiang close behind. Fang Jie! Where are you? When Ruoxue cried out, her voice choked with sobs, tears welling in her eyes. Thorns tore at her calves, but she was completely unaware. After turning through a thicket of bushes, they finally saw Fang Jie. Fang Jie stood beside the enormous creature, covered in blood, his chest heaving violently, but a smile of near excitement on his face. Look! Fang Jie pointed at the moose. This big guy weighs 500 or 600 kilograms. Enough to feed us for the whole winter. We'll never go hungry again. When Rusha stood there, stunned, staring in disbelief at everything before her. When Ruoxue covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. Su Daqiang stared blankly at the behemoth, which was even larger than an ox, his Adam's apple bobbing. This is really something a human could kill with a cold weapon. When Ruoxue's legs were still weak, she pointed at the moose and exclaimed with wide eyes. This is a huge creature that weighs several hundred kilograms. You almost scared us to death. Fang Jie bent down to wipe the blood off the axe, and laughed when he heard this. Don't be intimidated by its size. He kicked the moose's broken antlers. A herbivore without sharp teeth and claws, no matter how strong it is just a pretty face. Su Daqiang squatted down to examine the bloody wire marks on the moose's leg, and clicked his tongue, saying, But when this guy goes berserk, he could kick a person flying with one hoof, right? Of course, but why would you give it the chance to kick you away? Its leg is injured, so you're just going to test your patience with it. Once it sits down for the first time, its life is over. Fang Jie said with a hint of pride. There was a master in an old survival show who took down a moose with just a short knife. That was when the moose was uninjured. He stabbed the moose once. He just followed it, and waited for the moose to weaken before slowly attacking it. The key is not to fight head-on, but to wait until it is exhausted before making a move. You're amazing! Great hero! When Ruoxue listened to Fang Jie's speech with eyes full of admiration. When Rusha picked up the lighter that had fallen to the ground, found some branches and lit it. The firelight illuminated the moose's massive body and also lit up Fang Jie's blood-stained face. She sighed, both helpless and relieved. Don't take such risks next time. You scared us to death. What would we do if something happened to you? Fang Jie laughed heartily. What can we do? Then you two sisters will have no choice but to remarry. Ha ha! You rascal, still talking so glibly at a time like this. All right, let's get down to business. I'll skin and butcher it, and the 3 of you carry the meat back. Brother Daqiang will lead the way, and you 2 sisters will follow him. No one is allowed to go alone, you must go together as a group of 3. Okay, I understand. Chapter 21, A Treasure Trove. The three of them went around and collected a lot of branches. Su Daqiang even picked up an axe, chopped down 2 small trees, and carried them over. The group of people lit a campfire that crackled and popped. By the firelight, Fan Jie used his dagger to pry open the fur on the moose's belly, the blade tracing the muscle lines. When processing animals, the internal organs must be removed first, because the internal organs are high in heat, and the meat will quickly rot and spoil if they are not removed. Keep the liver and heart, and you can eat the kidneys too, but you have to throw away the intestines and stomach, because they are full of undigested grass and germs. As he spoke, he used his hands to pry open the heavy chest of the moose, and dark red organs covered in blood slid out. When Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth and nose. When Rishu also felt a little uncomfortable and kept a slight distance. Su Daqiang moved closer and saw that the firelight made the moose's thick layer of fat gleam. Fang Jie removed the bladder, emptied the urine, and handed it to Su Daqiang. This can be used as a water bag. Clean and disinfect it properly when you get back. It'll be very convenient to take with you when you go out. His dagger then turned to the neck, slicing along the tendons. The throat and trachea are useless, but the flesh on the neck is tender, perfect for grilling. When Rishu squatted to the side, neatly arranging the pieces of meat that had been removed, Fang Jie stopped what he was doing and pointed to the dark fascia at the joint of the moose's leg. The fascia here is very tough. After drying, it can be used as rope. It can even be used to make bowstrings. If we can make bows and arrows, then we won't be afraid of any wild beasts in this forest. When Rishu quickly covered his mouth. Shoo, don't say that, it's scary. What if a tiger jumps out and we all become its midnight snack? That's right, slap them in the face. There are no taboos. You two are quite superstitious. As Fan Jie spoke, he carefully peeled off the fascia completely with a knife, folded it into a square, and stuffed it into his waist. Don't waste the deer blood. It's very nutritious. I felt a little sorry for it when I was cutting it open. Fan Jie tilted the moose's neck wound, letting the warm blood flow into his water bottle. After boiling and sterilizing this stuff, drinking it can both replenish your energy and prevent infection. He then cut off a moose tongue, saying, This is also a good thing. After being pickled, it's even more fragrant than cured meat. As the process continued, the moose's massive body was gradually disassembled into different parts. Fan Jie used an axe to split open the ribs and take out the tender meat in the middle. This part is suitable for making jerky. It can be preserved by hanging it over a fire and smoking it. He buried the inedible parts of the internal organs in a pit to prevent them from attracting wild animals. Su Daqiang led the two sisters on one trip after another to move things. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky red, only a complete skeleton remained on the ground. Fan Jie finished preparing the tenderest pork tenderloin and said to Wen Rishu, Take this meat back to the camp and weigh it down with stones to prevent birds from carrying it away. Daqiang and I will stay here to process the remaining fur and bones. The Wen sisters packed the fascia and bladder into a plastic box. Before leaving, Wen Rishu turned back and reminded them, Take care, don't overwork yourselves. Fan Jie smiled and waved, taking the pottery jar from her hand. Don't worry, you two sisters go back and put the meat away, and make a big campfire. I'll smoke it when I get back. You can rest after you're done. You've had a hard night. When Risha smiled and said, What's so hard about it? We're so excited right now, we can't sleep at all. It's like we've won the lottery. Yes, you two grown men can finish up here. We'll go back and put the meat away, and then we'll start smoking it the way you taught us. We'll take good care of Daqiang's mother too, don't worry. After the two sisters finished speaking, they left with their last spoils. Watching the Wen sisters' departing figures, Su Daqiang couldn't help but sigh. These two girls are truly remarkable. They're so steady and efficient at work, and I never expected them to be so reliable on this deserted island. Following Fang Jie's instructions, he bent down and lifted the heavy moose hide, his shoulders slumping slightly under the weight. Fang Jie knelt beside the deerskin, slicing through the thick layer of subcutaneous fat with his dagger. Just as he expected, the layer of fat under the moose skin was 3 fingers thick, with a pale yellow sheen, layered like solidified cream. Herbivores rely on this layer of fat to survive the winter, and now it's our turn to benefit, he said, throwing the scraped-off grease into a clay pot, the grease making a dull thud. It can be boiled down to make oil for lighting lamps and as a waterproofing agent. Mixed with wood ash, it can also be used to make soap. Wait, bro. Why is this thing so heavy? I'll go find some sticks to support it. Su Dachyeong found some thick wooden sticks and painstakingly pried open the four corners of the deerskin to fix it to the ground. He wiped the sweat from his brow and then asked, "What can you do with these bones? Why not just throw them away?" Fang Jia picked up a rib and tapped it in his palm. "Bones are very useful." He used a knife to cut off a piece of bone about the length of a finger joint. Bone can be ground into bone needles, which are indispensable for sewing animal hides and weaving fishing nets. Hollowed-out leg bones can be used as flutes to transmit signals. You've heard of bone flutes, right? Large bones can also be made into containers to hold water. Processed and polished bones are also excellent weapons. As he spoke, he kicked the antlers next to him. These are natural pickaxes, very useful for digging traps and chiseling wood. Su Dachyeong nodded repeatedly. Hearing your words is better than reading for 10 years. I never knew that moose was so valuable. I've learned something new. Golden grease had already seeped out from the edge of the earthenware jar. Fan Jie straightened up and looked at the overflowing container. No, the oil is going to overflow. He shoved the earthenware jar at Su Dachyeong. Quick! Take it back to camp and bring the plastic crate. This earthenware jar can't hold all the deerskin fat. Su Dachyeong grabbed the container tightly with both hands and ran away. Fan Jie watched his departing figure, then casually pulled over a vine to tie up the remaining fat. While waiting, Fan Jie picked up the broken bones and carved marks on the tree bark. He sorted the deer leg bones by thickness, and used a stone to crack open the hollow femur, thinking he could make storage jars from them later. The ribs were shaved into thin slices, ready to be sharpened into a bone knife. After he finished tidying up, he heard hurried footsteps in the distance. Su Dachyeong rushed over, panting, carrying a plastic box. Finally made it! This should be enough! Fang Jia immediately grabbed a knife, and fresh grease dripped into the box. The plastic box was quickly filled, its surface covered with a layer of oil that refracted tiny golden rays in the morning light. Alright, that's a whole case. This case of oil will last us until spring. Fang Jia breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his oily face. Su Dachyeong bent down to pick up the box. Wow! Goodness, I can't even lift it! Fang Jia pulled over some vines from the side and carefully tied the box tightly. Don't rush, let's carry it back. We can't lift this plastic box directly. Plastic is brittle in winter, and if it can't bear the weight and the oil spills, all our work will have been for nothing. Chapter 22, The Roll of Stockings. Fang Jia threaded 2 sturdy wooden sticks parallel through the loops left by the vines on both sides of the box, and then draped the deerskin flat over the lever. Placed the bone knife and other odds and ends on the box. He patted the joints of the makeshift stretcher to make sure it was secure, then shouted to Su Dachyeong. Come on! I'll go in front, you go behind! Su Dachyeong slung the spear across his back, gripped the wooden stick with both hands, his shoulders slumped, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Good heavens, this is like carrying a sedan chair! Come on, let's go! The 2 men took steps, and the stretcher swayed gently with each step. Fang Jia would occasionally turn around to check the binding of the boxes. The sunlight cast long shadows of them onto the boxes piled with bone artifacts. Slow down, don't spill the oil. Keep an eye on the boxes from behind, and stop immediately if you see anything wrong. Fang Jia reminded him, while tightening his grip on the axe at his waist. Su Dachyeong wiped his sweat and glanced into the depths of the forest. I wonder if there are any other moose in this forest. It would be so great to have another one. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp cracking sound of a tree branch breaking came from afar. The 2 men tensed up instantly, and Su Dachyeong gripped the wooden spear, raising the spearhead slightly. Don't panic, it's probably a wild boar. A moose would make a much bigger commotion, Fang Jia said in a low voice, glancing at the spoils on the stretcher out of the corner of his eye. We have all kinds of weapons now, so we won't be afraid even if we encounter wild boars. The 2 listened intently until the sound gradually faded away, then breathed a sigh of relief and continued on their way. Smoke was rising from the campfire, and the Winsisters were busy around it, the aroma of roasting meat mixed with the smoky scent of grease wafting through the air. You're finally back! When Ruoxue jogged up to greet them, her eyes fixed on the box on the stretcher. Wow, is this whole box full of oil? That's a lot. Can this oil really be used to light lamps? Sure, not only can it be used for lighting lamps, but it can also be used for cooking after it's been processed. Don't you want to eat some green vegetables? You can stir-fry them with fatty oil after you dig them up. Then, can you come with me to dig for wild vegetables? I really want to eat some green vegetables. When Ruoxue took the spear from Su Daqiang. Alright, Ruoxue, stop fooling around. Let them rest for a while, we'll talk about these things later. I've started making the smoked meat according to your method, it should be almost done. Fang Jie smiled and nodded, then steadily lowered the stretcher. Brother, I'm going back to check on my mom first. I'll be right back. Su Daqiang hurriedly walked towards the haystack. Before leaving last night, he specially chose a flexible vine and tied his mother to the tree trunk, wrapping it around and around. There was nothing he could do. His mother was not fully conscious, and he was terrified she would run off. When Ruoxue returned, she immediately untied the vines and settled the old man beside her. At that moment, Mother was curled up, fast asleep on the straw mat, her gray hair disheveled. Su Daqiang squatted down, gently tucked the stray hairs from his mother's forehead behind her ear, and carefully confirmed that her breathing was steady, and she was sleeping soundly before he could finally relax. Fang Jie rummaged through the suitcase piled with miscellaneous items in the corner of the tent, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find what he needed. He shouted at Ruoxue, who was focused on smoking meat. Did you see the stockings I kept in the box? They're the black stockings with lace trim that you gave me. Ruoxue's face flushed instantly. Why are you shouting? Can't you keep your voice down? That's mine. You've been keeping it without using it, so I took it back. She lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her pants. Quick, bring it here. Fang Jie held up the oil-splattered earthenware jar and brought it over, the murky mousse fat swaying back and forth. Since I asked you for it, it must be useful. It's just that I didn't need it at the time. You have to use this fine mesh to filter out the impurities in the fat. Ruoxue bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment before turning and walking into the tent. When she came out, she took out a rolled-up stocking in her hand. The fabric was still warm from her body. As she handed it over, she muttered, If you'd said it was useful, I wouldn't have put it on my legs. Fang Jie unfolded the stockings and saw that her cheeks were flushed, so he wanted to tease her. He deliberately held up Ruoxue's freshly removed stockings to his face, causing Ruoxue to scream and lunge at him. Fang Jie, you pervert! As she reached out to snatch it, the ends of her hair brushed against Fang Jie's chin, carrying a faint fragrance. Fang Jie laughed and tossed the stockings back, then tapped the earthenware pot with his fingertip. Go boil some water, you need to soak these stockings properly. Filtering the oil with sweat stains on them will make the rendered oil taste weird. Ruoxue stood with her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. What do you mean? You think I'm dirty? It has nothing to do with whether it's dirty or not. The filters must be spotless, otherwise the food you cook will get an upset stomach. Even if you've never worn it, and it's still in the box, I'll still disinfect it properly when I use it. He glanced up and saw Ruoxue still standing there stamping her feet. He deliberately put on a stern face and said, Go on, or I'll spank you if you don't listen. Ruoxue snorted, grabbed her stockings, turned and left, muttering under her breath, Stupid straight man. Su Daqiang came to Fang Jie's side. What's the plan for today? I'll do whatever you say. Fang Jie glanced at the three people who seemed to be in good spirits. Ruoxue was boiling water, while Ruoxue squatted beside him, carefully flipping the smoked meat over. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, While everyone is still in high spirits, let's finish the main wooden house as soon as possible. We also need to hurry up and build the small house where you and your mother live. The weather can change in an instant, and we need to make sure the old lady has a safe place to live. Su Daqiang immediately straightened his back and nodded vigorously. No problem. I'll hit wherever you point. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, striking a pose as if he were ready to get to work at any moment. Fang Jie turned to Ruoxue. Ruoxue, I'm leaving the task of smoking the meat to you. Make sure to keep a close eye on the fire and smoke the meat until it smells delicious. This is our food reserve. Ruoxue gave an okay sign. Leave it to me. I guarantee the smoked meat will smell so good it will make wild animals 10 miles away drool. Let's go. Let's get started. Fan Jie picked up his axe and led the way to the wooden house construction site. Fan Jie carefully used tools to trim the wood, skillfully creating the mortise and tenon structure. Su Daqiang, who was standing nearby, watched attentively as he studied. Yesterday, doing what you said went quite smoothly, and today it was even faster than yesterday. Fan Jie nodded. That's right. With the experience from yesterday, we'll definitely be able to finish it sooner today. Practice makes perfect, so it'll definitely get faster and faster. The two worked together seamlessly, building the prepared wooden structure layer by layer. On the other side, when Rusha hung the wash stockings on a clean wooden stick to dry, she clapped her hands, and seeing the progress the two were making in building the wooden house, she came over and said, "You two are quite efficient. I'll lend a hand too." Fan Jie pointed to the wood next to him. "Okay, you help pass over that piece of wood. Su Daqiang and I will be in charge of building it up. Let's try to finish the upper part of this wooden house today and put the roof on tomorrow." While busy with his work, Su Daqiang said with a smile, "Once the house is built, you can sleep comfortably without worrying about the wind and rain. You too. Ours is finished, we'll cover yours right away." Chapter 23. The wooden house is completed. As the sun was about to set, the three of them were exhausted, and their backs ached. But looking at the completed wooden house in front of them, they couldn't help but grin. Fan Jie used a tree branch to gesture on the front of the wooden house. "Now all that's left is the roof, which should be almost finished by tomorrow morning. We need to put a vent here, otherwise it will be suffocating when we cook inside." Su Daqiang leaned over to take a look. "We really need a ventilator to let in some fresh air and sunshine, otherwise the room is all dark and oppressive." As he spoke, he reached out and patted the newly built wooden wall. "Listen to this sound, it fits perfectly. It's really sturdy." When Rusha squatted down to tidy up her tools, then looked up and asked, "How do we do the chimney opening?" Fan Jie climbed directly onto the roof and marked the location of the chimney corresponding to the Kang, heated brick bed, with his knife. "This is it. Leave an opening tomorrow so the smoke can go out smoothly." Just then, a delicious aroma of meat wafted over from the side. When Ruoxue shouted at the top of her lungs, "Come and eat! If you don't come soon, I'll eat all the meat." When Rusha laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, all you ever do is steal food." The three of them dusted off the sawdust and walked towards the cooking pot, bathed in the setting sun. When Ruoxue bit into a piece of smoked camel meat and pouted, "This meat smells pretty good, but it's bland. If it had a little salt and chili powder, it would taste so much better." She smacked her lips and said with a hint of helplessness. Su Daqiang tore off a strip of meat. "That's right, I've been sweating a lot lately, my calves feel weak, food doesn't taste good without salt, and I can't muster any strength to work." When Rusha added a piece of firewood to the fire, "We're by the sea, why should we be afraid of not having salt? We can just boil the seawater dry, right?" She looked at Fan Jie with bright, expectant eyes, full of anticipation for his answer. Fan Jie waved his hand. "It's not that easy. Besides salt, seawater contains a bunch of other random things. Salt that's boiled directly is bitter and astringent, and your body can't handle eating too much of it. The proper extraction method involves first drawing seawater into a pool, letting the sun produce coarse salt, and then repeatedly purifying it with wood ash and water to remove impurities." Su Daqiang scratched his head. "Goodness, is this really that complicated?" When Ruoxue rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the flames, "When will we be able to eat proper salt?" Fan Jie smiled and said, "That method of salt production isn't suitable for us. The temperature is so low now, how can we produce salt? Besides, that's a large-scale industrial operation. We have a simpler method." When Ruoxue's eyes widened, "Tell me quickly, how exactly did you get your hands on salt?" When Rusha also put down her bowl and leaned forward, afraid of missing a single word. "The simplest and most practical method is to find clean seawater, pour it into a pot, and slowly boil it. Once white salt lumps appear, dissolve them in clean water and boil them again." He gestured with his hand to indicate the shape of a small pot. "It's like boiling Chinese medicine, repeatedly simmering and purifying it. Although it uses a lot of firewood and takes a lot of time, It's still enough for the number of people we need. Su Daqiang scratched his head and muttered. Isn't this just like rendering lard? It just takes a lot of effort. When Ruoxue jumped up and grabbed the bucket next to her. I'm going to the beach to fetch water right now. Whether we can have salted meat tonight depends on this pot. Fang Jie grabbed her by the back of her collar. What's the rush? It's already pitch black. Everyone's been working hard all day. Who has the energy to boil salt? Let's go tomorrow morning. Okay. When Ruoxue shoved the ceramic bowl back into her hands. The hero is right, what's the rush? Smell the stench of your own sweat, you're so tired you can barely keep your eyes open, and you're still running to the beach? She reached out and tidied Ruoxue's messy ponytail. You were busy until dawn yesterday, and you've been working all day today. If you keep going like this, you'll really collapse from exhaustion. Fang Jie gestured for everyone to be quiet. Xiao Ru is right, everyone don't rush. Take your time with the work. The roof isn't finished yet, and we also need to keep an eye on the smoked meat. Once we finish these 2 tasks tomorrow, we can then get down to business on making salt. He nudged Su Daqiang, who was dozing off beside him, and said, Brother Daqiang, go back to sleep. Everyone yawned and got up. The camp gradually quieted down. The whistling of the night wind through the wooden frame of the house, mixed with the gentle sound of distant waves, urged the weary people to drift off to sleep. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the camp was still quiet, with snores rising and falling. The group was so tired that they slept until noon, and no one had gotten up yet. The silence was shattered by the old woman's shrill scream. Something's caught! It's snagged! Su Daqiang suddenly sprang up from the haystack. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw his old mother slapping her thighs excitedly, her withered fingers pointing directly to the edge of the pond. Something! The lasso hits! He didn't even bother to put on his shoes, and rushed over barefoot through the gravel. Sure enough, a wild goat had its hind legs tangled in wire, its hooves kicking up mud and water everywhere. The goat was clearly not strong enough to break free of the lasso like a moose. It could only struggle anxiously on the spot. Su Daqiang seized the opportunity and pounced, pinning the sheep down on its back. It took quite a while to finally tie up this irritable fellow securely. He dragged the mud-covered goat back home, shouting at the top of his lungs, Lazybones! Time for some meat! A rustling sound came from inside the tent. Fang Jie, his hair a mess, poked his head out and exclaimed, Wow, did we hit the jackpot? Another surprise! The Wen sisters, Ruoxue and Wenruochu, also ran out, rubbing their eyes. When Ruoxue circled the goat, reaching out to touch it but afraid of being kicked by its hooves, she rubbed her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Wow! This goat is so fat, it'll feed us for several meals. When Ruoxue squatted down and carefully examined the goat, her brows furrowing slightly. But where do we have the time to kill it now? Just skinning and deboning it would take half a day, and the meat would easily go bad if left out. Fang Jie squatted down, grabbed a handful of hay, and fed it to the goat's mouth. Find a thick vine and tie it to a tree. Keep it for now. We haven't even finished processing our moose meat yet, and that's enough for us. We can deal with it after we seal up the wooden roof. Su Daqiang nodded, tugged at the vines on the goat to make sure it was tied tightly enough, and tied it to a tree next to the camp. This guy is strong, don't let it run away. The goat bleated in dissatisfaction, and when Ruoxue even went over to imitate the goat's bleating to tease it, which made everyone laugh and the campsite instantly became lively. Su Daqiang swung his arms, full of energy. I slept for more than 10 hours last night, and I'm full of energy now. Let's get started quickly, I can't wait. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Let's finish the roof by noon. My mother's house is waiting. Fang Jie nodded. Let's get started. When Ruoxue was still in charge of the fumigation, and Fang Jie led the two of them to the front of the wooden house. Fang Jie climbed onto the roof and instructed the two men. You two lend a hand down here. Lift the main beam up. Daqiang, don't come up from down here. You're big, you might damage the roof. Okay, I understand. We'll put the roof beam up for you first. The three men moved back and forth in the wooden house, the sounds of wood clashing and axes chopping never ceasing. When Ruoxue squatted in front of the meat-smoking rack, leisurely working, occasionally shouting up, Take it easy! Don't shake the ash onto my meat! She kept turning the meat pieces with the branch in her hand, and the grease dripped into the fire with a sizzling sound. Su Daqiang, his face flushed, lifted the crossbeam. Fang Jia pulled from above, and when Rishu supported from below. The three of them worked together to quickly secure the tenon. As the sun gradually sets, the rafters of the new roof are already neatly arranged. Fang Jia stood on the roof ridge, wiped the sweat from his brow, and shouted, "Bring the thatch over! It's time to lay the roof!" Su Daqiang immediately shouted in agreement. "Coming! My speed is enough to make me a model worker in the production team! And moss! It's essential for waterproofing and insulation. Shiru, go and bring over the moss I prepared behind the house." "Yes, sir." The two prepared all the necessary materials and handed them over. Fang Jia laid the thatch down completely and then covered the top with moss. He patted the newly laid roof and inspected it carefully. He turned to Su Daqiang and shouted, "Go dig some clay from the pond and mix it with sand. The roof and chimney need to be reinforced." Without saying a word, Su Daqiang grabbed a ceramic basin and ran to the riverbank. A short while later, Su Daqiang returned, huffing and puffing, carrying a large basin of mud. Fang Jia took the ceramic basin, grabbed a handful of mud, and smeared it on the roof. "This mud will seal the cracks tightly, so we won't have to worry about leaks when it rains." Upon seeing this, Rishu tore off a few pieces of moss and handed them over. "Use this to wrap the mud, it will be more durable." Fang Jia applied several layers of moss around the chimney opening, and even rolled strips of moss to stuff into the gaps. "The chimney opening needs to be reinforced, otherwise it will easily leak." Chapter 24: Moving into the new home. After finishing his work, Fang Jia came down from the roof and looked at the main entrance of the wooden house, wondering what was still missing. He picked up a knife, drilled a hole in the wooden door, and then widened the hole with the knife. "These keyholes need to be made neater, otherwise it will be difficult to lock the door," he said as he carefully repaired the keyholes on both sides of the wooden door and frame. Su Daqiang watched from the side, scratching his head in confusion. "Where are we going to find a lock?" Fang Jia pointed to a tree not far away. "Twist the tree fibers into hemp rope, twist several strands together, and you can use that as a lock." As he spoke, he went to find some suitable tree fiber, sat on the ground, and began to twist hemp rope. When Ruoxua leaned closer and asked meaningfully, "Hero, why are you locking the door? There are only 3 of us in the house, and we're not doing anything bad." Fang Jia chuckled. "That's all you know. This rope may not be as good as an iron lock, but tying a knot in it can at least keep out wild animals. What if the enemy comes in and the door can't even be closed?" "Okay, you do have a point." In no time, a thick hemp rope was made. Fang Jia threaded the hemp rope through the eyelets in the wooden door and door frame, wrapped the rope around several times, tied it tightly, and a simple door lock was made. "All right." Fang Jia tugged hard, but the wooden door didn't budge. He looked at the door with satisfaction. "Now, this house feels more like a home. I won't be disturbed no matter what I do inside." The last task was to install the vents. Fang Jia used an axe to cut out the outline of the air vent. Carefully smoothed out the splinters along the edge of the air vent. He reached out and took the wooden window frame from Su Daqiang. "Look carefully, Brother Daqiang, the window switches in these 2 wooden wedges." He picked up 2 sharpened wedge-shaped wooden blocks and chiseled a slanted groove on each side of the window frame at the corresponding position. "This is called the hidden tenon and wedge method, which can fix the window frame without affecting its opening and closing." As he spoke, Fang Jia inserted the window frame into the vent and gently tapped the bottom of the wooden wedge with his axe. With a few muffled thuds, the wooden wedge gradually sank into the groove, firmly locking the window frame in place. "Now you try it!" he gestured to Su Daqiang. Su Daqiang gripped the wooden handle on the window frame and pushed it gently. The entire window then slides smoothly along the inner groove, and when pushed open, it hangs in midair at a 45-degree angle. "See those 2 raised tracks at the bottom of the window frame? They can hold the window sash open." Fang Jia pointed to the bottom of the window frame and pulled a sharpened wooden rod from his waist. "Once the window is pushed open to the right angle, insert this wooden brace into the pre-drilled hole to support the window's sash." He demonstrated how to insert the wooden brace diagonally into a small hole in the wall. The window's sash was immediately and firmly fixed in place, and the mountain wind rushed into the room, stirring up bits of grass from the corner of the wall. Closing the window is even easier. Fang Jie grasped the handle and gently pulled, and the window's sash slid back into place along the track. He took a specially shaped piece of wood out of his pocket and stuffed it into the gap between the window frame and the wall. This is called a locking bolt. Once it's in place, it fits perfectly and can't be blown away by even the strongest wind. He pushed the window frame hard, but it didn't budge. He turned to the three onlookers and laughed. Now it has ventilation, rain protection, and theft prevention all in one. As soon as Fang Jie finished speaking, the three of them stared wide-eyed at each other, their eyes clear and innocent. When Ruoxue burst out laughing. Brother Jie, what you're saying is like gibberish. My brain is completely confused. I don't understand it, but it sounds amazing. Anyway, I'll do whatever you say. You're my boss from now on. She gave Fang Jie a thumbs up, her eyes shining with admiration. When Rishu nodded in agreement. It does sound a bit confusing, but it looks very sophisticated. You also demonstrated how it works. It's perfect. With you here, we can just assist you. Su Daqiang scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. I'll just do the work. I promise I won't hold you back. The three surrounded Fang Jie, each expressing their loyalty. Looking at the undisguised trust in the eyes of the three people, Fang Jie felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He said sincerely, Thank you for your trust. Please remember what I said today. Although you are not as strong as I am, I will never use force to oppress you. Your wilderness survival experience is not as good as mine, but I will not laugh at you for that. As long as you are willing to believe in me, we can definitely overcome more difficulties together. No matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we will face them together. The three of them immediately burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. When Ruoxue whistled excitedly and jumped up and down, shouting, Great hero! What you said is absolutely right. I wholeheartedly agree. Just then, the old lady, hunched over, leaned against the door and called out in a muffled voice. I'm hungry, let's eat! Everyone was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Su Daqiang ran over to help his mother up. All right, the old lady has spoken, let's start eating right away. When Risha smiled and nodded, then turned to pick up the cooked food. The campfire illuminated the smiling faces of the crowd, and the aroma of food mingled with laughter, drifting far into the twilight. After dinner, Fang Jie arranged the work for the evening. Come on, let's talk about the division of labor. Xiaoru and Ruoxue, you two move everything from the tent into the cabin, and remember to put things away according to their categories. When Rishu nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll make sure they're stacked neatly. Fang Jie turned to Su Daqiang. Let's set up a new tent for you and your daughter using a waterproof tarpaulin, right in the old spot where your haystack is. Su Daqiang immediately nodded. Great! Finally, we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Next, the smoked meat is the main event tonight. The four of us will take turns. You sisters will work the first half of the night, and Daqiang and I will work the second half. The fire must not go out, and the meat must be turned frequently. His gaze swept over the tired yet determined faces of the group. Cheer up, everyone. We must finish before dawn. This is the second day for this meet. The weather has been pretty good these past few days, we can't delay any longer, or it will spoil. All three nodded. The Wind sisters immediately took action. When Ruoxue lifted the tent flap, rolled up the blankets, and shouted, Sister, catch this! When Rushu caught it quickly and neatly folded it, placing it at the entrance of the wooden house. Next, the two sorted and moved the scattered pottery jars, tools, sausages, and rabbits one by one. When Rishu also reminded him, Keep the knife and axe in the corner, and be careful not to bump into them. On the other side, Fang Jie and Su Daqiang had already deployed the waterproof cloth at the selected location. Brother Daqiang, tighten the diagonal, Fang Jie directed while securing the stakes. Su Daqiang tugged at the fabric hard. This fabric is sturdy enough. The two first firmly nailed the four corners into the ground, and then reinforced the area with vines. Soon, a spacious tent was erected. Su Daqiang lifted the tent flap and looked inside, then smiled with satisfaction. Now my mom can definitely sleep soundly. I can rest easy now. Chapter 25. A Beauty's Yearning Heart. After they finished their work, they prepared to rest. When Rusha looked at her younger sister and said, "You take the first shift. The first shift is easy and won't disturb your sleep." When Ruashua hugged her sister's arm and shook it, "I knew my sister loved me." He grabbed a branch and went to the grill. Humming an off-key tune, he turned the pieces of meat. Fangjia quickly washed his face with the stream water and returned to the wooden house, where he saw when Rushu moving their bedding to the corner of the heated kong, a traditional heated brick bed. She lay face down, the blanket spread out, making her round, full buttocks appear even larger. Fangjia swallowed hard and went over to help. When his fingers touched her fingertips, when Rushu recoiled as if burned. "You'll have a hard time in the middle of the night. You'll have to keep an eye on Su Dachiang. Once he's dozing off, nothing can wake him up." When Rushu teased in a low voice. "I can hear him snoring even from this far away." Fangjia laughed out loud at her words, and the ambiguous atmosphere between them instantly dissipated. When Ruashua's rhythmic humming could be heard outside the tent, while Fangjia was already asleep inside the wooden cabin. When Rushu lay on her side, the moonlight streaming through the air vent onto Fangjia's face, softening his usually sharp features. Thinking back to the past few days they had spent together, and the solemn look on his face when he said, "Please trust me," before dinner. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes. This man always upholds everyone's hope in their most desperate moments. She gently sat up and moved closer to observe his appearance. When Rushu reached out as if possessed, her fingertips hovering above his face, hesitant to strike. She only hurriedly lay back down when Fangjia unconsciously turned over. My heart, however, pounded like a deer's tail in the quiet night. When Rushu tossed and turned, gazing at the crisscrossing wooden beams above her head and counting them countless times. The sound of when Ruashua humming intermittently could be heard from outside. The sizzling sound from the meat grill was particularly clear in the quiet night. She finally sighed softly, threw off the covers, and got up. In the darkness, when Ruashua was squatting in front of the meat grill, turning the meat pieces over and over with a stick in her hand. Seeing her sister approach, she immediately stood up. "Sis, why aren't you asleep? It's still early." When Rushu reached out and gently tidied her sister's wind-blown hair, saying softly, "Go to sleep, leave the rest to me. You've been watching over her for so long, your eyes are all red." "It's nothing. It's only been a short time." When Ruashua wanted to argue, but when Rushu pushed her towards the wooden house. "Listen to me, you still have to help tidy up tomorrow morning. Go on. I can't sleep, I'll take your place." "All right." After washing up, when Ruashua yawned and went into the wooden house, plopped down on the kong, a heated brick bed, and muttered, "Sister is the best." When Ruashua threw off the heavy quilt, and the scalding hot kong instantly enveloped her frozen hands and feet, she couldn't help but groan softly in comfort. She turned to the side and saw Fangjia's calm sleeping face. His eyelashes cast small shadows under his eyes, and when Ruashua's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Under the cover of darkness, she quietly moved closer to Fangjia until their shoulders were touching. The heat from the heated kong, a traditional heated brick bed, mixed with Fangjia's masculine scent filled her nostrils, and when Ruashua's heart pounded like a drum. She mustered her courage and pretended to roll over, gently lying on Fangjia's chest, her cheek pressed against his warm chest. Fangjia frowned slightly in his sleep, vaguely feeling a heavy weight pressing down on him. He struggled to open his eyes and by the moonlight saw when Ruashua curled up on his chest, her hair scattered around his neck. He thought she was just tossing and turning in her sleep, and afraid of waking her, he froze, dared not move, slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep again amidst the chaotic beating of his heart. The cold night wind, carrying fine sand, kept slapping against my face. When Risha rubbed her hands, which were red from the cold, and finally made it to the middle of the night. She added the last bit of firewood to the smokehouse, and when she got up, her legs were numb. She held onto the door frame for a while before walking into the wooden house. The charcoal fire on the stove inside the house was almost extinguished. In the dim light, Fangjia and Wenroshua's figures were intertwined. The younger sister buried her face in Fangjia's chest, a faint smile on her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. Fan Jia unconsciously wrapped his arms around Wen Ruoxue's shoulders, his hand gently resting on her back. The two were so intimate that they seemed like intertwined vines. Wen Ruoxue clenched the hem of her clothes with her fingers and bit her lower lip tightly. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. It felt like a piece of red-hot coal was stuck in her throat. The night wind rushed into the wooden house, carrying a chill that clung to her face. Wen Ruoxue's eyes suddenly stung. She lowered her eyes and sighed, then turned around and fumbled for a coat in the dark, gently covering the two of them with it. The wind she stirred as she turned and walked out of the wooden house ruffled Wen Ruoxue's loose hair. Wearing a silk robe, I lean against the carved railing, shivering in the dew. The moon shines full over the western tower, where I alone endure the cold. Small characters written in bold, hidden on a plain handkerchief, melancholy thoughts layered, swirling around a blue phoenix. My heart yearns to express its longing, but no one understands. My dreams of parting are futile, fading away time and again. Though there may be thousands of peach trees in bloom, my longing for you remains unfulfilled, and tears I shed in secret cannot be sent. As dawn broke, Su Daqiang stumbled into the camp, his clothes still covered in bits of grass. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry!" He gasped for breath, repeatedly apologizing to Wen Ruoxue. "I slept like a log. Thank you so much!" Wen Ruoxue looked up upon hearing this. Her eyes were dark and her eyelashes were still covered in night dew, but she managed a bitter smile. "It's all right, the meat is all smoked. Just arrange the meat and hang it over there to air dry." After she finished speaking, she stood up unsteadily. "Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Daqiang asked with concern. "No, don't worry. Just do as I tell you. Make sure you get the meat sorted out properly." Su Daqiang nodded firmly. "Yes, don't worry." The wooden door hinges creaked softly, and the even breathing sounds came from the heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove. Fan Jia's arm was still around Wen Ruoxue, and his sister curled up in his arms like a kitten, her hair scattered on the blankets that were folded over them. Wen Ruoxue stared at the shadow for a long time until her eyes burned. She quietly lay down on the other side and covered herself with her chilly coat. As the morning light climbed onto the wooden windows, the first birdsong rang out in the camp. Wen Ruoxue curled up, listening to the faint sounds behind her, and finally fell into a deep sleep amidst exhaustion and soreness. Chapter 26. Sharing together between the two sisters. Wen Ruoxue's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Fan Jia's face so close to hers. His eyebrows relaxed, and a faint smile played on his lips. Looking at that familiar face, Wen Ruoxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and couldn't help but smile. She stretched her limbs, yawned, and turned around. But Wen Ruoxue was only wrapped in a thin coat, curled up on the edge of the quilt, with tiny water droplets still clinging to her eyelashes. Wen Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly pushed Fan Jia beside her. "Wake up! Didn't you go to your night shift?" Fan Jia suddenly opened his eyes. "Oh no! It's already dawn!" He sat up abruptly and saw Wen Ruoxue's pale face and thin clothes. His heart clenched instantly, and he tiptoed to her side. Fan Jia tentatively touched her forehead, then her cold fingertips, his voice filled with self-reproach. "I overslept. I'm sorry I made you suffer." Wen Ruoxue didn't speak, but weakly shook her head. "Ruoxue, go start a fire! Heat the Kong, heated brick bed, up a bit more!" After Wen Ruoxue hurriedly ran out, he squatted down and gently took off her shoes, which were covered in dew. He carefully lifted the cold coat off Wen Ruoxue's shoulders and wrapped her shivering body in a thick quilt. As the warmth of the blankets enveloped her, Wen Ruoxue's eyelashes trembled violently. A hot tear silently slid down her temple. She turned her head away and buried her face in her clothes, hiding all her bitterness and grievances in the shadows. Fan Jia didn't notice the fleeting tear in his eye. He just stayed by the Kong, a heated brick bed, with worry. "Don't force yourself. Where exactly are you feeling unwell? Did you catch a chill last night, or are you just tired? It's really upsetting of you not to say anything." Don't blame yourself. I just saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't have the heart to wake you. The meat is all smoked, it didn't delay anything, you and Su Daqiang can just hang the meat up." Wen Ruoxue pulled her feet deeper into the blanket and twisted her body slightly. Don't push yourself like that. It gets really cold in the middle of the night, that's why I made you work the first half. He tucked the blanket around Wenrishu. Don't do that again. Whoever's shift it is, they have to take responsibility. Don't take the blame for others. Wenrishu nodded. Fang Jie glanced at her and whispered to Wenrashua by the stove. Go and cook some meat soup. Wake your sister up later and let her eat something to warm herself up before going back to sleep. Yes, I'm working on it, it'll be done soon. The wooden door creaked open, and Fang Jie stepped out of the cabin. After he walked away, Wenrashua tiptoed to the bedside. Her fingertips gently caressed her sister's thin shoulder, her voice full of concern and worry. Sister, is something bothering you? Don't keep it to yourself, talk to me. Wenrishu slowly sat up, her eyes terribly red. She looked out the window to make sure Fang Jie couldn't hear the two sisters talking. Wenrishu lowered her voice, her tone hoarse, and said, Ruoshua, tell your sister the truth. Do you like Fang Jie? Wenrashua pursed her lips, her voice softening unconsciously. Yes, sister. The way he does things so thoroughly and meticulously, always taking good care of people, makes it hard not to be moved. She gently shook her sister's hand as she spoke. When I had a fever, without his help, I probably wouldn't have made it. Wenrishu stared at their clasped hands without saying a word, only letting out a soft sigh. Before she could speak, Wenrashua leaned close to her ear and asked, Sister, are you, just like me? What nonsense are you talking about? Wenrishu's face flushed slightly. We're sisters, how could I possibly compete with you for a man? Wenrashua teased with a grin. See, you still like it, don't you? It's just that you can't do anything because we're sisters, right? Sister, we've always shared snacks and swapped new clothes since we were little. Now that we've fallen for the same man, what's wrong with sharing? I don't care. Stop talking nonsense! Wenrishu raised her hand to slap her sister's hand away, but Wenrashua grabbed her fingers instead. Seeing the smile flickering in her younger sister's eyes, she gradually lost her composure, and her lips involuntarily turned up. The corner of my heart that had been filled with pent-up emotions suddenly brightened. The concerns that had originally stood between the two were dispelled by the younger sister's few words. Wenrashua casually put her arm around her shoulder and nuzzled her neck affectionately. We can compete fairly. Whoever wins, the loser can be the other's love strategist. These words made Wenrashua burst out laughing, and she reached out to pinch her younger sister's cheek. Shameless, you brat! This is the second time already, you're always trying to snuggle into his arms. Wenrashua playfully stuck out her tongue. Last night was on purpose. It wasn't the first time. I was really asleep. I was so embarrassed when I woke up this morning and found out. Oh, are you sure it's Zao and not Xing? Wenrashua drawled out her words, looking at her younger sister with a smile. Oh, how annoying! What kind of older sister is you? How can you make fun of your younger sister like that? I'm not making you any meat soup. Haha, bring it up quickly, I'm starving. I'm tired, hungry, and sleepy all at once. The two sisters chatted and joked, and resolved their differences. Fang Jie pushed open the door and came out. Su Daqiang was hanging large pieces of smoked meat on the drying rack. Sorry, brother, Su Daqiang said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly as he saw Fang Jie approaching. I was so tired last night that I slept until dawn, and Xiaowen did a lot of work for me. Fang Jie patted his shoulder somewhat guiltily, his gaze sweeping over the crooked drying rack. It's okay, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry up and tidy it up. We still have a lot to do today after we finish cleaning the meat. The two got busy. Fang Jie sorted the smoked meat by fat and lean, while Su Daqiang tied the pieces of meat tightly with vines to ensure they wouldn't be blown away by the wind. The sunlight shone on the skin, giving it an alluring sheen. As the last piece of meat was hung up, Wenrashua's clear voice came from the wooden house. Dinner's ready! Come and try the freshly made meat soup. Su Daqiang swallowed hard. I could smell it from outside, it smells so good it's making my stomach rumble. Fang Jie nodded, turned around and walked back. Let's go, finish our work after dinner, and then take a good rest. Chapter 27, Salt Purification and Boiling. As Fang Jie stepped into the wooden house, the rising steam carrying the aroma of meat wafted towards him. Wenrashua was sitting on the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed, lost in thought. Her hair hung low, partially obscuring her profile. Fang Jie's gaze unconsciously fell on her. When Risha looked up, her eyes darting around. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. I'm relieved that you look better and have the energy to yell at people again." Fang Jie smiled as he took the ceramic bowl and took a deep breath of the meaty aroma. When Risha caught a glimpse of Wenruoxue, who was biting into smoked meat. My sister's cheeks were puffed out like a little squirrel stealing pine cones, and juice dripped down the corners of her mouth. When she noticed her older sister looking over, she mumbled an unclear, looking quite adorable. Su Daqiang paused in his eating, sensing the subtle atmosphere, and lowered his head to suppress a laugh. When Wenruoxue swallowed the smoked meat, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Fang Jie. "Great hero, what are we doing today?" Her eyes were full of expectation. Fang Jie put down the ceramic bowl, tapped the table lightly with his knuckles, and after thinking for a moment said, "The wooden house and the Kong, heated brick bed, are finished, and the smoked meat is ready. Next, we need to help Brother Su cut down trees to build the house." He turned to look at Wenruoxue. "Xiaoru, you should rest well today. You've been working so hard for so long, you need to rejuvenate. Xiaoxue, you can try refining sea salt as I suggested before. When you're fetching water at the beach, keep an eye out for seaweed and bring some back. You can use it to make soup and also replenish your salt intake." Wenruoxue immediately perked up and stood up abruptly. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I can go into the woods and look for wild fruits and vegetables. Maybe I'll find some new treasures." Fang Jie nodded. "Okay, you're free to do as you please, just be careful. Take my wooden spear, and run if there's any danger." "Okay, I know. I'm not stupid." "It's good that he's not stupid. He knows to run home when it rains." "Ha!" Wenruoxue and Su Daqiang laughed. Fang Jie said to Su Daqiang, "Let's go cut down some trees and get the timber for your house ready as soon as possible." Su Daqiang waved his hand. "I can cut down the tree myself." He pointed to the earthenware jars and plastic boxes piled up in the corner, which were full of moose fat. "Look at all this fat. If we don't deal with it properly, it'll spoil. You should take care of these things." Before Fang Jie could speak, Su Daqiang pointed at Wenruoxue again. "Boiled salt requires precise control of heat and technique. This little girl has never done it before, so you have to guide her from the side. I only need one axe to cut down a tree. 2 people would just get in the way. I can manage by myself." Seeing that Fang Jie was still hesitating, Su Daqiang patted his chest and said, "What I want to build is just a small house, enough for my daughter and me to shelter from the wind and rain. It can't compare to your spacious one, and it won't use much wood. After I finish cutting the wood, you can help carry it back, sand it, and lend a hand in assembling it." Fang Jie stared at his determined eyes and nodded. "All right, then you'll have to do the hard work yourself. Find some that are evenly thick, long and straight to chop." "Okay, I got it." After the meal, the two went about their own business. Wenruoxue lay on the Kong and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Jie placed a clean pot on the stove, poured in half a can of moose fat, and added some water. Adding water prevents splattering when the oil is heated directly, and also makes the cooking process more even. He carefully slipped Wenruoxue's stockings over a ceramic jar to make a simple filter, and set it aside for later use. As the temperature rises, the fat inside the earthenware pot begins to melt slowly, emitting a soft sizzling sound. Fang Jie used chopsticks to stir the fat from time to time, ensuring that each piece of fat was fully heated. Gradually, the pale yellow oil changed from a solid to a liquid state, floating on the surface, while the impurities settled at the bottom of the jar. He picked up the rendered fat and slowly poured it into a ceramic jar covered with a nylon stocking. The fine mesh of the nylon stockings firmly blocked out impurities, allowing only the pure grease to flow along the edges into the ceramic jar below. The filtered oil becomes crystal clear, with a soft sheen. After stirring thoroughly, he sealed the earthenware jar and placed it in a cool, well-ventilated corner. Oil treated in this way can not only be used for stir-frying, but also add a unique aroma during cooking, and can be stored for a long time. After dealing with the grease, Fang Jie turned to look at Wenruoxue, who was fast asleep on the Kong, a heated brick bed. Her breathing was even and deep, and her face showed a relaxed expression. Fang Jie turned around and continued processing the remaining grease. Wenruoxue stumbled in, spilling some seawater from the bucket and leaving a trail of water behind her. She clutched the earthenware jar tightly to her chest, her shoulders were wrapped with wet seaweed, and a few oyster shells peeked out of her pocket, making a soft crunching sound as she ran. "Brother Jia!" she gasped as she slammed the bucket down, her hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks. "The seawater has been brought back from the beach. Look at this seaweed and oysters." As she spoke, she took out a few oysters covered in mud and sand from her pocket and shook the earthenware jar. "This place is also full of seawater, so we can start making salt now." The seaweed slid down her arm, spreading out in dark brown folds on the ground, carrying the salty, fishy smell of the sea breeze. Fang Jia reached out to steady the swaying bucket and noticed the scrapes on her knee. "Why are you running so fast? What if you get hurt? Be careful of infection. Go put some medicine on yourself." When Ruoxue just chuckled and said, "I can't wait. I'll be able to eat salted roasted meat soon." Fang Jia pointed to Su Daqiang's tent. "Go and get Daqiang's frying pan. We'll boil salt over the campfire outside." After when Ruoxue placed the frying pan on the campfire, Fang Jia lifted half a bucket of seawater and poured it into the pan. The flames lit the bottom of the pot, making a soft sizzling sound. Boiling salt can't be rushed, you have to be patient. It requires several rounds of refining. He gently stirred the churning seawater with a wooden stick. Only when the water slowly evaporates will the salt crystallize. He crouched down, poking at the firewood in the fire, and adjusted the flames to a gentler temperature. The fire can't be too strong, or the salt will burn. When the water is almost gone, gently scrape off the salt crystals on the surface with a seashell. Repeat this process 4 or 5 times until the color is snow-white and smooth, and there is no strange smell. When Ruoxue squatted to the side, her eyes fixed on the gradually thickening brine in the pot. "I've got it. Brother Fang, you go ahead and get busy making the oil. Leave this to me." Fang Jia smiled, stood up, patted her on the shoulder, and turned back into the house to continue processing the moose fat. The wooden door was half open, and the rising heat mingled with the salty aroma of boiling salt outside. When Ruoxue's excited shouts occasionally drifted from outside, adding a touch of color to the campsite in the wilderness. Chapter 28: Making a Water Jar. Dusk seeped in through the cracks in the wooden windows, turning the room amber. When Risha stretched lazily, her muscles making a soft, crisp sound as she relaxed. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and let out a comfortable sigh. Where are they?" When Risha looked around, her gaze drawn to the corner of the wall. The previously empty earthenware jars are now filled to the brim with rendered moose oil. What surprised her even more was the ceramic bowl on the stove. The snow-white coarse salt was piled up like a small mountain in the bowl, shimmering with tiny sparkles. When Risha stepped forward quickly, lightly dipped her fingertips in some salt, and put them in her mouth. The salty and savory flavor spreads across the tongue, carrying a faint fragrance of herbs and plants. "It looks so fresh. I haven't tasted this flavor in a long time." "Woke up!" When Risha turned around upon hearing the voice. Fang Jia came in smiling, carrying another bowl of sea salt. "Xiaoshua's first time boiling salt, and the result is even better than I expected. How is it? Not bad, right?" He shook the ceramic bowl in his hand. "Later, I'll stir-fry some kelp with fresh oil, then sprinkle some salt on it and stew some meat. I guarantee it will be so delicious it will make your mouth water." "Okay, I'm starving after sleeping all day. Where's Ruoxue?" Fang Jie gestured towards the outside of the house with his lip. "Your sister has become addicted to boiling salt. She thinks it's fun, so she went to the beach to fetch water again. This girl also collected a lot of small seashells and seafood while fetching water, and now she has almost filled half a pot." When Risha got up and walked to the door. In the setting sun, when Ruoxue was swaying as she carried a bucket of water back home in the distance, Fang Jia quickly went to meet her and took the heavy bucket from her. "After you finish carrying this bucket, you can't go any further. It's getting late. This salt is enough for us to use for a while. We can talk about it later." When Ruoxue was a little reluctant to leave, but she still nodded obediently. "Okay. I also picked up a lot of oysters and clams. Quickly wash them and dry them while they're still fresh." The three sat around the pond, washing the small seafood in the setting sun. When Ruoxue gently pried open the oyster shell, revealing the tender meat. When Rushu carefully scrubbed the seashells, washing away the mud and sand from the crevices, Fang Jia lit a campfire, set up a pot, and poured in water. As the flames leaped up, the water in the pot gradually boiled, and the small seafood tumbled and rolled in the water. A rich, fresh aroma mingled with the smell of firewood filled the air, and when Ruoxue swallowed hard, "Smell it, how fragrant! This is a treasure I found!" When Rushu smiled and wiped the water off her face with the corner of her clothes. "Okay, great hero. You're the best." She turned to Fang Jia and asked, "Where's Brother Su? I haven't seen him." Fang Jia was stringing oysters together with a branch when he heard this and looked up into the depths of the dense forest. "He's been working hard cutting down trees. I called him for lunch, but he didn't come. He should be back by now." "Hey, speak of the devil and he appears. He's back now, isn't he?" Su Daqiang carried the axe back to the camp. His clothes were soaked with sweat, his face was covered in sawdust, and there was a fresh abrasion on his neck. "I chopped down 8 trees today. If I work one more day, the timber for building the house will be ready." Fang Jia handed him sizzling, oily oysters, his gaze sweeping over the axe marks on his shoulder. "You'd better chop up more. They'll be very useful later. We can't keep eating on rocks forever. It's getting colder. We need to make some furniture." He poked the campfire with a stick. "Keep an eye out for any thicker trees while we're working. We can go and cut them down together. If we cut down a thick one, we can make a small stool, and we can also saw planks and use wire and knives to make a table." Su Daqiang bit into an oyster, the scalding juice making him gasp. "All right. Tomorrow I'll finish chopping the wood for the house, and the day after I'll wander around a bit more. I'll only target the big trees. You don't need to worry about chopping the trees. I've already figured it out, and it's much easier now. I can handle it by myself. You should go about your business. Once you're done, just help me move the wood and build the house." "All right, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Tomorrow I'll go with the 2 sisters to collect some flat stones and rocks to pave the floor of the cabin. That will help prevent dampness and keep it warm." When Rushu rubbed her hands together and looked at Fang Jia. "You've slept all day and are full of energy. Is there anything you want me to do?" Fang Jia thought for a moment. "Could we make a large earthenware jar? Like a vat, with a wide mouth and a deep bottom, the kind that can hold a lot of water." He drew the outline of an urn on the ground with a twig. "It's getting colder and colder, and the ponds are frozen over now. It will probably be even more difficult to get water later. If we have a big urn, we can store water in advance, so we don't have to go out in the cold and have to break through the ice, which is very troublesome, especially after it snows, when it's a bit dangerous to get water." When Ruoxue leaned closer, staring at the sketch on the ground and nodding repeatedly. "Sister, I'll help you. I'm best at kneading clay." When Rushu stared at the ground, resting her chin on her hand. "I've never made such a large object before, but the principles of pottery making are all the same. It should be about the same." She raised her head and glanced at everyone. "It will take some effort, so you'll all have to lend a hand. I need your help." "No problem." Su Daqiang patted his chest and assured him. "I'll follow your orders after dinner." "Okay, let's get started after we've eaten. I can't guarantee it will work, I can only say I'll give it a try." "Oh, sis, don't be so polite. Do you think I don't know your skills? You've even won awards for your pottery. Listen to Sister Wen from now on, she's the boss tonight." Fang Jia smiled and nodded. "Okay. I'll follow Sister Wen." 3 days without food, 9 meals a day," Su Daqiang blurted out. When Rishu's beautiful eyes widened. Fang Jia quickly changed his tune. "Following Sister Wen, I can survive on 9 meals in 3 days." That's more like it." When Rishi used a twig to draw a diagram of the steps for making the urn on the sand and began to assign tasks in an orderly manner. "The first step is to find clay, and it has to be sticky enough. Ruoxue and I will go to the pond to dig mud, Daxia will be responsible for cutting thin branches and whittling them into strips, and Brother Su will go and collect some pebbles of suitable size." The 4 split up and acted separately. When Rishi led Ruoxue to dig out dark brown clay and knead it repeatedly. "You have to pick out the impurities just like kneading dough," she said as she demonstrated, removing stones and grass roots one by one. On the other side, Fang Jia wove the flexible twigs into a grid-like framework. Su Daqiang carried back the pebbles and piled them up on the ground into a small mountain. Now start shaping. Wenwushi pounded the clay into long strips and spiraled them around the tree branch framework. Following her sister's example, Wenwushi carefully layered the clay strips on top of each other, her fingertips covered in damp clay. With each layer built, Wenwushi would gently pat the outer wall with pebbles. This makes the mud layer more compact and prevents cracking. Fang Jia and the other man nodded repeatedly as they watched. When the urn reached half a person's height, Wenwushi instructed Fang Jia to use a heated wooden stick to burn 3 support legs into the bottom. Su Daqiang was responsible for adjusting the curvature of the tree branch framework. We need to leave an opening so that it's easy to fill with water. Wenwushi used a sharp seashell to flatten the top, and then repeatedly wiped the inner wall with a damp cloth. Pottery will crack if it's too dry, and won't fire properly if it's too wet. Mastering the moisture content and firing temperature is key to successful firing. Actually, many people can figure out how to shape it at a glance. The key is to master the timing of firing. Wenwushi had several people set up a fire around the pot to slowly dry out the moisture in it. When the surface of the urn turned white, the 4 of them worked together to dig an inverted cone-shaped kiln pit in the open space. The bottom was covered with firewood and straw, and the earthenware urn was suspended in the middle, surrounded by piles of wood chips and dry grass. All right, light it! Wenwushi threw the torch into the kiln pit, and flames instantly shot up. Fang Jia added firewood from time to time to keep the fire burning evenly. It needs to be fired continuously for more than 10 hours to reach the right temperature before it can be made into pottery. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces, and wisps of smoke rose from the kiln pit. Who's going to keep watch tonight? Wenwushi blinked and looked at the group. I'll do it! Su Daqiang immediately raised his hand. Sister Wen, give me a chance! I'm really sorry about what happened last night. I feel so guilty, and I kept thinking about it while I was working. I'll be on duty by myself tonight. You don't need to worry about me. Okay, look how manly Brother Su is. He can admit his mistakes and correct them, unlike some people. Wenwushi looked at Fang Jia with a teasing smile. Ahem. I originally wanted to atone for my sins, but he stole it from me. I'll just give him a chance to show off. Haha, you rascal, you got the benefit, and you're still acting innocent. Chapter 29, Wenwushi's First Kiss. Su Daqiang stared intently at Wenwushi as she demonstrated adding firewood, the flames casting flickering light on her profile. Keep an eye on your watch and add pine branches every hour. The fire shouldn't be too strong or too weak. Wenwushi poked at the kiln pit with a wooden stick, sparks flying up and then going out. If the temperature drops suddenly, the urn will crack. We must ensure that the temperature is moderate, and that the temperature difference is not too great. Su Daqiang squatted down, muttering to himself. 1 hour, add pine branches once, control the temperature difference can't be too big. Okay, got it. You've worked hard, Brother Su. Hey, it's nothing. I just felt relieved, but I'm actually quite happy. You should go to sleep. After settling his mother in, Su Daqiang wrapped himself in the moose skin Fang Jia had given him and kept watch by the kiln pit, occasionally adding a piece of firewood to the fire. The moose hide is mostly intact. After Fang Jia dried it to remove the oil, it is now clean and odorless. A whole moose hide, when unfolded, is 3 to 4 meters long and has excellent warmth retention. After washing up, Fang Jia lay on the heated kong and stretched comfortably. Wenwushi blushed and hesitated for a long time before Wenwushi finally spoke up. Great hero, turn around and close your eyes. Don't look back. What are you going to do? Are you going to give me a surprise? Fang Jia looked at the 2 sisters with suspicion. Wenwushi rolled her eyes at him and shook the earthenware pot filled with hot water in her hand. I've been working hard these past 2 days and haven't showered, so I smell terrible. I can't sleep with that sweaty smell, can I? Fang Jia licked his lips and swallowed hard. Okay, I promise I won't turn back. You look so creepy. Are you sure you're not spying on us? If you don't believe me, blindfold me. Whoever peeks is a puppy. Wenwushi smiled and said, Since you've said so, I'll believe you this once. It's cold outside, so I won't kick you out. Fang Jia nodded, turned over, and faced away from the two sisters. Behind me came the rustling sound of fabric rubbing together, mixed with the soft sound of warm water being splashed. Fang Jie stared intently at the smooth texture of the wooden house, his mind racing with various math problems. Every minute and every second was torture for the young and strong Fang Jie. You two sisters use this to test your cadres? Which cadre could withstand such a test? I don't know how much time passed, until I heard Wen Ruoxue's clear laughter from behind. All right, turn around. Fang Jie then turned around and looked at the two sisters after their bath. The two sisters had long, half-dry hair, with tiny water droplets clinging to the strands. The firelight fell on Wen Ruoxue's slightly flushed cheeks and Wen Ruoxue's radiant skin, making them look as beautiful as lotus flowers emerging from water. Fang Jie was momentarily stunned, until Wen Ruoxue approached with light steps and tapped his forehead with her fingertip. Who was it that just now confidently said whoever looks at you is a puppy? Your eyes are practically glued to us now? I didn't watch it. If you asked me, I didn't watch it. Going to sleep. You bastard! The embers from the stove cast the sisters' shadows on the wooden wall. The two sisters leaned against the stove, tilting their heads and rubbing their wet, long hair with towels. Okay, everything's cleaned up. Time for bed. As Wen Ruoxue spoke, she lifted the blanket and moved closer to Fang Jie. Seeing this, Wen Ruoxue quickly walked over and gently pushed her to the side. No, I'll sleep in the middle tonight. Fang Jie looked at her excitedly. Great, great! Xiao Ru is so thoughtful. Ruoxue sleeps like a little crab, always pressing down on people. I'm not a peaceful sleeper either. When Ruoxue raised her eyes, her gaze flickering in the firelight, a faint smile playing on her lips. Great hero, you'd better be careful. Her words made Wen Ruoxue wink and chuckle to herself. Yes, I can vouch for that. My sister can toss and turn in her sleep even more than I can. She might just lie down somewhere. Oh, it's okay, lie down anywhere. I don't mind. Wen Ruoxue chuckled softly, and the two sisters crawled into bed. Soon, Wen Ruoxue's even snoring softly echoed in the corner of the wooden house. Wen Ruoxue, who was beside Fang Jie, breathed lightly and deeply, her warm breath brushing against his ear, bringing a slight tingling sensation. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the wooden window, slanting across her serene face and outlining her full, moist lips and delicate eyelashes. Fang Jie's Adam's apple bobbed. He slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips hovering half an inch from her cheek. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gently touched that delicate skin. Wen Ruoxue's skin instantly broke out in goosebumps, her eyelashes trembled slightly, but she did not open her eyes. Fang Jie's breathing became increasingly hot, and his heartbeat could almost be heard in the quiet wooden house. He slowly approached, his warm breath gradually covering Wen Ruoxue's face. Sensing his closeness, Wen Ruoxue's eyelashes trembled violently, but her body did not try to escape. As Fang Jie's lips slowly descended, Wen Ruoxue trembled and instinctively tried to turn her head away. But Fang Jie's palm had already gently supported the back of her head, tentatively prying open her pearly teeth. Wen Ruoxue's hands, which had initially resisted, gradually lost their strength and, without her noticing, had grasped Fang Jie's hand. Their fingers intertwined, and their breathing became disordered and rapid. Just as their kiss was growing longer, Wen Ruoxue's previously even snoring suddenly stopped. Fang Jie tensed up instantly, glancing at the figure beside him out of the corner of his eye. Wen Ruoxue remained motionless, still in a sleeping position. A subtle silence seemed to hang in the air. Wen Ruoxue blushed and buried her head deeply in Fang Jie's arms. Perhaps to break the awkward silence, Wen Ruoxue started snoring again. This time, however, the rhythm of his snoring seemed a bit too deliberate. Shall we continue? Fang Jie kissed Wen Ruoxue's delicate earlobe. Go away! Wen Ruoxue gently punched his chest. You brat, you took advantage of me. This was my first kiss. I'm also a golden needle boy, you're not at a disadvantage. Really? Wen Ruoxue looked up at him expectantly. Of course, try it again if you don't believe me. No, you're hitting me in the face with your abacus beads. Go to sleep, I'm tired. After saying that, she snuggled into Fang Jie's arms and hugged his arm tightly. Fang Jie embraced her tenderly and gently patted her back. The light and shadow flickered on the three people, sealing this secret stirring in the thick darkness of the night. As the morning light once again painted the sky red, when Rishi used a long wooden stick to rake away the cooled ashes. The earthenware urn, having undergone more than 10 hours of tempering, has a rustic brownish red hue, with a fine glaze on its surface. It's a success! Brother Su, you're amazing! You didn't delay anything! When Ruoshua cheered and rushed over. When Risha stopped her, saying, Don't rush, it's still very hot. Don't touch it. The weather looks nice today, let it sit here and air dry for another day to cool down slowly. Chapter 30, Laying the Ground. Fan Jia opened the wooden door and immediately saw Su Daqiang leaning against a tree trunk, yawning. Brother Daqiang, you've worked hard. Go catch some sleep, put today's work aside for now. Su Daqiang rubbed his red eyes and grinned. It's nothing. He looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed slightly. The temperature has dropped significantly these past 2 days. The weather can change in an instant. If we delay any longer, it'll be difficult to build the house once it snows. We should hurry up and get things going before the weather changes again. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands, which were red from the cold, and breathed warm air into his palms. Then you should at least take a nap for an hour or two. I'll call you when dinner is ready. You can go cut down trees after you eat. Su Daqiang responded and dragged his feet toward the tent. The broth in the pot was bubbling away. When Ruoshua stirred it gently, picked up a piece of fatty and lean smoked meat, and swallowed hard, her mouth watering. Sister, is it broth again today? When Rishu tossed a few pieces of kelp into the pot and sighed helplessly. The instant noodles we had stored are all gone, and there's not much ham left either. All that's left is this dried meat. Fang Jia squatted down and said, You can't eat like this all the time. Eating only meat is hard for your stomach to digest, it can easily cause constipation. It's not good for your health either. It's getting colder and colder, and the fish have all moved to the deeper waters. You can't even see a fish in the pond. When Rishu stared blankly at the bubbling meat in the pot. I've been so busy building houses, installing Kong beds, making pottery, and boiling salt lately that I haven't had time to go deep into the forest to find something to eat. Luckily, you killed the moose a couple of days ago. Otherwise, we'd be starving now. Her voice carried a hint of anxiety. Right now we only have plenty of meat, but we have no grains, fruits, vegetables, or seasonings at all. Fish are also hard to catch now. Fan Jia thought for a moment and said, Let's make do for one more day. Today we'll pave the ground first. Tomorrow I'll take you for a walk in the woods to see if we can find any wild fruit. Shwer, go and call Daqiang to come eat. He doesn't want to rest. He still wants to keep cutting down trees. When Ruoshua nodded and walked towards Su Daqiang's tent. After finishing his meal, Su Daqiang picked up his axe and headed outside, saying, Let's chop down a few more trees while the sun's still high. Don't call me for lunch. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared into the withered woods outside the camp. Fan Jia tucked the bone knife into his belt and turned to the Wind Sisters. Let's go find some stones. We'll find some flat ones that will hold the ground firmly when we pave it. When Ruoshua picked up the woven rattan basket, the three searched along a dry stream. A cold wind swept across the dried-up stream bed. Fan Jia kicked away the ice on the surface, bent down, and used a bone knife to pry open the rock layer. The shale layer is here. When Ruoshua squatted down, her fingertips tracing the cracks in the stones, and gently pried off the loose stone. This one is well-shaped, perfect for paving the ground. When Rishu sorted the shale according to the size of the stones the two had broken off. Fan Jia laid out the 3 baskets side by side, filled them, and then carefully tied them together with vines. You guys keep picking them up, I'll carry them back. The heavy basket weighed him down, causing him to hunch slightly, but he still walked steadily toward the camp. On his way to and from the stream, he made a detour to collect smooth pebbles from the riverbank, as these small stones could fill the gaps between the shale rocks. When the sun reached its zenith, Fan Jia unloaded the last basket of stones. He straightened up and rubbed his aching back. Looking at the neatly stacked shale slabs in the camp and the dense cobblestones underfoot, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Ruoshua squatted down beside the pile of stones and counted, Is this enough to cover the entire floor of the wooden house? Yes, more than enough. Let's start after we finish eating. In the afternoon, The three of them began laying the floor. Fan Jia first laid the larger stones flat at the bottom and tamped them down with his feet, so that the bottom is stable and the top won't wobble. As he spoke, he pieced together the shale slabs according to their size and shape, slowly assembling them like building blocks. When you encounter a gap, stuff it in with smooth pebbles. When Ruoxue squatted down beside him, imitating Fan Jia, and neatly arranged the shale slabs one by one, occasionally looking up to ask, "Is it okay to put this one here?" When Ruoxue followed behind, filling the gaps at the joints with mortar. The three worked together seamlessly, and quickly covered the ground perfectly. When Ruoxue skipped and hopped around twice, her shoes making a crisp sound as they hit the shale slab. Very sturdy. Not damp at all. Much better than the wet ground before. Fan Jia took the clay mortar handed to him by Wen Wuxiu and carefully filled the gaps in the stone slabs with a bone knife. After all the construction was completed, opened the small window of the wooden house. The cold wind blew in, quickly dispelling the damp, muddy smell. The two sisters looked at the wooden house with satisfaction. A sturdy and warm shelter, an endless supply of meat, and a pond right outside the door. Basic survival is assured. The next step is to improve our quality of life. Fan Jia looked at the two of them and asked, "What are your thoughts? How do you want to improve your quality of life?" When Ruoxue tilted her head and pondered for a while. "At least we need to get some other food, and a set of tables and chairs. That way, it'll be easier when we eat. Ideally, we could also get a few new outfits to wear." That's wishful thinking. The first two things are manageable, but the last one is impossible. Come on, since we're free now, I'll take you to the beach to search for treasure. There's nothing to do at the campsite. Open the door and let the floor air out. Tonight, just move the urns in and fill them with water. When Ruoxue glanced at the goat tied to the big tree next to the wooden house. Why don't we take it for a walk? Let it eat some grass and drink some water. Let it relax a bit. Great! People keep cats and dogs, but I've never seen anyone keep sheep as pets. Let sisters follow the trend. When Ruoxue untied the goat and led it over. After several days of captivity, it lost much of its wildness. Fan Jia casually tore off a few handfuls of dry grass and watched it lower its head to chew. He led it to the edge of a pond covered with a thin layer of ice. The goat drank obediently, its tail occasionally brushing against his trouser leg. Hee hee, not bad, it can be tamed. If it can be tamed, we'll keep raising it. We'll only consider taking it again when we run out of meat. Don't you dare touch it, it's our newest member. My sister and I's pet. Its name is Xiaofang. When Ruoxue grinned and snatched the vine from Fan Jia's hand. How dare you, you traitor! You actually named a sheep after my surname. When Ruoxue covered her mouth and laughed. You're overthinking it. The Xiaofang we're talking about isn't the fawn you're referring to, but the Xiaofang with the thick, long braid. This goat is female. Fan Jia. The group walked along the winding path toward the sea. When Ruoxue chased after the frolicking lambs, pulling on the vines. When Ruoxue followed behind, constantly reminding him. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Fan Jia stopped beside a trap. The animal trail, which used to be covered with animal claw marks, was now frozen solid, with only a few withered leaves swirling in the cold wind. He crouched down and used his bone knife to pry open the noose covered in a thin layer of frost, but there was no movement on it. Is it because of the cold weather? The animals are less active, he muttered to himself. There aren't even any scraps of fur left, and they don't even come here to drink water anymore? When Ruoxue led the sheep closer and asked, could it be because it's cold and all the animals are hiding in their caves? Yes, that's possible. Animals aren't very active in winter. But some small animals do appear quite often, like squirrels and rabbits. If you encounter a squirrel, don't scare it away. You could try to rob it. Chapter 31, 100 Years of Confident Life. Brother Jia, do you think robbing a squirrel is really possible? Of course it can work. These little creatures are very clever. After autumn arrives, they start hiding nuts all over the forest. They have the habit of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, tree holes, rock crevices, grass nests, and they will even dig holes under the frozen ground to bury their food. Aren't you greedy? If you encounter a squirrel, remember not to disturb it. Follow it from a distance and watch where it hides its food. Wait until it leaves before you rob it. Sometimes you can find half a basket of pine cones in a tree hole, and if you're lucky, you can even find dried berries. When Ruoxue nodded excitedly. That's a great idea. Being a squirrel robber is much easier than searching aimlessly all over the mountains. In that case, we've become capitalists. It's our beast of burden. Well, your perspective on things is quite novel. These kinds of cattle and horses are hard to find. They're smart, they won't hide everything in one place. Robbing one requires luck. When Ruoxue nodded. I've never encountered a squirrel before. I'll try your method when I do. The group chatted as they walked to the beach. They walked along the wet sand. When Ruoxue had bent down and rummaged through the sand, her nose red from the cold. Strange, I could find seashells yesterday. Why can't I see them now? When Ruoxue squatted down beside him and poked at the surface sand with a twig, only to find a few pieces of dry seaweed. Fang Jie shook the sand out of his boots and pointed to the jagged rocks in the distance. Don't waste your energy. With the weather getting colder, shellfish and small crabs have all hidden in the crevices of the rocks, and clams under the sand have burrowed even deeper. They're getting harder and harder to find. The intertidal zone in the reef area is their hiding place, and it is easiest to find them when the tide is out. The Wen sisters immediately perked up and jogged after them, carrying their wicker baskets. After passing several clumps of thorny corals, a large expanse of gray-black reefs came into view. Fang Jie gestured for the two to be quiet. Deep in the crevice of the rocks, several small, dark red crabs were waving their pincers, their shells still covered with bits of seaweed. Several small crabs huddled together, their bluish-gray claws flailing restlessly. Quickly, get the wicker basket! Before he finished speaking, when Ruoxue had already squatted down beside him and opened the basket. Fang Jie caught them with lightning speed. When Ruoxue held up the wooden spear and gently poked at another rock. Suddenly, a snail with a purple glowing shell poked its head out from the crack in the rock, its tentacles twitching sensitively. She held her breath and carefully used the wooden spear to wed the screw. She reached out to grab it, but her fingertip was suddenly pinched by the claw, causing her to gasp in pain. Ouch, this thing is fiercer than a crab. It hurts so much when it pinches. Fang Jie quickly came over and put the snails into his basket. He put Wen Ruoxue's fingers in his mouth and gently sucked on them. What are you doing? Are we that close? You're trying to take advantage of me right away. Wen Ruoxue looked at Fang Jie with a smile in her eyes. Don't you know how well we know each other? Be careful, this stuff is poisonous. Although the toxicity is very mild, it's still necessary to deal with it. As evening approached, the sea breeze grew stronger. Let's go, it's getting cold. We need to go back. Fang Jie looked at the basket on his back and nodded in satisfaction. The wicker basket was already crammed with menacing crabs, glistening conches, and a few mud skippers. When Ruoxue poked the crabs crawling sideways in the basket with her finger. You dare to be so arrogant! If you dare to pinch me, I'll cook you when we get back. Fang Jie looked at her with a face full of question marks. If I remember correctly, the crab didn't do anything to you, did it? Hee, I don't dare touch that snail. I'll just vent my anger on it. Fang Jie sighed. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. What about the two women? When Ruoxue squeezed between the two. What are the two women's hearts? That's a good question, just like the three of us right now, Fang Jie said, looking at the two sisters. If handled well, it's a joy in life. If handled poorly, it leads to utter ruin. Don't you agree? When Ruoxue took his arm and asked, So, do you think you're confident you can handle this? When Ruoxue looked at him with a half-smile. Xiaoru, you know me. I've always been a confident person. As Fang Jie spoke, he turned to face the sea. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his arms, and embraced the cold wind and waves. With confidence, I will live 100 years. I will roam freely across 90,000 miles. When Ruoxue walked to his side and shouted loudly, May I be like a star and you like the moon, shining brightly together every night. Ah, this. When Ruoxue walked awkwardly to Fang Jie's side. The environment and the mood are all right. Logically, I should recite a poem. But I just can't. I work for a cultural company. Ha ha ha, you idiot. You called me an idiot again. I'll beat you to death, Xiao Fang, bite him! The three of them walked back, stepping on the broken waves. When Ruoxua balanced the wicker basket on her head, and the crab claws would occasionally poke out, making her giggle. Back at the camp, the two sisters began preparing a meal. Fang Jia looked at the condition of the wooden house floor. The ground dried well, without cracking or becoming damp, and everything went smoothly. Smoke curled up from the chimneys, blown into crooked lines by the wind. The campfire crackled, crabs in the iron pot sizzled and bubbled, and mud skippers dripped oil. When Risha added a pine branch to the fire, saying, "I wonder when Brother Su will be back. He's working too hard." Just then, Su Daqiang stumbled back, a bump on his head resembling a small hat. "Damn it, this is a ghost!" He threw down his axe, grabbed his water bag and gulped down the water. "When I was cutting down trees this afternoon, something kept falling down, like rain. I couldn't see anything when I looked up at the trees." Su Daqiang slumped down beside the fire, grimacing as he rubbed the swollen bump. "What did you use to smash it?" Fang Jie got up and walked towards him. "I didn't notice either, it was probably just some pieces of wood or something. I couldn't see what hit me from the tree from below. The branches were shaking violently, like something was flapping around on them." Fang Jie crouched down and carefully examined the wound by the firelight. Several reddish bruises had fine scratch marks around their edges, resembling shapes made by being smashed by the hard shell of a pine cone. He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then chuckled softly. "You've probably run into a squirrel that's guarding its food. The tree you cut down was probably its den where it stored its food. That's why it's trying to drive you away." When Ruoxua sidled up to the fire, "Shall we go and snatch the pine cones now?" She could almost see the tree hollow filled with nuts beckoning to her. Fang Jia raised his hand and pressed down on her shoulder, shaking his head and saying, "It's too dark at night, and the squirrel's nest is in the treetop. Falling down is no joke." He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go with Brother Daqiang tomorrow morning. We can help cut down trees and collect some tolls along the way." When Risha handed over the golden brown mud skipper, "Eat first, you'll have the strength to take revenge when you're full." Everyone burst into laughter. Su Daqiang took a big bite of fish and mumbled indistinctly, "Tomorrow I'm going to wreck that little bastard's lair. He gave me a good beating today." Chapter 32, Robbing the Squirrel. Fang Jia and Su Daqiang carried the newly made pottery urn into the wooden house and placed it in a flat corner. Fang Jia carried the bucket back and forth several times, and finally, fine ripples appeared on the surface of the water in the urn. After everyone finished washing up, they lay down. Fang Jia, however, tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was still early, not even 8 o'clock. I hadn't done much heavy work these past 2 days, so I didn't feel very tired. In a daze, he remembered the books in his suitcase. He reached into the suitcase and took out a few books from inside. "This book is useful. It's called Wilderness Survival Guide. It contains all sorts of survival tips, as well as animal and plant illustrations. Especially plant illustrations. This is Fang Jia's weakness. He was not good at identifying many medicinal herbs and edible wild fruits in the wild. The book's cover was wrinkled, and when it was opened, several dried fern specimens fell out with a whoosh. "So this herb is called serrated amaranth, and it can be ground up and used as flour." Fang Jia leaned closer to the oil lamp, his fingertips tracing the hand-drawn illustrations on the book pages. Next to a plant that resembles a dandelion, it is marked highly poisonous, in red pen, and a skull is drawn on its rootstock. "This is called purple vine, and it's poisonous." Fang Jia was engrossed in reading it, flipping through the pages repeatedly. The sound startled Wenrishu, who was standing nearby. She groggily opened her eyes. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Fang Jia closed the book and placed it on the edge of the calm, heated brick bed. "I'm going to sleep now. I just studied a bit. Tomorrow I'll take this book with me and identify different plants along the way. Let's see if any of them are useful to us." Wenrishu's cheeks flushed slightly as she forcefully pushed Fang Jia down onto the calm, a heated brick bed. "Now you're pretending to be cultured. Why don't you study earlier or later? Now that everyone's asleep, you're putting on that book-obsessed act. Lie down and go to sleep." As soon as Fang Jia lay down, Wenrishu snuggled into his arms. He smiled and looked down at Wenrishu. Can't you sleep without me by your side? Wenwushi nodded gently, pressing her face against his chest. Yes, I'm used to having you by my side, otherwise I feel empty inside. Upon hearing this, Fang Jie felt a warmth in his heart and hugged Wenwushi tightly, gently kissing her forehead and saying, From now on I will always be with you, so that you won't feel empty inside. A smile appeared on Wenwushi's lips as she found a more comfortable position in his arms. Soon, even breathing filled the quiet wooden cabin. Fang Jie looked at Wenwushi sleeping soundly, then glanced at the Island Survival Guide beside him. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the group followed Su Daqiang into the woods. As you step into the depths of the dense forest, the decaying leaves rustle under your feet. Su Daqiang tied his mother's hands to a tree nearby. He led the three men to the place where the trees were cut down. When Wenwushi stood on tiptoe and counted the tree trunks. 22. Brother Su, you're amazing! You cut down more than a dozen trees all by yourself in one day. Hey, it's no big deal. Go slow at first, and you'll get faster as you get the hang of it and the strength. Su Daqiang pointed his rough fingers at the old pine tree in front of him, its canopy like an umbrella. That's the tree! I just chopped it twice yesterday, and the pine cones are raining down. As everyone looked up, they could vaguely see a dark shadow darting about among the layers of branches. Fang Jie stroked the fresh bite marks on the tree trunk, where the peeling bark revealed fine pine cone remnants. The bark has been gnawed on, and the hole where it hid the pine cones should be on it. He turned and scanned the crowd. Who among you can climb a tree? Several people shook their heads. Then I'll go up. Fang Jie tied the vine around his waist and secured the other end of the rope to a thick tree root. You guys stay down there and provide cover. If there's any movement, I'll pull the rope. You guys stay back a bit, and I'll throw the spoils down. He used both his hands and feet to climb up the tree trunk. With each step upwards, a rustling, restless sound could be heard overhead. A pair of vigilant eyes were watching his every move. Just as Fang Jie's palm touched the protruding burrow, the furry figure rushed towards him with a strong gust of wind. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the squirrel's fluffy tail, while his other hand quickly gripped the back of its neck. The little guy squealed and kicked wildly, his two front teeth almost biting his wrist. Catch it! I'm going to put it down, don't let it escape. Fang Jie, half suspended between the branches, lifted the squirrel that was struggling desperately and lowered it down. When Wenwushi stood on tiptoe to catch it, only to have her face covered in saliva from the squirrel. Su Daqiang quickly pulled over a tree root and tied the squirrel's kicking hind legs in a few quick movements. The gray-furred little guy was thrown into a pile of dry grass, where it angrily covered its head with its tail, leaving only its twitching nose showing. Fang Jie continued climbing upwards. Finally, I found a rough opening deep in the tree canopy. As you part the moss covering the surface, a warm current of aromas mixed with pine resin and nuts wafts out. Hazelnuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts are stacked in layers. Hidden at the very bottom were a few wild hawthorns covered in ice crystals, their gleaming alluring in the dim tree hollow. Fang Jie tugged at the vine, and the signal was received below. He threw handfuls of nuts down from the tree. Hazelnuts and pine nuts fell with a crackling sound. When Wenwushi, holding the wicker basket, stood on tiptoe to catch the chestnuts. A chestnut fell and hit her on the head, but she didn't care about the pain. Oh my! They're so big! They look even better than the ones we usually buy at the nut shop. This little squirrel has good taste. When Wenwushi squatted on the ground, frantically gathering the nuts that had rolled away, muttering, Don't run away, don't run away. Su Daqiang tore off his clothes to use as a pocket, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Throw it here! Throw it here! Throw it here! The three of them were busy running around under the tree, nuts crackling and popping onto their clothes and into their baskets, and some even rolling into the grass. When Fang Jie slid down carrying the wild grapes, the nuts on the ground were piled up like a small mountain. When Wenwushi grabbed a handful of pine nuts and scattered them into the air. Now we'll have something to eat for the winter. Roasted pine nuts, boiled chestnuts. All we need now is a phone to watch dramas. Fang Jie carefully wiped the wild grapes with the corner of his clothes, picked out the plumpest ones, and gently fed them to Wenwushi and Wenwushi. Try it. It tastes great. The sisters' eyes lit up instantly as the grapes entered their mouths. When Ruoxue chewed and mumbled, "It's delicious, but there's only a little bit. I don't want to eat more." The bound squirrel was so anxious that it rolled around on the ground, its tail whipping the dry grass around, and its squeaking became hoarse. Fang Jia waved his hand at Su Daqiang. "Untie it, don't make things difficult for it. You've already gotten your revenge. It hid you, and we took it. An eye for an eye." Su Daqiang squatted down, muttering as he emptied his clothes. "Shouldn't we leave it some? If we take it all, won't it starve to death in the winter?" "Don't worry." Fang Jia picked up a pine nut and tossed it around. "Squirrels are clever. They won't keep all their resources in one place. They must have plenty hidden elsewhere right now, so they won't go hungry." Su Daqiang's eyes darted around, and he rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. "Then why don't we just take all of its other granaries as well?" Fang Jia chuckled. "What are you thinking? After all that commotion today, it'll turn tail and run as soon as it sees us. Even if you follow it, it won't go back to its lair no matter how many times it goes around in circles. It'll just lead you around everywhere." Chapter 33: A Bumper Harvest. As soon as the tree roots were untied, the little squirrel darted into the bushes, its tail still covered in bits of grass. It peeked out from behind a tree, its dark eyes glaring fiercely at everyone, its whiskers trembling with anger, as if it were holding a grudge. Fang Jia waved to it, and the squirrel turned and jumped onto the tree to leave. Su Daqiang picked up his axe, ready to continue chopping down the tree, but Fang Jia quickly stopped him. "Don't cut this tree down. Look, the bark is cracked in several places, there are many holes in the tree, and the wood is already hollow. It won't even last long to burn as firewood." He reached out and patted the tree trunk. "Find another solid one. It'll be more durable if we carry it back." Su Daqiang slung the axe over his shoulder and said, "All right. This forest is huge, we won't have trouble finding a tree." He pointed to a patch of low bushes not far away. "When I came here to cut down trees, I saw some red berries growing over there. I tasted a couple, they were sweet and sour and quite delicious. I'm not going home for lunch, I'm just here with my mom to find something to eat. But I don't know much about them, so I didn't dare pick too many to take back. Why don't you take a look if you're passing by?" Fang Jia's eyes lit up, and he pulled out Wilderness Survival Guide from his pocket and patted it. "That's perfect. Let's take the book and identify the fruit." Su Daqiang carried the axe and helped his mother walk deeper into the dense forest, the dry branches under their feet crunching underfoot. "Let's go! Let's try our luck in the low-lying area Brother Su mentioned." The three of them walked through layers of bushes, and a wide, low-lying area suddenly appeared before them. A cold wind swept across the withered yellow grass, revealing various plants hidden among the branches and leaves. When Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise, parting the dry grass, "Look! This whole area is full of them! So many! So colorful! I can't believe there are still so many plants outdoors that can withstand the cold in winter." Fang Jia opened the Wilderness Survival Guide and scanned the dense text with his eyes. He compared the shapes and colors in the book and carefully identified the various plants around him. "This is taro. I recognize it without even looking at a book. It's my favorite food." When Ruoxue squatted on the ground and waved happily at Fang Jia. Fang Jia nodded, confirming that the taro was indeed fine. When Ruoxue put down her basket, "There are quite a few here. Schwer, give me the wooden spears, I'll dig them all out." Fang Jia looked up and picked a bunch of bright red berries. "Are these the firethorn berries mentioned in the book?" His eyes lit up after comparing the illustrations in the book. "That's right. Although firethorn berries have more seeds than flesh, they are high in vitamins. Drying them, grinding them into powder, and mixing them into bread can increase the sweetness." "And this?" Fang Jia used his bone knife to pry open the thorns, and several clusters of brownish-red fruits, curved like canes, hung down. "Hovinia dulcis. It may not look impressive, but it has an extremely high sugar content. It tastes sweet and refreshing when chewed, and it can be dried and used to make wine. Brother Jia, come and see this! I found something good." When Ruoxue had brushed aside the withered grass covered with a thin layer of frost, revealing several oval-shaped rhizomes, Fang Jia's fingers quickly swept across the page. "It's really good stuff. This is cassava. It's high in starch, so you can grind it into flour and bake cakes. He used a bone knife to peel off the skin, revealing the snow-white flesh. But the book says it contains cyanogenic glycosides, so you have to peel it, soak it in clean water for a few days, change the water every day, and then cook it thoroughly before you can eat it. That's all right. We'll dig them all out, there's plenty of time to soak them. She looked up at the ceiling, stood up, and picked a bunch of red berries. Are these hawthorns? Fang Jia nodded. That's right. It's the hawthorn we usually eat. It's rich in vitamin C, and eating it directly is an appetizer. If you can find honey, it's a perfect match. Fang Jia continued walking forward, turning the pages of the book. Push aside the thorny bushes, and a cluster of small, purplish-black fruits hangs from the branches. The spicy aroma instantly filled the air as he crushed the meat with his fingers. Mountain pepper! Sprinkle a handful when grilling meat to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. He then looked at the plant with silver-edged green leaves growing in the cracks of the rocks. You can also pick some perilla leaves and add a few when cooking fish soup. They'll warm you up and add a nice aroma. When Rishu excitedly gathered things around in a wicker basket. Wow, our words come true! We just said we needed something, and it appeared right away. Aren't we rich? We have grain, fruit, and seasonings. If we could find some wild vegetables, it would be perfect. When Rashua wiped the sweat from her forehead and laughed. This land is practically a granary hidden by God. But it's fortunate that you have this book, Brother Jia. Otherwise, we'd be begging for food even with a golden bowl in our hands. We might not even know what it is or what it's for. Fan Jia closed the guidebook and looked at the ingredients covering the mountains and fields, feeling much more at ease. With the right use of knowledge, even a cold winter on a deserted island can be transformed into a sumptuous feast. You two sisters should be careful when picking them, don't hurt yourselves. I'll take care of carrying them. I'll take the nuts and what you've picked back first. Okay, thank you for your hard work. When Rishu waved to him, and then happily dug again. The three figures moved nimbly among the low bushes. Fang Jia carried a bulging wicker basket on his back, which was stuffed full of taro, cassava and nuts. The heavy weight made my shoulders ache. He traveled back and forth between the two places, dumping his harvest in the wooden house, and then hurriedly returned to the low-lying area. The twin sisters squatted in the weeds, oblivious to the fact that their fingertips were red from the cold. When Rishi used a wooden spear to dig through the frozen soil and unearthed round taro roots. When Roshu had tiptoed to pick bunches of firethorn berries, popping a couple into her mouth every now and then. The sweet and sour juice made her squint and laugh. Sister, these firethorn berries really look like little walking sticks. No wonder they're called firethorn berries. She waved the fruit in her hand. Brother Jia said we can dry it and use it to make wine. Once we've saved enough, we can drink our own homemade wine for the new year. That's awesome. When Risha nodded. The hero really didn't lie to us. We're practically on an island vacation now. When Fang Jia turned back for the third time, he saw Su Daqiang carrying an axe and passing by the wooden house. Good heavens! Su Daqiang stared wide-eyed at the mountain of ingredients piled on the ground. Are you three trying to hollow out this forest? How come there's so much? Are you sure all of this is safe? Fang Jia patted him on the shoulder. It's safe, don't worry. I checked everything carefully before bringing it back to make sure there were no problems. Awesome! Su Daqiang gave a thumbs up. I cut down 3 thick trees today. I think that should be enough to make some tables and chairs. How about we stop here? It must be hard for you to carry them back and forth by yourself. I'll help you carry them. Fang Jia nodded. Okay, 3 trees will be enough. Let's get on with the important business now. No one was in the mood to come back and cook lunch. Everyone was very enthusiastic and tried their best to store more supplies for the future. Su Daqiang only picked some jujubes for his mother to eat. As dusk deepened, the group finally finished their day of harvesting. Fang Jia shouldered a basket of perilla and wild hawthorn, and looked back at the low-lying area. The withered yellow grass swayed gently, as if telling the story of this unexpected bumper harvest. Chapter 34: Building a House for Su Daqiang. The wooden house was filled with the harvest, both inside and out. Cassava and taro were piled up into a small mountain. Hazelnuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts are packed in wicker baskets. clusters of firethorn berries hung in the corner of the wall. Apart from the calm, heated brick bed and stove, which barely provided enough space to stand, all the other gaps were completely filled, and even opening and closing the wooden door required turning sideways. When Ruoshu had tiptoed and hung a bundle of perilla leaves on the roof beam, then turned and smiled. "If we add a little more stuff, we'll have to add a second floor to the wooden house." The remaining wild fruits and seasonings were moved into the tent that Su Dachiang had set up. "All right, let's just leave it there for now. You two sisters can continue tidying up tomorrow. Dachiang and I will go and move wood to build a house for them. If there's any extra wood after the house is built, we'll build a small storage room. That way it won't be so cramped. Okay, let's make do for tonight." Before going to bed at night, the Wen sisters lay side by side on the kang, a heated brick bed. The clean Japanese jujubes in the porcelain bowls before them gleamed with a dark red luster. The firethorn berries were round and plump, translucent in the firelight. When Ruoshu comfortably crossed her snow-white legs, took a bite of the sweet and sour firethorn berry, turned her head and shouted to Fangjia, who was arranging books. "Great hero! With so many books, you can't let this young lady get so bored that she counts the roof beams, can you? Quickly pick one up and tell me a story." Fangjia walked over and tapped her forehead. "You're getting a little carried away. Do you think you're some kind of landlady? I'm here heating the stove and adding firewood for you, and you're just lying there eating fruit and listening to my stories." "Oh, brother Jia." When Ruoshu rolled over and lay down on the bed, her hair hanging messily on the kang. "We finally found so much food, shouldn't we have some fun tonight? Just tell me one." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Fangjia's sleeve, shaking it slightly. Fangjia said with dissatisfaction, "There are many ways to have fun, why don't you tell me to have some fun?" When Ruoshu gave him a flirtatious wink. "How do you want to have fun? Isn't my sister enough for you? You hug a beautiful woman every night, and she even kisses you out of the blue." When Ruoshu pinched Fangjia. "How did she know? Did you tell her?" "Hiss, who are you asking? Why would I tell her? It must be because you were moaning that night and your sister heard you. You're not allowed to talk anymore, quickly tell her a story," when Ruoshu ordered fiercely. Fangjia smiled helplessly and pulled out a thick volume of the 24 histories. He stroked the spine of the book and sighed. The owner of this box was truly like Confucius with a sword at his waist, skilled in both literature and martial arts. He knew how to survive in the wild and also carried history books. What a pity! Fangjia turned the yellowed pages of the book, looked at a couple of pages and hesitated. Most of these are about dynastic changes, wars and power struggles. What stories are suitable for a little girl? What do you want to hear? A love story! When Ruoshu immediately perked up, propping her chin up and gazing at him expectantly. Tell me about a handsome man and a beautiful woman who go through countless hardships to be together. There aren't that many romantic tales in history, Fangjia said, both amused and exasperated, as he casually flipped through the pages. However, there is an idiom story called Wei Xing embracing the pillar. It tells of an ancient man named Wei Xing who made an appointment to meet his beloved under a bridge. However, the woman did not come, and the river swelled. To keep his promise, Wei Xing clung tightly to the bridge pillar and refused to leave, eventually drowning. Huh! This counts as a love story? That's too tragic. When Ruoshu's eyes widened. And then what happened? There's no later, this is more like a fable. Fangjia closed the book. This story teaches us that we should keep our promises, but we also need to be flexible. Alright, now that you've heard the story, it's time to sleep. We still need to find food tomorrow. When Ruoshu pouted and muttered, disappointing, but still obediently lay down. The room was warm and cozy, and with the crackling of firewood, the three of them gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Fangjia and Su Dachiang carried axes and headed into the woods. The heavy tree trunk lay across the pile of fallen leaves, and the two men chopped the wood into suitable lengths. After the timber was cut, the two looked at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. Fangjia held the middle of a log tightly with both hands, while Su Dachiang lifted the other end. The two of them lifted the log with a single effort and walked steadily toward the camp. Although the wood was heavy, the two of them had done a lot of physical labor on a regular basis, so they were able to support it. They made countless trips between the woods and the camp, and although each trip was arduous, no one complained of being tired. After they had transported the 20-odd logs to the camp, the Wind sisters rushed over to greet them. "Hurry up and have some water to quench your thirst. You two are amazing. You carried them all back in just one morning." Fang Jie and Su Daqiang took the water and drank it in big gulps. "This afternoon, it's those 3 thick ones. I need to take a saw with me. I can only carry them back after they'd been cut. 2 people can't lift them." When Rishu hurriedly went back into the house, found the saw, and handed it to Fang Jie. Fang Jie filled his water bag with water and put a handful of jujubes into his pocket. "We won't eat lunch, you guys figure out what to do. We'll try to get all the timber back today." When Ruoxue quickly grabbed him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Take your time." Fang Jie shook his head and asked her to check the weather. "The sky has been overcast since I woke up this morning, and the wind has gradually picked up. We have to race against time now, the weather forecast is coming soon. We must get the house built before it snows. Otherwise, the elderly will suffer." Su Daqiang looked at Fang Jie gratefully. "Brother, what can I say? Thank you. We don't need to talk about this. Haven't you been helping me all along? Let's go. Let's do it." The 2 men then picked up their axes and left the camp. When Risha shook her head helplessly. "Sai, let him go. He has a point. Su Daqiang helped us build the house. We can't be careless when it comes to his affairs. Su Daqiang is a good person. Isn't he a nice guy at work?" When Ruoxue pouted. "I didn't say I wouldn't help him, I just felt sorry for Fang Jie." "Fine, if you don't care, I won't either. Let's just focus on our own things and try not to hold them back." The 2 sisters were busy organizing supplies. When Rishu sorted the cassava by size, deftly sliced open the rough skin with a bone knife, and rolled the snow-white cassava flesh into the vine basket beside her. When Ruoxue tiptoed to pick the firethorn berries from the roof beam, picked the dark red berries one by one into the earthenware jar, and occasionally stole a couple, her eyes squinting from the sourness. "Let's go to the pond and make a pit. These cassava will need to soak for at least 3 days, and we don't have a big enough container. Let's just dig a pit." The 2 sisters used wooden spears and bone knives to dig a square pit half a meter deep by the pond, and reinforced it with stones. The clear, cool water was poured into the pit, creating tiny ripples. When Rishu soaked all the peeled cassava in water, and then carefully tied them up with vines to prevent them from floating away. After finishing the main course, the 2 sisters started preparing the seasonings. The perilla leaves were spread out one by one to dry on the ground. Following Fang Jie's method, when Ruoxue put the mountain pepper fruits into a rough earthenware jar and gently crushed them with a smooth stone. Finally, there were the supplies in Su Daqiang's tent. The 2 sisters carried out the pottery jars and wicker baskets one by one. When Rishu carefully inspected each ingredient, picking out the damp hazelnuts and drying them again. When Ruoxue tiptoed and hung the string of jujubes on the beam of the wooden house, humming an off-key tune. Once all the supplies were put away, the once messy tent became empty. Inside the wooden house, ingredients were neatly arranged, nuts were piled up in the corner to dry, and even the spice jars next to the stove were arranged in an orderly fashion. When Ruoxue clapped her hands, looking at the newly renovated camp. "Sister, we've cleaned up even better than a wealthy family. Brother Jie and Brother Su will be so happy when they get back." When Rishu smiled and patted her younger sister's head. Chapter 35, The Blizzard Arrives. As the sun gradually set, Fang Jie and Su Daqiang, panting heavily, finally managed to carry the last piece of timber into the camp. At this moment, their arms ached and their shoulders were chafed raw, but they still did not stop working. The 2 squatted beside the pile of wood, intently using an axe and a bone knife to polish the raised areas on the surface of the wood. The Wind sisters came out of the wooden house. "Brother Jie, come and see how we've done the cleaning." When Ruoxue pulled Fang Jie up, wanting to show off her success. Fang Jie followed her into the house to take a look. The room had been tidied up neatly by them. The wild fruits were neatly arranged and sorted, and the dried firethorn berries and perilla leaves emitted a faint fragrance. When Risha added some water to the stone pit where the cassava was soaking, and the clean cassava floated on the surface of the water. "You've tidied up the house so well. You two are really good housekeepers." Fang Jie straightened up and looked at them with admiration. The cassava is soaked just right, it doesn't take up much space, and it's easy to change the water. Kudos to you guys. When Ruoxue raised her head in satisfaction. You have good taste. My sister and I are very virtuous. We even tidied up everything in Brother Su's tent. After everyone had a quick bite to eat, they got back to work. Fang Jie directed Su Daqiang to move the tent to the side, while he led the two sisters to clear the foundation for building the house. Under the moonlight, the three men, carrying tools, carefully cleared away the pebbles and weeds from the ground and tamped down the foundation. After moving the tents, Su Daqiang went to polish the remaining wood. Everyone worked until late at night. Fang Jie inspected the foundation and the timber. That's good enough. Everything is ready. As long as there's no bad weather tomorrow, we should be able to build the house smoothly. When Ruoxue walked over carrying a bundle of thatch. Brother Jie, can you really build the wooden house in one day? Fang Jie nodded. Don't worry, it'll work. This wooden house isn't big, and we don't need a heated kong, a traditional heated platform bed. We just need a stove for cooking and heating. If we divide the work, it'll definitely be fine. Brother Daqiang will be in charge of loading the wood, you and Shiru will help pass the wood, and I'll do the mortise and tenon joints. Su Daqiang smilingly. Okay, whatever you say. We'll start working as soon as it's light every day and try to move in as soon as possible. Fang Jie stood up, dusted himself off, and said, All right, let's start working as soon as it's light. As long as everyone works together, we can definitely finish this wooden house before sunset. The group nodded and hurried off to rest. As soon as I lay down, the day's fatigue washed over me like a tidal wave. Everyone quickly drifted off to sleep. Su Daqiang pulled an animal skin over his shoulders in the makeshift tent, and his thunderous snoring mingled with the night wind. The sky was just beginning to lighten, at 5 o'clock in the morning. Su Daqiang had already crawled out of the tent, his body covered in dew. He rubbed his frozen hands and gently knocked on the wooden house. Time to get up. It's windy today. A few snowflakes have fallen, we need to get to work. There was a rustling sound inside. When Ruoxue rubbed her eyes and peeked out, saying, Brother Su, you're more punctual than a rooster. As dawn broke, the four men were already at their respective posts beside the foundation. Fang Jie held a bone chisel and precisely carved a mortise at the end of the wood. Su Daqiang swung his axe and rammed the wooden stake into the foundation. The Wen sisters carried the logs back and forth, helping out on both sides. Raise it up another half finger on the left. Fang Jie examined the tilt of the pillar, and quickly marked it on the wood with a charcoal stick. Brother Daqiang, we need to add a wedge here. When Ruoxue immediately handed Su Daqiang a wooden wedge that had been sharpened. When Ruoxue had tiptoed and stuffed moss into the gaps in the beams, she pointed to the horizon. Look! There are dark clouds over there. They're coming down! Everyone, give it your all and get to work faster. We need to move the schedule forward and try to finish by noon. After hearing this, everyone sped up their work. By around 10 a.m., the walls of the wooden house were beginning to take shape. Fang Jie stood on the roof adjusting the crossbeams, the tools at his waist clanging with each movement. Su Daqiang wiped the mud off his face and grinned as he looked at the house, which was beginning to take shape. At this rate, we'll be able to build the stove by the afternoon. My daughter and I will finally have a place to settle down and make a living. Fang Jie's calm voice responded. Don't worry, I promised I wouldn't delay things. When the snow comes, I'll make sure you and your daughter won't get cold or hungry. Amidst the clanging of timber and the panting of laborers, new log cabins are rising from the barren land. At noon, the last crossbeam clicked into place. Fang Jie straightened up. The wooden roof frame had taken shape steadily. A cold wind swept past the wooden house, carrying scattered snowflakes. The snow had already begun to fall. Fang Jie shouted down, Go find some hay and moss to fix up the roof. Su Daqiang looked up and replied, I know, I'll go get some hay. Before the words were even finished, the person had already run towards the corner where the hay was piled up. The snow particles became increasingly dense, stinging my cheeks. Su Daqiang, with 2 large bundles of hay wrapped around his arms and a few clumps of moss hanging from his shoulders, ran back, stumbling along the muddy path. Hay flakes were blown up by the wind, mixing with snowflakes and sticking to his eyelashes, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. His only thought was, "We can't let the wind and snow get into the house. We must make sure the wooden house is windproof and waterproof." Fan Jie squatted on the edge of the roof and reached out to catch the hay that was thrown up. The moss smelled damp and earthy, and the hay rustled between my fingers. He spread moss in the gaps between the beams, carefully covered it with dry grass, and then pressed down another layer of moss. The layers are stacked and compacted to ensure no air leaks or water ingress. When Ruoxue looked up and shouted, "Brother Jie, there's still a piece missing in the northwest corner!" At this moment, Su Daqiang braved the wind and snow to bring over new hay and continue to reinforce the roof. Xuehua's vision gradually blurred, and Fan Jie's fingertips were frozen red, yet he was still searching for the thickest moss in the haystack. When the last gap was filled, the entire roof was covered in a fluffy light brown, blending into a hazy white expanse with the falling snow. Looking at the shelter he had painstakingly built, Su Daqiang finally grinned, his breath condensing into mist in the wind and snow. "Now, I don't have to stay huddled in a drafty tent anymore." In the blink of an eye, the snowflakes covered the ground with a white blanket. Fan Jie knelt on the roof and glimpsed the three people below looking up at him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Daqiang, don't just stand there. Quickly get the old lady into the house, and then move everything out of the tent. I need the tarpaulin." Su Daqiang wiped the snow water off his face and was about to respond when Fan Jie's roar interrupted him. "Use the tarpaulin that was taken off to cover the remaining wood. Make sure it's covered tightly with tarpaulin. Weigh down the corners with stones. Not a single piece can get wet. I still have a big use for it." The two sisters exchanged a glance and immediately jogged towards the tent. The wind whipped up snowballs that shoved down his neck. Su Daqiang rushed into the tent, stuffing animal hides and pottery jars into his wicker basket. The old lady shakily got up, and Su Daqiang picked her up and rushed into the wooden house. "Mom, go and rest in the new house, don't come out. It's snowing heavily outside. It's warm inside." He quickly put his mother down, and then turned and rushed into the wind and snow. At this moment, when Ruoxue was standing on tiptoe, pulling at the waterproof cloth, which was being whipped around by the wind. "Brother Daqiang, come quick!" Her nose was red from the cold. "This cloth is impossible to hold." The three of them bent over and pressed the waterproof cloth down hard. They dragged a huge tarpaulin to the woodpile and covered it securely. Su Daqiang moved several large stones to weigh down the corners and reinforce them with vines. Amidst howling winds and snow, Fan Jie completed all the construction work on the wooden houses. Chapter 36, Recalling the Glorious Past. Fan Jie leaped off the roof, the snow crunching under his boots. A fierce wind, carrying snowflakes, lashed at him. He squinted and stumbled towards the three people who were pulling at the waterproof tarpaulin. "Press down with 2 more stones. The wind and snow are too strong." He pressed his hands firmly against the edge of the cloth, the rough vines leaving red marks on his palms. Through the snow, Su Daqiang's face was purple from the cold, but he still shouted at the top of his lungs. "Okay, I'll go move it." Fan Jie turned his head and noticed that fine snow was seeping through the cracks in the newly built wooden house. He immediately pushed Su Daqiang and said, "Go back quickly. Keep an eye on the old lady and the house. Seal any leaks with moss immediately. Make sure the holes are sturdy with the bone knife. Don't be careless. I'll help you with the stove later. You two go back too. This place is pretty sturdy now. I can just move a couple of stones to weigh it down myself." As he spoke, he put his arm around the two staggering sisters and led them toward the cabin. When Ruoxue's hair was covered in ice crystals, and her lips were white with cold, but she still forced a smile. "Brother Jie, don't we look like snowmen?" Before he could finish speaking, his words were swallowed up by the howling wind. The three stumbled into the wooden house, and a wave of warmth immediately hit them. The goat bleated and burrowed towards Wenrish's feet. "Phew, it's so warm inside. I almost froze to death earlier. This snow just started falling like that." Fan Jie patted the snowflakes off his clothes. "Now you know why we were in such a hurry to build a house for Brother Daqiang, right? Any later and it wouldn't be finished. This weather can change in an instant. If the wooden house isn't built well, those two will definitely freeze to death here. Or they'll have to squeeze in with us. But I bet you two will find that inconvenient. When Ruoxue nodded. Yes, it's really inconvenient. It's only you and my sister who can accept it. I feel uncomfortable when other people get too close to me. It feels very awkward. Oh dear, I forgot something. Cassava! Fan Jie turned around abruptly, only to find that everything outside the door was covered in white. The dark clouds hung extremely low. Although it was only a little past 1 in the afternoon, the world was as dark as the dead of night. The gale crashed against the wooden house with a beast-like roar, and the sound of snowflakes hitting the wooden walls was like countless needles pricking. He grabbed the bucket, and was about to rush outside when Ruoxue grabbed his sleeve. It's too dangerous. Don't go, we don't want it. There's plenty of food inside anyway. No, the cassava will freeze and rot if it gets soaked in water. That's our food. It could save our lives in a critical moment. Nobody knows how long this blizzard will last. We can't waste a single bit of supplies. Fan Jie pried her hands off and disappeared into the snowstorm in an instant. The biting cold instantly seeped into his cotton-padded clothes, and he could barely open his eyes. He found his way to the stone pit by relying on his memory. A thin layer of ice had formed on the water's surface. He smashed it open with a bucket, and the icy water splashed onto his face, mixing with the snow melt as it trickled down. When the wooden bucket was filled with cassava, his fingers were so frozen that they had lost all feeling. He gritted his teeth and carried the heavy bucket back. Behind them, a blizzard was sweeping in with devastating force, as if it would devour the entire world. Fan Jie stumbled and kicked open the door, dumping a full bucket of cassava onto the dry ground with a whoosh, the cassava chunks covered in ice rolling on the floor. When Ruoxue exclaimed and tried to help, but he waved her hand to stop her. Don't come out! After saying that, he plunged headfirst into the howling wind and snow. The gale-force winds tore at our clothes like invisible giant hands, and snowflakes seeped into our collars, making us shiver with cold. Fan Jie gritted his teeth and made 4 round trips through the blizzard until the last cassava was retrieved. When he slumped down at the door, soaked to the bone, the house was already piled high with cassava. When Ruoxue hurriedly handed over a dry towel, and when Ruoxue silently added firewood to the stove, the flames suddenly shot up, illuminating Fan Jie's lips, which were frozen purple. When Ruoxue squatted down and gently wiped the ice crystals off his face. When Ruoxue, clutching the steaming ceramic bowl, choked back tears. Brother Jie, please don't scare us like this. If you keep pushing yourself like this, what will we do? We can't live without you. Fan Jie simply waved his hand, looking at the unharmed cassava with a smile. Haha, it's all right, don't worry. A real man is nothing in this snow. Fan Jie stood up, took off his wet clothes to reveal his strong body. The 2 girls blushed slightly. Although the 3 of them shared a bed for a week, they never exposed their bodies to each other. Firstly, they are shy, and secondly, it's more convenient to go in and out while wearing clothes. After all, you still need to be vigilant on a deserted island, because you never know when you might need to go out immediately. Fan Jie looked at the 2 sisters and deliberately raised an eyebrow. How about it? My physique is all right, isn't it? When Ruoxue chuckled and nodded gently. When Ruoxue turned her face away, her ears turning red. You rascal, you're never serious. Fan Jie reached out and grabbed Ruoxue's wrist. The coolness of his palm startled her. What? You don't believe me? Here are my 8-pack abs. I'll let you inspect them for free. You scoundrel! When Ruoxue spat, abruptly pulled her hand back, and threw the towel hard at his face. She hurried to the stove to add firewood. Ruoxue, boil some hot water for him. He's naked and doesn't know what shame is, let's not argue with him. Let him take a hot bath. I'll wash his clothes. When Ruoxue made a face at Fan Jie and jogged after him. Fan Jie sat down against the stove, letting the warmth dispel the chill from his body. The flickering firelight reflected on his face. In a daze, memories suddenly surged. When he was first stranded on the deserted island, he was also soaking wet. To prevent his body from losing heat, he stripped naked and awkwardly tried to start a fire by rubbing sticks together on the beach. But now, while a raging blizzard rages outside, the house is warm and cozy inside. 2 stunningly beautiful twin girls were also busy serving him. He looked at the 2 busy sisters and the house full of supplies, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Fate is truly wondrous. From a place where there was nothing, such an unexpected flower has bloomed. Fang Jie's smile made Wen Wushi unable to help but ask, "What are you secretly happy about again?" She added a piece of dry firewood to the stove, and the flames crackled and popped, illuminating their faces, which were flushed from the heat. "I was thinking about when we first drifted to the island." Fang Jie reached out to warm his hands by the fire, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the red marks on his palms from the wooden bucket. "Back then, I was naked, hiding on the beach, trying to make fire by rubbing sticks together. I had only one thought in my mind: I mustn't freeze to death in this desolate wilderness." Fang Jie gazed at the leaping flames, his thoughts drifting back to that night. The salty sea breeze, chapped lips, and a despair so profound it bordered on numbness. "Who would have thought that we'd have a wooden house to shelter us from the wind and snow?" He turned to look at the two sisters. "And now we have you two little troublemakers." Fang Jie paused, then looked at the two of them earnestly. "I want to thank you. Thank you for your company. If it weren't for this accident, you two sisters, being like immortals, probably wouldn't have said a word to me." When Wushi poked at the fire with a twig. "Actually, we're the ones who should be saying thank you." Her voice was soft, yet it silenced Fang Jie and Wen Wushi. "If it weren't for you leading us to find food and build camp, we would have died here long ago. To be honest, nothing you did for us was excessive. Even if you asked us both to serve you, we wouldn't have had the right to refuse. But you never made any demands of us. You always respected our wishes. We will remember this kindness forever." Stop. Let's leave this topic at that." Fang Jie waved his hand with a smile. "If we keep talking about this, I'm going to cry. I want to wait until spring to build a bigger house, raise chickens and sheep, and turn this deserted island into a paradise." The two sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes full of smiles. Outside, the blizzard continued to howl, but inside, the firelight made it warm and cozy. Those difficult past experiences have all transformed into the tenderness of our casual conversations now. I hope that everyone who reads this can blossom into something positive amidst confusion and uncertainty. Keep going. Chapter 37, An Ominous Premonition. Fang Jie wiped the water droplets off his body, the rising heat lingering in the wooden house. The Wen sisters turned their backs and waited for him to clean himself up. "Okay, I'm done washing. You can go back now." Wen Wushi shook her head. "After you've washed yourself clean, go to bed and take off all your clothes." Fang Jie lay on the heated kong and stretched his limbs comfortably. "Give me your clothes. I'll wash them for you," Wen Wushi said, reaching out to Fang Jie from under the covers. "While the fire is still high, wash them and hang them next to the stove. They'll definitely dry tonight." Fang Jie pointed to the clothes on the ground. "Didn't I take them all off already? They're all over there." "Tisk," Wen Wushi frowned impatiently. "Are you really that clueless or just pretending? That's not what I meant." "Oh, I understand. I wouldn't have dared to bother you if you hadn't told me." Thank you, Fang Jie said with a smile as he took off his underwear under the covers. Ahem. Wen Wushi took it somewhat awkwardly and threw it together with the pile of clothes. "Brother Jie, is the water temperature right? Have some hot water." When Wushi had picked up the ceramic bowl, the hot water inside steaming. "Perfect," he replied with a smile after taking a sip. When Wushi squatted by the tub, vigorously rubbing Fang Jie's clothes in the warm water with both hands. She lathered up with soap, and the fine foam carrying away the snowmelt stains fell off in a flurry. When Wushi was busy cooking by the stove, the taro porridge simmering in the pot was bubbling and the aroma of wild rabbit meat filled the room. "Here you go. You can eat on the calm, heated brick bed," When Wushi said, placing the ceramic bowl heavily beside Fang Jie. The bowl was piled high with steaming sweet potatoes and rabbit meat. "Eat quickly, don't go hungry." Fang Jie looked at the sumptuous meal before him and chuckled. "How could I let you serve me like this? I'd feel really bad." "What nonsense are you talking about?" When Wushi wiped her hands with the corner of her clothes and draped her half-dry clothes over the wooden pole. "All we can do is wash a couple of pieces of clothing and cook a meal. Don't be shy." When Wushi nodded vigorously beside her. "That's right. Don't be embarrassed, eat." She picked up the largest piece of rabbit meat and stuffed it into Fang Jia's bowl, saying, "Eat quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold." He lowered his head and ate his food, saying, "Then I won't be polite." The three were eating when a series of knocks on the door, accompanied by howling wind and snow, came from inside. The moment when Ruoxue opened the door, a biting wind carrying snowflakes rushed in. Su Daqiang rushed in, his back hunched, his heavy coat covered in ice shards. He was about to speak when his gaze inadvertently swept across the Kong, a heated brick bed, and he froze on the spot. Fang Jia's muscular chest was exposed, the blankets barely covering his waist and abdomen, and the firelight made his muscle lines clearly visible. Su Daqiang hurriedly looked away, rubbing his rough hands on his coat repeatedly. Sorry, brother. I've interrupted your good time." "Oh, no, you've misunderstood. My clothes are completely soaked, and I don't have any spare clothes. That's why I'm like this." Seeing this, when Ruoxue picked up the earthenware bowl and broke the awkward silence. "Brother Su, quickly drink some hot porridge to warm yourself up." Su Daqiang hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, No need. I still have wild fruit in my room." He steeled himself and looked at Fang Jia. "I came here to ask about the chimney. We were talking about building a stove a couple of days ago. Didn't you say you'd build a smoke vent for me? The house is indeed windproof and waterproof. There are no problems at all. I think building a stove will make it warmer." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Jia pointed to the corner of the wall. "It's already done. It's right there. When the wind and snow subside, just let it out through the chimney opening I left for you on the roof." In the corner, a section of a chimney bound together with branches and vines leaned against the wall. Su Daqiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to touch the joint of the chimney. His rough palms caressed the tight rattan weave. "Good heavens, it fits perfectly! With this, we won't have to worry about smoke backflowing even in the strongest snowstorm." Fang Jia sat up from under the covers, grabbed a ceramic bowl and took a sip of warm porridge. "When building the stove, make sure to find thick stones, and remember to leave ventilation holes when building the stove platform." Su Daqiang picked up the chimney and nodded. "Don't worry. I've been building houses with you for so long, I've figured out the tricks of the trade. Once the stove is set up, my house will be finished. You don't need to worry about my mother and daughter. There's a pond right outside my house. I've tied a stone hammer to it myself. If we run out of water, I can just break the ice to get some. We also have food over there. You two can just stay in the house and enjoy yourselves." He walked towards the door, his head covered in snowflakes, then leaned back in before saying, "You guys rest. Oh, and I'll leave you my watch. That way you'll have a general idea of the time. It's pitch black outside now. Everyone's getting confused about day and night." After he finished speaking, he disappeared into the swirling snow, leaving only a trail of footprints of varying depths, which were instantly covered by fresh snow. When Ruoxue bent down and picked up the watch that Su Daqiang had put on the ground, the metal dial was icy cold, and the hands on it were pointing exactly to 3 o'clock. She held the watch close to her ear, the sound of the mechanical gears turning mingled with the howling wind and snow outside, sounding exceptionally clear. "It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon." When Ruoxue shook her watch, her voice rising unconsciously. "This awful weather, the snow is falling even harder than at noon. If it keeps snowing all day, we won't be able to go out." The three opened the window and looked out, only to see that the snow outside was already ankle-deep. The distant scenery had long been swallowed up by the white snow curtain, and the world was in chaos. When Risha frowned, "I estimate that only a few of us might survive. In this kind of weather, without shelter and food, we wouldn't last a day in the wild." When Ruoxue held Su Daqiang's watch and sighed heavily. "In this terrible weather, the rescue team probably won't be able to get here anytime soon. I don't know how long we'll have to endure this awful place." Fang Jia comforted the two sisters. "Don't be discouraged. We have a cabin and food supplies. So what if we don't get rescued? We can't let ourselves die from holding our pee, can we?" When Risha suddenly remembered something. "Speaking of which, ever since Lu Degue and the others finished their work for us and left, it's like they've vanished into thin air. It's been almost a week, and we haven't seen a soul at the water fetching and fishing spots." "Yes, I've always been wondering," Fang Jia said, stroking his chin, his eyes filled with doubt. "They should be looking for water and food. I made an agreement with them, allowing them to come and get water. But they haven't come back even once. When Rishu exclaimed in shock. Could it be that they've already? No way! That bastard Lu Digui! Her words abruptly stopped, and the cabin fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 38. Embracing Both. After hearing her sister's words, when Ruoxue slapped her thigh and said in disbelief, You mean, Lu Digui and his gang ran away as soon as the rescue came, leaving us here unattended? When Rishu's face turned ashen. Very likely! Otherwise, how do you explain it? People need to eat and drink, right? But since they left, we haven't seen a trace of them on this island. Besides, think about their behavior the past 2 days. They were acting all mysterious, as if they were in a hurry to do something. Fang Jie reached out and pressed down on Wen Ruoxue's waving arm, and said in a deep voice, Don't rush to conclusions. How can I not be in a hurry? When Ruoxue stomped her feet in anger, her cheeks flushed red, and she unleashed a string of curses at Lu Digui. Fang Jie patted her shoulder reassuringly. Maybe they found a better place to stay, or maybe they're trapped somewhere else. Anything is possible. We're not far from the beach, and one of the reasons I chose this location is that if rescue boats arrive, we'll hear them. Rescue boats have special horn signals to alert those in distress to come for rescue. Have you heard anything during this time? The two sisters nodded. Indeed, it's been very quiet. It's as if there are only the 5 of us on the island. So you don't need to worry. Once the snowstorm subsides, I'll go check on their situation. His eyes instantly turned cold. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the crackling sound of burning firewood. The two sisters silently cleared away the dishes, while Wen Ruoxue scraped the ceramic bowl forcefully, as if venting her dissatisfaction. When Rishu lowered her eyes, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath them. After getting ready, the two squatted side by side by the door, their cheeks almost pressed against the door panel. The howling north wind, carrying snowflakes, pounded against the wooden door, making their eardrums ache. When Ruoxue reached out and caught the snowflakes that drifted in, watching them quickly melt into water droplets in her palm. When Rishu gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, lost in thought. Seeing the sisters' dejected faces, Fang Jie beckoned to Wen Ruoxue, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Don't look so down. Let me tell you a story to cheer you up. Cheer up. Aren't you a cheerful little sprite? Where's your usual liveliness? When Ruoxue raised her head, her eyes still filled with lingering sorrow, but the corners of her lips unconsciously turned up slightly. Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's just making myself more troubled. Let them do whatever they want. Come on, sister. She and Wen Rishu climbed onto the kong, a heated brick bed, together, sitting close to Fang Jie. Fang Jie picked up a somewhat worn book from the side. The pages were frayed from being turned so many times. He cleared his throat and slowly began. Long, long ago, there was a mysterious island, where endless treasures were hidden. A brave young man embarked on a treasure hunt alone. The two sisters opened their eyes wide and listened intently, the gloom on their faces gradually fading away. Occasionally, Wen Ruoxue would point curiously at the illustrations in the book and ask questions in a low voice, to which Fang Jie would patiently answer. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. The three of them became engrossed in the story, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Before Fang Jie could finish telling his story, Wen Ruoxue was already laughing so hard she was doubled over. When Rishu smiled, her eyes crinkling. Gradually, drowsiness crept into their eyes and brows. Fang Jie yawned and shrank further into the blankets. When Rishu threw back the covers and subconsciously moved closer to Fang Jie, but when she realized what she had done, her face flushed red. She hurriedly pushed her younger sister, Wen Ruoxue, toward Fang Jie, and stammered. You sleep next to Brother Jie, it'll be warmer at night. When Ruoxue rubbed her eyes and muttered. Sis, why are you being so generous today? When Rishu bit her lip, turned her head away, her heart pounding. I can sleep by myself, don't worry about me. Fang Jie looked at the two sisters' little antics and smiled helplessly. Stop fussing around, go to sleep. We still need to check if the snow has stopped by tomorrow morning. As he spoke, he moved aside, giving the two sisters enough space. When Ruoxue mumbled as she crawled into bed, and as she turned over, she came into contact with Fang Jie's body. When Ruoxue's face flushed instantly, and she turned her head away in a panic, stammering, You should at least cover it up a bit." When Risha blushed as well, glared at Fang Jie reproachfully, and quickly pulled her sister away, muttering, "You're really shameless." Fang Jie laughed awkwardly. "I would like to cover it up, but do you think I want to take advantage of you on purpose?" "Yeah, I think you did it on purpose," the two sisters said, their voices muffled from under the covers as they hugged each other tightly. "Okay, then I did it on purpose. Here I come!" Fang Jie shouted, pretending to pounce on the two sisters. "Ugh, you're so annoying!" Before Ruoxue could react, Fang Jie hugged her tightly. When Risha quickly pried Fang Jie's arm off, shouting, "You bastard! Let go of her! Come at me if you dare!" Sister, that's a dangerous idea. I'll protect you from these thugs. I'd gladly offer myself as bait. Don't worry about me." When Ruoxue's face turned bright red, and her heart pounded wildly. Lying in Fang Jie's warm embrace, when Ruoxue quickly drifted off to sleep, emitting soft snores. When Risha tossed and turned, unable to sleep, she secretly glanced at Fang Jie beside her, then quickly looked away. Fang Jie looked at Risha with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Why don't you come over here? You two sisters can each take one side, it'll be warmer that way." When Risha bit her lower lip, a blush rising on her face, she quietly got up, crawled to Fang Jie's side, gently tugged the blanket around her with her fair fingers, and then slowly lay down in Fang Jie's arms. When Ruoxue was startled awake, she pouted and snuggled closer to Fang Jie. "You always favor your sister. I'm freezing. All the blankets are gone." Fang Jie chuckled and reached out to rub Ruoxue's head. "There's no favoritism involved. You're all sitting next to me, so you don't catch a cold." When Risha leaned against Fang Jie's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, her cheeks burning, Fang Jie gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "Go to sleep. We'll build a snowman tomorrow when the snow stops." When Ruoxue nodded happily, shrank into the quilt, and soon her breathing became steady. When Risha closed her eyes, but her heart was pounding like a rabbit's. Feeling the man's hot body, she squirmed uncomfortably. Fang Jie gently patted her back to comfort her, and the delicate body in his arms slowly stopped wriggling. "Go to sleep, go to sleep." When Risha let out a long breath and hugged Fang Jie's waist tightly. Chapter 39, Building a Toilet. Fang Jie groggily opened his eyes, raised his hand to look at his watch, and saw that the hands pointed to 8 o'clock. The deafening howling outside was gone, replaced by the soft patter of snowflakes falling to the ground. The sky remained overcast, as if veiled in gray. He felt a soft touch in his arms. When Risha was curled up in his left arm, her hair falling on his chest, her eyelashes trembling gently with her breath. When Ruoxue rested her head on his right shoulder, a faint smile on her lips, occasionally snuggling unconsciously into his arms. Fang Jie smiled and let out a satisfied sigh. He reached out and gently brushed away the stray hairs on Risha's forehead, then ruffled the tuft of hair that Ruoxue had stuck up while sleeping. "It's dawn," he whispered, gently patting their backs. "If we don't get up soon, the blizzard will bury us." When Ruoxue groaned and rolled over, muttering, "Just a little longer." When Risha opened her eyes first, meeting his smiling gaze. When Risha's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly scrambled out of his arms, grabbing her still lying in bed sister, and saying, "Wake up! Brother Jie wants us to get to work. Let's see what the situation is outside." Fang Jie threw back the covers and prepared to get up. Just as I was halfway through the action, 2 sharp screams rang out beside me. The two sisters hurriedly turned over, and when Risha's hair brushed against the back of his hand, sending a shiver down his spine. "What are you doing? It's not like we've never seen this before. Why are you shy now?" Fang Jie laughed, and pulled the clothes hanging on the wooden pole. The clothes had already been dried by the stove fire, and still had a faint aroma of char. When Risha blushed and said, "You pervert! Put your clothes on. Don't talk like we did something wrong." When Ruoxue's muffled voice came from under the covers, "Why is it so cold this morning? I'm freezing. I don't want to go out. I want to die with this bed." Fang Jie bent down and added some dry grass to the cold stove, then took out a lighter to light it. The fire went out in the middle of the night. It must be cold. The past 2 days it was because it didn't snow and the temperature dropped outside. Our cabin is well insulated, so we didn't feel it, but today is different. When Roshua peeked out, her face flushed. Brother Jia, look outside, how's the snow? It sounds like the wind has died down a lot. It's not as scary as last night. Fan Jia nodded and slowly pushed open the door. The moment the wooden door creaked open, a blast of cold air, carrying snowflakes, rushed in. Fan Jia squinted. The snow outside the door was already above knee-deep, and the trees in the distance were bent over by the weight of the snow, with only half of their dark green crowns showing. He stepped into the snow, and the snow made a crisp, crunch sound. Fan Jia turned around and shouted at the 2 sisters who were still lazing in bed. Time to get to work. If you don't get up soon, our wooden house will be buried in snow and become a snow cave. Fan Jia looked around, but there were no suitable tools. He had no choice but to pick up a bucket and painstakingly shovel a path through the thick snow. With each step, you could hear the sound of the snow being compacted. He carried the bucket, and the white breath he exhaled instantly condensed in the cold air. The Wind sisters followed behind him. The 3 of them soon reached a pile of wood. When Roshua struggled to pull on a corner of the waterproof cloth, her little face red from the cold. When Rishu was helping Fan Jia tidy up the fabric that had been weighed down by the snow. Just then, the sound of footsteps on snow came from not far away, and Su Daqiang's figure appeared from the white snow curtain. He was wearing a thick fur coat and panting heavily. I've come to help. This snow is so deep, it almost buried my house. It took me ages to get out of the house. As he spoke, he laboriously crawled to the side of the 3 people. Su Daqiang took the bucket from Fan Jia and cleared away the snow near the woodpile. Several people forcefully lifted the tarpaulin, revealing the timber piled underneath. Thanks to you for preparing this wood in advance, otherwise it would have been a real problem when we needed it. Not to mention making furniture, just getting firewood would have been a headache. After a snowfall, everything is wet and impossible to light. When Risha said as she carried the wood down one by one. After we've sorted out all this timber, we'll reinforce the cabin. Who knows how long this snow will last? Su Daqiang said, looking up at the gloomy sky with a hint of worry in his eyes. Okay, let's set up the tarpaulin to make a tent. The wind has stopped today. Although there's still a little snow, it won't affect our work. Fan Jia looked at the timber and instructed the men to get to work. I'll be in charge of making tables, chairs, benches, and some practical tools. Brother Daqiang will be in charge of chopping firewood. You can split the wood I discard into smaller pieces so we can start a fire. You 2 sisters will help me out. I'd also like to make a simple wooden toilet, since going to the toilet is a problem these days. What do you think of this arrangement? That's definitely a good idea. You've thought of everything. It's really inconvenient right now. Sometimes I hold back and only go when I absolutely have no other choice. When Roshua said, looking at Fan Jia with some embarrassment. Fan Jia smiled and said, We can also dig a pit, similar to a dry toilet in the countryside, to collect the excrement. When spring comes next year, we can use it as fertilizer for our crops. Okay, whatever you say, let's begin. Fan Jia picked up a chisel and precisely drew the outline of the table and chairs on the rough wood. First, chisel out the leg part, remember to leave space for the mortise and tenon joints, he said as he used an axe to split the wood into the appropriate length. Amidst the flying sawdust, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When Risha helped by handing over tools and adjusting the angle of the wood. When Roshua carefully shaved away the bumps on the surface of the wood with a knife, her face turning red from the effort. Brother Jia, is this okay? Fan Jia turned his head and glanced at it, then nodded. Good, that's it. Make sure there are no burrs, otherwise we might get injured if we're not careful when using it. As Fan Jia instructed, when Rishi used wire to tightly bind several sawn wooden planks together. On Su Daqiang's side, the axe made a thud sound as it rose and fell. He sorted the wood that Fan Jia had discarded by length, and then chopped it into even small pieces with an axe. Good heavens, this wood is frozen solid, like stone. It's really hard, but the quality is also excellent. Not a single wormhole. He panted heavily, not slowing down at all. Before long, a neat stack of firewood was piled up at my feet. When making the wooden toilet, Fan Jia first used a chisel to carve an oval groove in the middle of the thick wooden board, and then used a knife to polish the edges smooth and flat. I need to make a pull-out wooden board as a lid. Otherwise, it will smell terrible, he muttered to himself as he secured the frame with wire. When Ruoxue squatted down beside her, watching intently. Wow, I never thought it could actually be made. We'll never have to go out in the snow again. When Ruoxue found some scraps of wood, shaved them into small sticks, and carefully inserted them around the toilet to reinforce it. This should make it stronger. She clapped her hands, a satisfied smile on her face. Seeing this, Su Daqiang also came over to help, using an axe to cut off the excess part. With the sound of tools being hammered, tables, benches, and wooden toilets gradually took shape. Under the temporary tent made of tarpaulin, neatly stacked timber and prepared tools were piled up. Although their hands were red from the cold, everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Chapter 40. Lu Digui's Plea for Help. Fan Jia gripped the saw and braced the thick tree trunk against the wooden block, the saw teeth rubbing against the wood and making a piercing squeak sound. When Ruoxue stood to the side holding an axe, and when the wood was halfway sawn, she chopped it down with force. With a crack, the tree trunk snapped. The two worked together seamlessly, and quickly carved out the basic shape of the wooden shovel. When Ruoxue meticulously polished the curves of the rice scoop and spatula with a small knife, wood shavings falling softly onto her knees. This wooden shovel needs a reinforced handle. Otherwise it will wobble when you're working, Fan Jia said, drilling a hole with a chisel and tightly wrapping the wooden handle to the shovel head with wire. Su Daqiang couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the newly made wooden shovel and plunged it into the snow. With a heave-ho, he shoveled up the snowdrift. Fan Jia said to him, Brother Daqiang, clear a path to the pond and fill the jar with water. The cassava needs to be soaked for another day. Okay, I got it. The snow was pushed out to create a winding path leading to a pond covered in thick ice. Watch this. Su Daqiang swung the stone hammer, and the ice surface cracked open with a spiderweb-like pattern. He smashed it a few more times and with a splash, the ice shards fell into the water. Fan Jia handed him a bucket and watched as he bent down to lift the water, the splashing water crystallizing on the ice surface. Soak all the cassava in the jar, Fan Jia instructed, and the two sisters poured all the stored cassava into the jar. The clear pool water gradually became murky, and the toxins on the surface of the cassava slowly seeped out. Soak it all day today, then take it out tomorrow morning. Move the jar outside and rinse it thoroughly several times. Clean the inside completely. Once the cassava is processed, it can be ground into flour or eaten directly. When Ruoxue nodded and looked at the wooden toilet. So, where would be a good place to put this? Would it be inappropriate to put it indoors? The space isn't very big to begin with, and the smell would be overwhelming. Fan Jia walked around the room. The room was already small, and there was indeed no suitable place to put the wooden toilet. He went to the back of the house and used a wooden shovel to shovel the snow to the side, revealing the black soil underneath. He squatted down, drew a circle on the ground with his finger, and shouted, Brother Daqiang, dig a hole right here. Su Daqiang came over when he heard the noise. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a shovel, and started digging with all his might. The soil was dug out little by little, and the pit became deeper and deeper. Fan Jia watched from the side, occasionally using a wooden shovel to smooth out the pit walls. After the pit was dug, Fan Jia and Su Daqiang built a square frame out of wood, and then covered the frame with the cut waterproof cloth. This created a toilet about the size of a telephone booth. They placed the toilet over the pit and reinforced the sides. The two sisters also came to help. They used stones to hold down the edges of the tarpaulin to prevent it from being blown open by the wind. Alright, this should be usable now. Fan Jia clapped his hands, looking at the finished dry toilet. When Ruoxue frowned and said, I hope this thing works. It doesn't look very sturdy. When Ruoxue nodded and said, It's better than keeping it indoors. Be content. The group packed up their tools and returned to the house. The temperature inside was much higher than outside, and they sat around the stove, enjoying the warm glow of the fire. Fan Jia picked up a roasted sweet potato, took a bite, and said, All right, everyone, let's eat something first. We've done everything we could. This afternoon, Dachyeong and I will chop the remaining wood into firewood and pile it next to the cabin. I'll then use a waterproof cloth to build a shed for the lamb against the woodpile, and put some hay around it so it can stay outside unless it snows. When Roashua stroked the lamb, feeling a little reluctant to part with it. When Risha comforted her, "Let's put it outside. We'll protect it from the wind with a waterproof sheet. It'll be fine. It's really troublesome for it to poop and pee inside." "Okay, let's do it that way. Let's eat, and I'll take it out after we finish eating." After finishing their meal, Fang Jie and Su Dachyeong, each holding an axe, headed towards the woodpile. "Brother Dachyeong, let's chop all the remaining wood into suitable lengths and keep it for later burning," Fang Jie said, swinging his axe and chopping at the wood, sending wood chips flying. Su Dachyeong, not to be outdone, took the axe and told Fang Jie to rest. "Leave this heavy work to me, you don't need to do it. You do something else. Build a shed for the sheep." When Risha helped organize the chopped firewood. When Roashua picked up a bundle of firewood and walked towards the wooden house. "The lamb shed needs to be built securely, so it doesn't get cold." As she spoke, she carefully wrapped one side of the woodpile with a waterproof cloth. "Don't worry, I'm here." Fang Jie picked up a corner of the waterproof cloth and, together with Wen Roashua, secured it. At this moment, the lamb bleated a few times, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. When Roashua squatted down and stroked the lamb's head, "Don't worry, I'll get it done for you right away." After the two finished their work, the lamb was placed in a warm kennel, where the hay emitted a faint fragrance. When Roashua looked at the lamb and smiled, "Now it can stay here comfortably. Well, we can take a break now." Fang Jie leaned against the wall of the wooden house, gazing at the snow seen in the distance. "I wonder when the snow will fall again." The group sat in front of the wooden cabin, enjoying a moment of tranquility, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the snow. Suddenly, when Roashua pointed into the distance, "Look, aren't those black dots people? They seem to be coming this way." Fang Jie's heart tightened, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his eyes were fixed on those few black dots. When Roashua gripped Wen Risha's hand tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Su Dachyeong stood to the side, leaning slightly forward, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. "Who could it be? Could it be Lu Degui and his gang?" When Roashua muttered softly, a hint of worry in her voice. "Don't scare yourself. What if it's a rescue team?" When Risha comforted her, but her eyes also revealed unease. When Roashua's eyes lit up instantly. "That's right! The rescue team! It's possible! Are they really here? I hope they're here to save us. God help us! God help us!" As the black dots drew closer, it became clear that they were three figures. One of them was tall and obese, and his walking posture was somewhat familiar. Fang Jie squinted, trying hard to make out who it was. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Judging from their appearance, it should be Lu Degui and his men." Before long, the three people had arrived in front of the wooden house. It was indeed Lu Degui and his two companions. Lu Degui's face was covered in bruises, and his eyes revealed fear and helplessness. The three of them came to Fang Jie and, without saying a word, knelt down in the snow. "Big brother! Please save us! I beg you!" Chapter 41: The Plan to Reclaim the Container. Lu Degui's actions surprised the group. Fang Jie quickly stepped aside. "Don't give me that crap. I can't handle someone your age. Get up!" Lu Degui, with tears streaming down his face, pleaded. "Please help me, or we won't survive. We won't get up until you agree." "Okay, then you can kneel down," Fang Jie said, pulling the two sisters back into the house. The three people looked at each other in bewilderment. "Brother, are we still kneeling?" "Kneeling my ass! He won't buy this. Who are you going to kneel for? Go inside and find him." The three of them quickly got up and followed him into the wooden house. Lu Degui entered the house and looked around, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, Brother Fang, you're really something! Look how many days it's only been, and you've already built the house. You even installed the heated brick bed. And there's so much food and drink inside. Amazing!" The other two understood immediately and quickly joined Lu Degui in flattering him. Yes, amazing! Xiaowen, you two sisters are so lucky to have met such a great man, you're a perfect match!" It's truly a case of a hero and a beauty. Yes, a hero and a beauty. Brother Fang is so lucky. Such a beautiful pair of sisters, one on each side, is truly enviable. Fang Jia looked at the group calmly and said, Are you done yet? Who let you in? Get out. Lu Degui quickly begged for mercy. No. Brother, let's talk this over. I admit I have flaws. I'm greedy, lecherous, and a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. But tell me honestly, haven't I never provoked you? You're the one who's always causing me trouble. I haven't done anything to wrong you, have I? Seeing that Fang Jia's expression had softened, Lu Degui pressed his advantage. Think about it, on the first day we arrived on the island, Brother Daqiang brought you to me. You robbed me and beat us up. Although it was a bit selfish of me to hoard the supplies, it had nothing to do with you, right? You were acting on behalf of God. If you're building a house, come find us 3 brothers and ask us to cut down trees for you. We didn't hesitate, and not only did we work for you, but we even brought you to this pond. Wang Tian quickly chimed in. That's right, brother, we really haven't done anything to wrong you. We wouldn't dare say you owe us any favors. But at least we're in trouble right now, so wouldn't you listen to what we have to say? You can consider whether or not we help you. Fang Jia stared at Lu Degui's bleeding arm. First, explain yourself clearly. What exactly did you do during the days you disappeared? Lu Degui shrank back into the corner, somewhat guiltily saying, That day when you asked us to cut down trees, we actually just found a container when we passed by the beach. It was stuck in the rocks, and we spent ages trying to open it and take a look. He swallowed hard. There were several corpses piled up inside, wearing numbered work clothes. There were boxes all around, filled with down jackets, canned goods, bottled water, first aid kits, all sorts of random things. We were planning to clean it up after we finished eating, but... So I went to find you guys, didn't I? Fang Jia's eyes turned cold. No wonder you were in such a hurry to leave after you finished work that day, saying from now on, we'll each mind our own business. So you were already planning to hoard the supplies? Were you afraid I'd cause you trouble? When Ruoxue grabbed a wooden spoon from the table and threw it at him. You bastard, you're not even human! How could you possibly use all those containers of supplies? You didn't even bother to tell us? The wooden spoon flew past Lu Degui's ear, hit the wall, and broke in 2. I told you, is that still ours? Lu Degui muttered under his breath. What did you say? Say it again. Fang Jia looked at him angrily. No. What I mean is, who would want to share the supplies they've already acquired with others? We don't even know what kind of place this is, or how long we're going to be here. Of course, it's most reassuring to keep the supplies in our own hands. When Ruoxue wanted to make trouble again, but Fang Jia raised his hand to stop her. Forget it, Lu Degui may not be a good person, but he's definitely a scoundrel. Tell me, what do you need from me? I'd like to hear it. Wang Tian stared down at his bleeding, severed arm. We were living quite comfortably in the container. Then Zhou Lijuan and her dozen or so people discovered it. They shamelessly came to demand supplies. We caught their leader and beat him up. Fang Jia sneered. They deserved it. Why didn't you kill them both? Neither of you is a good person. Yes, let's just fight like dogs, okay? Lu Degui quickly chimed in. Humph. You're not happy about what I said, are you? When Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him. Didn't we chase them away? How did you all end up like this? Sigh, they ran away and didn't show up for 2 days. We thought everything was fine, but then yesterday during the blizzard, that bitch Zhou Lijuan came back with more than 30 people. That group was really fierce. We were almost beaten to death. Another group? When Ruoxue frowned. Aren't we, the survivors from the cruise ship, the only ones on the island? Lu Degui shook his head. No, there were others. They, like us, also capsized in that storm. Many passenger and cargo ships nearby were damaged by this sudden storm. Otherwise, how would we have been able to salvage the containers? These people escaped to the other side of the deserted island. Zhou Lijuan was wandering around the island looking for food when she found them. She brought them over to fight me. They drove us away. That slut Zhou Lijuan. He suddenly knelt down and grabbed Fang Jia's trouser leg, pleading. Please help us get it back. There are still many supplies in the container. They are all useful items. Fang Jia kicked his hand away, saying, What does this have to do with me? Why should I help you? Just because. Lu Degui gritted his teeth. You want most of the supplies in the container. Leave a little enough for us to last until next spring. I know you might not lack food. But there's more than just food in there. There are also clothes, weapons, and medicine. Don't you need those? What good is your broken axe if there are wild beasts on the island? What weapons do you have? Tell me. Fan Jie asked, intrigued, listening as he continued. I didn't see the specifics clearly. We were too busy eating and drinking to notice. But they did have controlled knives and various tools. I can guarantee that. Fan Jie frowned. You yourself said there are more than 30 of them, plus the dozen or so under Zhou Lijuan's command. That makes more than 50 people, and they're armed. Do you really think I'm a scion? I can handle 3 or 5 ordinary people, but you expect me to lead 3 of you worthless fry to our deaths? Upon hearing Fan Jie's words softened slightly, Lu Degui continued. I've thought it through. We definitely can't win in a head-on fight. I have a plan. Fan Jie was somewhat surprised. Oh? I didn't realize you brought not only your mouth this time, but also your brain. Tell me, I'd like to hear your brilliant insights. Well, Zhou Lijuan is a complete opportunist. She'll side with whoever has the guts. I used to be with her. Lu Degui's face even flushed slightly, an expression that made Fan Jie feel disgusted. All right, you don't need to talk about your messy affair with her anymore. I see it all clearly. So what? Although she brought people to cause trouble for me, I know she just wants to survive and needs some supplies. I can go to her, promise her benefits, and turn her against me. Let her bring her men, and we can coordinate an attack from the inside and wipe out those people. Chapter 42, Meticulous Arrangements. How can you be sure she'll help you? When Rishu pointed out the crux of the problem incisively. Lu Degui patted his chest. Hey, this woman only cares about supplies. I told her to agree to cooperate with us, and we'd give her more stuff. It's the same for her as everyone else. Why wouldn't she help me if I gave her more benefits? Besides, we haven't been sleeping together for nothing all these years. Haven't we developed some feelings for each other? Fan Jie thought for a moment, then shook his head. You know she's a fickle and unpredictable person. There are too many unstable factors in cooperating with her. Besides, she led her men to beat you to a pulp, and now you still want to relive the old days with her? His gaze was like a knife piercing Lu Degui. What do you mean by having feelings? If I had feelings, would I have broken your arm? Lu Degui's Adam's apple bobbed, his chapped lips twitched a few times, and finally he lowered his head to stare at his bleeding bandage. He recalled the snowy night when Zhou Lijuan kicked over the container door, and more than 20 people filed in with the oars, and the moment when she personally broke his shoulder with an oar. Lu Degui clutched the blood-soaked corner of his clothes, looking at Fan Jie with pleading eyes. Then tell me, what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch our supplies get stolen. Fan Jie grabbed a handful of shriveled jujubes from the earthenware jar and stuffed a few cassava roots into his pocket. He slammed his rough fingers on the bag opening. To deal with someone like Zhou Lijuan, it's useless to talk to her about getting more from the container deal. You have to give her tangible benefits. He took out some cassava and waved it in front of Lu Degui. Take these with you and tell her you've found 2 more containers hidden in a dark cave in the coral cliff. Nobody knows their location except you. But there's no such thing. Before Lu Degui could finish speaking, Fan Jie interrupted him. Whether it works or not depends entirely on your ability to talk. Aren't you quite good at bluffing? Just say that all these things were taken out of the shipping containers. Both containers contain good stuff. As long as she's willing to cooperate with you from the inside and take down the group currently occupying the containers, she can choose either container. Lu Degui's eyes lit up instantly, then dimmed again. What if she asks to see the goods? Fan Jie nodded. Good, you even thought of that. Tell her you can't take her with you until it's done. Just be clear with her in your usual way. You don't trust her. You won't tell her the location unless she helps you accomplish this. Right now, you're betting on her insatiable greed. He suddenly leaned closer, his breath spraying onto Lu Degui's frozen nose. Remember, you have to act like you're forced to reluctantly part with the spoils. You have to make her believe you actually have the supplies through your performance. If you give even the slightest hint of something. Fan Jie patted him on the shoulder and said, You're dead meat. Even if she doesn't kill you, you'll freeze or starve to death. Don't even think about me taking you in. Lu Degui stared at the gleaming axe in Fang Jie's hand, his Adam's apple bobbing, and forced a smile. That's a good idea. Zhou Lijuan can't see anything but supplies. I believe she'll be tempted. Fang Jie smiled at him. There's one more thing. Don't try to play tricks on me. If I find out anything fishy, you'll be dead before I am. Lu Degui shuddered at the sight of Fang Jie's smile. He shook his bleeding, severed arm, the tattered cloth wrapped around it covered with dark red scabs. Look at my broken arm, how could I dare to play any tricks? I can't afford to offend any of you. To be honest, I only came to you because I had no other choice. Fang Jie stared at the panic in his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and then said, All right, stop with the useless talk. Everyone knows your little scheme of using one tiger to devour another. Once it's completely dark, find a chance to arrange a private meeting with Zhou Lijuan. Remember, don't mention anything about me. He grabbed a rag from the corner and threw it over, saying, Wipe your blood off. Don't look like you're half dead. Go to the negotiations' exciting part, and show how happy you are to have found more supplies. Cheer up. Don't embarrass yourself. Lu Degui agreed in a low voice, and led the two men to the pond where they lay down, drank some water, and washed their faces. The three of them composed themselves, waved goodbye to Fang Jie, and stumbled away. After Lu Degui left, Wen Ruoxue frowned and looked at Fang Jie. Do you really think this is reliable? That Lu Degui is a cunning guy. What if he tries something funny again? Su Daqiang shook his head as well, rubbing the stone hammer in his hand. Yes, I'm afraid he and Zhou Lijuan will conspire to scheme against us. Fang Jie stared at the gradually blurring footprints in the snow, and after a moment of silence he spoke. I've been watching him for a while now. Judging from his demeanor and the wound, he doesn't seem to be lying. He paused for a moment, then continued. Although Lu Degui is a dishonest man, he shouldn't have any reason to lie to us this time. Wen Ruoxue was still uneasy. But what if he and Zhou Lijuan teamed up to set a trap just to lure us in? If they wanted to harm us, they wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Fang Jie interrupted her. Lu Degui knows our camp's location very well. If he and Zhou Lijuan were to lead a dozen men to launch a nighttime attack, our chances of winning would be slim. Why bother with all this roundabout tactics? Do you think any of them would have the patience for that? He gripped the axe at his waist. So what he said is true. Between two evils, choose the lesser. He has no choice but to cooperate with us. After all, those people are even more ruthless than me, directly depriving them of their right to live. Tomorrow, when he comes back, Su Daqiang and I will go and investigate. You two stay inside with the old lady and don't wander around. The cabin fell silent. The two sisters exchanged a glance. Although they still had doubts, Fang Jie's words did make sense. Su Daqiang sighed. Hopefully we can get supplies this time. We have food and shelter, but we lack clothing and medicine. We're all dressed in tattered clothes, like savages. We also need weapons. It's definitely necessary to make a trip. Fang Jie looked around at everyone and saw that although they looked worried, no one raised any further objections. He then nodded decisively. Since there are no objections, then let's do it this way. Let's finish the rest of the work today, stack all the firewood in the shed, and put the tools inside. His gaze swept over the two sisters and Su Daqiang in turn, and his tone became more serious. Tomorrow either of you are allowed to step out of the house. If you hear any noise, don't show your face. Just wait for us to come back. Wen Ruoxue had bit her lip, wanting to say something, but Wen Ruoxue gently pressed her shoulder down. Su Daqiang replied in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll set up lassos all around the wooden house in a bit, so I'll know immediately if there's any movement outside. The group immediately sprang into action. Chapter 43, The Cunning Zhou Lijuan. Lu Degui crawled along the crevices of the reef, his knees bleeding from the sharp coral. When he peeked out from behind the rock face, he gasped in shock. The once empty container area was now densely packed with people, with canvas tents and temporary wooden sheds stretching out in rows, numbering at least 100 more. The crying children, the women sharing food around the campfire, and the burly men patrolling with pickaxes, these were clearly the newly joined survivors. Damn, how come there are so many more people overnight? He clutched his bleeding severed arm, his nails digging deep into his palm. Lu Degue's gaze swept over the crowd in front of the containers and settled on the tents in the shadows. Moonlight pierced the darkness, casting distorted and overlapping shadows. Zhou Lijuan lay on her back in the arms of a strange man, whose hands were moving down her waist and abdomen, kneading her continuously. Zhou Lijuan's seductive eyes teased the man's senses. "You bastard!" Lu Degue gritted his teeth and spat out the vulgar words, letting out a suppressed growl from his throat. This woman had just broken her old flame's arm, but now she was writhing in another man's arms like a bitch in heat. He reached for the cassava hidden at his waist, but then remembered Fang Jie's warning and swallowed his anger. They lay prone in the biting snow, continuing to wait for Zhou Lijuan to be alone. The three waited until late at night, when the noise on the beach gradually subsided. The cold wind at dawn swept across the beach with snowflakes, and Lu Degue lay behind the icy rocks, his teeth chattering from the cold. "Why the hell isn't that bitch coming out?" Before she finished speaking, Zhou Lijuan lifted the tent flap and walked towards the edge of the campsite, her clothes askew. She looked around warily and stopped in front of a thicket about 20 paces from the tent. Zhou Lijuan had just pulled down her waistband to relieve herself when a pair of bloody hands reached out from behind her. "Ugh!" Zhou Lijuan let out a muffled groan as Lu Degue pressed her firmly onto the frozen ground. Dead leaves mixed with icy shards stung her cheeks, and the man's hot breath sprayed onto the back of her neck. "Don't move! If you dare to make a sound, I'll snap your neck!" The moonlight illuminated their distorted faces, and Zhou Lijuan's pupils contracted sharply after she saw their appearance clearly. Her struggling movements froze, her voice trembling with tears. "Degue! Don't blame me! I was forced. That Deputy Wang said if I didn't sleep with him, he'd throw me to his gang to play with." She reached out to grab Lu Degue's bandaged, severed arm. "I didn't mean to hurt you, they forced me to. Really? Look at the life I'm living now. I can't even get a hot meal. I have to fawn over others just to get a drink of water. Please don't kill me." Lu Degue snorted coldly and loosened his grip a bit. "What are you howling about? I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to talk business with you." Zhou Lijuan's tense body relaxed slightly, her eyes sweeping warily over his two companions behind him. "Talking business? What do you mean?" Lu Degue helped her up and led her to a rocky spot far from the camp. "Let's join forces and bring the supplies back." "Pfft, ha ha," Zhou Lijuan said as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Just the three of you? Don't be ridiculous. You can see there are over 100 more people here now, young and old, almost 160 in total. The dozen or so of us who were here before couldn't even get leftovers. How do you expect to get the supplies back?" Hearing this, Lu Degue sneered. "Looks like you're not doing so well even after selling your body. Since you're stuck here having to put up with everyone's attitude, why don't you join forces with me? Let's take down these guys occupying the containers, and the supplies and territory will all be ours." He lowered his voice and leaned close to Zhou Lijuan's ear. "And I've discovered another secret. There are 2 containers hidden in the Coral Cliff Cave. They're filled with all sorts of supplies. Even without rescue, these supplies are enough for the few of us to live on for several years." Zhou Lijuan perked up instantly upon hearing this. "Degue! Oh no, darling. Don't try to fool me. My little heart can't take this kind of stimulation right now," Lu Degue said coldly. "Humph. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I didn't want to tell you this, but I really need more manpower. These people will always be a menace if we don't get rid of them. I might get the container back anytime soon. That's why I came to you. As long as we work together to take back the container and get rid of these people, you can have half of what's there." Zhou Lijuan quickly rubbed her ample breasts against Lu Degue's arm. Darling. I haven't eaten much today. Can you take me to see the treasure you found? I still want to go with you. You're so lucky, you're blessed wherever you go." Lu Degue snorted coldly, recalling Fang Jie's words. He slapped Zhou Lijuan across the face and cursed viciously. "Stop messing with me! When you tricked me yesterday, didn't you think about today? You tricked me once, and you want to trick me a second time? You want me to take you there? Dream on. If I take you there, you'll go find someone to rob me, right? Let me tell you, if I really had no other choice, would I cooperate with a piece of trash like you?" He grabbed her chin. "If you become mine, I'll give you half of the supplies. Are you in or not? Give me a straight answer. Zhou Lijuan's eyes darted around. Digui, I'm really hungry, I'm not lying to you. It's not that I don't trust you, I just want you to take me to get something to eat. I need to be full to have the energy to work, don't you think? Knowing that Zhou Lijuan wouldn't act without seeing the benefits, Lu Digui pulled a handful of jujubes from his pocket. Here. Eat up. These are our snacks. There are plenty inside. Zhou Lijuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the food, wolfing it down. It's so sweet, Digui. Looks like you really have something good. I'll eat it. I still have 12 brothers under my command, and they've all been sent to move stones. Her eyes gleamed. I'll go back and discuss it with them. No problem, don't worry. These people are all dissatisfied. The good stuff is being taken by others, and they can only get by with nothing. I can definitely lead them to start a rebellion. Okay, that's good. After dinner tomorrow night, take your men to the Coral Reef Gap. Lu Digui took out a cassava from his pocket. Distribute this to the brothers and tell them not to doubt. As long as they are of one mind with me, Lu Digui, I guarantee they will have enough to eat and drink. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. So how exactly do we do it? Don't ask now, let's talk about it when we meet tomorrow. Zhou Lijuan gripped the cassava tightly and nodded repeatedly. Digui, does your hand still hurt? I'm so sorry about yesterday, I had no choice but to do it. Otherwise they would have killed me, Zhou Lijuan said, stroking Lu Digui's shoulder. Lu Digui licked his lips. Ahem, well, you two brothers go back to the cave and wait for me. I have something to discuss with Sister Zhou. Chapter 44 Operation begins. Zhou Lijuan laughed out loud, grabbed Lu Digui's tattered clothes, and the two stumbled and crawled behind the rocks. Wang Tian, hidden in the shadows, spat and gestured towards the skinny monkey. Let's go back and ignore him. That bastard will fall for a woman sooner or later. You can't entirely blame him. Skinny Monkey rubbed his frozen hands and grinned lewdly as he stared at the reef. Zhou Lijuan's figure is truly alluring on this deserted island. I'd even like to have a taste. Get lost, aren't you afraid of catching some disease? The two cursed and walked back, their footprints quickly covered by the newly fallen snow. When they finally made their way back to the cave, water was dripping from the icicles hanging at the entrance. The two yawned and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, around noon, Lu Digui staggered into the camp, his hair disheveled and his clothes covered in grass clippings. Wang Tian hurriedly went to greet him. Why are you only just getting back? We were so worried! Don't even mention it. I was exhausted last night, and didn't make it to the cave. I had to find a place to rest halfway, and I even twisted my ankle. Lu Digui pointed to his swollen ankle with a grimace. I only managed to recover this morning and headed back. Skinny Monkey muttered. This is such a waste of time. But didn't say anything more. Lu Digui beckoned the two men to hurry off to find Fang Jie. When I met Fang Jie, he was sharpening a wooden stick with a sharp stone. Lu Digui didn't waste any words and said directly, everything is settled. Zhou Lijuan and her men will meet at the agreed-upon reef after dinner tonight. Now we need to figure out how to take down those people in the container in one fell swoop tonight. Fang Jie tapped the stone axe in his palm. Listen, tonight Zhou Lijuan is going to set fire to the area near the containers. When those people rush out to put out the fire, we'll take advantage of the chaos to loot. Fang Jie looked at Lu Digui and asked, Are you sure she won't cause any trouble? Lu Digui trembled and shrank back. She agreed very readily last night, saying that all 12 of her men would listen to her. She would do whatever we asked? Fang Jie nodded. Don't fight head-on, capture the leader. Let Zhou Lijuan lead us in. Blend into the crowd and have her point out who the leader is. You all keep an eye on things. Once the fire starts, we'll rush in, take control of the leader, and the rest will fall apart. When Ruoshu had touched the bone knife at her waist. What if they are well organized and don't panic? Fang Jie sneered. So the fire has to be big enough. Let Zhou Lijuan pour oil on the grain pile, so they have no choice but to panic and save it. Fang Jie stared at the churning dark clouds where the sea met the sky, then grabbed Lu Digui by the collar. Remember, make your move tonight at midnight. If she messes things up, you'll see how I deal with you. Don't worry, I guarantee there won't be any problems. Fan Jie let go of his hand and watched the other person scramble away. After they left, Fan Jie knelt on the frosty ground, his knife swiftly slicing through the sharp bamboo all. Su Daqiang wielded a wooden shovel, digging a deep pit with a series of dull thuds as he broke through the frozen soil. The two worked in perfect harmony, densely inserting the sharpened awls into the bottom of the pit, and then carefully covering them with withered leaves and weeds. After setting up the traps, Fan Jie straightened up and turned to look at the wooden house not far away. The sisters Wenrushu and Wenruoxua were sitting around the kong, a heated brick bed, while Su Daqiang's mother lay quietly on the kong. "Keep an eye on the elderly woman. No matter what happens outside, don't open the door," Fan Jie said to the two sisters. Wenrushu bit her lip, her eyes instantly reddening. Wenruoxua couldn't help but sob, tears leaving two glistening streaks on her cheeks. Fan Jie's heart softened. He stepped forward and gently patted the two sisters' heads with his rough hands, forcing a smile. "Don't cry, don't worry, I will definitely come back safely." Feeling the warmth coming from above, the two sisters nodded vigorously. Fan Jie gave them another deep look, then turned and strode out the door, stepping into unknown danger. The cold wind, carrying salty, fishy sand, lashed against their faces. Fan Jie and Su Daqiang, their bodies hunched over, hurried toward the cave where Lu Degui was hiding in the twilight. The pile of dead branches at the cave entrance remained unchanged. Fan Jie reached out and pushed aside the obstruction, and Lu Degui's hoarse cough came from the dim cave. "Finally here!" Lu Degui climbed up from the haystack. Fan Jie silently squatted down and forcefully planted the wooden spear he had just sharpened into the ground. "Take them." Fan Jie kicked 3 sharpened wooden spears at Lu Degui and his 2 men, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "Don't let your hand shake, concentrate your strength on one point. This thing can be deadly if it's stabbed into your stomach." Su Daqiang gripped the stone hammer tightly, holding a wooden spear in his other hand. "I've tried it, it's quite lethal." "Okay, I understand." The 3 nodded and carefully examined the weapons in their hands. "All right, it's getting late, let's go." The 5 people moved slowly along the damp rock wall, oblivious to the sharp edges of the rocks tearing their trouser legs. In the distance, the containers gleamed with a cold, hard metallic sheen, and the watchmen's torches cast long shadows on the beach, like menacing monsters. Fan Jie raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. "Let's wait here for Zhou Lijuan to come out." Fan Jie squinted, carefully observing the crowd near the container by the flickering firelight. The beach was packed with people, and smoke rose from cooking fires, mixed with the cries of children carried on the wind. He slammed his elbow into Lu Degui's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Why are there so many more people? Didn't you say there were only 20 or 30? Lu Degui's Adam's apple bobbed as he hurriedly explained. "These men, women, and children are unrelated. They have no fighting ability. Look, they're all with their families. They're probably survivors from other ships who banded together to survive." Fan Jie's gaze swept across the crowd. Indeed, women were holding crying babies, old people were leaning on simple wooden canes, and there were very few truly strong and healthy young men. At this moment, the aroma of food wafted from the beach, and people began to gather and sit together to eat. Fan Jie grabbed Lu Degui by the collar and pulled him close. "Keep a close eye on Zhou Lijuan. If she does anything wrong, tell me immediately. Remember, tonight you can only succeed, failure is not an option." "Okay, no need to tell me. I understand, I've been keeping an eye on her." Fan Jie released his grip and continued to keep a close eye on the movements not far away. About an hour later, Fan Jie glanced down at his watch. The hands were precisely at the 8 o'clock mark. The night, like cotton wool soaked in ink, enveloped the entire beach completely, with only the flickering lights from the containers in the distance. Suddenly, a swaying figure came into view. Zhou Lijuan walked with unsteady steps, followed by 5 men wrapped in coarse cloth coats, the outlines of their waists vaguely revealing sharp weapons. Fan Jie suddenly grabbed Lu Degui by the back of his collar, and the 5 of them simultaneously laid down close to the recessed area of the reef. "Degui!" Zhou Lijuan's voice drifted in on the sea breeze, the last syllable lingering and ambiguous. She reached out and brushed aside her loose hair, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the shadowy spot where she was hiding. Chapter 45 Hidden Master. Fan Jie crouched down, repeatedly scanning the area behind Zhou Lijuan and her group through the gaps in the rocks. The moonlight illuminated the beach, leaving no trace of a person. He tapped the rocks with his axe. Lu Degui understood and whistled in a low voice. With a splash, Zhou Lijuan turned around on the seaweed-covered rocks, followed by 5 people. As they approached and saw Fang Jie's sharply defined features, Zhou Lijuan and the others' expressions changed drastically. The burly man at the head of the group instinctively took a half-step back, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Why are you here too? Zhou Lijuan's pupils contracted slightly as she gripped the short knife at her waist. Fang Jie slammed the axe heavily on the sand, sending up a shower of gravel that landed on Zhou Lijuan's shoes. Stop talking nonsense. Without me, could your small group have taken down those burly men in the shipping container? He deliberately took a half-step forward, his taut arm brushing against Zhou Lijuan's shoulder, his masculine scent hitting her face. Zhou Lijuan stared at Fang Jie, recalling how this man had once single-handedly taken on more than a dozen of them without being at a disadvantage. She laughed out loud, tossing her long hair. Okay, you're annoying when you're my opponent. But it's different as a teammate. With you, this devil, here, I feel much more at ease. I was wondering why Lu Degui dared to step forward. It turns out he has a powerful backer. Tell us your plan, and what do you need us to do? Fang Jie leaned down and whispered in Zhou Lijuan's ear. You lead the 5 of us into the camp. Be quiet and don't alert anyone. Once inside, you need to explain the situation in the camp in detail, especially who is the leader of this group and where they are. Point them out to me clearly. Zhou Lijuan raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in her eyes. You trust me that much? This isn't about believing or not, but about a cooperative relationship that weighs the pros and cons. Given the interests at stake, I don't think you're that foolish. Fang Jie looked at her intently. Once we've figured out the situation, you send men to disperse around the camp and light fires at the same time. Once things are chaotic, we'll take advantage of the situation to make our move. Zhou Lijuan stroked her chin, pondered for a moment, and then nodded gently. The plan is sound. However, even if I told you who the leader is now, you wouldn't be able to tell. I'll point it out to you once we're in the camp. She paused, then winked behind her. Come with me, and remember to hide your weapon. After saying that, he stood up first, stepped on the rocks, and walked towards the camp, his figure gradually disappearing into the thick night. The group crouched low and followed behind Zhou Lijuan, using the flickering firelight and noise as cover, and soon blended into a campfire in the northwest corner of the camp. There lay piles of half-rotten fishing nets, and the sea breeze, carrying a fishy smell, swept by, obscuring the figures of the group into the deep shadows. Zhou Lijuan gave a wink to her 5 subordinates, who immediately turned into shadows and disappeared into various parts of the camp. She rubbed her frozen hands and added some dry firewood to the campfire, saying, Keep an eye on those people. Her finger trembled as she pointed to the center of the camp. The bonfire there was as tall as 2 people, and the flames licked at the iron boxes piled around it, casting the light and shadow on a dozen faces. See that kid in the white shirt? Zhou Lijuan exhaled white breath, her voice filled with hatred. That guy's name is Lin Feng, he just turned 19, and his father is a captain. My ship sank and I was eaten by sharks, but he survived. He's been acting like a bully here, relying on his status as a young master. Everyone here is afraid of him. Anyone who tries to resist will be beaten or even killed by him. This place is controlled by his gang. Fang Jie nodded. What are his hobbies? She sneered, her hair brushing against Fang Jie's shoulder. Women, huh? I slept with him several times, letting him have his fun. That's how I figured out this little beast's preferences. He specifically targets older women. He's defiled more than 5 other men's wives. Fang Jie stared at the boy who was sitting with his legs crossed by the fire. Lin Feng was embracing a disheveled woman and pouring her drinks, while his other hand roamed freely over her body, drawing laughter from those around them. No one dared to look directly into the rage and ferocity surging in his eyes. Those dogs around him. The leader is called Wang Dali. He used to be a thug boss at the docks. And that other one, you need to be especially careful, she whispered, pointing to the man next to Lin Feng. From the shadows, a tall man slowly stood up. He was wrapped in a faded work uniform, and his face was expressionless. This man neither drank nor joked, He simply stood behind Lin Feng with his arms crossed, like a silent stone statue. "This man is called Zhao Zixing." Zhou Lijuan's voice trembled slightly. "No one has ever seen him fight, but he is definitely skilled. Those lackeys are usually arrogant and domineering, but they are very obedient in front of him. You need to be especially careful." Zhou Lijuan lowered her voice, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, and whispered in Fang Jie's ear. "If you want to carry out the decapitation plan, you must be careful of Yao Zixing. He is Lin Feng's most capable subordinate, and may be your biggest opponent." Fang Jie nodded, then glanced around at the crowd nearby and asked in a low voice, "Did all these extra 100 people come here today?" Zhou Lijuan nodded. "Yes, there were more than 50 of us near the container, and the noise was quite loud. They heard the commotion and gathered together." She rubbed her frozen hands. "With so many people around, there's bound to be a lot of gossip. We need to get started quickly, lest things get complicated." Fang Jie gripped the axe in his hand and gave Zhou Lijuan a wink. Zhou Lijuan took a deep breath and glanced at the dozen or so subordinates lurking in the shadows. After exchanging glances with her, the group tacitly dispersed and quietly made their way to various flammable materials throughout the camp. Flames first sprang up from the haystack, followed by discarded fishing nets and piles of firewood. "Fire!" A piercing scream tore through the night sky. The flames grew wildly on the sea breeze, the orange-red tongues of fire greedily devouring everything, and thick smoke instantly filled the entire camp. The crowd erupted in chaos, with screams, cries, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground all mixed together. Panicked people fled in all directions amidst the flames. Lin Feng kicked aside the wooden crate beside him, stood up furiously, and the dagger at his waist flashed coldly with the movement. "Don't you fucking run around! Anyone who dares to touch me, I'll kill them! Someone must be up to something! Go get some water and put out the fire!" His neck veins bulged as he roared wildly, spittle flying onto the faces of those around him. Yao Zixing, standing beside him, remained silent, his arms crossed in front of him, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily like a hawk. 2 or 3 other people, holding sticks, nervously surrounded Lin Feng. The others frantically grabbed buckets of water and ran towards the fire, their footsteps and shouts creating a chaotic symphony. The firelight illuminated Fang Jie's tense jaw. He grabbed a half-piece of boat plank from the side of his feet for cover and mingled with Su Daqian and the others into the fleeing crowd. A wave of heat, carrying ash, hit us in the face, burning our skin. All around us were cries and the rumble of heavy objects collapsing. As they pretended to run towards the fire, a chilling coldness suddenly enveloped them as they passed by Lin Feng. Fang Jie caught a glimpse of those wolf-like eyes out of the corner of his eye. Yao Zixing stood half a step in front of Lin Feng, his previously lowered gaze instantly locking onto him like a sharp arrow, his muscles tensing like a fully drawn bowstring. Fang Jie's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wanted to stop. His intuition told him that this operation was likely to fail. But the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. He gritted his teeth, swallowed his unease as his Adam's apple bobbed, and didn't stop walking. Taking advantage of the shoving crowd, he suddenly rushed towards Lin Feng's back. Chapter 46. Total Annihilation. Fang Jie stopped the moment Lin Feng turned his back to him, and with a whoosh of wind, he swung his axe at the back of Lin Feng's neck. At the critical moment, Yao Zixing appeared like a ghost, his steel bar precisely blocking the axe blade, sparks flying everywhere. The clanging sound of metal striking metal made Fang Jie's hand go numb. Yao Zixing stared at Fang Jie with a cold, stern face, saying nothing. Giving him no chance to breathe, the steel bars swept across like venomous snakes spitting their tongues, the strong wind stinging his cheeks. Fang Jie leaned back hastily, his lower back slamming heavily against the wooden box, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. "Damn it, this is bad, let's do it!" Lu Degui exclaimed as Lin Feng's henchmen charged at them, wielding sticks. Su Daqian grunted, smashing one man away with a stone hammer, while the wooden spear was cut in half by another man with a dagger. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Feng had already taken advantage of the confusion to turn and run away into the distance, yelling in a shrill voice, "Come back here, all of you! Kill these bastards!" Upon hearing the commotion, the firefighters abandoned their buckets and turned back, and a dozen dark figures instantly engulfed Lu Degui and his men. Sticks and fists rained down on Lu Digui, who curled up on the ground to protect his head, his muffled groans gradually fading away. Yao Zixing stood aside, watching coldly, with the steel bars casually propped up on the ground. The crisis has been resolved, and he did not pursue Fang Jie relentlessly, but simply kept an eye on him. Lu Digui and the others were pinned to the sand, pebbles piercing their palms, and the taste of blood spreading between their teeth. Lin Feng strode up to him in his shiny leather boots, lifting his chin with the toe of his boot. A bloodthirsty gleam surged in the boy's eyes. Lu Digui, you bastard, I spared your life. Yet you dared to ambush me, so ignorant of your own limitations? Lu Digui was trembling all over, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and lay on the ground like a lump of mud. Lin Feng then walked up to Fang Jie and asked, Brother, where are you from? Have I offended you? Why are you going against me? You haven't offended me. I'm just here to get a share. Fang Jie's gaze swept over the mountain of canned goods not far away. There are over 100 people on this deserted island. Why should you have it all to yourself? Lin Feng suddenly burst into a sharp laugh. A share of the pie? You should take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You don't deserve it. He whirled around and kicked Lu Digui hard in the stomach with his leather boot. You ingrate! You think you can cause me trouble by picking on some worthless nobody? I think you really deserve to die. Lu Digui curled up like a shrimp, letting out a dying sob that mingled with the crackling of the campfire, sounding particularly jarring in the night. Enough! If you keep hitting him, someone will die! Fang Jie rushed forward and used his body to protect Lu Digui's convulsing back, looking up at Lin Feng angrily. The boy tilted his head and laughed loudly. In this godforsaken place, what's the difference between killing someone and stepping on an ant? Don't even mention this lawless place, even in the city. He leaned close to Fang Jie's ear, his warm breath mixed with the smell of alcohol. I can make your whole family feed the fish in the river with a flick of my finger. But your toughness is more interesting than that coward Lu Digui. You were able to hold your own against Yao Zixing just now, so your skills aren't bad. Work for me, and you'll live the high life, with all sorts of women to play with. Ha ha ha, you stinking fish and shrimp, you think you're worthy? Fang Jie responded in the same way, his forehead slamming heavily into Lin Feng's nose. With a crisp cracking sound, the boy screamed and fell to the ground, his shirt splattered with blood from his nose. Yao Zixing's steel bar was pressed against Fang Jie's throat almost simultaneously, but was stopped by Lin Feng's blood-stained hand. Good! Good! Lin Feng wiped his face, a maniacal laugh appearing amidst the blood and grime. I love people like you who are courting death. Tie him up. I'll show you something new. Fang Jie and the others were tightly tied to the tree with thick hemp rope. The hemp rope tightened painfully around my wrists, and my back pressed against the rough tree trunk. Not far away, Lin Feng's henchmen were working together to place a half-person-high iron pot on the campfire, the iron scraping against the stones, making a harsh scraping sound. Su Daqiang's swollen eyelids trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted due to fear. He twisted and turned desperately, the rope digging deep into his flesh. You bastard Lin! Stop torturing me! Just give me a quick death! Now you're scared? Too late! Lin Feng used his dagger to pick up a piece of raw meat, the tip sizzling and dripping oil over the fire. I'll let you taste what it's like to have a living person cooked. He swung his arm violently, and seawater poured into the iron pot. Flames instantly leaped 10 feet high, and the rising steam blurred Fang Jie's vision. Lu Digui coughed up blood and raised his head, his face a mix of blue and purple. These 2 brothers are the ones I hired. It has nothing to do with them, if you want to kill me. He managed to squeeze out those words, his bloodshot eyes glistening with tears. Fang Jie gave him a deep look, then burst out laughing. Well done, Lu Digui. You usually act all sly and don't seem like a good person, but I didn't expect you to have such a tough nut to crack. I thought you'd be so scared you'd wet your pants and beg for mercy. He straightened his back, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng's twisted smile. Kid, kill me if you want, I'm not afraid. But Su Daqiang was forced to come by me. This has nothing to do with him. Let him go. Brother, you... Su Daqiang stared at Fang Jie with panda eyes. Who the hell is your brother, you piece of trash? You're just getting in the way. If it weren't for you, would I have been caught by them? Get lost. I hate seeing you. Lin Feng sneered at the two of them. You really fucking look down on me. You think you can fool me like I'm an idiot? And you're still putting on an act. Let me tell you, none of you are leaving here today. He stood up and looked into the pot. The iron pot began to bubble and boil, and the salty seawater splashed into the fire, creating tiny sparks. Yao Zixing stood silently behind Lin Feng, his brows slightly furrowed. Lin Feng grinned maliciously as he scooped up a spoonful of boiling water and poured the scalding seawater over Lu Degui's head, instantly exploding on his festering wounds. Lu Degui suddenly arched his body, crashing against the tree trunk with a clanging sound. His shrill scream, mixed with the hissing of evaporating seawater, pierced the night sky. How does it taste? Lin Feng slammed the wooden spoon down on the edge of the pot, the splashing water scalding the surrounding lackeys who shrank back. He leaned closer to them, his fingers tracing the faces of Fang Jie and Su Daqiang in turn. Tell me, who wants to be the first one to go into the pot? The iron pot emitted a terrifying hum amidst the raging flames, with seaweed and broken shells floating in the churning foam. Fang Jie suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with the scorching light. Come at me! I can't stand watching others suffer, give me a quick death! Lin Feng paused for a moment, then burst into arrogant laughter. Interesting. I've never seen anyone so eager to be reborn. With a wave of his hand, two lackeys stepped forward and untied Fang Jie's ropes. The moment the rope hit the ground, Fang Jie, like an enraged beast, delivered two precise straight punches to their faces. Taking advantage of the moment of everyone's astonishment, he quickly picked up the axe at his feet and rushed to Lu Degui's side. He cut the ropes binding the four men, pointed the sharp axe at them, and shouted, Get out of my way if you don't want to die! Yao Zixing! Stop them! Lin Feng roared furiously, pointing at Fang Jie. However, Yao Zixing simply stood with his arms crossed, motionless. Lin Feng glared at him fiercely, but didn't have time to retaliate. He instead directed the others to gather around. Chapter 47: What Makes a True Man? Fang Jie retreated step by step, using the axe blade to force back the approaching thugs. Su Daqiang! Take them away! Su Daqiang gripped his clothes tightly, tears mixed with blood streaming down his swollen face. Brother, I can't abandon you. We'll die together. Get out! Fang Jie shoved him away abruptly. Think of your mother! Get out of here! Tell Wen Rushu and her sister to forget about me. And live a good life. Seeing that Su Daqiang was still kneeling and not moving, Fang Jie glared at him and said, If you don't leave, I'll chop you up right now. You don't want me to die here for nothing, do you? Su Daqiang cowed out heavily, and amidst Fang Jie's roar, he stumbled and disappeared into the night with Lu Degui and the others. Fang Jie gripped his axe tightly, facing the thugs who surrounded him alone, with raging flames behind him and the darkness growing ever stronger. He held the axe in both hands, the blade reflecting the flickering firelight, casting long shadows of Lin Feng and the others onto the tree trunks behind them. A dozen or so figures formed a semicircle, but they were all wary of the sharpness of the axe, pushing and shoving each other, none of them willing to be the first sucker to rush forward. Yao Zixing! Get him! Grab him! Lin Feng roared, his face flushed with anger, as he grabbed Yao Zixing by the collar. Are you fucking deaf? If this bastard gets away again, I'll throw you in a pot and boil you alive! Don't forget who saved your sickly parents back then. You don't listen to me, who do you think you're being fair to? You know I've been eyeing your sister for a long time, do you think she'd be safe and sound until now just because of your influence? Go and kill him! Yao Zixing's lowered eyelids trembled suddenly, and for the first time, his cold face showed a change in emotion. He slowly pulled out the steel bar from his waist and walked towards Fang Jie. Fang Jie tensed all his muscles, the axe spun in his palm, emitting a cold light. The steel bars whistled through the air, and Fang Jie barely dodged them by sidestepping. The force of this strike was slightly less than before, which aroused his suspicion, but he had no time to think about it in detail. During the entanglement, Yao Zixing's attacks, though seemingly fierce, always missed vital points by half an inch. Just as Fang Jie seized an opening and was about to break through Yao Zixing, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his lower back. Yao Zixing frowned and looked at Fang Jie's back with disgust. One of the henchmen struck Fang Jie on the back with a club, while two others pounced on him and held down his arm holding the axe. Fang Jie struggled and knocked the two men over, but the axe flew out of his hand in the chaos. The crowd rushed forward and tied Fang Jie up again. Lin Feng grinned maliciously as he approached, his knee slamming heavily into Fang Jie's sunken abdomen, the sweet, metallic taste of blood seeping from the corner of Fang Jie's mouth. The boy triumphantly flicked his blood-stained hand, then turned and roared at the crowd that had gathered at the sound of his voice. "Everyone, get over here! Open your eyes and see clearly! This is what happens when you go against me!" The firelight stretched and distorted the shadows of everyone present. The women hugged their children tightly and backed away, while several elderly people trembled and turned their faces away. Lin Feng suddenly grabbed Fang Jie's hair and turned his face towards the crowd. "Are you scared? Beg for mercy now, and I might just give you a quick death." Fang Jie threw his head back and laughed loudly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning hotter than the campfire. "You little brat, you've really given your grandpa face by choosing such a glorious way to die." Fang Jie's blood boiled with righteous indignation, suppressing his fear of death. "A true man, if he cannot live a life of luxury, shall die a life of culinary excellence. What else is a true man? Come on, let's send Grandpa on his way. If I even flinch, I'm not a real man." The scalding seawater boiled in the iron pot, the bubbling sound mingling with his boundless enthusiasm. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he spat viciously. "Damn it, you dog, still trying to act tough even on your deathbed!" With a wave of his hand, several lackeys immediately stepped forward, roughly lifted Fang Jie, and carried him toward the boiling iron pot. Fang Jie straightened his back, slowly closed his eyes, and the scalding steam had already hit his cheeks. Just when Fang Jie thought he was about to fall into that scorching heat, the arm supporting him suddenly loosened. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Yao Zixing knocking two lackeys to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yao Zixing strode forward and drew the dagger from his waist. With a flash of cold light, he swiftly severed the ropes binding Fang Jie. "Go now! Don't come back again!" Yao Zixing lowered his voice, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng's furious roar exploded behind him. "Yao Zixing! How dare you betray me!" Yao Zixing simply held the iron rod horizontally in front of him, assuming a defensive stance, blocking Fang Jie's path. Fang Jie staggered to his feet and looked at Yao Zixing's cold, hard profile. The sea breeze, carrying ashes, stung his face. He bowed deeply to Yao Zixing. "I will never forget your life-saving grace today." Yao Zixing turned his face away, twirling the iron rod halfway in his palm. "Enough nonsense. A person who can stand tall in front of a vat of boiling oil shouldn't die here. Hurry up and leave." Fang Jie took a deep look at the faces around him, which were filled with fear and shock. He suddenly stood up, and under the cover of Lin Feng's curses and Yao Zixing's presence, his figure quickly disappeared into the thick night, leaving only a string of messy footprints on the sand, which were slowly swallowed by the tide. After Fang Jie's figure completely disappeared into the reefs, Lin Feng picked up a wooden stick with nails stuck in it from the ground. With his veins bulging, he raised a wooden stick and slammed it down hard on Yao Zixing's shoulder. "You've gone too far! How dare you ruin my plans!" The dull thuds of blows mingled with the sound of tearing fabric. Yao Zixing stood straight, letting the wooden stick rain down on his shoulders and back, the dark red bloodstains quickly soaking through his coarse shirt. "Enough!" A clear female voice pierced the night. A girl with black ash smeared on her face rushed out from the crowd, her graceful figure blocking Yao Zixing's path. As she looked up, the campfire illuminated the flickering flame in her eyes. "Young Master Lin! Please stop! My brother has done nothing to wrong you, you shouldn't treat him like this." Lin Feng's wooden stick hung in midair, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "The girl is Yao Yu, Yao Zixing's younger sister." Lin Feng had long coveted her, but hesitated to make a move because of Yao Zixing's presence. He stared at the girl's face, which was half black and half white, and licked his lips. "Humph! I still have to give you some face since you've come out and spoken. Who told me I like you?" Lin Feng slammed the wooden stick into the sand, and the flying pebbles grazed Yao Yu's ankle. He stared at Yao Zixing's bleeding shoulder. "Tell me, why don't you even listen to your own father for the sake of an outsider? Have you forgotten the kindness our Lin family has shown to your family for 2 generations? Yao Yu gripped her brother's clothes tightly and tenderly stroked the wound on his shoulder. Yao Zixing took a half step forward, looking into Lin Feng's violent eyes. You play around with women, drink excessively, and beat people. I turn a blind eye to it. If you are in danger, I will protect you. But if you're going to put a living person in the pot, I can't just stand by and watch you commit such an unforgivable crime. My life may belong to the Lin family, but my conscience doesn't. Lin Feng suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Conscience? Talk about conscience on this deserted island? Yao Zixing, I don't even believe in conscience in civilized society. Do you think I would have any conscience here? You just wait and see. Your sister's life is in my hands. Chapter 48. Yao Yu's angry. Yao Yu grabbed Yao Zixing's arm. Brother, don't argue with a man. Let's go. She pulled back, clutching her brother's blood-stained sleeve, and looked at Lin Feng warily. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on her swaying waist. You want me to spare your brother? It's simple. Come to my tent right now, and I'll pretend nothing happened tonight. Dream on. Yao Yu turned around abruptly, her cheeks flushed red beneath the black and gray grime. She grabbed half a fish bone from beside her feet and threw it at Lin Feng, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Before leaving, Yao Zixing took one last look at the mess of the iron pot on the ground before turning around and following his sister's swaying figure. Lin Feng licked his lips as he watched the direction the two had disappeared, then suddenly roared and kicked over the wooden crate next to the campfire, scattering cans all over the ground. He grabbed 2 women huddled in the corner and yelled, Damn it! Get your asses in here! I'm furious right now! The moment the canvas tent was roughly pulled up, 2 women let out painful groans. The oil lamp flickered inside Yao Yu's tent. Yao Yu's fingertips were covered in herbal juice as she carefully wiped away the bruises and wounds on her brother's back. She grew angrier the more she looked, and suddenly slammed the medicine bowl down on the wooden box. Brother, how long are you going to put up with that beast? Yao Zixing lowered his eyes and stared at the calluses on his palms. Have you forgotten? When Mom and Dad were in the ICU, it was Lin Feng who paid for their surgery. How can I repay this life-saving debt? Pa! Yao Yu grabbed the blood-stained strip of cloth and threw it into the brazier. The rising sparks stung her eyes, making them red. What kind of good person do you think he is? He's clearly using this favor to blackmail me. He was in the same class as me in high school, and he's been eyeing me ever since. Helping us with the medical expenses was just a ploy to take advantage of our vulnerability. He knows our family is short of money, and he's deliberately using our life-saving money as a hook. She turned around abruptly. I was his classmate for 2 years, I know him better than anyone else. Outside the tent came Lin Feng's arrogant laughter and curses, mixed with a woman's suppressed sobs. Yao Zixing reached out and pressed down on his sister's trembling shoulders. Sigh, never mind. Some things can't be said. As long as he doesn't touch you, it's nothing for me to suffer a little. Brother! Yao Yu wanted to say something more, but didn't know where to begin. Yao Zixing reached out and patted his sister's head. Don't think about those upsetting things. He gazed at the flickering firelight outside the tent, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. That kid today, did you notice him? Yao Yu sprinkled some crushed herbs on the wound, then paused, her fingertips pausing. How could I not notice? A fool who would risk his life to save someone else is a rare sight these days. Yes, that's rare. An interesting person. He looks no more than 2 years older than Lin Feng, but there's not a trace of childishness in his eyes. Yao Zixing leaned against the wooden crate, listening to the distant sound of the waves. Isn't it strange? Both are young men in their early 20s, one treats human lives like a bonfire party, the other, hat. He shook his head and chuckled. But what that kid said was really touching. I like his generosity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offended Lin Feng to save him. If I cannot live a life of luxury, then I shall be cooked in a cauldron even in death. How well said. Yao Yu gritted her teeth angrily. Hey, okay, brother, why are you bothering with him? What's with all this talk of being heroic? He's just a troublemaker. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be suffering like this. Don't let me see him, or I'll definitely beat him up. Yao Zixing tidied his sister's messy hair and said, I'll set up the tent next to you tonight. Just call out if you need anything. He squeezed his sister's cold fingertips until she nodded before letting go. The noise outside the tent gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of the campfire and the sobbing of the waves. Before Yao Yu blew out the oil lamp, she saw her brother's silhouette leaning against the wooden box. He gripped the piece of steel bar that had saved Fang Jie, but quickly relaxed when he met her gaze, revealing a gentle smile. Fang Jie's steps slipped on the gravel beach as he groped his way forward in the dark through the snow. A painful cry came from afar. He tensed up and quickly slipped into the thicket of bushes. Under the moonlight, two slender figures stumbled and rushed towards the sea. They were the Wenrisha sisters. Wenroshua's braids came undone, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Wenrisha was in tears, her pale ankles were cut and bleeding. "Brother Jie, slow down! Wait for us!" the two cried out as they ran. "Wait! I'm not dead yet! Don't give me a funeral! It's too bad luck!" Fang Jie rushed out and spread his arms to block the way. The two sisters stood frozen in place. The moonlight illuminated their reddened eyes and the undried tear tracks on their faces. When Risha suddenly rushed over, her trembling hands tightly gripping his blood-stained collar, choking back tears as she frantically searched him. "You're not dead? That's great! Where are you hurt? Are they?" When Ruashua was already sobbing uncontrollably, throwing herself onto his back, her tears soaking his tattered clothes. Fan Jie staggered from the impact, but he pulled the two of them into his arms and heard his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. It turns out that there really are people in this world who would be heartbroken over his life or death. Tears still clung to Wenrisha's eyelashes as she choked back sobs, clutching Fang Jie's clothes tightly. "When Su Daqiang and the others came back, they were covered in blood. They said you were boiled in oil." When Ruashua, unusually gentle, nuzzled his face tenderly. "We thought we'd never see you again." Fang Jie laughed and pried open the sister's tightly clasped fingers, deliberately puffing out his chest and swinging his arms. "You underestimate me. I picked up an axe and hacked left and right, and I knocked all those cowards down." He exaggeratedly gestured his moves, but the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to groan. When Risha burst into laughter through her tears, poking his bleeding shoulder with her fingertip. "Your wound is bleeding, and you're still bragging. Lu Degui said there's a master among those people, and you wouldn't last more than a few moves against him." Fang Jie was somewhat embarrassed. "That bastard Lu Degui! I saved his life, and he speaks ill of me." Mentioning Lu Degui, when Ruashua laughed. "Don't scold him anymore, that guy cried terribly. He said he ruined you, and he was acting like he was going to die." When Risha snorted coldly. "If we hadn't seen how miserable he was, my sister and I would have taught him a lesson right then and there." Fang Jie nodded. "Yeah, don't make things difficult for him. He did all right tonight. I thought that given his character, he would definitely kneel down, kowtow, and betray me, the same old routine. Hey, I didn't expect him to hold on. All right, let's not talk about him anymore." When Risha looked up at Fang Jie, the moonlight illuminating the starlight that had reappeared in her eyes. "You scared me to death. Come here, let me kiss you," she said, standing on tiptoe and getting close to Fang Jie. Fang Jie wrapped his long arm around her and pulled her into his embrace. With a soft moan, when Risha wrapped her arms around Fang Jie's neck. The two kissed passionately, and Fang Jie's hand slid down, as if implanted with a locator, accurately grasping its target. "Phew! Okay, I can't take it anymore," when Risha said, her face flushed as she pushed Fang Jie away. When Ruashua pouted and looked at the two of them. "Ugh! You've kissed my sister so many times already. This time you're not even going to pretend anymore, are you? You're starting right in front of me?" Chapter 49 Fang Jie's Return. Fang Jie leaned closer to Wen Ruashua and said, "Silly girl, do you want a kiss too?" Wen Ruashua blinked and said with a grin, "Not now. You just kissed my sister, I'm not going to take what's left. I'll let you kiss me when it's just the two of us." When Risha walked over, tapped Fang Jie's forehead with her finger, and said with a laugh, "Look how you've spoiled her. This little girl is getting more and more shameless." When Ruashua immediately retorted, hands on her hips, "My sister is shameless. She kissed someone else right in front of me." As he spoke, he pounced on his sister and tickled her. When Risha laughed and dodged away. The two chatted and joked as they walked back. Fan Jia walked around the house but didn't see Su Daqiang and the others. When Rusha tugged at his sleeve, "They're in Su Daqiang's room. I told them to rest here, but they wouldn't." Fan Jia nodded and walked towards Su Daqiang's room. He kicked the door open, and the strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. Lu Degui's body was half slumped in the corner, the tattered cloth wrapped around his severed arm already soaked in blood. Su Daqiang's legs were twisted unnaturally, and blood was still seeping out. The skinny monkey's eyes were half open, his breath was faint, and his chest was rising and falling weakly. "Don't move! Lie still!" Fan Jia rushed over and pressed down on Lu Degui, who was trying to get up. When Lu Degui saw him, his cloudy eyes widened, and his lips trembled as he squeezed out a few words. "Brother, you're still alive!" Su Daqiang struggled to raise his hand and grasped Fan Jia's wrist. "You're back, that's wonderful!" Fan Jia frowned and looked at the group. "You all lie down and rest. I'll go find some medicine right away, don't move around." Su Daqiang struggled to grab Fan Jia's clothes, his breath weak. "Where do you think you're going to find the medicine?" "Never mind, I have a way." Fan Jia pried his hand away and turned to leave. "Whatever you do, don't go to Lin Feng's place again." Su Daqiang coughed anxiously, blood trickling down his chin. "They're looking for you with bloodshot eyes. Going there will only be suicide." Fan Jia turned around and grinned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lu Degui shakily propped himself up. "Brother, what's the next step? What are your plans for the next step?" "Revenge." Fan Jia clenched his fist. "Once you've recovered, we'll go back and take our revenge." Lu Degui's face turned deathly pale, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "That Lin Feng is a madman. If we fall into his hands again, we'll really have no way out." Fan Jia patted his trembling shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. The reason we suffered this time was that we didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a tough nut to crack as Yao Zixing by his side. Otherwise, we would have succeeded long ago." He stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Yao Zixing is indeed skilled in martial arts, but he's a man with a strong sense of justice. If he hadn't let me go, I would have really confessed this time." "What? He let you go?" Lu Degui suddenly sat up, wincing in pain as he pulled at his wound. "What kind of logic is this? He arrested you and then let you go? What did he gain from that?" Su Daqiang smiled wryly from the side. "I thought you were like someone in a martial arts novel who suddenly unlocked your Ren and Du meridians and displayed your divine power to fight your way out." Fan Jia waved his hand and pressed the group back down into the haystack. "Don't worry about these complicated things now. The most important thing is to get your injuries healed. Sister Wen will bring you food and change your medicine. Just let us know if you need anything." Lu Degui's face turned bright red. "This won't do. It's so embarrassing." He turned to look at Wen Rushu at the door and stammered. I used to be a smart aleck and a jerk, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, you're too kind." Wen Rushu tilted her head and smiled, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Oh, even Manager Lu can back down? You used to make things difficult for us sisters. I remember it all." Lu Degui scratched the back of his head. Look, I'm getting my comeuppance, aren't I? I got beaten up like a melon. Can we just let bygones be bygones?" When Roshui glanced at him and said, "We'll see how you perform. Testing jade requires 3 days of burning, and discerning talent requires 7 years of waiting. I won't change my opinion of you because of what you said just now. Taking care of you is Brother Jia's idea, and I will look after you. You don't need to worry about that." Lu Degui tremblingly gave a thumbs up, his face showing admiration. "Truly, one's character rises with the company of virtuous people. I never heard Sister Wen speak with such eloquence before. Following Brother Fang, my skills have all improved. Look, sister. I knew it. He's always the same old guy, always trying to flatter." Fan Jia chuckled, then slapped his hand away, saying, all right, you two take good care of your injuries. I'm leaving." After saying that, he winked at Wen Rushu and Wen Ruoxue, and the three of them left the house. As soon as they returned to the room, Wen Rushu frowned and asked, "What exactly are you planning to do? Are you still thinking of getting medicine from the shipping container?" Before Fan Jia could speak, Wen Ruoxue slammed the door shut with a bang, and locked it. She stood in front of the door, hands on her hips, glaring at me. You're not allowed to go. You almost lost your life, isn't that enough? This time, I'm not letting you leave no matter what. Fang Jie helplessly spread his hands. If we don't risk getting medicine, how will they treat their injuries? He reached out to pull Wen Ruoxue, but she nimbly dodged him. Listen to me, Lin Feng and his gang of scoundrels are nothing to worry about. Only Yao Zixing is unfathomable. But since he was willing to let me go, he won't go back on his word and make things difficult for me again. As long as I sneak in under the cover of darkness and get the medicine without making a sound, I'll be fine. If we're going, the three of us will go together, otherwise there's no way. When Ruoxue gripped the doorknob, looking ready to fight to the death. When Risha quickly stepped forward, saying, It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We're worried about you. It's always good to have two more people looking after you. Fang Jie quickly waved his hand in refusal. For seriously wounded soldiers are lying there paralyzed. If we all leave, who will take care of them? Who will cook for them? Who will change their dressings? The two sisters exchanged a glance and said in unison, One of us will stay and take care of her, and the other will stay with you. As they talked, the two of them started arguing back and forth about who should go. Nonsense! Fang Jie interrupted, his face darkening. You can't even hold a kitchen knife properly. What if something happens if you go? You won't be of any help and will only distract me. It's safer for me to go alone. If you come with me, you might just get me killed. When Ruoxue wanted to argue, but when Risha pressed her sister's shoulder and sighed softly. Forget it, we can't stop him. Let him go. But you must be careful. Fang Jie smiled and patted their heads, his eyes gentle. Don't worry, don't you trust me to handle things? I guarantee I'll come back unharmed. When Ruoxue's eyes reddened, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Fang Jie's cheek. You must come back safely soon. I'm still waiting. Her fingers gripped Fang Jie's clothes tightly, and she reluctantly let go after a long while. Haha, okay. I promise you. Chapter 50. Meeting a Beauty Under the Moon. Fang Jie crouched low as he walked through the night. Going to Lin Feng's place to get the medicine now is exactly what he planned to do, taking advantage of the situation. Who could have predicted that someone who had just escaped would dare to return? Halfway there, Fang Jie saw dark shadows moving about at the foot of the mountain wall ahead. He held his breath and crept over. By the dim moonlight, he saw Zhou Lijuan huddled in a crevice in the rock wall, with 7 or 8 of her dusty-faced henchmen squatting around her. Who? Zhou Lijuan turned around abruptly, only relaxing her grip after recognizing Fang Jie. How come it's you? The crowd surged forward, their heavy breathing mixed with the stench of blood assaulting their senses. What are you hiding here for? Fang Jie asked, looking them over. Zhou Lijuan spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, running her fingers through her disheveled hair. What else can we hide from? Your sneak attack failed, and we were caught red-handed when we set the fire. Do you think Lin Feng will let us off the hook? If we don't run, we'll just die. She grabbed Fang Jie's sleeve, her eyes pleading. Brother, take us with you. Fang Jie shook off her hand and sneered. I can barely protect myself, how can I protect you? You'd better find your own way out. Seeing Zhou Lijuan standing there in a daze, he turned and walked away. Suppressed sobs and rustling footsteps came from behind. The group of people, dragging their injured legs, stumbled and staggered deeper into the dense forest. Fang Jie crept into the camp along the rock wall, his snores rising and falling in the moonlight amidst the campfire. Following Zhou Lijuan's directions, he went around to the back of the container and caught a glimpse of a medicine box peeking out from the corner of the tent on the left. The corner of the metal box gleamed coldly in the moonlight. As soon as I lifted a corner of the tent flap, a dry branch at my feet snapped with a crack. The figure inside the tent moved suddenly. He pounced on the other person and covered their mouth. His palms struck the soft lips, and the refreshing scent of peppermint balm filled his nostrils. There's a woman in the tent. The person in his arms struggled violently, kneeing him in the abdomen, but Fang Jie dodged to the side. He lowered his voice. Don't shout. I won't hurt you. Ugh. The person beneath him was panting heavily, staring wide-eyed at Fang Jie. Fang Jie looked around the tent. The medicine box was right next to the woman's pillow. He placed his left hand on the woman's shoulder and reached for the buckle on the medicine box with his right hand. The woman suddenly opened her mouth and bit hard at Fang Jia's hand that was covering her mouth. He groaned in pain and reflexively pulled his hand back. In the darkness, the woman huddled in the corner of the tent like a frightened wildcat, her breathing rapid and wary. After a brief standoff, Fang Jia lowered his voice and said, "Don't shout. I have a seriously injured brother waiting to be saved. As long as you don't make a sound, I guarantee you'll be fine." Amidst the rustling sounds of movement, the woman nodded slightly. She crawled on her knees toward the medicine box, her slender fingers pulling open the tent flap, letting in moonlight like silver threads. By the dim light, she skillfully rummaged through the bandages, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers, stuffing the entire bag of medicine into Fang Jia's arms. "Thank you?" Fang Jia quickly checked the medicine packet while looking down. Suddenly, a voice, barely audible, came from above. "You're the kid who just ran away. You've got some nerve. You dared to come back." Fang Jia suddenly looked up, and the moonlight outlined Yao Yu's profile, her eyes fixed on him. Fang Jia nodded silently, then looked earnestly at Yao Yu. "Could you get some more medicine? My brothers are seriously injured, and I'm afraid this won't last long." Yao Yu ran her fingertips along the edge of the medicine box, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Do you understand pharmacology?" "I only know how to do simple bandages, nothing too complicated." Fang Jia paused, then shook his head somewhat embarrassedly. Yao Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this, and quickly explained the basic methods of changing dressings and stopping bleeding to him. "Take these first. Wait for me at the rocky beach tomorrow morning." She lowered her voice. "I'll find a way to get more." Fang Jia was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. "I can't thank you enough. May I ask your name?" Yao Yu winked mischievously, putting her index finger to her lips. "Keep it a secret for now, we'll talk about it when we meet tomorrow." She pushed Fang Jia towards the tent exit. "Thank you. See you tomorrow." Fang Jia, clutching the medicine packet, bowed and retreated. Hidden in the shadows of the tent, Yao Zixing loosened his grip on the steel bar and watched Fang Jia's figure disappear at the edge of the camp. "This kid has some nerve." He sighed and lay back down. Fang Jia ran all the way back to the camp, his clothes fluttering in the night wind. When Rishu and when Ruoxua stood guard at the door, and only when they saw the bulging medicine bag in his arms did their hearts finally settle down. "Quickly lend a hand." Fang Jia ripped open his shirt, revealing bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine hidden in his clothes. The two sisters immediately got to work, boiling water, cleaning the wound, and handing over gauze. Following Yao Yu's instructions, he carefully applied the anti-inflammatory medicine to everyone's bloody wounds. Then wrap it layer by layer with cloth strips soaked in herbal juice. Lu Degui was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn! It really hurts. It hurts even more than when I was being beaten." Fang Jia looked at him and said, "You should be grateful. The fact that you feel pain means there's still hope. If you couldn't feel pain, you'd be truly hopeless." "Ah?" Lu Degui panicked instantly, his eyes darting downwards. "No way! My brother can't feel anything anymore. Ouch, no! Serves you right. You're always attracting trouble. It's good that you're crippled." When Ruoxua glanced at him. "All right, stop scaring him." Fang Jia patted Lu Degui on the shoulder with a smile. "Try to think positively. Even if he's crippled, it might not be a bad thing. At least you'll have less trouble. In a way, it's a blessing." "You're really good with words," Lu Degui said, head drooping. "Would you like this good fortune?" After everyone was disinfected and bandaged, the bleeding from the wounds finally stopped. A sliver of color returned to Su Daqiang's pale face. He mumbled, "Thanks," and then turned his head to sleep. As the sounds of snoring began to rise inside the room, Fang Jia looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Rishi yawned and rubbed her sore eyes, "Finally finished." Despite her drowsiness, when Ruoxua added some firewood to the fire, Fang Jia waved his hand. "You guys go and rest first, I'll take another look around." He first inspected the trap set up at the camp entrance with vines and sharpened wood, his feet crunching through the snow. After confirming that the tripwire was intact, he squatted down to carefully examine the surrounding snow. Under the moonlight, the white snow surface was as smooth as a carpet, with only their footprints crisscrossing and extending, without any trace of unfamiliarity. He rubbed his frozen hands before turning back into the house, where he embraced the two sisters and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Fang Jia rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. Turning around, I saw Wenwushi and Wenruoxue curled up in the quilt, fast asleep. He quietly put on his coat and went to the stove to cook. The stove crackled as he cooked some meat porridge and steamed some sweet potatoes. After he finished cooking, he carried the steaming hot food and pushed open Su Daqiang's door. The smell of blood in the room had faded considerably, replaced by the bitter, refreshing scent of herbs. The four lay sprawled out, their faces no longer as pale as yesterday, but with some color returning. Su Daqiang's brows were no longer furrowed, and his expression relaxed considerably. Fang Jia put down his chopsticks and gently called out, "Wake up, eat something to nourish yourself." Lu Degui smacked his lips, rolled over, and mumbled indistinctly, "What is this? It smells so good." Chapter 51 Yao Yu's Visit. Su Daqiang struggled to sit up, looking at the steaming bowl of porridge. "Brother, I didn't realize you were such a good cook. The smell alone is invigorating." Lu Degui struggled to prop himself up, scooped up a mouthful of porridge, and mumbled, "Delicious! You're a real talent. You're good at both the battlefield and the kitchen." The group wolfed down their food, the soup dripping down their chins. Fang Jia squatted down beside the hay, his gaze sweeping over their bandaged wounds. "How are you feeling?" Skinny Monkey wiped his mouth. "I'm really dizzy, and my legs are as weak as noodles, but at least I'm not like yesterday, feeling like I'm about to die. I've seen my baby so much several times." "Ha!" The men smiled knowingly, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Fang Jia nodded. "That's good. Except for going to the toilet, you're not allowed to move around. When I get back, I'll get you a basin to put in the house. You can eat, drink, and relieve yourself all in the house. We'll see how it goes after half a month." Su Daqiang held up the bowl and said, "Thank you so much." The others also nodded in thanks. Fang Jia waved his hand. "All right, don't be so polite anymore. We've been through thick and thin together, after all." He returned to his cabin and gently woke the still sleeping Wenwushu and Wenruoxue. "Get up and eat something, and keep an eye on their room for me. I need to go get my medicine again." Wenwushu rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Why do we have to go again? Didn't we just bring it back last night?" Fang Jia reheated the porridge that had gone cold. "They don't have enough medicine. They'll need at least half a month to recover. Don't worry, I made an appointment yesterday. It'll be fine." "Who did you make plans with?" Wenruoxue leaned closer, staring intently at him. Fang Jia scratched his head. "I don't know either, there's just one woman in the camp." Before the words were even finished, the two sisters straightened their backs instantly. Wenwushu strode up to him, her beautiful eyes wide. "A woman? What does she look like? How old?" Fang Jia shook his head. "I didn't see her face clearly. It was pitch black, who would know what she looked like? I just knew she smelled nice and had a pleasant voice." Wenruoxue turned around abruptly. "Humph! Men are all the same, they can't wait to see a girl. And you even know she smells nice? I think you're a real dog." Wenwushu crossed her arms and sneered. "You're just like that old lecher Lu Degui. You should be crippled like him, then you'll be completely obedient." He watched their angry backs, then reached out and grabbed Wenruoxue's wrist, pulling her into his arms. "Jealous?" His nose brushed against the top of her head, his breath hot against her ear. "I'm useless now, aren't you all living like widows?" Wenwushu swiftly pulled her sister behind her. "Who wants to live like a widow? Go find whoever you want. I'm going to find a man too. I'm going to find Lu Degui." After saying that, she turned to leave. Fang Jia laughed and reached out to rub her head. "Take good care of the camp, don't go out unless necessary, wait for me to come back." The two nodded reluctantly. He turned and stepped into the morning light, striding towards the distant rocky beach. Fang Jia huddled in the shadows of the trees, his gaze sweeping over the jagged crevices of the rocky beach. After confirming that there were no ambushes, he crouched down and pressed himself against the largest rock. He rubbed his numb fingertips and heard light footsteps approaching from afar. The girl's figure walked towards the rocks. She looked around, her arms bulging as if they were stuffed with a lot of things. Her face was covered in cold dust, leaving only a pair of glistening eyes visible beneath her eyelashes. Her wrist peeked out from her sleeve, as white as a freshly cut lotus root. She walked around, stopping frequently, scanning her surroundings. Fang Jia waved to her. She ran over quickly, staggering. Yao Yu nodded towards Fang Jia, and before he could speak, she turned and disappeared into the woods. Under an old banyan tree deep in the woods, the girl lifted her clothes and pulled out several paper packets of various sizes. This is hemostatic powder for internal use. Mix it with warm water and drink it. Change the wound medicine twice a day, and rinse the wound with salt water first. She pointed to the medicine packet with her slender, white fingers. The bottom packet is for painkillers. Don't use it unless the pain is really bad. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Fang Jia nodded quickly, looking at her face smeared with black ash. May I ask what brings you here? Yao Yu smiled slightly. Just to avoid a little trouble. Fang Jia gave a vague "oh" and asked, My name is Fang Jia. What is your surname? Yao Yu nodded slightly. You don't need any introduction. After your outburst last night, you've really made a name for yourself. Now everyone here knows you, even on a deserted island. Yao Yu's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the medicine packet before she suddenly asked out of the blue. Tell me, do you hate Yao Zixing? Fang Jia paused in his work of tidying up the medicine bag. He shook his head. Why hate him? Yao Yu looked at him and said, If he hadn't ambushed you halfway, your plan yesterday might have succeeded. You would be the boss here now. She stared into Fang Jia's eyes. You really don't hate him? Fang Jia nodded seriously. Judging from his conversation with Lin Feng last night, Yao Zixing has his reasons. Otherwise, why would someone like Lin Feng, with his character, be able to get a master like Yao Zixing to protect him? Besides, he didn't make things difficult for me. He just stopped me, not tried to kill me. His skills are the best I've ever seen. I'm no match for him. In the end, he saved my life. I should be grateful to him. Why would I hate him? Yao Yu turned her face away. He's my brother. My name is Yao Yu. Fang Jia looked at Yao Yu in surprise. Your brother spared my life, and you saved my brother. I'll remember this kindness. If you ever need my help, just come to the camp and find me. I'll do my best. Yao Yu twirled the end of her braid with her fingertips, then suddenly looked up and said, Let me go with you to your camp. Seeing Fang Jia in a daze, she kicked away the pebbles at her feet. You're not a doctor. What if you mess up the dressing or bandage? Who will be responsible for their lives? She tilted her head and smiled, revealing a shallow dimple. Consider it as me going to your place in advance to get acquainted with it. Otherwise, where would I go to find you if I need anything? Fang Jia stared at her for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right. I didn't want to trouble you. But since you put it that way, then I'll have to. Let's go then, don't waste any more time. Yao Yu said, pointing ahead and indicating that he should lead the way. Fang Jia led the way, saying, Shouldn't you tell your brother? Won't he be worried if he can't find you? It's none of his business. He's very busy with his own things every day. The two walked close to the edge of the woods, with Fang Jia deliberately leading her through 3 bends. Every time I round a corner, I have to look behind the tree for a long time to make sure there are no tails behind me. Chapter 52 3 Women Make a Drama. As soon as Fang Jia stepped into the camp, when Rushu opened the door with a whoosh, still clutching a half-eaten cassava in her hand. When Rushu had peeked out from behind her, and their eyes both fixed on Yao Yu. Yao Yu tilted her head, her eyes, as clear as autumn water, scrutinizing them. Wow! Fang Jia, you're something else! Yao Yu patted Fang Jia on the shoulder. You had 2 angelic sisters hiding away, and you didn't say so earlier. Such beautiful twin sisters, which one is your girlfriend? Or... She deliberately dragged out the last syllable, her eyes darting between the 1 sisters. Fang Jia smiled and said, Don't tease me. They are all my good friends. This must be our benefactor who brought the medicine. When Rushu had jogged over to greet her. We were so worried last night, thank goodness you came to our rescue. As she spoke, she reached out and carefully touched Yao Yu's medicine packet. It must have taken a lot of effort to get these medicines, right?
Thank you.
Yao Yu was a little embarrassed by her enthusiasm, and scratched her face covered in soot. It's nothing. Saving lives is the priority. When Rishu stepped forward, took out some dried meat from her pocket, and handed it over. We don't have anything good, just consider it a small token of our appreciation. If it weren't for you, those people would have suffered so much more. Her voice was gentle and sincere. Yao Yu took the dried meat and took a small bite. You guys have a good life. You even have fresh dried meat. This is much better than what I usually eat. Yao Yu smiled and took out a few pieces of candy from her pocket. The candy wrappers were a little wrinkled, but they still had an enticing sheen. It's only polite to reciprocate. She stuffed the candy into the two sisters' hands. Try it, this is a treasure I've been hiding away for a long time. When Rishu and when Wenruoxue exchanged a glance, their eyes crinkling with smiles. They unwrapped the candy and put it in their mouths, the sweetness instantly spreading across their tongues. The three girls chatted away, talking about everything from herbs to food, their laughter like a string of candied hawthorns that never stopped. Seeing the women chatting so enthusiastically, Fang Jia couldn't help but cough twice. Ladies, could you please let Yao Yu check on the injured first? After they're settled, we can properly entertain our guests, and you can have a good chat. Yao Yu slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. Right. I'm here to be Huato. She deftly slung her medicine bag over her shoulder and followed Fang Jia toward Su Daqiang's room. As Fang Jia and his group entered the house, all the wounded inside turned to look at them. Su Daqiang tried to sit up, supporting himself on his arms, but winced in pain. Who is this girl? Don't move! Fang Jia pressed down on his shoulder. This is a medical expert who's here to change your dressings. Yao Yu squatted down by the hay, and just as she reached out to untie the bandage, Su Daqiang turned his face away somewhat embarrassedly. What are you ashamed of, you grown man? She ripped off Su Daqiang's blood-soaked gauze. Don't cover it up so tightly in the future, or the wound will spoil. Yao Yu's fingertips trembled as she held the strip of cloth. You're tying it up wrong. It's like wrapping a rice dumpling. How can the blood circulate? Isn't it said that the tighter the wrapping, the safer it is? Su Daqiang asked doubtfully. Nonsense! Yao Yu pulled out a clean gauze. For scrapes and bruises, you have to leave them open to breathe. Only fractures need to be tightly bandaged if they are 2 fingers loose, in order to fix the position of the bone and prevent it from shifting. As she spoke, she demonstrated. You need to rinse the wound with saline solution every day. It will hurt a bit, but it will help it heal faster. Don't pick at the scabs. If you can walk around, don't stay in bed all the time. Get some sun so your bones can heal faster. She took out an oil paper package and broke off a few pieces of dark, medicinal cake. This is a muscle-regenerating ointment. Apply it but don't get it wet. Lu Deguy lay to the side, his eyes fixed on Yao Yu's full and rounded figure. He swallowed hard and mustered his courage to ask. Miss, are you from the beach camp? How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Fang Jia, growing impatient, clicked his tongue and said, Just when you were feeling a little better, you started having another attack. Yao Yu's face darkened, and she glared at Lu Deguy, coldly saying, Mind your own business. If you say another word, I'll give you some good medicine to try next time. Lu Deguy shrank back in fright, quickly shut his mouth, and dared not utter another sound. After changing the dressings for the wounded, Yao Yu stood up and clapped her hands. The recovery is quite fast. It's all external injuries, no internal organs were damaged. Just take good care of him. Wenruoxue and Wenruoxue immediately grabbed her arms, one on each side. Come on. Let's go sit with us. Let's have a good chat. The three chatted and laughed as they entered the wooden house. Yao Yu's eyes widened as soon as she stepped inside. The heated kong, a traditional heated brick bed, inside the house was still steaming. A half sack of sweet potatoes was piled up next to the stove, smoke-cured meat hung in the corner, and various fruits were hanging from the rafters. Good heavens! She reached out and touched the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed, then lifted the pot lid to peek inside. I thought you people were hiding under rocks gnawing on tree bark, but you've hidden so many good things. How did you heat this kong? Won't your bottoms burn when you sleep at night? Wenruoxue laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. No! It's very comfortable. The flue runs under the kong, heated brick bed, so it's warm but not choking. He handed her a handful of pine cones, saying, "Try them, they're so fragrant." Yao Yu's eyes were full of envy. "I wish I had joined you guys. I thought that with the supplies in the containers, we, 100 or so people, would be lucky if we could last a few days. I didn't expect you to have started your vacation mode." Fang Jia leaned against the door frame, his tone unconsciously carrying a hint of pride. Being able to live a good life in this godforsaken place isn't just a matter of luck. He reached out and tapped the sturdy wooden beams. "Every piece of wood in this house was carried back from the forest by us. The meat and food we've got were also obtained through a lot of hard work by the few of us." Yao Yu paused in her hand as she was breaking pine cones, then looked up and surveyed the wooden house filled with the warmth of daily life. She gave Fang Jia a thumbs up, a rare seriousness flashing in her eyes. "You guys are great, I admire you. You're much better than us." Ship! The sound of grass and trees rustling came from the direction of the trap in the distance. Fang Jia grabbed a wooden stick and rushed over, only to find a lasso tightly binding a gray rabbit, whose hind legs were still thrashing. "Good heavens!" He lifted the rabbit by the ears. "It's been almost a week, and we've finally opened for business." Fang Jia waved the rabbit around and said, "Yao Yu, you're so lucky! The trap has been empty for days, and the rabbit just arrived. It's like God is keeping you here to have a good meal." The Wen sisters joined in the teasing, and Yao Yu laughed so hard she rubbed her stomach. "So I'm here to bring you wealth? In that case, this rabbit will have to leave me a leg." Fang Jia processed the rabbit, when Rushu squatted by the stove adding firewood, and when Ruoshua threw the washed meat into the pot. Soon, the aroma of meat mixed with the scent of herbs filled the camp. In the bubbling iron pot, the rabbit meat stewed to a golden and glistening consistency made one's mouth water. Chapter 53: Crisis Approaching. The iron pot bubbled and sizzled over the fire as the four people sat around the wooden table. When Rushu ladled a bowl of meat soup and handed it to Yao Yu, casually asking, "How old are you this year?" 23. Yao Yu took the bowl, her eyes curving into crescents in the rising steam. "I never thought I'd become the older sister here. You're all younger than me." When Ruoshua rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing her face smeared with soot, unable to contain her curiosity. "Why do you always put this on your face?" Yao Yu leaned closer and whispered a few words in her ear. When Ruoshua was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing, and even glanced at Fang Jia, who was engrossed in gnawing on a rabbit leg. Fang Jia was puzzled by the stare and wiped his mouth, saying, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I have something to do with you? I just met her too." When Ruoshua winked at Fang Jia. "Anyway, it's related to you men. You guys are all lecherous, so you have to be careful." Fang Jia curled his lip. "TCH, all this mystery. Is she some stunning beauty who can bewitch people the moment they meet her? Is it really necessary to be so secretive?" Yao Yu slammed the bowl down on the table with a snort. "You really don't know what's good for you." She deliberately turned her head away from Fang Jia, her cheeks slightly flushed beneath the dark gray. Fang Jia deliberately dragged out his words. "Trying to hide it? I think it's completely unnecessary. If you're so capable, wash your face clean and let us see for ourselves." When Rushu and when Ruoshua suppressed their laughter and secretly glanced at Yao Yu. Yao Yu crossed her arms and glanced at him sideways. "Trying to provoke me? I'm not a 3-year-old. I'm not falling for that." A burst of laughter erupted from inside the cabin. The four of them ate and chatted until dusk crept up the windowpane. Fang Jia picked up the axe and gestured with his chin at Yao Yu. "Let's go, it's dark and the road is slippery, I'll give you a ride." Yao Yu didn't refuse and followed him into the night. Behind her, when Ruoshua's words drifted back. "Don't get lost. It'll be troublesome if you run off with your sister Yao Yu. Come back soon." "Stop talking nonsense." "I know." Fang Jia escorted Yao Yu to the edge of the seaside camp. She waved to Fang Jia, and only after his figure disappeared behind the rocks did she hum a little tune as she walked towards the tent. Just as I lifted the curtain, a deep voice suddenly came from behind me. "Where have you been?" Yao Yu turned around and saw Yao Zixing leaning against the tent frame, the moonlight outlining his slightly furrowed brows. "I just went out for a walk and got some fresh air." Yao Yu waved the wildflowers she had picked at some point in her hand. "Being cooped up in the camp all day, I'm practically growing mushrooms. Yao Zixing took half a step forward. With whom? Yao Yu blinked, grabbed her brother's arm, pulled him into the tent, and said excitedly in a low voice, Brother! I've made some really interesting friends. Her eyes sparkled. Their camp was so lively and fun. We even stewed rabbit together. Looking at his sister's excited expression, Yao Zixing couldn't help but smile. Is it Fang Jie and the others? Yao Yu was taken aback at first, then smiled and nodded emphatically. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. There's a pair of sisters surnamed one at Fang Jie's camp. They're incredibly skillful, and I get along very well with them. Although Fang Jie caused us trouble, he's actually a pretty good person, quite interesting. Before she could finish speaking, Yao Zixing gently tapped her head. Yao Yu wasn't annoyed. Instead, she laughed even harder. Fang Jie is a good person. He values relationships and knows his limits. I feel at ease being friends with him. He lowered his voice, glancing warily outside the tent. But you have to be careful of Lin Feng. Don't let him find out. You know what he's thinking. He'll be jealous. If he finds out, it will cause trouble not only for us but also for Fang Jie and the others. Yao Yu wrinkled her nose and snorted. Don't worry, brother. I'm not a child, I know what I'm doing. She patted her chest and said, If Lin Feng dares to cause trouble for Fang Jie and the others, I'll be the first to object. Seeing that her brother was still staring at her with concern, she playfully tugged at his sleeve. Really, I promise I'll be careful. Yao Zixing raised his hand and gently rubbed Yao Yu's head. All right, go to sleep. Only after watching his younger sister crawl into bed did he turn around, lift the curtain, and leave. In the shadows of the unnoticed camp, a pair of reddened eyes stared intently at them, their light gleaming with ill intent in the darkness. As dawn broke over the tent, Yao Yu hurriedly ate a few bites of the cold, hard flatbread, slung her medicine basket over her shoulder, and headed outside. Just as they stepped out of the camp, Lin Feng suddenly emerged from behind a tree, blocking their path. Sneaking around so early in the morning, where are you going? Where I go is none of your business. Yao Yu rolled her eyes impatiently and turned to walk around. Lin Feng reached out to grab her arm, but missed. As she turned around, the silver bells at the end of her braid jingled loudly, and she walked away without looking back. Lin Feng clenched his fists, staring at her retreating figure through gritted teeth, a sinister snort escaping his throat. Come here! You stay close to her. I want to see what she's up to. Yao Yu stepped into the camp through the melting snow. Before she could even put down her first aid kit, she saw Fang Jie squatting under the tent, sharpening a wooden awl with a knife. Wood chips fell softly at his feet, and the cold glint of the blade made his expression even more focused. What are you fiddling with? Yao Yu leaned closer, and a delicate fragrance wafted into Fang Jie's nose. Fang Jie gestured with his chin toward the snowy mud in the distance. Look at those paw prints, wolverines and wild deer. He held up the sharpened wooden awl, its tip gleaming coldly. I'm going to dig some pits, then stick this thing in upside down. I guarantee I'll catch them one by one. A soft clanging sound came from not far away. When Rusha and Ruoxua were squatting by the pond, using stones to straighten the wire. Yao Yu, come quick! When Ruoxua waved to her, shaking the wire in her hand. Break the ice, let's go fishing! Yao Yu's eyes lit up, and she put the medicine box on the stone table and ran over. The three girls immediately huddled together, heads pressed together, studying the curvature of the wire. When Rusha pulled out a hemp rope to demonstrate how to tie a hook, while Yao Yu grabbed a twig and drew circles on the muddy ground. The ice is thin here. There must be a school of fish underneath. Fang Jie sharpened the wooden awl until it was razor sharp, then casually wiped the shavings off his clothes. He shouldered a wooden shovel and, taking advantage of the soft, thawing ground, moved back and forth among the bushes around the camp. Before long, several square pits, each about half a person deep, appeared on the ground. The bottoms were neatly filled with sharpened wooden stakes, and the outlines of the traps were cleverly concealed by withered leaves and broken branches. Here, and between those 3 pine trees over there, he muttered as he broke off small branches to mark the spots, and then tore off a strip of cloth from his waist and tied it in a conspicuous place. Don't let any of our own people fall in. Getting injured there could be fatal. After finishing his work, he straightened up and grinned with satisfaction. These animals all hid away when it snowed, but now that the snow has just melted, they'll definitely come out and be active. Once they're here, they won't be able to leave. Chapter 54: New and Old Hatreds. After checking the last trap, Fangjia brushed the mud off his trousers and walked towards the pond. From afar, you could see the two sisters and Yaoyu squatting by the ice, their fishing rods motionless for a long time. When Ruoxue pouted and muttered, "Have all the fish hidden away? Why isn't there any movement at all? No fish dare to come to where the ice is thin." Fangjia brandished the axe at his waist and strode to the thicker part of the ice on the shore. With a thud, the axe struck, shards of ice scattering everywhere, quickly carving out a hole the size of a bowl. He pulled a piece of smoked meat from his pocket, tore off a strip, and threaded it onto the fishing hook. "Try this one, it has a strong fishy smell and lots of fat." "Oh right! How come I didn't think of that?" Yaoyu's eyes lit up, and she was about to take the fishing rod when Fangjia said, "Why don't you go check on the injured first?" She waved her hand. "I've been there. They've all learned how to change the dressings yesterday and can take care of themselves. I told them not to eat too much oily food, to eat less meat, and to get out and move around more often." When Ruoxue had already baited the hook and cast it into the hole, the tip of the rod swaying gently with the ripples. Fangjia sat down against the wooden house, watching the three girls chattering around the ice cave, peeking out from time to time. "Ouch! She's taken the bait!" Yaoyu screamed, pulling her wrist back sharply. The water splashed open with a splash, and a shimmering silver cushion carp leaped out of the ice hole, frolicking happily on the snow. When Ruoxue cheered and rushed over, while when Ruoxue hurriedly held the fish down, getting her face splashed with icy water. Yaoyu turned her head and waved vigorously at Fangjia, the silver bells at the end of her braid jingling in the wind. "Fangjia! Your method really works!" Fangjia gave her a thumbs up. "It's because you guys are so skilled!" When Ruoxue carried the bucket back to the pond, filled it with water, and placed it with a thump next to the ice cave. When the fishing hook was cast back into the water, Yaoyu had already skillfully wrapped smoked meat around it. In just one morning, the cushion carp in the wooden bucket swayed their tails and huddled together, numbering as many as 5 or 6. Around noon, the campsite was filled with the delicious aroma of fish soup. The broth in the iron pot had turned milky white. Yaoyu squatted by the stove, stirring the soup and occasionally sneaking a spoonful. When Ruoxue laughed and slapped her hand away. "Why are you so greedy? Do you know how long it's been since I've eaten fish? It's my favorite food," Yaoyu said, taking another sip. After finishing their meal, when Ruoxue grabbed Yaoyu and ran outside. "Let's go! Let's go pick wild fruit in the woods!" The three of them laughed, and chased each other near the campsite, their feet sinking into the melting snow. As dusk fell, Fangjia was preparing to take Yaoyu home. A piercing scream suddenly tore through the night sky. Fangjia grabbed the axe by the door and moved it along the wall to the front of the door. Moonlight peeked through the crack in the door, illuminating a dozen or so dark figures stumbling and darting about in the distance, while intermittent wails echoed from the trap zone. Someone has fallen into a pit filled with sharp wooden stakes and is struggling to climb out. When Ruoxue covered her mouth tightly, while when Ruoxue's fingers dug deeply into Yaoyu's arm. Looking at those figures writhing in pain, Yaoyu recalled the incredibly sharp wooden awl Fangjia had whittled during the day. Her throat tightened but she couldn't speak. Fangjia turned around and made a shushing gesture, the axe blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "Don't make a sound. Close the door, I'll go check." He slowly pushed open the wooden door, and a cold wind carrying the stench of blood rushed towards him. Fangjia slowly moved closer to them, hugging the edge of the camp. Lin Feng was kicking his men who were groaning in the pit, cursing. "Damn it! This kid laid a trap a long time ago. We can't launch a sneak attack tonight. Stop dawdling and get out of here!" The dozen or so henchmen scrambled to their feet in panic, while the injured rolled on the ground in pain. Fangjia gripped his axe tightly, waiting for the moment they would bypass the trap, and suddenly sprang up from behind the tree. A flash of cold light, and the axe blade struck the tree trunk, startling everyone into scattering like rats in a panic. Lin Feng caught sight of a figure in the shadows, and his pupils constricted sharply. "It's Fangjia! Kill him!" Before he could finish speaking, his subordinates dragged him away, saying, "Let's go! Young Master Lin! Who knows how many more traps he has? We're at a disadvantage now. We can't beat him." Lin Feng and his men fled in disarray, leaving only the wounded outside the camp. Fang Jia quickly knocked out the struggling men, and then casually ripped off their outer garments to gag them. When they returned to the camp, the three men stood guard at the entrance, their faces ashen. "Lock the door shut, and don't open it for anyone." He grabbed Yao Yu's wrist. "I'll take you back and settle accounts with that bastard Lin Feng. I haven't even had a chance to find him, and he's already delivered himself to my doorstep." As soon as the two reached the edge of the seaside campsite, Yao Yu's face turned deathly pale. She saw her brother, Yao Zixing, surrounded by a group of people. Lin Feng's face flushed red as he pressed a knife against Yao Zixing's chest. "Your sister was seduced by that Fang guy. And you didn't even utter a sound. You know perfectly well I've liked her for a long time. Otherwise, why would I have cared about your parents' lives back then? I asked you to come with me to kill him, and you didn't even help? What exactly do you want?" Yao Zixing leaned against the tent frame, his voice steady as iron. "Who we were befriends is none of my business, as long as she's happy. If you insist on causing trouble, I won't go along with your nonsense. I can only be responsible for your safety. If anyone is against you, I can protect you. I won't interfere in anything else. I can't watch you become more and more." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng suddenly grinned maliciously and exerted force on his wrist. A flash of light, and the blade plunged into Yao Zixing's abdomen, instantly staining his clothes with blood. "Brother!" Yao Yu's heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky. She shook off Fang Jia's hand and rushed towards the camp like a madwoman. Fang Jia's pupils contracted sharply, and he grabbed the axe from his waist and followed closely behind. Yao Zixing looked at the blade embedded in his abdomen, then suddenly laughed, blood and foam dripping from the corner of his mouth. "This cut is enough to repay the kindness you showed me when you saved my parents back then, isn't it?" Lin Feng's laughter grew increasingly manic. "2 lives, 1 stab isn't enough." Then he brandished the dagger again, and the second stab pierced his side waist. Yao Yu's screams nearly tore her eardrums apart. "Lin Feng! You beast! Stop it!" Fang Jia leaped up like an enraged beast, swinging his axe to cleave the pine branches blocking his path. Lin Feng pulled the blood-stained knife out of Yao Zixing's abdomen. Blood splattered on the snow from the blade as Yao Yu watched helplessly as her brother collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Seeing Fang Jia rushing towards him, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, "Stop him! Stop him now!" 4 lackeys rushed forward wielding wooden sticks, but were stunned by Fang Jia's furious roar. "You're working for a man like Lin Feng? He'll even stab the person who saved him. Who among you will be next? Use your brain and think it through. Why should you take a knife for someone like that?" The group swallowed hard and exchanged glances. The memories of Lin Feng's past bullying of them flooded back to their minds. They worked for Raymond Lam, but he raped their wives. The sound of sticks hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. Everyone lowered their heads and made way. Fang Jia approached through the snow, while Lin Feng retreated to the campfire, the flames reflecting a bright red glow onto his distorted face. You dare to touch me, my family!" Before he could finish speaking, Fang Jia kicked him in the chest, the heel of his boot knocking the dagger out of his hand. Lin Feng's head slammed into a rock, and in the excruciating pain, he looked up to see an axe blade pressing against his throat. Chapter 55. The murderer is Fang Jia. Fang Jia's boots were grinding hard against Lin Feng's chest, and the sharp axe blade had already cut through the skin of the other's neck, causing fine beads of blood to seep out. "I've wanted to skin you alive for the past 2 days." He gritted his teeth, glaring at the young master at his feet. "I haven't come looking for you these past 2 days, yet you dared to come knocking on my door and provoke me. Yao Zixing saved your dog's life, and this is how you treat him. Today, we'll settle all our old and new scores." Fang Jia raised the sharp blade. A flash of cold light, and the axe was about to fall. "Help! Brother Yao! Save me!" Lin Feng kicked and screamed desperately, his cries tearing through the night sky. "I know I was wrong, brother! I really know I was wrong, please help me persuade him. I'll never do it again." Lying in a pool of blood, Yao Zixing trembled as he supported himself against the tent frame and stood up unsteadily. He covered his bleeding wound, leaving dark red footprints in the snow with every step he took. Fang Jie. His voice was hoarse as he reached out and pressed down on the axe hanging above Lin Feng's head. That's enough. Fang Jie tensed up and turned to look at Yao Zixing, whose face was deathly pale. Under the moonlight, blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth, yet he stubbornly shook his head. He did indeed save my parents. He staggered, nearly falling, but managed to steady himself. This debt is settled today. There is justice in the world, and good and evil will be rewarded in the end. This kind of person will be punished by heaven. It wasn't worth you taking a life for him. We will return to civilized society sooner or later. This kind of thing will bring you disaster. Lin Feng wept bitterly, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Yao Zixing is right. You can't kill me. My family is rich and powerful. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it. Fang Jie helped him into Yao Yu's arms, saying, Take good care of your brother. Yao Yu hurriedly supported her brother's blood-stained waist, the warm blood seeping into his sleeves along his fingertips. You! Yao Zixing struggled to stop him, but was stopped by Fang Jie's cold and sharp gaze. As Fang Jie turned around, Lin Feng was scrambling to escape. He strode forward, grabbed the other man by the back of his collar, and slammed him heavily onto the snow. The raised axe blade reflected the moonlight, illuminating Lin Feng's distorted, terrified face. No! No! I'll give you everything here, woman. I only believe in the knife in my hand, not in the ways of the world. Fang Jie roared, and the axe blade slashed down with a whooshing sound. A dark red column of blood shot into the sky, and Lin Feng's head, with its eyes wide open, rolled far away. Oh no, murder! The onlookers screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Some people wet their pants, some staggered and shoved each other, and in the blink of an eye they scattered like birds and beasts. Yao Yu bit her lower lip tightly, staring at Fang Jie without moving. Fang Jie picked up the still bleeding head, stepped over the mess on the ground, and leaped onto the supply crate on the high ground. The campfire cast his enormous shadow, enveloping the entire camp. The killer is Fang Jie! He surveyed the fleeing crowd, his voice carried by the sea breeze to everyone's ears. Anyone who wants to cause trouble, come on! The sound of footsteps as people scattered and fled came to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze in place, staring in horror at Fang Jie standing on the high ground. He held up the dripping head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a hawk's. Listen up, all of you! You know best how Lin Feng has bullied you all. Today I've rid you of this scourge, so what are you going to do about it? In the dead silence, a woman with tears streaming down her face roared. What Lin Feng? There's no such person. I've never seen him before. The crowd was taken aback at first, then burst into a chorus of responses. No! There's no such person. We didn't see anything. Anyone who dares to say they've seen that beast Lin Feng, I'll be the first to object. The shouts echoed in the night, carrying a long-suppressed sense of catharsis. Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction and slammed Lin Feng's head hard against the trembling henchman. Pick up the knife. His voice was as cold as ice. One stab each of you into his corpse. Remember, we did this murder together. You are all guilty. Anyone who dares to utter a single word will suffer the same fate as him. The henchmen trembled as they picked up the daggers. The blade continued to slash and leave messy wounds on Lin Feng's corpse. Fang Jie stood with his arms crossed in the moonlight, watching as the crowd hurriedly dragged the corpse into the dug pit. Yao Yu stood aside, looking at her brother's pale face and the mess on the ground. Fang Jie turned around and shouted at the remaining henchmen. What are you all standing there for? Quickly carry the man into the tent. Several men hurriedly laid Yao Zixing flat on the bedding. Just as Fang Jie was about to tear open his clothes to check the wound, Yao Yu grabbed his wrist, her voice trembling with tears. The best wound medicine. Lin Feng hid it. Fang Jie's gaze swept across the crowd, and he grabbed a trembling man in gray clothes. Do you know where the medicine is hidden? The man nodded hurriedly. Brother, I know, come with me. Fang Jie shoved the man forward. Take us there right now. A group of people carrying torches rushed into Lin Feng's camp. The man in gray parted the straw mat in the corner of the wall, revealing a sandalwood medicine box hidden in a secret compartment. Fang Jia picked up the porcelain bottle inlaid with gold thread and handed it to Yao Yu. Yao Yu poured out dark red medicinal powder and sprinkled it on Yao Zixing's wound, then tore off a strip of cloth to wrap it up. Yao Zixing groaned in pain. Yao Yu knelt beside him, her trembling fingers gently wiping away the cold sweat from her brother's forehead, the candlelight reflecting tears in her eyes. The oil lamp flickered inside the tent, casting Fang Jia's shadow on the mottled cloth curtain. After Yao Yu finished bandaging Yao Zixing, the blood-soaked strips of cloth piled up on the ground like a dark red mountain. The stray hairs on Yao Zixing's forehead were stuck to his pale face with cold sweat. After everyone left, only heavy breathing remained in the tent. Yao Zixing turned his head with difficulty, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Thanks." Fang Jia nodded. "You saved me once. I'll save you once. We're even." Yao Zixing stared blankly at the gap in the tent roof for a long time before finally sighing. "I really didn't expect this." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cough, and tiny specks of blood seeped from between his fingers. "Don't think about that bastard!" Yao Yu gripped her brother's hand tightly. "That beast Lin Feng deserved this day. You shouldn't have interfered when Fang Jia ambushed him. Let him die and it would have been over. If it weren't for him." She gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. "If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have." Fang Jia patted Yao Yu on the shoulder. "All right, there are some things you don't understand. Sometimes, loyalty between men is more important than life itself." Fang Jia squatted down to adjust the cushion for Yao Zixing. "I can understand why you always remember Lin Feng's kindness in saving your parents." Yao Yu squatted down beside her brother, feeding him water, her silver bells swaying gently with the movement. "That's called being old-fashioned. He clearly saw through Lin Feng's true colors a long time ago. He's not a good person. Yet he's still—" Before he could finish speaking, Yao Zixing interrupted him. "After today," he turned to look at Fang Jia, "the grudges are settled. I finally feel a little relieved." Chapter 56, A Triumphant Return. "All right, you rest now, I'll go out and take a look." Fang Jia got up and left, listening to the noisy argument outside. Lifting the tent flap, in the center of the camp, about 100 people were pushing and shoving around a container, scattering biscuit crumbs and liquor on the snow. "Stop!" he shouted, and the crowd froze instantly. The canned goods, which were being fought over, landed with a clatter, and everyone retreated in a panic, leaving messy footprints in the snow. The container door was wide open, and the inside was a mess. Fang Jia kicked away the empty wine bottle that had rolled to his feet and scanned the inside of the container. The once neatly arranged piles of supplies were turned upside down, the food bags were shriveled up, and the bottled water was empty. "Is this all the food we have left?" He kicked the box of compressed biscuits in the corner, revealing several long strips wrapped in oilcloth at the bottom. The moment the oilcloth was torn off, a cold glint appeared. Fang Jia's pupils contracted slightly, concealing several long spears and ringpommel swords. Although the blade was not sharpened, the spear tip was honed to a sharp point. The gold lettering of Yuhai Martial Arts Troupe on the spear's shaft gleamed dark red in the moonlight. He casually picked up a long spear. The heavy iron shaft weighed down his shoulders, and when he swung it, it made a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. It must have weighed 18 or 19 pounds. "Good stuff. It's quite handy, much better than an axe." He slung the gun over his shoulder and turned to the others, saying, "Move all these weapons out." Several young people rushed forward, and the sounds of carrying things filled the air. Fang Jia lifted the innermost waterproof cloth. Several sacks of brown seeds rolled out, with the words, "High-yield wheat," and "Cold-resistant cabbage," printed on the burlap. The shovels, hoes, and spades were placed in the corner, their wooden handles still bearing the fresh wood grain. He squatted down, picked up a seed with his fingertips, and rubbed it back and forth in his palm. Fang Jia laughed. "That's great! Even if I never get out of here for the rest of my life, I won't have to worry about food and drink." He looked at the package next to him. After cutting it open with a knife, it was full of clothes. Upon closer inspection, there were colorful costumes resembling those worn in traditional operas, as well as hanfu with wide robes and sleeves, and a few thick down jackets mixed in. He guessed that the clothes and weapons were together. It must be something shipped by a martial arts troupe. He picked out more than a dozen down jackets and everyday trousers and clothes, and also found a few thick cloaks and capes. Seeing that there were also a few thick fabricated women's hanfu among the costumes, I added them to the pile I had picked out. He casually waved his hand at the remaining thin costumes and faded practice clothes, saying, "Take whatever you want." People around immediately swarmed around, pulling and tugging at each other as they tried to free themselves. Fan Jia held the clothes he had chosen, thinking that it would be perfect for giving when Rushu and the others new clothes, and they would be overjoyed. He bundled the selected weapons, seeds, and clothes into several large bags and called over 5 strong young men to guard them. "You guys keep a close eye on these things. Nobody is allowed to touch them. Leave me 5 boxes of biscuits and canned goods, and the rest you can divide among yourselves, but don't fight over them. Do it according to the number of people in your household. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite." "Yes, don't worry. We'll keep an eye on things, there won't be any problems." Fan Jia nodded and turned to walk towards Yao Yu's tent. When the curtain was lifted, Yao Zixing was already fast asleep, while Yao Yu was staring at her brother with her red eyes. "I have to go," Fan Jia said softly. Yao Yu suddenly looked up. "Leave now?" She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. "This place at night. I'm a little scared to be alone here." "Don't be afraid." Fan Jia took a step into the tent. "I'll come right away after I take the things back to the camp and settle them in. With me here, no one will dare to cause trouble." Yao Yu immediately felt relieved and nodded heavily. He noticed that Yao Yu's cuffs were torn and tattered, and there were bloodstains on the hem of her clothes. Remembering the thick clothes he had picked out from the package, he said, "By the way, I picked out some clothes, all new. Why don't you pick out a couple that fit you?" Yao Yu's eyes lit up immediately, and her silver bell hair ornament swayed as she asked, "Really? I can go and pick one out?" Fan Jia grinned. "Of course you can choose. We're friends, don't be shy." He led Yao Yu to the pile of clothes, which still had a faint camphor smell. Yao Yu's eyes lit up as she rummaged through the contents. A moment later, she brought out a set of thick, bright red hanfu, the gold thread embroidered on it shimmering in the moonlight. She then picked out a red hooded cloak with white fur trim, draped it over herself, and looked like a dancing flame. Fan Jia was a little puzzled. "Down jackets are so warm, why didn't you bring one?" Yao Yu tightened the cloak. "I love wearing this kind of ancient costume. When I used to cosplay, I often dressed up as ancient characters, and they all said I looked really cool in them." "Really?" Fan Jia's eyes widened as he looked her up and down. "I never would have guessed you had this hobby." He reached out and straightened the hem of Yao Yu's cloak, thinking to himself that the red dress made her complexion look much better. "Okay, it looks good. This is the one." Yao Yu hugged the bright red dress and cloak, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Fan Jia waved to her. "Go back and keep an eye on your brother. Let me take a look at him after he changes his clothes." Yao Yu nodded slightly. "We'll see." After watching her jog back to the tent, he immediately called over a few strong young men and began to count the supplies. Various boxes were scattered on the ground. "Keep 5 boxes of biscuits, 5 boxes of canned goods, take 2 boxes of medicine, and the liquor." He looked at the remaining 4 boxes of liquor. "Give me 2 boxes, and you can divide the rest among yourselves." Someone approached with a bag of smoked meat, but Fan Jia waved his hand and refused, saying, "Keep the meat. I only need biscuits, canned goods, wine, and 2 bags of flour." He selected 8 or 9 strong young men, who carried the large and small bags, and the group hurried towards the camp. As they approached the camp, Fan Jia raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and lowered his voice to remind them. "Follow my footprints, there's a trap at the entrance." Everyone crouched low, barely daring to breathe, and followed closely behind him as he moved. When Fan Jia reached the trap zone, his heart skipped a beat. The burly men who had been knocked unconscious and were lying on the ground were gone, leaving only a few messy footprints and drag marks on the snow. He gripped his spear and cautiously scanned his surroundings when he suddenly heard a muffled groan coming from the direction of the camp. The group quickened their pace and rushed over, only to find the two sisters standing with their hands on their hips at the entrance of the camp, while 5 or 6 burly men were bound together like dumplings with vines and their mouths stuffed with rags. "You're finally back!" When Roshua brandished the bone knife in her hand. "These guys tried to crawl away as soon as they woke up, but we, the two of us, took care of them." Fan Jia breathed a sigh of relief and turned to call the others to carry the supplies inside. When Rishu lifted the package containing the clothes, and her eyes lit up instantly when she saw the down jacket, trousers, and cloak. "Are these all for us?" She excitedly held up a navy blue padded jacket and compared it to herself, exclaiming, "This material feels so warm!" When Ruashua had already pulled out a coat with a fur collar, and couldn't wait to put it over her head. The sisters' laughter immediately rang out at the camp entrance. "Great! We finally have new clothes! These old clothes were all rotten. We can finally get new clothes!" Chapter 57: The Night's Journey by the Bonfire. With a creak, the door to Su Daqiang's house opened. Su Daqiang, supporting the lame Lu Degui, peeked out and looked over when he heard the noise. Fan Jia waved to them, and the two of them slowly walked over, limping. "What's going on here?" Su Daqiang looked at the supplies scattered all over the ground, his eyes full of doubt. Fan Jia didn't mention killing Lin Feng, he just chuckled and said, "We beat that bastard Lin Feng away! And we got the container back too!" "Really?" Lu Degui's voice rose with excitement, his face beaming with joy. "Finally, I've gotten my revenge!" Fan Jia bent down and pulled out 2 gleaming knives from the pile of weapons, then threw them over with a whoosh. Su Daqiang reacted quickly and caught it steadily. "Take this for self-defense." Fan Jia patted the 2 men on the shoulders. "You two should go back and rest. Get well soon. I have many plans that I need your help with." Su Daqiang and Lu Degui nodded, holding the knife. "Okay, we'll do whatever you say. We're going back to sleep now." After the 2 figures disappeared, Fan Jia turned to the group who were still organizing supplies and shouted, "Hurry up, let's get back as soon as we're done." When Rishu looked up upon hearing this, "Where are you going?" Fan Jia was fastening the iron spear to his waist. "Yao Yu's brother is seriously injured. It's not safe for her to guard him alone. Those people who just looted might cause trouble. I have to go and keep an eye on things." When Rishu stood up, "We'll go with you." Fan Jia was taken aback and turned to look at her. "What about Su Daqiang and the others? Will they be able to manage without someone to take care of them?" "They're already up and about," when Ruashua interjected from the side. "They got through the worst 2 days, and now they can change their own dressings and go to the toilet just fine. I can cook for them when I get back tomorrow." Fan Jia stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He did see Su Daqiang practicing walking with a wooden stick yesterday. Before he could even speak, the 2 sisters had already rushed into the house and locked the wooden door with a click. Everyone waited for almost an hour before the wooden door finally opened again. The 2 sisters changed into newly chosen moon-white cotton padded jackets, with pale blue orchids embroidered on the collar and cuffs. Her face was radiant and carried a faint fragrance, clearly indicating that she had just taken a shower. Feeling embarrassed by Fan Jia's stare, when Rishu raised her hand and patted his arm. "What are you looking at? Let's go! You never forget to be vain," Fan Jia said with a smile, holding her hand. When Fan Jia led the 2 sisters and the others back to the camp was already ablaze. Amidst the crackling and popping of firewood, about 100 people gathered around the fire, laughing and joking. Some people were wolfing down open cans of food, while others were stuffing cookies into their mouths. Some people tilted their heads back and chugged the wine, not even bothering to wipe it away as it dripped down their chins and into their collars. "Fan Jia is back!" someone shouted, and everyone stopped eating and drinking, greeting him all at once. Fan Jia waved casually, glanced around the crowd, and walked straight toward Yao Yu's tent. The moment the tent flap was lifted, a strong smell of medicine wafted out. Yao Zixing was still unconscious, his face still pale, but much more stable than before. Fan Jia leaned closer to examine his bleeding bandages. Seeing that his breathing was even and his forehead was not hot, he gently lowered the curtain and stepped out. "Brother Yao's injury, how did it get so serious?" When Ruashua couldn't help but ask. Fan Jia stared at the flickering campfire in the distance. "That brat Lin Feng stabbed him. But he's escaped now. Don't mention him again. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and when Rushin nodded silently without asking any further questions. Just then, several children with snotty noses stumbled over. Her rosy little hands grabbed Fang Jia's trouser leg and tugged at the sister's clothes. Big brother, big sister! Come and play! The little girl with pigtails at the front looked up, her eyes sparkling. If you hadn't retrieved the container, we wouldn't have had anything to eat. Everyone is grateful to you. Come on! Before Fang Jia could react, the children dragged him toward the fire. The crowd automatically parted to make way, and someone jokingly pushed. Brother Jia, please take the seat of honor. When the three of them sat down on the log closest to the campfire, someone handed them half a piece of fragrant smoked jerky, and another person offered them a gourd full of wine. Someone started a song, and a desolate melody echoed through the night sky. We all have a home. A hoarse voice carried on the night breeze, stirring the hearts of every homesick traveler. More and more voices joined in, and some people sang until their eyes reddened, wiping their faces hard with their sleeves. The Wind sisters stood close together, their skirts gleaming in the firelight, their eyelashes fluttering gently as they hummed along. The dappled sunlight reflected on her cheeks twinkled like two strings of stars falling from the sky. After the song ended, everyone laughed. Just then, someone shouted, Brother Jia! Your kung fu is so good, you can take on 10 people at once. Show us what you've got. A chorus of cheers immediately broke out, and the crowd clapped and cheered. Even the little boy who was munching on a cookie stood on tiptoe to look. Fang Jia raised an eyebrow and smiled, his fingertips tracing the raised patterns on the gun barrel. He stood up, shook his cloak, and called out, Everyone back off! Don't get hurt! There's no medical insurance here! Ha! The crowd laughed and quickly dispersed, clearing a space with a diameter of 2 zhang. Amidst the crackling of the campfire, the iron tip of a spear pierced the night, leaving a gleaming silver arc. Zhao Ku wears a silk tassel, Wugo shines like frost and snow! Fang Jia shouted, and the shadow of his spear suddenly bloomed like pear blossoms. The gun barrel spun rapidly in his palm, creating a gust of wind that sent sparks flying from the fire. Amid the gasps of the onlookers, he spun around and thrust forward, the tip of his spear pointing straight to the sky. Silver saddle on white horse, swift as a shooting star! Each word resounded like metal striking stone, and the spear danced with such fervor that it produced a sharp, piercing sound, as if thousands of knights were truly arriving under the moon. The moment Fang Jia finished his thrust, he knelt on one knee, and the iron spear slammed into the frozen ground. The camp fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. When Rusha shouted at the top of her lungs, Good! Cool! Several children excitedly climbed onto the wooden crate, waving their clothes as flags. When Roshu stared, mouth agape for a long time. Sis, Brother Jia is amazing! I never would have guessed. His skills are incredible. I thought he just had some basic martial arts training. I never expected him to wield knives and guns so beautifully, just like in a martial arts movie. When Rushin nodded smugly. He certainly has an imposing presence. No wonder he said he wanted to be a great hero. It seems he wasn't just bragging. One more! One more! The shouts rose and fell. Fang Jia smiled and waved his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he sat down between the two sisters. Several girls, caught up in the atmosphere, came to the center of the field and started dancing. The two sisters exchanged a glance, took out the buckets beside them, and began to tap out a lively rhythm. The campfire cast everyone's shadows on the snow, some leaping, some spinning, weaving a vibrant sea of light in the cold night, accompanied by the aroma of wine and songs. Wow! Who is this? Who is this? With a gasp of surprise, everyone turned their heads. This is so beautiful. Chapter 58. A beauty that can topple a city. Yao Yu walked gracefully in a red dress, the hem embroidered with gold lotus branches sweeping across the snow like blooming clouds. The white fur cloak on her shoulders slipped halfway down, revealing an exquisite cross-collar short jacket underneath. The pearl-studded tassels swayed gently with her steps, shattering into tiny silver specks in the firelight. The once noisy campsite suddenly fell silent, with only the crackling sound of burning firewood. Yao Yu raised her hand and tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her jade-like face after washing away the dirt. She had a dot of vermilion between her eyebrows, and her eyelashes were still covered with water droplets, like peonies covered with morning dew. This must be a fairy descending to earth," someone murmured. When Rushu's fingers tightened around the wooden bucket. "I've lived for over 20 years and never seen such a beautiful girl. Who is she?" Fang Jia stared intently at the silver bells swaying in her hair, and his heart skipped a beat. Although the appearance was unfamiliar, how could Fang Jia forget the red dress he had just given away? The girl, covered in dust and dirt, who had been standing guard by her brother's side, was now so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. This is Yao Yu." Yao Yu smiled at Fang Jia, her dimples like 2 pools of spring water. She tossed her cloak to Fang Jia, her fiery red robes fluttering as her voice, clear as a spring, cried out, "Catch!" Before Fang Jia could react, she had already been pulled into the dance circle by several girls. As she twirled on the snow, her wide sleeves billowed like butterfly wings, and her skirt unfurled into layers of red waves. The campfire cast her shadow onto everyone's faces, weaving together with the figures of other dancers to create a magnificent picture. Fang Jia clutched the cloak, still warm from her body, and watched the pearly sheen on her neck as she laughed with her head tilted back. He felt a tightness in his throat, and even his breath felt hot. As the music ended, Yao Yu, slightly out of breath, curtsied. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. She walked lightly toward Fang Jia and the others. "Hello, beautiful ladies. Let's get to know each other again." Yao Yu smiled sweetly at the 2 sisters. When Rushu quickly grabbed her hand and looked her up and down. "My God, this is not what a human should look like. So beautiful." When Ruashu stared intently at her profile. "Girl, do you accept this?" "Ha ha ha, I won't accept." Yao Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, her skirt brushing against Fang Jia's knees as she sat down beside him. A faint scent of soap wafted from her, mixed with the burnt smell of the campfire. "Young man." She tilted her head and leaned closer, her eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes. "Do I look worthy of the phrase stunning beauty? It's not too much to pretend, is it?" He gazed at Yao Yu's face, which was illuminated by the firelight, and after a long while said, "Ahem, no wonder someone's eyeing her. Anyone would be confused if they looked at her like that." Hearing Fang Jia's praise, Yao Yu smiled broadly, grabbed 2 bottles of wine, and handed one to him. The 2 touched the bottles together, and tilted their heads back to take a few gulps. The young men around her stared intently at Yao Yu, then glanced sourly at Fang Jia, their eyes filled with sarcasm. How come this guy is so lucky to be able to drink side by side with such a beautiful woman? Fang Jia caught a glimpse of those envious glances out of the corner of his eye, deliberately moved closer to Yao Yu, and thrust his iron spear into the ground, the tip of which reflected light across the crowd. The young men immediately looked away guiltily, pretending to be focused on eating the jerky in their hands. Yao Yu looked at them and smiled, revealing her dimples. "Look at them, like they're trying to steal your food." Fang Jia swallowed hard. "You can take my food, but you can't take my person." These words almost made Yao Yu choke. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. "You just said stealing people won't work, what did you mean by that?" Fang Jia's Adam's apple bobbed, and he turned his face away, muttering, "It's nothing." "Hey!" Yao Yu poked his shoulder. "You were so imposing when you were robbing the container, and you were brandishing your gun so fiercely just now. How come you're all wilted like a frostbitten eggplant now that you're facing a little woman like me? You've lost all your bravado?" She deliberately moved closer, the silver bells in her hair jingling softly. Fang Jia grabbed the bottle and took a big gulp, remaining silent. The 2 sisters stared at the 2 men's shoulders, which were close together. The 2 exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their faces away, feeling a bittersweet ache in their hearts, as if scratched by a kitten. When Ruashu squeezed next to Yao Yu and asked in a low voice, "Are you trying to steal Fang Jia from us?" These words startled Yao Yu so much that she almost spilled the wine in her hand. She blinked her innocent big eyes. "What do you mean by steal? I didn't understand." "Don't play dumb." When Ruashu crossed her arms and pouted, "You're so beautiful, if you really tried to take her from us, what chance would we have?" She glanced at Fang Jia in the distance, then glared fiercely back at Yao Yu. This guy was drooling over you just now. He's never done that to the two of us sisters before. He's such a lecher. He gets all confused when he sees a pretty girl. Yao Yu chuckled and pulled Wenruoshua's hand, shaking it gently. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you use such an awful word as robbery? The three of us are good friends, and so is Fang Jie. Can't we all just get along peacefully? Her eyes curved into crescent moons, which stunned Wenruoshua. Wenruoshu sighed. What a little devil! The campfire gradually turned into dark red ash, and the noise slowly turned into sporadic snores. Many people lay sprawled up beside the fire, wrapped in their coats, and fell asleep. The others either crawled into the containers or dragged themselves back to their tents. Yao Yu covered her mouth and yawned, tiny specks of dust clinging to her eyelashes. What are the plans for tonight? We can't just sit here doing nothing, can we? The two sisters exchanged a glance, and Wenruoshu spoke first. We'll stay here and sleep. We're not going back. Wenruoshu nodded. Yes. We can't go back. We can't leave the hero here alone. Otherwise, he'll be so happy he'll forget all about home. Yao Yu smiled and nodded, pointing to the tent not far away. I only have one tent here, but my brother has one available. He's seriously injured and needs someone to take care of him, so he'll definitely need to share with me. The other tent is just enough for the three of you to squeeze in. She rubbed her hands, which were red from the cold, and added, There are blankets in the tent, enough for one night. Fang Jie stared at Yao Yu's slender figure, his Adam's apple bobbing. Are you sure you'll be alright on your own? Aren't you afraid if anything happens tonight? Otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, Yao Yu tilted her head and leaned closer, asking, What, you want to stay with me and protect me? She deliberately dragged out the last syllable, teasing the group. Just as Fang Jie was about to agree, the two sisters rushed over from the left and right. Wenruoshu grabbed his arm, while Wenruoshu put her arm around his shoulder. No! You've been working hard all day, rest now! You're not allowed to go anywhere! Before Fang Jie could struggle, the two of them dragged him toward the tent. Fang Jie staggered back, not forgetting to shout at Yao Yu. Call me if you need anything! Don't be shy! Yao Yu watched the three of them making a ruckus and couldn't help but laugh out loud, gently shaking her head. The night wind lifted the hem of her skirt, she pulled her cloak tighter, and walked towards the tent, her feet treading on the starlight-strewn ground. The last embers in the campfire died down, and the camp fell silent, save for the occasional snore that gently echoed in the cold night. Chapter 59. Going Their Separate Ways. As soon as she entered the tent, Wenruoshu slammed the curtain down and winked at her younger sister. Wenruoshu understood immediately and pounced on Fang Jie, pinning him down on the straw mat on the ground. Before Fang Jie could react, a piercing pain shot through his lower back. Wenruoshu pinched the soft flesh of his waist and gritted her teeth, saying, You, Fang Jie, can't you resist Yao Yu? Are you getting tired of her now? Ouch! Ouch! Let go! Fang Jie grimaced in pain and struggled, but Wenruoshu held his shoulders down firmly. Wenruoshu poked his forehead angrily. We think you're blinded by lust. You deserve to be taught a lesson. Fang Jie stubbornly argued. Everyone has a love for beauty. Who wouldn't want to take a second look at someone good-looking? It's called respect, it's not a problem. Just like when I looked at your sister before. He winked and said, When you look at your sisters, but that's also an expression of appreciation. Pa! Who needs your appreciation? Wenruoshu spat, but loosened her grip. Wenruoshu chuckled and gave him a light kick. You're so glib. But to be honest, Yao Yu is really beautiful and you can't take your eyes off her. No wonder he likes to look at her. I can't help but take a second look myself. The two sisters exchanged a smile, their earlier jealousy turning into playful glances, and the atmosphere in the tent warmed up again. Fang Jie put his arms around their shoulders and teased them. What do you mean by being fickle? It's like I've actually got you too. Right now, all we do is hold hands, hug, and kiss. We haven't even done anything real yet, so where's the old in that? You two are practically brand new. Wenruoshu raised her hand and slapped his arm away, raising an eyebrow and asking, What do you mean, want to get serious business done? You really think you're the boss? Do whatever you want. She poked Fang Jie's chest with her fingertip, but her eyes were filled with laughter. When Ruoxue joined in the teasing, grabbing a handful of dry grass and throwing it at his face. You wish! We don't trust you with this kind of performance. We can't let you succeed. Once you get us, you'll lose interest. Fan Jia quickly shook his head. I swear to God! I'm a decent person, and I'm absolutely responsible to you. When Risha spat and said, Come on! You're all talk and no action, who would believe you? When Ruoxue pouted and said, You're right, you have no other faults except for being a womanizer, but that's precisely the problem that makes you so troublesome. Fan Jia sighed helplessly. All right, I won't say any more. Go to sleep, who knows what else might happen tomorrow. He lay down in the haystack and casually pulled a blanket over half of his body. The wind howled outside the tent. The two sisters muttered scoundrel and lecher to themselves, but still lay down next to him, and soon their soft breathing could be heard. In the early morning, the sky was as dark as a lead plate, and the wind whipped up sand and gravel that rattled the tents. Those with tents hurriedly reinforced their supports, while those without tents squeezed into shipping containers. Fan Jia looked up at the sky. If it snowed, Yao Zixing, who was seriously injured, wouldn't be able to hold on in the tent. He lifted the tent flap of Yao Yu's tent, and a medicinal smell mixed with a warm, cozy atmosphere wafted out. Yao Yu was fast asleep, curled up in a thin blanket, her eyelashes casting faint shadows, and the tip of her nose slightly red from the cold. Yao Zixing still had his eyes closed, and his face was even paler than last night. Fan Jia squatted down next to Yao Yu, his gaze falling on her slightly pursed lips. He reached out as if possessed, wanting to brush the hair from her face and get a good look at her features. The fingertips just touched the ends of the hair before abruptly pulling back. A loud crash came from outside the tent as planks were toppled. Yao Yu's eyelashes fluttered twice, and she groggily opened her eyes. You're here? Fan Jia hurriedly got up, lifted the tent flap, and said, The sky outside is terribly overcast. The weather is definitely going to change again. Yao Yu sat up straight and looked at her unconscious brother with worry. It's cold and damp in the tent, the wounded can't stand it at all. You two siblings come with me to the camp. The conditions inside are good, so we won't be afraid of even the heaviest snowstorms, Fan Jia said decisively. Yao Zixing barely opened his eyes and weakly waved his hand. Don't bother, I don't want to be a burden to you. What are you saying? Fan Jia interrupted him directly. I have plenty of space over there. I guarantee I'll make sure everything is arranged properly for you. He called a few people to find a plank, carefully lifted Yao Zixing onto it, wrapped him tightly in a blanket, and headed towards the camp. A group of people gathered around, asking all at once, Fan Jia, what do we do? Fan Jia glanced at the remaining supplies in the container. We need to be careful with this food. If we just rely on this little bit of stock, we'll starve to death sooner or later. He pointed to the misty mountains in the distance. This island is huge. We've actually been wandering around the beach the whole time. I climbed up the mountain and looked inside. The forest is deep and vast, and there must be wild fruits and water sources. He glanced around at the group. Leave a few people on the beach each day to wait for rescue, and the rest of you go into the forest to find a way to survive. Just relying on what's readily available won't work. If you want to live, you have to take matters into your own hands. The crowd stirred, some hesitating while others nodded. Fan Jia said in a deep voice, I can't take care of everyone right now. I have 5 or 6 wounded soldiers under my care, and I have to keep an eye on them, change their dressings, feed them, and find herbs. I really can't spare the time. He kicked the tin box beside his feet, the cans inside clinking. Distribute these supplies to make sure everyone gets some food and drink. As for whether we can survive, that depends on our individual survival skills. Brother Fang, you can't just abandon us. Without you leading the team, going into the forest is suicide. Fan Jia raised his hand to quell the commotion. It's not that I don't care, it's just that there are too many people to take care of. I can't manage them all. There are wild fruits and streams on this island. You can form your own teams and send people into the forest every day to find food and water. It's better than just waiting by the sea. Seeing that some people were still hesitating, he suddenly plunged his iron spear into the sand. If you don't want to starve to death, get moving. If you keep dragging this out, no one will survive when the weather gets really bad. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the camp, leaving everyone with a cloaked figure from behind. Fan Jie's footsteps gradually faded into the howling wind. Everyone stood frozen in place, looking at each other, but no one spoke first. After an unknown amount of time, a bearded man kicked aside the rubble and said in a hoarse voice, "They're too busy taking care of the wounded to count on. If you don't want to starve, you'll have to find your own way to survive. Good luck to everyone." These words were like a piercing of the window, and the crowd immediately stirred. Some people crouched down to rummage through the scattered supplies, while others whispered among themselves, and soon they gathered into small groups of 2 or 3. The woman, wrapped in a faded headscarf, clutched the half-bag of biscuits she had been given, looking at the child in her arms with a worried expression. Several young men gripped their machetes, patted their chests, and shouted as they formed a team. Those who acted quickly had already shouldered their simple packs and headed into the woods, their footsteps mingling with the occasional chatter. Many people didn't dare to set off. An elderly man leaning on a tree branch and a woman holding a toddler shakily retreated back into the container, huddling together in a corner. The wind swept withered leaves across the beach, and the distant mountains and forests were shadowy under the dark clouds, concealing countless unknown dangers. Chapter 60. My name is Jiboda. Fan Jie, along with a few young men, trudged through the mud, finally managing to carry Yao Zixing into the wooden house. As soon as you open the door, a warm feeling, along with the scent of pine, wafts out. They carefully placed the person on the earthen bed covered with dry grass, and added a few more pieces of thick firewood to the fire, causing the flames to crackle and leap high. Yao Zixing took a while to recover before slowly opening his eyes. Looking at the smoked meat hanging on the wall and the earthenware jars stacked in the corner, he couldn't help but say in a hoarse voice, "No wonder my sister always likes to come here. Your conditions are much better than our drafty shed." Fan Jie tucked the blanket around Yao Zixing. "You're all right. Don't think too much about it right now. Just lie down and rest." Yao Zixing nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Yao Yu's eyes were slightly red, and she bowed deeply to Fan Jie. "Thank you so much." Fan Jie reached out to help her up, grabbing her smooth, fair wrist and refusing to let go. "Why are you being so polite with me? Aren't we good friends?" Yao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently shook the hand that was being held. "Aren't you going to let go?" Fan Jie reluctantly let go of her hand. Su Daqiang and Lu Fugui walked in. Lu Fugui glanced at Yao Zixing on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and blurted out, "Damn, how did we get this guy here?" Fan Jie raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. "Don't talk nonsense. We're all in the same boat. We'll be living together from now on, so say less." Su Daqiang scratched the back of his head, somewhat incredulous. Lu Fugui pursed his lips. "Fine, I won't say anything more." The two exchanged a glance, muttered something, and turned to leave. When Rusha quietly tugged at Fan Jie's sleeve, her gaze sweeping over the narrow earthen bed, she lowered her voice and said, "What will we do with them when they come? The 4 men in Su Daqiang's room, plus his mother, are already crammed in, barely enough to move around. This Kong, heated brick bed, can only comfortably sleep 4 people at most, any more would be too much." Fan Jie stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. "How about this? You sisters and Yao Zixing and his sister will sleep on the Kong, heated brick bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." Yao Zixing struggled to get up and refuse, but Fan Jie pressed his shoulder down. "Don't move! You're injured now, recovery is the priority. The heat on the Kong will actually help your injury. As for polite words, save them for when you're better." When Risha smiled, pursing her lips, and teased, "Is Mr. Fan giving away all the good spots? This is your paradise of gentle pleasures." Fan Jie chuckled. "We can't let the wounded and the girls suffer. I'm tough, sleeping on the floor for a couple of days is nothing. It's all right, hang in there for a few days. I'm planning to build a big house, so there will be enough room for more people." Upon hearing that Fan Jie was going to build a house, the 5 young men who came with him exchanged glances. The leader rubbed his hands together and said, "Brother, can we follow you? Look at all these wounded people you need to take care of, you must be short of help. We may not be good at anything else, but we're definitely capable of physical labor, as long as we're fed." The others nodded eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation. Fan Jie glanced at their thin clothes and worn-out shoes. Now is definitely the time when we need people to do the work. All right, stay here. He patted the young man in the lead on the shoulder. Cut down trees, build houses, and hunt with me. Work hard, and I guarantee you'll all have enough to eat and a warm place to live. The group burst into laughter, chattering amongst themselves. Following Brother Fang, we'll definitely never go hungry. We don't even know how to dig traps. We'd starve to death in the woods on our own. Fang Jia waved his hand, took out a few pieces of dried meat, and distributed them. Have a bite to eat first, then we'll put in our best effort when we're cutting down trees. The young men chewed on the jerky and nodded repeatedly. Fang Jia turned to Yao Yu and asked, Can you cook? Yao Yu nodded. Yes, I cook for both my brother and me. Fang Jia looked out the window. The sky was gloomy, with low-hanging gray clouds, but it hadn't snowed yet. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Then it's settled. You'll be in charge of logistics, cooking, and changing the dressings for the wounded. Then he looked at Wenrushu and her sister. You two are familiar with the location of the grain fields. Take a young man with you. You dig, and he can carry it back. Dig up as much food as you can. We have a larger population now, and our consumption is greater. Finally, his gaze swept over the remaining 4 young men. You guys come with me to cut down trees and prepare to expand the camp. After speaking, Fang Jia paused. Is there any problem with this arrangement? Everyone can speak up at any time. No problem, that makes sense. Fang Jia nodded and pointed to the young man in the lead. What's your name? The young man straightened his back and said, Ji Boda. Huh! Fang Jia thought he had misheard, so he put his hand to his ear and leaned forward. What's your name? Say it again? The young man blushed and said in a clear and distinct voice. Ji, the Ji of the 4 seasons, Bo, the Bo of extensive reading, Da, the Da of understanding. Ji Bo Da. The girls next to them immediately blushed. Wenrushu glared at him fiercely. Are you doing this on purpose? What do you mean by this? Fang Jia laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight, slapping his thigh and saying, Great name! That's so domineering. Ji Boda scratched his head and chuckled, his toes digging out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment from inside his straw sandals. Fang Jia patted Ji Boda on the shoulder. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Ji. When Wenrushu pinched him from behind. You're really outrageous. Fang Jia realized something was wrong and quickly changed his tune. Oh, that Xiao Ji. Ji Boda scratched his head and agreed. Okay, my name has been the subject of a lot of jokes since I was a child. Fang Jia stopped laughing and said seriously. A name is a mark. An open and honest heart is more important than anything else. He brandished the axe in his hand at the crowd. See that? We found a lot of stuff and tools in the container. Axes and saws too. Before, we could build 2 wooden houses in a few days with just an axe. Now, with tools and helpers, we can speed it up several times. Cheer up, everyone. Don't be fooled by the current difficult conditions. Things will get better soon. As he spoke, he handed 3 axes to Xiao Ji and the others, then carried a saw and led the way into the woods. Let's go. Let's cut enough timber to build a house. The Wen sisters, along with another man carrying a wicker basket, were also about to set off. Fang Jia turned to Wenrushu and called out, then pulled out a knife and handed it to her. Take this. Always be careful. What if this kid misbehaves and tries to do something bad? He glanced sideways at the young man behind Wenrushu. Don't hesitate to make a move when it's time. Wenrushu gripped the hilt of the knife and nodded. The blade gleamed coldly, startling the young man so much that he took a half-step back. The group parted ways at the fork in the road. The team of tree cutters trudged through the dead branches into the dense forest. Wenrushu led the people toward the cassava field. Fang Jia led the 4 of them to a grove of trees and tapped on the trunk. All right, this is fine. These trees are just the right length and thickness. Chapter 61, Expanding the Camp. Fang Jia waved to Xiao Ji and the others. Spread out and chop, don't huddle together. As he spoke, he walked to a pine tree about the size of a bull, gripped the axe tightly, and demonstrated. Watch carefully. When chopping down a tree, first find the force-bearing surface, then chop down at an angle to the base of the tree to create a triangular notch. As the axe fell, bark flew everywhere, revealing the light-colored wood beneath. Once you've chopped it halfway down, switch to the other side, and the tree will fall towards the gap. It's easier and safer. Xiaoji watched him swing the axe and imitated him, finding a sturdy tree. After only 3 or 4 chops, his wrist was already aching and trembling. Brother Fang, how come you're chopping like it's nothing? Fang Jie said with a smile. Practice makes perfect. You're not used to it yet, but once you learn to master this skill, you can cut down 20 trees a day. He went over and adjusted Xiao Ji's axe-holding posture. Don't use brute force with your arms. Send it with the force of the axe, and rotate your waist and abdomen accordingly. Yes, just like that. The sound of axes echoed through the woods. Following Fang Jie's method, Jiboda finally managed to make the tree trunk sway on the 7th axe stroke, and he shouted excitedly. Someone in the distance shouted, "The tree is going to fall!" And the group hurriedly moved away. As the first tree crashed onto the pile of fallen leaves with a thud, Xiao Ji jumped up and clapped his hands, the axe handle still trembling slightly in his palm. The other young men got excited too, circling around the fallen tree trunk, vying to touch the neat axe cut. Fang Jia leaned against the tree stump, watching them earnestly search for the next target, and couldn't help but shout. Don't just use brute force, figure out the tree's temperament. Use the right force! Xiao Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared at the birch tree in front of him. Remembering Fang Jie's words about the stress surface, he gritted his teeth and chopped diagonally at the tree root. The cracks in the bark did indeed extend in the direction he had anticipated. It's done! He exclaimed softly, taking a few steps back. The tree trunk swayed and then crashed to the ground. When Rusha squatted by the cassava field, parted the withered yellow grass, and pointed to the purplish-brown rhizomes sprouting from the mound of soil. You can dig up the ones with cracked skin, but don't touch the ones with yellow spots on the leaves, they're poisonous. She turned to the timid young man behind her and handed him a shovel. Learn from him, dig along the roots, don't break the tubers. The 3 of them crouched down and searched in the soil. The young man dug up a cassava the size of a fist and excitedly held it up to show her. When Rusha clapped her hands, "Be gentle! If you break the skin, it will easily get sore." She took out a piece of burlap from her pocket, wrapped the cassava in it, and put it into a wicker basket. Pack the roots, stems, and leaves separately. The leaves can be dried to feed the sheep, and the stems can be kept as firewood. Soon the group had filled 3 wicker baskets. The young man was carrying a full wicker basket, which made his shoulders sway. When Risha reached out to support the bottom of the basket for him and instructed, "Put it on the east side of the wooden house when you get to the camp, don't mix them up." The young man responded in a muffled voice and staggered back home. When Ruashua frowned as she watched the young man swaying like a leaf as he carried the wicker basket. "He looks tall and strong, how come he's so weak? Brother Jia is much more stable when he carries things." When Risha bent down to straighten the crooked basket rope for the young man and said with a light laugh, "Fang Jia has practiced martial arts since he was a child, so he has a good foundation. This young man has delicate skin and is already quite good at carrying it." When Ruashua smiled, biting her lip, and raised the corners of her eyes, "Being healthy is a blessing. There will be plenty of opportunities to use it in the future." When Risha's hand trembled, and when she looked up at her younger sister, she saw her sister's sly smile and immediately understood. She reached out and poked her younger sister's forehead. "What nonsense are you thinking, you little brat? Shameless!" The 2 chased and played around in the woods. After everyone had been busy for a while, Fang Jia raised his wrist to check his watch. The hands had just passed 1 o'clock. He was wiping his sweat, about to call it a day, when he heard the soft, silvery sound of bells coming from not far away. Fang Jia's heart skipped a beat. It was the string of small bells on Yao Yu's head. He looked up and saw Yao Yu carrying a basket and walking into the woods. The edge of a rough earthenware bowl was sticking out from the basket, so she must have brought him food. "Hey, the food's here! We're starving!" Fang Jia whistled to the young men. Yao Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at the haphazardly piled tree trunks forming a small mountain. "You guys are amazing! You chopped down so many in just one morning!" As soon as he finished speaking, the young men perked up. Xiao Ji chopped the axe into the tree stump, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Someone rolled up their sleeves to show off their sweaty arm muscles, which made Fang Jia laugh. All right, stop showing off in front of the young lady, come and eat!" Yao Yu squatted on the ground setting out bowls and chopsticks, her silver bells swaying gently with her movements. Xiao Ji secretly straightened her back, but when she handed over the bowl, her hand slipped and the ceramic bowl clattered into the fallen leaves. Fang Jie kicked him playfully, but Yao Yu had already picked it up, wiped it clean, and handed it over with a spoonful of soup, saying, "Be careful, don't burn yourself." The young men held their bowls, heads bowed, and drank furiously, their Adam's apples bobbing faster than when they were chopping down trees. Fang Jie took the ceramic bowl and blew on it to warm it up. "Did you send food to Xiuru and the others?" Yao Yu shook her head. "I took that young man with me when he came. He made 3 trips in one morning, and the house was piled full of all sorts of things." Fang Jie nodded. "If there's no room inside, just put it outside for now. Cover it tightly with that waterproof sheet. It's cold, so it's fine outside, as long as it's covered properly." Yao Yu nodded in agreement, took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket, and handed it over. "Wipe your sweat so you don't catch a cold when you turn around." Fang Jie took it, wiped his sweat, and said, "Thank you." Yao Yu looked at Fang Jie and asked softly, "Are you exhausted?" Fang Jie grinned. "I was so tired I could barely lift my arms, but seeing you made me feel so much better." He drawled, "I'm full of energy again." Yao Yu blushed slightly upon hearing this. Xiao Ji chimed in, "Brother Fang is right. When we see a pretty girl, we cut down trees like they're cotton." The other young men laughed so hard they almost fell over, and one of them deliberately imitated in a high-pitched voice, "With Sister Yao Yu here, even an axe feels 3 pounds lighter." Fang Jie grabbed a sweet potato and threw it at him. "Stop talking nonsense! Eat it now!" Xiao Ji chuckled indistinctly. "Brother Fang is furious. He's only allowed to set fires while the common people aren't allowed to light lamps." A burst of laughter erupted from the woods. After the group wolfed down their food, Fang Jie bent down to help Yao Yu stack the empty bowls into the wicker basket. "Watch your step on the road, don't fall," he whispered, then gently lifted the basket strap onto her shoulder to prevent the rattan from chafing her skin. Yao Yu looked up at him, her eyelashes casting dappled shadows under her eyes, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her lips. "I know, don't overwork yourself." She turned and walked out of the woods, the sound of silver bells fading with her steps. Fang Jie watched her figure disappear behind the tree until the sound of the bell could no longer be heard before he came back to his senses. Xiao Ji winked and poked his arm. "Brother Fang, is your soul chasing after the bell?" Fang Jie grabbed an axe and slung it over his shoulder, then kicked a tree trunk at his feet. "What are you laughing at? Get to work! Whoever cuts down 10 trees gets an extra piece of roast meat tonight." The young men cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 62. The New Wooden House. Once it was completely dark, Fang Jie waved and called it a day off. The group walked towards the camp under the moonlight, and could smell the aroma of meat soup from afar. The Wen sisters were squatting by the rice cooker stirring the porridge, the firelight casting their shadows on the wooden wall. Fang Jie glanced at the small mountain of cassava and various wild fruits piled under the eaves, and gave Wen Wuxu a thumbs up. "A good harvest today!" Wen Wuxu wiped her hands and smiled. "That's right, we dug up a new patch of land next to it and picked up half a basket of pine nuts." Xiao Ji leaned over to peek at the stew in the pot. "Brother Fang, are you really adding meat?" "Of course. As long as you work hard, you'll get plenty of meat." The group sat down around the fire, the wooden spoons clinking against the earthenware bowls. After dinner, Fang Jie dragged Yao Yu and her brother's tent out from the corner of the cabin, saying, "You guys can stay in the tent tonight." The young men hurriedly set up the tent, while Yao Yu squatted beside them, helping to pass them wooden stakes. Fang Jie brought over several bundles of hay, and laid them in the tent. Turning around, he saw Xiao Ji demonstrating to his companion how to tie a knot. He took the rope and tied it into a tight knot under the moonlight. Fang Jie couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Clumsy, watch carefully." He quickly twirled a tight knot, drawing praise from the crowd. Once the tent was set up, the group couldn't wait to crawl inside and rest. When Fang Jie finished his work and returned to the wooden house, he immediately noticed that Yao Zixing was no longer on the kong, a heated brick bed. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked Yao Yu, "Where's your brother? Why isn't he lying on the calm, heated brick bed?" Yao Yu was filling the earthenware jar with leftover rice when she heard this and looked up and said, "My brother was embarrassed and felt it was inappropriate to share a Kong with the Wen sisters. He insisted that Su Daqiang and Lu Fugui carry him to the next room, saying that it was fine for 5 old men to squeeze together." Fang Jia nodded. "I see. I didn't expect him to be so particular even when he was so badly injured." He peeked into the next room. "I'll go check on him." Fang Jia strode to Su Daqiang's room, pushed open the door, and saw that Yao Zixing had been placed on the far side, with a large space around him. Lu Fugui and his 3 brothers huddled together at the other end, the 4 of them squeezed tightly together, making room for Yao Zixing. "Fang Jia is here!" The group waved to Fang Jia as they saw him. Fang Jia shook his head at the sight. "With all this commotion, you should just go back to your bed over there and sleep on the Kong." Yao Zixing leaned against the wall, struggling to get up. His face was still a little pale. "This is unacceptable. The Wen sisters are only in their early 20s. How can I, a grown man, share a bed with them? People will gossip about me if word gets out." Fang Jia tried to persuade him a few times, but seeing Yao Zixing's firm attitude, he had no choice but to give up. Before leaving, he tucked the blanket around him again and whispered, "Let me know if you need anything. You know these brothers, we've become friends through this misunderstanding. Don't be shy." Yao Zixing nodded. "You are all very good." Fang Jia bid farewell to the others, washed up, returned to the cabin, took out a book from his luggage, and began to read it by the light of an oil lamp. The 2 sisters were exhausted after a long day. After washing up, they climbed onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, wrapped themselves in blankets, and kept yawning. At this moment, Yao Yu pushed open the door and walked in. She caught sight of Fang Jia and the sisters on the Kong, heated brick bed, her face flushed red, and she stammered, "How are we going to sleep tonight?" Fang Jia said without looking up, "This Kong is just the right size for 4 people. We can squeeze in." As soon as she said that, Yao Yu's face burned even hotter, and her ears turned bright red. When Rishabh burst out laughing, "You have no manners at all. Brother Yao knows to avoid us sisters, but you don't even know to avoid Yao Yu." Fang Jia was now in a dilemma. "What can I do? Su Daqiang's room is crammed like a sardine can, and the tent is full of 5 young men. This place is the only spacious one." When Roshua pointed to the dry grass mat laid out on the ground, "Then you can sleep on the ground." Fang Jia glanced at Yao Yu, who had her head down, and sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll sleep here tonight." Yao Yu clutched the hem of her clothes. "I'm so sorry, I've only caused you trouble." Fang Jia got off the Kong, a heated brick bed, and moved the bedding to the side. "What are you saying? I'm thick-skinned, it doesn't matter where I sleep, it's fine." Yao Yu nodded gently, blushing as she lay down in bed. Fang Jia lay on the hay mat with a book in his hand. He was engrossed in watching when Ruoshu had jumped off the Kong, a heated brick bed, with a plop, and came over barefoot. Fang Jia quickly closed the book. "Why are you making such a fuss at night instead of sleeping?" When Ruoshu sat down next to him. "You work during the day and read books at night, you really are a bookworm. Tell me a story." Fang Jia was amused and waved the book in his hand. "What a coincidence! You just mentioned always having a book in hand, so how about I tell you the story behind it? During the 3 Kingdoms period, Sun Quan advised Lu Meng to read more books." When Ruoshu clapped her hands immediately. "I know Lu Meng. I've seen his videos online, and everyone says he's a bad guy who attacked his allies." Fang Jia asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" She recounted the segments from the short video on her fingers. Fang Jia smiled after listening. "Personal evaluations are very complex nowadays, with many different opinions. But Lu Meng's image in historical records is relatively positive. Look at the idioms Wu Xiaoming and Guan Wu Xiangcan, which all say that he was diligent and studious and capable of great things." When Ruoshu tilted her head and blinked. "Then why do people online say he's bad?" Fang Jia pondered for a moment. "It's probably a matter of perspective. In war, each side is fighting for its own interests, and with different stances, it's hard to say who's right and who's wrong." At this moment, Yao Yu suddenly spoke up. "Just like from Sun Quan's perspective, Lu Meng is a loyal minister who has made meritorious contributions, but from Guan Yu and Liu Bei's perspective, then he is not righteous. There's no absolute right or wrong in things, only different perspectives. When Ruoxue nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Fang Jie ruffled when Ruoxue's hair. Actually, people are the same. From different perspectives, the same person can appear in 1,000 different ways. Some people think he is righteous, while others think he is stubborn. That's the complexity of human nature. When Ruoxue nodded, resting her chin on her hand. So, reading more books is indeed useful. It can help people understand these principles. Fang Jie flipped through the old book in his hand. I read a few pages every night now, and the more I read, the more interesting it becomes. I can find traces of things happening around me in the book. Yao Yu gently turned over on the con, a heated brick bed. When Ruoxue caught a glimpse of her younger sister lounging next to Fang Jie's makeshift bed and called out, "Ruoxue, stop fooling around and come back to sleep." When Ruoxue hugged her knees and refused to move, muttering, "I'm going to sleep here." When Ruoxue's face hardened, "No manners. Yao Yu is still here. Stop fooling around." Fang Jie waved his hand. "Listen to your sister, stop making a fuss. You've worked all day, go to sleep." When Ruoxue reluctantly got up, muttering under her breath, Fang Jie extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the wooden house into thick darkness, with only the sound of the wind and the occasional chirping of insects outside. Yao Yu wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, tossing and turning in bed. "Can't sleep?" When Ruoxue asked in a low voice. Yao Yu hesitated for a moment, then blushed and leaned closer. I've never spent the night in the same room as a man before, and I always feel uneasy." When Ruoxue gently hugged her and patted her back to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, Fang Jie isn't a bad person. Don't laugh at me, but my sister and I have been sharing a room with him for almost half a month. He has never bullied us. Besides, if he dares to lay a hand on you, we'll beat him up for you." Yao Yu chuckled softly and slowly relaxed. Listening to the even breathing beside me, I gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Fang Jie was preparing to set off to cut down trees. Su Daqiang sauntered over, patted his chest, and said, "Brother, I've been resting for a few days, and my injury is almost healed. But I'm feeling really weak all over, so let me do some work." Fang Jie looked him up and down, then reached out and pressed the bandage around his waist. "His wounds have healed, and he is indeed the fastest recovering among the group." "Do you really think it can work?" Fang Jie asked, somewhat uneasy. Su Daqiang immediately jumped up and down twice and waved his arms to prove that he was all right. Fang Jie led him to an open space and marked out an area with a wooden stick. "See? We're going to build a few bigger houses this time. You're in charge of clearing away the weeds and pebbles in this area. Don't touch anything heavy, understand?" Just as Su Daqiang was about to pick up the shovel, Fang Jie pressed him down, handed him the shovel, and turned around to bring over a stool. "Sit here and work slowly. Take a break when you get tired." Su Daqiang chuckled and sat down. Just as he stuck the shovel into the ground, Fang Jie added, 2 hours a day is enough." "Okay, I got it." Upon arriving at the forest farm, Fang Jie glanced at the tree trunks scattered on the ground and waved to everyone. "Let's divide the work today. 2 strong men will be responsible for carrying the logs back, and the remaining 3 will continue cutting down trees." He picked out Xiao Ji and another strong young man, and pointed to the forest path. "Take them back along this path, don't pile them too densely, so they don't block the way." Xiao Ji hoisted a pine tree as thick as a bowl onto his shoulder and shrugged. "Don't worry, Brother Fang, we guarantee we'll complete the mission." Fang Jie watched them walk away, then turned to the men who were cutting down trees and instructed them. "Don't be greedy. Take a break after you've cut down 10 trees, and make sure there's enough space for people to walk." The group agreed and got to work. When we returned to camp at dusk, there were already 80 or 90 logs piled up there. Xiao Ji rubbed his shoulders, exhausted. "Brother Fang, we're making good progress. We've already chopped down so much wood in just 2 days." Fang Jie nodded and turned to look at Su Daqiang. The designated open space had been cleared of weeds and pebbles, leaving only a few uneven mounds of earth. Su Daqiang, still holding the shovel, wanted to continue working, but Yao Yu stopped him. "I told you to do less work. What if the wound reopens? 3 or 4 hours of activity a day is enough." Fang Jie walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Listen to Yao Yu, there's no rush for this job. Tomorrow, just level the mounds and fill the potholes with straw. 3 hours a day is enough. Su Daqiang scratched his head. Okay, I'm trying to finish as quickly as possible so as not to delay your work. When Ruoxue waved from afar, calling out that dinner was ready, he reached out and patted Su Daqiang on the shoulder. Let's go eat. You'll have plenty to do tomorrow. 3 days later, the timber for building the house had been almost collected. Su Daqiang's wounds have completely healed, and he pats his chest, saying he can help build houses. Fan Jia led the 6 of them, carrying tools, straight to the open space. He squatted on the newly leveled ground and used a stick to draw neat squares in the soil. The house we're building this time will have a small living room outside as a place to stay, and 4 bedrooms inside. He tapped the ground with a pebble. The living room has doors to 4 rooms, so it will be convenient to get things or visit other rooms at night. How do we set up these cubicles? Su Daqiang bent down and leaned closer. Fan Jia pulled out his small knife and whittled a thin twig, drawing lines on the ground. Each bedroom is separated by double-layered wooden planks and thatched walls, which are both soundproof and warm. Each room has a small window to let in light. He pointed to the corner of the living room. Let's open a bigger door here in the living room so that the light can be better, and we can burn a fire here to keep warm in winter. Shaoji scratched his head and looked at the blueprints on the ground. Brother Fang, how do I calculate the dimensions of these wooden boards? Don't rush. Fan Jia stood up and patted his trouser legs. Now sort the timber by length and cut the load-bearing beams in the living room first. We'll measure the partition boards after the beams are in place, that way we can't go wrong. He looked at the piles of timber in the distance and said, Once the houses are built, everyone will be able to sleep in spacious rooms and won't have to squeeze into large communal beds anymore. The 4 bedrooms will be divided like this. The 1 sisters and Yao Yu will live in the first room at the east end, which is spacious and bright. I will live in the last room at the west end, which is close to the door and convenient for keeping watch at night. He drew 2 more lines. Su Daqiang and his mother will stay in the second room, which is sunny and warm. Yao Zixing will stay alone in the third room. At this point, he pointed to Su Daqiang's wooden hut. Let Xiao Ji and the other 4 young men squeeze into that room, and Lu Digui and the other 2 wounded men can stay in my old wooden hut. When Ruoxue looked at the blueprints carefully, Brother Jia, are the partition walls really soundproof? Fang Jia nodded. Don't worry. It's just a double layer of wooden planks sandwiching half a foot of thatch. There's no problem. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? Everyone nodded in agreement. No, that makes perfect sense. Okay, let's get started. Let's build the foundation first. Fang Jia drew the outline with a wooden stick, and the others brought stones to build the foundation. Fan Jia rolled up his sleeves and took the lead in demonstrating. First, we need to lay a good foundation, which is the foundation of the house. We dig a foundation trench half a foot deep in the planned area, compact the bottom, lay gravel, and then pile up large stones. We fill the gaps between the stones with clay mixed with straw, which can prevent moisture and make it stable. Everyone got to work as instructed, and the foundation trench gradually took shape. Next, Fang Jia selected the thickest and straightest timber as the pillar, and cut grooves at the bottom of the timber to precisely match the mortises reserved on the foundation stones. This is called a column-top stone tenon joint. Only when the column is firmly embedded can the house withstand wind and rain. As he spoke, he guided everyone to place the crossbeams on top of the columns, using dovetailed tenons to interlock them, and then reinforcing them with wooden wedges to ensure that the crossbeams and columns were tightly connected. When it came time to make the partition, Fan Jia picked up his tools and began to make the tenons for the wooden boards. We're making tongue and groove joints, cutting grooves and notches on the edges of each board so that they fit together perfectly, and then we use bamboo nails to fix them in place. He filled the space between the double-layered wooden planks with thick thatch, so that it would be both soundproof and warm, making it more comfortable to live in. The construction of doors and windows is also quite particular. Fan Jia meticulously crafted the mortise and tenon structure for the door and window frames. The door frame uses mortise and tenon joints, with the wood in 3 directions precisely spliced together. The window frame uses mortise and tenon joints, with the edges and corners cut at a 45-degree angle, and then joined together with mortise and tenon joints, and finally covered with oil paper, which allows light to pass through while preventing wind. Under Fang Jie's guidance, everyone worked diligently and methodically. As each piece of wood was skillfully joined together with mortise and tenon joints, a brand new wooden house gradually took shape. The mortise and tenon joints are made without a single nail, yet they are sturdy and solid, showcasing the wisdom and charm of traditional craftsmanship. Chapter 63 Shut Up. For 2 days, the sounds of axes and chisels striking echoed throughout the camp. Fang Jie stood on the beam of the new house, a thick hemp rope tied around his waist, directing everyone to insert the last rafter into the mortise and tenon. It's done! With the final dull thud of the wooden wedge being hammered in, the wooden frame of the house was completely formed. Fang Jie slid down the eaves and looked up at the house, which was beginning to take shape. The pillars stand straight as pine trees, the beams interlock like bones, and the mortise and tenon joints fit together perfectly, without even a gap that lets in light. Yao Yu and her 2 sisters were already waiting on the side, their baskets piled high with freshly picked wild mushrooms. When Ruoxiu had tiptoed and peered into the house, "Brother Jie, this house looks 10 times more impressive than the old one." When Ruoxiu gently pressed her shoulder and handed her a towel. "Quickly wipe your sweat, or you'll catch a cold." Fang Jie took the towel and wiped his face, his gaze sweeping over the piles of wild fruits and grains not far away. That was the girl's harvest over the past few days. The door to the cabin was almost impossible to close. "Everyone has worked hard today, take a rest." Fang Jie waved to everyone. "The topping out can't be rushed, we'll do it tomorrow." He kicked the wooden bucket beside his feet. "Come on, let's make mushroom and meat soup today, all you can eat." As night fell, Fang Jie brought out several bottles of his treasured wine from the corner of the cabin. The clinking of the glass bottles drew everyone's attention. Xiao Ji rubbed his hands together and laughed. "Brother Fang, this is good stuff." Everyone sat on the ground, and Fang Jie unscrewed the bottle cap, releasing a rich aroma of wine. He poured everyone's glasses in turn, then tilted his head back and took a big gulp, the liquor sliding down his chin. "Come on, let's toast to our new house and to the good days to come." The clinking of glasses echoed throughout the room. When Ruoxiu took a small sip and wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, "So spicy!" This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Fueled by alcohol, Su Dacheng started singing a folk song from his hometown. The firelight illuminated the flushed faces of the crowd. As night deepened, the aroma of wine and laughter drifted on the night breeze towards the distant mountains and forests. Fang Jie stood up and shakily went to wash his face. He had drunk a bit too much tonight, and in a daze he walked toward the wooden house and looked at the figure on the kong, a heated brick bed. Bathed in moonlight, the woman's exquisite curves were breathtaking. Fang Jie couldn't help but walk over and gently hug the person in his arms. The delicate body in his arms trembled violently, then shook uncontrollably. "What's wrong, Shiru? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Fang Jie chuckled and gently put his arm around her waist. The person in his arms didn't speak, but just kept their head down. Smelling the fragrance of her hair, Fang Jie's breathing gradually became heavy. He leaned close to the ear of the person in his arms and gently kissed her earlobe. You shut up!" Yao Yu's voice rang out, instantly sobering Fang Jie up considerably. He quickly let go, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked at Yao Yu, whose face was flushed red beneath him. "Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were." Fang Jie hurriedly apologized. Yao Yu wiped the drool off her ear. You brat, you definitely did that on purpose." No! Fang Jie waved his hands repeatedly. "How could I do that on purpose? I was drunk." Yao Yu snorted coldly. "You're not stupid just because you've had too much to drink. You don't recognize people just because you've had too much to drink? Can't you tell who you're hugging?" Fang Jie stood frozen in place, his throat feeling like it was stuck with a wooden wedge, unable to utter a single word for a long time. "I don't believe you. You can't even tell people apart. You're just trying to take advantage of me because you've had a few drinks." Yao Yu suddenly sat up and looked at him. Fang Jie opened his mouth, his hoarse voice still carrying the smell of alcohol. I really couldn't tell, I'm sorry." The air was so still that you could hear their breathing as they mingled. After a long silence, Yao Yu turned her face away, her tone cold and hard. "If you dare tell anyone about this, I—" Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I promise." After saying that, Fang Jie hurriedly fled. Yao Yu watched his retreating figure, gritting her teeth in hatred. You brat! You hugged me and called out another woman's name! How despicable! Fang Jie stumbled and rushed out of the house, just as when Russia happened to be passing by carrying a bundle of thatch. You look terrible. Is something wrong? She reached out to help him, but Fang Jie instinctively dodged away. It's nothing. I just feel a little unwell from the alcohol. He didn't dare look at the doubt in Wen Wuxi's eyes and staggered towards the crowd. Wen Wuxi watched his departing figure, then turned to look at the half-closed door. As she entered the room, she caught a glimpse of Yao Yu sitting alone on the kong, a heated brick bed, her fingers repeatedly stroking the folds of her clothes. Sister Yao Yu? Wen Wuxi tiptoed into the room. What happened to Fang Jie? What's wrong with him? What could have happened? Yao Yu's ears still had an unnatural flush. She just drank too much and bumped into the table. She probably hurt herself. She lay back down. Go to sleep. We still have to finish the roof tomorrow morning. When Wuxi stood at the threshold, her gaze shifting between Yao Yu's reddened earlobes and Fang Jie. Her intuition told her that something was definitely going on. When Wuxi grabbed Fang Jie and pulled him to a secluded spot, frowning as she asked, Why did you rush out of the house in such a panic? What happened? Don't hide it from me. Fang Jie quickly shook his head and forced a smile. It's really nothing, don't overthink it. When Wuxi didn't believe it at all, and stood on tiptoe, staring straight into his eyes. Seeing how serious she was, Fang Jie's heart softened. He gently cupped her face in his hands and said, Don't worry, it's really nothing. I can handle it. After saying that, he opened his arms and pulled Wen Wuxi into his embrace, gently resting his chin on the top of her head and patting her back. Wen Wuxi struggled for a moment, but finally sighed, leaned against him, listened to his pounding heartbeat, and stopped asking questions for the time being. The next day, after a busy morning, the new house was completed. The crowd gathered under the eaves, clapping and cheering. Fang Jie came down and waved to the Wen Wuxi sisters. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. The mud walls of the main room were newly covered with dry grass, and sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, casting dappled patterns on the rammed earth floor. Xiao Ji and his 5 friends couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed, Finally, we don't have to sleep in tents anymore. They hurriedly folded the tent and stuffed it into Fang Jie's arms. Lu Digui, give Yao Zixing a hand and move the bedding to his room. Fang Jie assigned tasks to everyone. Wen Wuxi and Wen Ruoxue carried the bedding to the east room, with Yao Yu following behind carrying a copper basin, her face full of joy. As Yao Yu passed by Fang Jie, she glanced at him unconsciously. Fang Jie quickly turned his head to look at Lu Digui and the others. Humph, guilty conscience needs no accuser, Yao Yu muttered as she walked into her room. As Lu Digui worked, he muttered to himself. This house is sturdy and much more spacious than the one we live in. Su Daqiang squinted at his old room. Xiao Ji, you guys stay in my room. There's plenty of room in the dormitory. It'll be a bit cramped for all of you, but it'll be all right. Several young men agreed and rushed into the house carrying their bedding rolls. Chapter 64. Wen Wuxi, you must take responsibility for me. After everyone had settled in, they looked at their own rooms with beaming smiles. At lunchtime, while sitting around the campsite, Fang Jie looked at everyone and said, Right now, Lu Digui's house is the only place with a stove, and it's really inconvenient for so many of us to use it. I'm thinking that this afternoon we should build 2 more small houses next to the new house, one with a stove to use as a kitchen, and the other as a shower room. We should also build a toilet behind the new house so that everyone doesn't have to travel a long way. He glanced at everyone and then gave instructions. Lu Digui will take Xiao Ji and the other 5. The 8 of you will cook in Lu Digui's house from now on. When you have time, find a place to build a bathroom. Su Daqiang and his mother, Wen Wuxi and her sister, Yao Zixing and his sister, and I will start cooking here in the new house. After that, we'll build a storage room and hang cassava, sweet potatoes, wild fruits, dried goods, and dried meat neatly inside to keep them dry and insect-proof. After finishing his rice, Xiao Ji excitedly exclaimed, Great! With a new kitchen and bathroom, life is getting better and better. Everyone nodded in agreement. After dinner, Fan Jie and Su Daqian were digging the foundation when Fan Jie caught a glimpse of three girls chattering together by the shower enclosure. When Ruoxu had tiptoed to measure the wooden plank, while Yao Yu squatted beside the mud pile, mixing straw evenly into the clay, her hair sticky with straw fragments. When Ruxia held a charcoal pencil and drew blueprints on the tree bark. "Brother Jie! How big should this drain outlet be?" When Ruxia shouted to Fan Jie. Fan Jie walked over and found that the drawing depicted a strange wooden barrel and a winding water trough. The three girls all looked up at him. "2 fingers width is fine." Fan Jie traced lines on the ground with a twig. "Remember to put gravel at the bottom so the water flows faster." Before she finished speaking, Yao Yu had already picked up a shovel and started digging a ditch. When Ruoxu had followed behind, holding the wooden plank and muttering to herself, "Won't the bathwater smell if it flows away from here?" "Don't worry, there won't be this problem if the water speed is fast enough." The setting sun cast long shadows of the three busy figures, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors beside the new house. When Ruoxu smiled as she looked at the completed building. "It's finished. I'm going to be the first one to take a shower tonight." As dusk crept onto the roof, the newly built storeroom was finally completed and put to use. Fan Jie stood at the door, directing Xiao Ji and the others to move the pottery jars and burlap sacks inside. "Put the fragile ones on the left, and hang up the cassava sacks." Lu Degui walked by carrying a bundle of hay. "This house is very sturdy. Things stored inside won't get lost." On the new stove, when Ruxia added some dry firewood to the firebox, and the flames shot up with a whoosh. Yao Yu tossed the washed wild vegetables into the pot, then turned and asked, "Where did you put the spice jar?" When Ruoxu had tiptoed down the pottery jar from the wooden shelf, pointed out the window and laughed. "Look! Lu Degui and the others are arguing." There was definitely a lot of noise coming from the next room. Jiboda, holding up an iron pot, shouted, "I'll take charge! My soup is incredibly delicious." "Your skills? Get out of here!" Wang Tian snatched the shovel away. "Let me show you what I'm made of." Lu Degui squatted in the corner and shook his head. "Stop arguing, all of you. Take turns. Whoever cooks the worst dish has to wash the dishes." When Ruxia poured oil into the pot, the sizzling sound mingling with laughter and curses from next door. Su Daqian squatted on the threshold and peeked out, saying, "These guys make more noise when they cook than when they build a house." When Ruxia lifted the pot lid, and the aroma of wild vegetable soup immediately filled the air, mingling with the fragrance of rice wafting from next door, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere in the evening breeze. In the stillness of the night, Fan Jie lay on the wooden bed in the new house, the straw mattress beneath him still carrying the warm scent of sunshine. He turned over and stared at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window. This was the first time he had slept in a room alone since he started living with the two sisters, and he felt a strange emptiness. Just as I was about to close my eyes in a daze, the door suddenly creaked. Fan Jie held his breath, staring at the moonlight leaking through the crack in the door. A shadow wrapped in a gray cloth shirt crept in, and the night wind blew, brushing against the person's flushed cheeks. "Xiaoru?" he asked softly, lowering his voice. When Ruxu twisted the corner of her clothes between her fingers, and after a long while, she managed to hum a sentence as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "That window, the cracks in the window are letting in a bit of draft. I came to take a look." Fan Jie was taken aback, then lifted a corner of the blanket. When Ruxu moved closer to the edge of the bed, her warm breath brushing against the back of his hand. Don't overthink it. I'm just borrowing some warmth." Fan Jie smiled, eagerly feeling the warmth of Ruxu's body in his arms. When Ruxu's hair brushed against his chin, carrying the lingering scent of soap from when she washed her hair that evening. "Xiaoru." His voice was hoarse. He raised his hand to brush the stray hairs from her forehead, but the moment his fingertips touched her burning cheek, she grabbed his wrist. When Ruxu looked up at him, her eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Her rapid breaths hit his Adam's apple, carrying a heart-pounding heat. He finally couldn't resist any longer, and lowered his head to gently cover her lips with his. The touch was as soft as freshly melted snow in spring, mixed with the lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth, causing his mind to go completely blank. When Ruxu's hand gradually loosened his collar and gripped the coarse cloth on his back, her knuckles turning white from the force. Fang Jie gently tightened his grip around her waist. My hands began to wander restlessly. When Rusha let out a soft moan, her body beginning to writhe. The kiss was both long and short, until Su Daqiang's snoring could be heard in the distance, at which point the two separated. When Rusha buried her face in the crook of his neck, refusing to look up, her ear tips burning red. My darling, I feel so bad. Fang Jie looked at her with red eyes and excitedly unbuttoned her clothes. Please, be gentle, I'm scared. Fang Jie gently kissed away her tears. Two hearts are secretly bound by love. Every smile and frown is worthy of being written into poetry. We stroll side by side beneath the flowers, admiring the scenery. Hand in hand under the moon, we share our deepest thoughts. Hearts and minds are as close as glue, dreams and souls are endlessly intertwined. I wish we could be together forever, always longing for each other day and night. The night breeze stirred their hearts, and their love transformed into tender, lingering affection. When Rusha looked up at Fang Jie, her fingertips gently tracing his face. Will you really be good to me for the rest of my life? Her voice was as soft as a dandelion floating in the moonlight, and her eyelashes cast delicate shadows under her eyes. Fang Jie looked down at her, reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Silly girl, why can't it be you who's good to me for the rest of your life? I'm still a virgin. Aren't you going to take responsibility for me? When Rusha chuckled and poked his waist with her fingertip. Be serious. He took her hand and gently kissed her knuckles. From now on, when we go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots, I'll carry the bamboo basket for you. When we go down to the river to catch fish, I'll chase away the water snakes for you. He turned her shoulders, making her see the genuine affection dancing in his eyes. When you're sick, I'll find you medicine. When you're cooking, I'll fan the fire for you. When the weather gets better, I'll build you a house with carved windows, and fill the windowsill with your favorite wild chrysanthemums. Anything else? When Risha's nose tingled, tears welled up in her eyes, but she couldn't help but smile. Fang Jie lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. When we get old, we'll sit on the doorstep and bask in the sun. I'll pluck stars from the sky and mix them into your favorite meat porridge. The crickets outside the window suddenly started chirping loudly, and when Risha buried herself in his arms, laughing until tears streamed down her face. She gripped his hand tightly, feeling the rough calluses on his palm. She felt that the most touching words in the world were not as real as the warmth of his embrace at that moment. Chapter 65 Gathering Herbs in the Mountains. At dawn, when Ruoxu had tapped lightly on the door with her rice scoop in hand. Brother Jie! Time to get up. When Ruoxu, who was in bed, was suddenly awakened and accidentally bumped her elbow into Fang Jie's chest. The person next to him grunted. Okay, I'm coming. If you don't open the door, I'm going to barge in. When Ruoxu had deliberately raised her voice, her fingertips already gripping the door latch. Wait a minute. Before Fang Jie could finish speaking, the wooden door creaked open. The girl blinked her bright eyes, her gaze lingering on Fang Jie's bulging blanket for a moment before she suddenly grinned mischievously. Oh, Brother Fang, what treasures are you hiding in this blanket? It's all bulging. Fang Jie cleared his throat. What could it be? I just slept restlessly and wrinkled the blankets a bit. When Ruoxu leaned closer to the bed and lowered her voice. Did you know that a wild animal got into the house last night? A wild beast. Fang Jie subconsciously clenched when Ruoxu's hand in the quilt, feeling the person in his palm tremble slightly. Yes. When Ruoxu slapped her thigh suddenly. I saw it with my own eyes. A furry monster with a big tail ran into my room and carried my sister away somewhere. When Ruoxu poked her flushed face out from under the covers, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, but Fang Jie stopped her with a smile. The girl covered her head and hid behind the door frame, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Oh, so it's you! No wonder my sister didn't scream for help. Turns out she willingly let herself be taken away. Okay, I'll go cook now. I won't bother you anymore. The wooden door clicked shut behind them, and when Ruoxu buried her face in Fang Jie's arms and sighed. Fang Jie chuckled softly, his fingertips gently stroking her burning earlobe. Your sister is still as mischievous as ever. Ignore her. When Ruoxu interrupted in a muffled voice. Hiss. She winced in pain as she tried to get up. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Fang Jia's waist. It's all your fault. Fang Jia let her pinch him. Fine, it's all my fault. I'll be gentler next time. When Risha tapped his forehead. Dream on. There won't be a next time. I acted impulsively last night, and I regret it now. Are you serious? Saying that hurts me so much. When Risha smiled. Only you can make me sad? Can I tease you? Fang Jia was confused. When did I ever make you sad? Humph, don't think I don't know. You're still thinking about Yao Yu, aren't you? Fang Jia quickly shook his head. No. To be honest, she is indeed beautiful. I just glanced at her a few more times to admire her. When Risha's eyes lit up. You said it. You have to keep your word. I'll see how you behave in the future. Fang Jia paused for a moment, then said, You bastard, I knew you were just saying one thing and meaning another. I'll beat you up. The two started playfully fighting inside the house. After breakfast, Fang Jia stood outside the camp, looking at the 3 wooden houses built in a triangular shape. His main house was located at the front, right next to the pond. To the right of the main house is the kitchen, with pale blue smoke rising from the chimney. On the wooden wall of the shower room to the left, someone has drawn a crooked flower with charcoal. The wooden door to the storage room was half open, revealing various supplies neatly stacked inside. The bottom of the salt pan is now white. The moose meat from before has also been eaten. Time to go hunting. He kicked at the pebbles at his feet and looked towards the distant mountains and forests. The group gathered at the camp, waiting for Fang Jia to assign tasks. Fang Jia clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over the faces. Xiao Ji, take 2 people into the mountains and find places where wild rabbits and pheasants congregate. Remember not to go too deep into the forest. There might be danger there. All right. Xiao Ji puffed out his chest. I guarantee I'll bring back a few fat ones to improve our meals. Fang Jia turned to the remaining 2. You 2 go to the beach. One of you is responsible for collecting sea snails and shellfish in the rocky area. The other of you carries seawater back and forth. When Rashia is waiting to boil salt, so don't slack off. Don't worry, Brother Fang, I'm fast. I'll make sure the water supply stays on, the 2 replied. Before Lu Degui could speak, Fang Jia said first. The 3 of you haven't fully recovered from your injuries yet, so stay at the camp to cook, look after the food in the storeroom, and take care of Yao Zixing. Also, help Wen Rusha with the miscellaneous tasks at the camp. After arranging all this, Fang Jia looked at Yao Yu, who had remained silent, and asked, Yao Yu, what are your thoughts? I want to go for a walk in the forest and see if I can gather some Chinese medicinal herbs. Yao Yu held the medicine basket, but her voice was a little weak. It's just, I'm not sure if I can go far alone. Fang Jia pondered for a moment. I'll go inside with you and see if there are any large animals. When Risha walked over and tucked a sharp dagger into Fang Jia's waist, saying, Be careful in everything you do. Don't be reckless in places you haven't been before. If things don't go well, come back. I know. My life is my priority. I won't be reckless. Xiao Ji, carrying a knife on his back, called to his companions and set off first. The 2 men carrying wooden buckets swayed leisurely towards the sea. When Rashua shouted from the kitchen doorway, Sister! Come help me check the heat when boiling the salt, I can never get it right. When Rishu responded, and before turning away, she reminded Fang Jia, Go and come back soon, and be careful in everything. Fang Jia nodded and walked with Yao Yu along the path into the mountains. Yao Yu kicked away the pebbles at her feet and muttered to herself, Last time I bravely went on an adventure in the forest by myself, a wild boar suddenly jumped out and scared me so much that I dropped my medicine basket. With me here, you won't encounter that situation again. If there are wild boars again, they'll just be extra food. Fang Jia casually broke off a tree branch, whittled it into a simple self-defense stick, and handed it to her, saying, Take this, it'll give you courage. Yao Yu took the branch. With this stick, I feel less scared. The 2 figures gradually blended into the forest, leaving only the faint sounds of their conversation. As they walked, the 2 slowly entered the depths of the forest, far beyond their usual activities of cutting down trees and gathering wild fruits. The surroundings were eerily quiet, even the birdsong had ceased, and the air was filled with the smell of damp, decaying leaves. Fang Jie took off the iron spear, which weighed more than 10 kilograms, and held it heavily in his hand. The red tassel on the spearhead swayed slightly with the movement. He pricked up his ears, listening intently to the sounds around him. The trees here are much taller and denser than those in the surrounding area, with their canopies overlapping and almost completely blocking out the sunlight. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dead leaves, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. Fang Jie used the barrel of his gun to push aside the vines blocking his path, taking each step carefully, afraid of disturbing the danger lurking in the shadows. Yao Yu followed closely behind him, barely daring to breathe, her eyes nervously scanning the surrounding shadows. Ouch! With Yao Yu's cry of pain, Fang Jie quickly turned around. Chapter 66. Yao Yu sprained her ankle. Yao Yu let out a scream of pain and fell forward. Fang Jie reacted quickly, grabbing her waist to prevent her from falling onto the ground covered with withered branches. Looking down, she saw that her right foot was stuck in a crevice in the tree root, and her ankle was swollen badly. Let go, I can do it myself! Yao Yu's face turned bright red, both in pain and ashamed, and she reached out to pry her stuck foot off. Fang Jie frowned and slapped her hand away. Don't move. You're a medical student, don't you even know this? The more you try to pry it open, the more swollen it will become. He crouched down and carefully took off her shoes, revealing her bruised and purple ankles. Yao Yu hurriedly reached for the medicine basket at her feet. Give me the medicine, I'll apply it myself. Fang Jie ignored her, took out some herbal mud from the medicine basket, grabbed a handful, and applied it to her ankle. The cool herbs pressed against her skin, causing Yao Yu to gasp in pain, muttering, I'm not a child, you don't need to worry about me. You think I want to interfere? Fang Jie pressed down on her fidgeting feet. If you keep moving, you won't be able to get back today. I don't want to spend the night in the forest. He gently massaged the swollen area while carefully spreading the herbs evenly. Yao Yu bit her lip and remained silent, staring intently at Fang Jie's serious expression, feeling a sudden sense of unease. The surroundings were quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and Fang Jie's occasional reminders to be patient. Fang Jie applied the medicine to Yao Yu, gently put her feet down, and said, Just rest here against the tree for a while, don't move around. Yao Yu nodded, and as she watched Fang Jie carefully put her shoes back on, her face flushed. Fang Jie stood up and patted the herb residue off his hands. What exactly do you need from these herbs? Tell me, and I'll go find them. Yao Yu pointed to the only half-dried leaf left in the medicine basket. This hemostatic herb, the three-leaf lotus, has heart-shaped leaves with serrated edges and small white flowers. There is also buplurum for treating fever, with purplish-red stems and feather-like leaves. She paused, somewhat uneasy. Bring it back to me first, so I don't make a mistake. I understand, you can rest easy now. Fang Jie slung the iron spear over his shoulder and walked towards the dense forest around him. He would occasionally look down at the vegetation on the ground, his eyes searching back and forth among the grass and tree roots, while his ears were also listening to the sounds around him, afraid of missing any cries for help that Yao Yu might make. Under a crooked old tree, several plants with heart-shaped leaves and finely serrated edges came into view. The top is also adorned with a few small white flowers, just like the three-leaf lotus described by Yao Yu. He was overjoyed, carefully plucked a few plants with intact roots and stems, held them in his hand, and hurried back. Yao Yu, take a look and see if this is it. Fang Jie squatted down and handed the herbs to her. Yao Yu's eyes lit up, and she gently stroked the leaves with her fingers. That's right. It's the three-leaf lotus, and the one with the purplish-red stem must be buplurum. She broke off a leaf from Buplurum chinense and crushed it, releasing a fragrant herbal aroma. Pick more, especially the three-leaf lotus, the wounded in the camp are in dire need of dressings. Fang Jie responded and disappeared back into the woods. This time he dared not go far, and only searched within a small area centered on Yao Yu. Whenever the target herb is spotted, shout loudly. Found another patch! Yao Yu sat under the tree and responded with a smile, occasionally reminding. Pick the sturdiest ones, leave the roots so they can grow again. One of them picked the herbs, while the other tended to the basket and organized them. Before long, the basket was full of herbs. As the sun began to set, Fang Jie watched Yao Yu try to stand up. Although her ankle was still swollen, she could already bear weight with difficulty. That's enough, let's go back to camp. Fan Jia slung his iron spear over his shoulder and carried a medicine basket in one hand. Walk slowly, I'm right here. He reached out to help Yao Yu, but she gently shook him off. Yao Yu grabbed a wooden stick leaning against the tree to support herself and said in a forcefully relaxed manner, Don't be so fussy, I can walk with this stick. But she hadn't gone far when her steps became increasingly heavy, beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks, and her brows furrowed tightly, clearly gritting her teeth and enduring the excruciating pain in her ankle. Fan Jia turned around and looked at her pale face, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. I'll carry you back. He stopped and his tone left no room for refusal. Yao Yu hurriedly waved her hand, her voice breathless. No, no! If when Rusha sees this, that would be so bad. What are you thinking about? Fan Jia turned around, squatted down, and patted his shoulder. She's not the kind of person who holds grudges. If you drag this out any longer, your foot will swell up even more. Yao Yu hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and finally gently leaned on his back. Fan Jia steadily supported her, and as he got up he reminded her. Hold on tight, we're heading back to camp now. Fan Jia carried Yao Yu through the woods. She was heavier than he had imagined, and the fullness and warmth from her back made him a little restless. Yao Yu suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Don't get distracted, watch your step, the road is slippery. I wasn't distracted, Fan Jia retorted, but tripped over a tree root and stumbled. Yao Yu tightened her grip on his neck and exclaimed, You still say you weren't thinking anything? I wasn't thinking anything. I was just thinking about how to make you some herbal medicine when we get back to camp. Yao Yu snorted and poked his burning earlobe with her fingertip. You're definitely not thinking anything good. You looked so lewd just now, and you were still being stubborn. Fan Jia was speechless for a moment, but the hand on his neck wouldn't loosen its grip, and the soft touch made him even more uncomfortable. Alright, let's go. Yao Yu rested her chin on his shoulder and said sullenly, If you dawdle any longer, when Ruashua will boil salt into stone. Fan Jia grunted in agreement and quickened his pace. As they passed by a stream, Yao Yu chuckled softly from behind. What are you laughing at? Fan Jia couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, Yao Yu said with a hint of mischief in her voice. I just felt, the way you carry people on your back seemed very skilled. Do you often carry Wenrushu around for sweet moments? Fan Jia remained non-committal. Why can't it be carrying Wenruashua on his back? Yao Yu curled her lip. TCH, stop bragging. You think you can have your cake and eat it too? I can tell from the start that Wenruashua is still a pure and innocent girl. I bet you've never even kissed her. You're the one bragging. I bet Wenruashua told you that. Do you think you can understand all this? I don't believe it at all. Don't believe me then. Yao Yu smiled, tightened her arms, and stopped talking. As the two walked back, Yao Yu suddenly tugged at Fan Jia's sleeve and gestured towards the bushes beside them. Fan Jia gripped the iron spear tightly, moved even lighter with his steps, and slowly moved over with her. Pushing aside the ferns that were half a person tall, you could see a wild boar, about half a person tall, happily rolling around next to a small puddle. Mud, mixed with decaying leaves and bits of grass, piled up in layers on the wild boar's thick fur. It whimpered and rubbed against the edge of the mud puddle, its thick limbs splashing water everywhere. The freshly applied mud mixed with the dried mud armor, glistening in the sunlight, forming hard, plate-like shells that made a soft, crackling sound with each movement. The wild boar was completely unaware of the gazes from not far away, pressing its belly against the mud and shaking its head from side to side. It was making satisfied snoring noises, and the mud splattered around it, covering the surrounding weeds with mud. Hey, can you beat it? Chapter 67, Hunting Wild Boars. Yao Yu whispered in Fan Jia's ear, her warm breath tickling his earlobe. Can we beat this wild boar? I've never tasted wild boar meat before. As she spoke, she stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked her lips, the rosy color standing out conspicuously in the shadows of the forest. Fan Jia's Adam's apple bobbed suddenly, and his gaze met her bright eyes. For a moment, he forgot to answer. Fan Jia? Yao Yu saw him in a daze and gently patted his shoulder. I'm asking you a question. Fan Jia came back to his senses, forcing himself to shift his gaze to the wild boar, gripping the iron spear even tighter. Don't let its small size fool you, it's incredibly strong. Its mud armor is as hard as a shield, it's not easy to deal with. Yao Yu blinked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. So you can't beat them? Who said that? Fang Jie immediately retorted, his gaze sweeping over the wild boar's waving tusks, then glancing at Yao Yu behind him. It's just inconvenient to bring you along. Just hide me behind the tree. Yao Yu perked up. I'll just watch you from afar and promise not to hold you back. Fang Jie hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. He carried Yao Yu to a large oak tree 30 paces away, let her sit down against the trunk, and then gathered some dry branches to pile around as cover. No matter what happens, don't show your face, don't distract me. Okay, Yao Yu urged, giving him a push. Hurry up, I'm waiting to eat roasted pork leg. Fang Jie took out a short knife from his waist and put it into her palm. As he turned around, he twirled the iron spear. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Yao Yu in this battle. Fang Jie gripped the iron spear tightly, held his breath, and moved forward little by little. When he was only 10 steps away from the wild boar, the boar, which was rolling around in the mud, suddenly pricked up its ears. Upon noticing something amiss, he abruptly stood up, his cloudy little eyes flashing with a fierce light. With a roar of "Ouch!" the wild boar charged forward. Fang Jie reacted quickly, dodging the wild boar's oncoming attack by sidestepping it, while simultaneously swinging his iron spear to stab the boar. When wild boars run, they move with the force of thunder, their bodies covered in incredibly tough mud armor. Fang Jie thrust twice with all his might, but only managed to leave 2 shallow wounds on the wild boar, from which blood seeped out, but they were far from fatal. The wounded wild boar, in pain and utterly enraged, let out a deafening roar, then lowered its head, revealing its sharp tusks, and charged at Fang Jie like a madman. Fang Jie nimbly dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall. With a loud bang, the wild boar was unable to stop its momentum, and its tusks pierced the tree trunk beside it, impossible to pull them out. Seeing this, Yao Yu, who was hiding behind a tree in the distance, shouted with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Fang Jie, now! Fang Jie stared intently at the struggling wild boar, searching for its vital points. Its back was covered by thick mud armor and muscles, making it difficult to break through, while its abdomen was always well protected. Suddenly, Fang Jie noticed the wild boar's throat, which was exposed as it struggled. Without hesitation, he gripped the iron spear tightly, exerted all his strength, and thrust it fiercely into the wild boar's throat. The wild boar let out a shrill scream, twitched its limbs a few times, and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. Fang Jie! Great! Yao Yu hopped on one foot, waving her arms and cheering Fang Jie at the top of her lungs. She limped over, leaning on a wooden cane, her eyes gleaming as she stared at her prey on the ground. Good heavens, it's covered in mud like it's wearing armor! A spear would be flying if you charged at it. Fang Jie kicked the wild boar's thick body. It's covered in too much mud, we need to skin it first. But he looked down at Yao Yu's swollen ankle and then glanced at the setting sun. In this desolate wilderness, it would take at least an hour or 2 to prepare the prey, and it would soon be completely dark. I'll take you back to camp first, Fang Jie decided immediately. Let's mark this spot, and bring people to carry you out tonight. Well, Yao Yu licked her lips, her eyes fixed on the wild boar's hind leg. Could you cut off a small piece first? Just a small piece. I can almost smell the meat. She tugged at Fang Jie's arm, just like a child begging an adult for snacks. Fang Jie was amused by her and reached out to flick her nose, which was covered in mud. Little glutton. He drew his short knife from his waist, made a cut in the fattest part of the wild boar's belly, and cut off a palm-sized piece of meat. Here, have one roashiya roast it. The 3 of you can eat it together. Remember to sprinkle plenty of salt. Yao Yu took the still warm meat and spun around excitedly, almost twisting her ankle again. I want to be the first to try it. When I get back, I'll say that this was a joint effort between me and Master Fang. I showed off my prowess, and my ankle was sprained during the battle. She carefully stuffed the meat into the medicine basket, then took out a hemp rope from her pocket. Here, tie it to a tree as a marker. Okay, make a mark so it'll be easy to find when we come back. He picked Yao Yu up again and said, Don't move around. Don't blame me if you lose any flesh. Yao Yu giggled, her warm breath brushing against the back of his neck. You'll find it again if you lose it, right? I believe you. Fang Jie sighed softly. Alas, even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. No man can resist a beautiful woman's provocation. As dusk deepened, the two figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Only the crooked tree with the hemp rope tied to it remained, swaying gently in the evening breeze, as if guarding their unexpected harvest. Smoke curled from the campfire. When Rushu, clutching her apron, stood at the entrance, peering out. When she saw Fang Jie carrying Yao Yu towards them, she immediately ran to meet him. What happened? I twisted my ankle. Fang Jie ducked around the door frame and walked straight to the bed. Yao Yu was gently put down, and the medicine basket landed on the table with a thud, scattering dried beoplurum and three-leaf lotus. When Rusha frowned and lifted her trouser leg, seeing her swollen and shiny ankle. Does it hurt? Much better, thanks to Fang Jie. Yao Yu leaned against the headboard. Go and get the meat back quickly. Don't let the wild boar get snatched away by other animals. Bring Shao Ji and the others along, and invite a few more people. Fang Jie responded, but as soon as he turned around, when Rushu called him back and stuffed an oil paper packet into his pocket. Have something to eat on the way. After Fang Jie and his men disappeared into the woods with torches, Yao Yu mysteriously tugged at Rushu's sleeve. Come on, there's something good to eat. She pulled wild boar meat wrapped in oilcloth from deep inside the medicine basket. The cloth was soaked with blood. When Ruoxue happened to be carrying in water when she caught sight of the meat, and her eyes widened. Wow! Where did this come from? Fang Jie hunted a wild boar. Yao Yu proudly waved her hand. We'll have roasted pork leg for dinner tonight. When Ruoxue had already put down the water jug, grabbed the meat, and ran to the stove. Amidst the crackling of the firewood, the aroma of roasting fat wafted out. As when Rishi changed Yao Yu's bandages, she shook her head and laughed. You, even injured like this, are still thinking about eating meat. My sister and I are such a pair of gluttons. Chapter 68. The Central Forest makes its debut. Fang Jie, holding a torch, led Shao Ji and the others to the marked location, only to find that all that remained beside the mud pit was a spread-out wild boar hide and mottled bloodstains. Shao Ji kicked at the broken bones on the ground. That's strange, did such a big pig grow wings and fly away? Fang Jie frowned and followed the trail of blood, when he suddenly caught sight of an orange-red light shining through the bushes ahead. It's a campfire. The four men immediately extinguished their torches and crept close to the tree trunk. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, two young men wrapped in bearskin coats could be seen roasting meat around a fire, oil splattering and sizzling in the flames. The man on the left has long hair, and is using a bone knife to flip a wild boar leg. The one on the right was adding pine branches to the fire, and a half-skinned pork belly was piled up at their feet, the subcutaneous fat still glistening with oil. It's our pig, Shaoji said in a low voice. Fang Jie stared at the straw ropes wrapped around the ankles of the two men. It was woven from wolf tendons and wild hemp, and although the workmanship was rough, it exuded a strong sense of resilience. Even more striking were the sharp axes and animal tooth necklaces hanging from their waists, gleaming coldly in the firelight. Who? The long-haired youth suddenly looked up, his long sword already drawn. Fang Jie simply walked over and said, We hunted this wild boar, so you two don't need to be polite. Another man stood up. He was tall and had a tan bronze complexion. We saw it lying by the mud pit from afar and thought it had been killed by a leopard. So you were the ones who did it? Otherwise what? Fang Jie glanced at the golden-brown roasted pork leg. We've already eaten half the meat, we have to give you an explanation, right? The tall young man spread his hands, revealing calluses on his palms. My brother and I have been chasing muntjac in the mountains for 3 days without sleep. How could we resist when we saw ready-made meat? Like this. He cut off half a pig's leg and handed it over, saying, We'll roast your meat. How about we share it? Just as Shao Ji was about to speak, Fang Jie raised his hand to stop him. He noticed that both of them had red ropes wrapped around their wrists, and the fire was very well made, with mugwort scattered around to ward off wolves, so they were clearly not ordinary victims. Okay, let's share it. Fang Jie took the pig's leg, the firelight warming his eyes. But you have to tell us, how many hunters like you are there on this island? The long-haired youth raised an eyebrow and threw a wild chestnut into the fire. Want to know? Come with us to the tribe. Our roasted chestnuts with wild boar meat are absolutely delicious. The campfire crackled, and the aroma of wild boar meat mingled with pine smoke filled the air. Fan Jie took a bite of the warm meat. He felt that this chance encounter might be more interesting than bringing back wild boar meat. Xiao Ji squatted down beside him, gnawing on a bone, and muttered, "You guys are pretty honest, you just eat it without hesitation." The two young men laughed heartily. "Young brother, the men of our tribe don't have such formalities. Everything in the forest is a gift from heaven. Feel free to use it as you see fit. But since you were the ones who hunted it, we owe you a favor." Fan Jie smiled and nodded. "It's all right, it wasn't a big deal to begin with. I think you two are both very sentimental people, let's just consider this a friendship. I have a question, but I'm not sure if you can answer it. Judging from your attire, you don't seem to be from our area. Who are you?" The tall young man added a pine branch to the fire, and sparks flew onto his bronze cheeks. "Our ancestors have lived in Eagle Beak Valley in the north for generations. We usually grow millet and vegetables and hunt in our spare time." He picked his teeth with a beast-toothed dagger. "Before the winter hunt this year, Changxing and I wanted to practice our skills, so we came to this area. Usually, the furthest our tribesmen go is to pick some wild fruit in the front of the mountain." The long-haired youth, known as Changxing, poured black granules from a leather pouch at his waist and sprinkled them on the still-warm wild boar bones. Fan Jie smelled a faint aroma of roasted wild pepper and recognized it as such. "If you don't mind, after spring arrives, follow the stream northward, and when you pass through the forest and see the cliff face with an eagle carved on it, that is our tribe." Wei Changxing waved the empty wine gourd at him. "We are very hospitable and welcome friends from afar at any time." Xiao Ji took a bite of meat, wiped her mouth, and said, "You're really letting us go? You're not going to use us as food, are you?" The tall young man, Wei Wuji, laughed loudly. "I know you are most likely guests from the sea, and there have been people like you here over the years. So we are not surprised by your origins. We have also heard a little about your civilization, but as for what you said, that is a bit disrespectful. We may be a bit backward, but we are not uncivilized." Wei Changxing suddenly reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing against the red tassel of the iron spear. "Is this tassel made of pheasant feathers? It's all show and no substance. The hunters in our village all use wolf tails for decoration. That's what gives a manly air." Fan Jie nodded subconsciously. "Well said. When it's convenient, I will definitely go and see where you live, just as you said." As the campfire died down, the two men wrapped the remaining pork in animal hides and stood up, brushing the bits of grass off their trousers. Wei Wuji took off an eagle claw ring from his hand and stuffed it into Fan Jie's hand. "Take this. Will you get to our tribe and see this thing? No one will dare to stop you." Wei Changxing handed the pork to Xiao Ji, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality. We'll meet again sometime." "Until we meet again." Watching the two disappear into the depths of the forest, Xiao Ji muttered, "There are natives on this island? That's kind of scary." Fan Jie gripped the ring in his hand, still warm from his touch. "Once Yao Yu's foot is healed, we can go to Eagle Beak Valley. Maybe we can exchange it for some herbs and food to treat external injuries. Haven't you heard people say that their ancestors lived here for generations and were skilled in farming and hunting? They must have a wealth of planting experience and all kinds of seeds." The group carried the wild boar meat back to the camp. When Ruoxua was already waiting eagerly at the door, with bits of meat still stuck to the corners of her mouth, clearly indicating that she hadn't had enough of the previous piece of meat. She skipped over and reached out to take the meat, but froze when she opened it. "How come so much of the meat is already roasted? Brother Jia, you guys are too greedy. You hunted wild boar and didn't hurry back to carry it, but instead roasted it and ate it on the way?" Fan Jia was both amused and exasperated. He took out the eagle claw ring, placed it on the table, and recounted his encounter with the two hunters and how they divided the meat. When Ruoxua's eyes widened, and she almost dropped the spatula in her hand. "Are there other people in the deep mountains? Wearing animal skins? Could it be some kind of barbaric tribe? Would they capture people and roast them for food?" As she spoke, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. What are you thinking about? Fang Jie tapped her head. They said they've met modern people like us before, and they're very open-minded. They speak the same language as us. They even gave this as a token, saying they'd like to visit them sometime. Xiao Ji nodded in agreement and added, Yes, they also sprinkle a kind of wild pepper on their grilled meat, which makes it smell really good. When Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief and then rummaged through the pile of meat again. Then hurry up and divide the meat, I'll go start a fire and roast some more tonight. Chapter 69. Once you've tasted the marrow, you'll know the flavor. When Ruoxue entered the room and recounted Fang Jie's extraordinary adventure through gestures and words. When Risha paused as she changed Yao Yu's dressing. There are other living people in the deep mountains? Yao Yu sat up and said, Tell me quickly, what do you look like? Are you a savage with disheveled hair and deformed appearance? Fang Jie sat down on the wooden stool. What kind of savage is this? He looks more energetic than Ji Boda, oh. Little Ji. He recalled what the two men looked like. Their skin was tanned, but they were handsome, around 23 or 24 years old, with long hair. I guess it was a custom in their tribe. They were both wearing animal skin clothes, and the arm that carried the axe was thicker than my calf. Can he speak our language? When Rishu wrung out a towel and gently placed it on Yao Yu's ankle. Fang Jie nodded. They answered fluently and even invited us to visit. They said they live in the north, but the exact location. He spread his hands. You have to follow the stream to find it yourself. They say there are eagles carved on the cliff face. Yao Yu clicked her tongue. It sounds like a mysterious paradise. When Ruoxue leaned closer, still clutching the half-eaten slices of meat in her hand. How about we go tomorrow? I'll grill some delicious food to take with me, and we can exchange it for their rice and flour. Let's settle things first, Fang Jie said, raising his hand to ruffle her messy hair. The camp fence isn't finished yet, and the traps in front need to be repaired. We'll deal with it in the spring. He noticed Yao Yu's regretful expression and added, Bring plenty of salt to exchange for their medicine. Okay, we'll have to talk about it later. At night, Fang Jie was lying on his bed in the wooden cabin when he suddenly heard a soft knock on the door. He got up and opened the door, only to see Wen Wuxia standing there, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Before Fang Jie could speak, Wen Wuxia had already slipped into the house and closed the door behind her. Fang Jie gently kissed her. Why are you here again tonight? Wen Wuxia awkwardly responded while mumbling. There's a saying, once you've tasted the marrow, you'll know what it means, don't you? Fang Jie grinned mischievously and grabbed Ro Ruan. Oh, you're addicted. So, it seems I did pretty well? Wen Wuxia, panting heavily, said, Let's stop talking about this and go. Let's go to sleep. Just as the two approached, a series of urgent knocks suddenly rang out. Brother Jie! Sister! When Ruoxue's loud voice came through the door. You two better not sneak off to eat alone. I can hear you making noises inside. Fang Jie and Wen Wuxia separated instantly. Wen Wuxia hurriedly straightened her clothes and hid to the side. Fang Jie reluctantly opened the door and saw Wen Ruoxia leaning against the door frame with a mischievous look on her face, her eyes darting around as she peered into the room. Oh my, so late, a man and a woman all alone in the house, figuring out how to hunt wild boar? As she spoke, she exaggeratedly sniffed. Why do I smell something different? Fang Jie reached out as if to hit her on the head. You little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you dig a trap tomorrow morning. When Ruoxua nimbly jumped back and said with a grin, Okay, I'm leaving now. But let me make this clear first, you two shouldn't make too much noise, I want to get a good night's sleep. I didn't sleep well last night. After saying that, she winked at Wen Wuxia inside the house, hummed an off-key tune, and skipped away. Fang Jie closed the door and shook his head helplessly. Wen Wuxia emerged from the corner, both embarrassed and annoyed. It's all this girl's fault, she scared my heart out. Fang Jie laughed and hugged her. All right, let's be more careful next time. Let me check if you're lying. Is your heart really beating that fast? You jerk. You're so annoying. The room fell silent again, with only occasional suppressed chuckles mingling with the chirping of insects outside, flowing gently through the night. The morning sunlight streamed through the wooden window. When Rishu, carrying a bowl of porridge, pushed open Fang Jie's door and saw him sitting up, rubbing his eyes, his hair a mess like a bird's nest. Didn't sleep well last night? You look exhausted. She put down her bowl, suppressing a laugh. Fan Jie yawned deeply, his gaze falling on her flushed cheeks. The two of them had been up all night, but in comparison, she looked exceptionally energetic, with a fresh little flower tucked behind her ear. Brother Jie, why do you look like a wilted eggplant? You have no energy at all. When Ruoxue poked half her head in. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Yao Yu, leaning on her crutches, followed behind, glancing at Fan Jie's slumped shoulders, and deliberately drawled. Young people need to know how to exercise restraint. Go away, go away. Go eat. When Ruoxue grabbed a pillow and threw it at Ruoxue, but when Ruoxue nimbly dodged it. The little girl mumbled through a bite of her pancake. I've heard that the goji berries from the back hill can nourish the kidneys. Maybe I should make the trip after I finish eating? Before she could finish speaking, when Ruoxue glared at her, so she stuck out her tongue and shrank behind Yao Yu. Are you really all right? When Ruoxue reached out and touched his forehead. It's okay, I'm just a little sleepy. Yao Yu pointed at him and laughed. Look at him, his face has turned pale. He's really become a pretty boy now. I was wondering why when Ruoxue cooked so much meat porridge this morning, it turns out it was to nourish someone. When Ruoxue immediately chimed in. Sister, remember to add wild dates next time you make porridge. I saw them by the stream. They're useful too. If you keep talking nonsense. Fan Jie grabbed the eagle claw ring on the table and shook it. I'll send the two of you to be wives to the savages. Yao Yu laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, her cane thumping loudly on the ground. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Once my foot is healed, I'll go to the woods and pick some aphrodisiac herbs for you. I guarantee they'll be more effective than your wild dates. They'll make Xiaoru even happier. When Rishu's face flushed red to her ears, and as she turned around, she knocked over a medicine jar on the windowsill. Listening to the two girls' laughter, Fan Jie suddenly felt that even if he couldn't go back, building his own kingdom on this island and spending his days with these beauties seemed to bring him even more happiness. After all, back in civilized society, he was just an ordinary worker. Here, however, he is the star, surrounded by everyone's adulation. Fan Jie told the others to leave, and then he got up, dressed, and went out. As the group was eating, Xiao Ji and Su Daqiang lifted the curtain and came in. Su Daqiang asked, What are your plans for today? Fan Jie looked at the two of them and asked, How was the harvest yesterday? Xiao Ji sat down on the bench. We caught 2 rabbits yesterday, and all the traps in the woods are empty. Fan Jie tapped the rim of the bowl. Bring plenty of wire and shovels. Dig several holes in places where you often see animal footprints. Learn to read the tracks. If you encounter a large wild animal, don't fight it head on. Run back quickly. Survival is the most important thing. Okay, I got it. I'll be careful today. I'll try to catch as many prey as possible. Su Daqiang scratched his head. I don't have anything to do today. How about we go pick some seafood? Don't worry. Fan Jie turned to Lu Degui and asked, You've been recovering from your injuries for over 10 days. Are you able to walk around? Lu Degui patted his chest and stood up. Yes. It's a bit inconvenient to do heavy lifting. But I can do things like breaking ice holes, fishing, and cleaning. Fan Jie nodded. Then take them to the pond to fish. Yao Yu loves to eat fish, so she can come along too. Just treat it as a trip. It doesn't matter how much they catch. Yao Yu glanced at Lu Degui and curled her lip. Forget it. If I don't go near him, he'll want to gouge his eyes out. If I go with him, it'll be more dangerous than following a tiger. Lu Degui was a little embarrassed. I'm so ashamed. I'll be more careful in the future. Chapter 70, Building the Sheepfold. Just as Xiao Ji and his group of 5 were about to set off, Fan Jie stepped forward and stopped them. Wait. There's no need for all 5 of you to go. Too many people will make too much noise. By the time you see the prey, it will have already disappeared. He quickly assigned tasks. 3 people will go dig traps and set snares as usual, choosing paths with many animal tracks. The other 2 will go to the beach. We refined enough salt yesterday, so this time we'll bring shovels to dig for small seafood. He glanced at the crowd and gave a special instruction. Pick someone who can climb trees. If you come across a coconut tree, bring back some coconuts. As for the small crabs, seaweed, and kelp in the crevices of the rocks, collect as many as you can. Xiao Ji nodded and efficiently began to arrange manpower. Su Daqiang rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly, "What about me? Even Lu Degui has something to do, I can't be idle." "Don't worry, I can't forget you. Do you think I'd let you sit idle?" Fang Jie pointed to the only path outside the camp. "You helped me build the sheepfold and repair the fence. Although the camp is backed by a cliff and there are traps at the entrance, it's always good to have multiple layers of protection. Let's fence off the area and build a yard so we can live in peace." Okay. I'll do whatever you say." In the morning light, Xiao Ji divided the team into two groups. The 3 hunters, carrying their tools, ventured into the dense forest. The 2, carrying shovels, headed towards the shimmering coastline. Fang Jie and Su Daqiang carried the wooden stakes and began measuring the dimensions of the fence. After clearing away the dishes, Yao Yu carried the wooden tray for changing her brother's dressing and pushed open his door. Yao Zixing was gazing out the window, lost in thought. His face was still a little pale, but much better than when he was first injured. He was the most seriously injured and is still unable to get out of bed, relying entirely on his sister for care. Seeing his sister come in, he struggled to sit up halfway. "I've troubled you to make this trip again." "Brother, don't move!" Yao Yu quickly stepped forward and pressed him down. "Your wound hasn't healed yet." Yao Yu took out a cotton swab, dipped it in medicated wine, and wiped the scabbed skin. She heard her brother sigh softly. "What's wrong, brother? Is something on your mind?" "I feel like I'm a huge burden on Fang Jie." Yao Zixing stared at his wound. "I eat his food, use his things, hoard his medicinal herbs, and even had a house built just for me. It makes me very uncomfortable. Once I can get out of bed, I'll definitely go hunting to make up for it." Yao Yu lowered her eyes and chuckled softly. "What are you talking about? We're all looking out for each other. Don't overthink it." "I'm serious." Yao Zixing turned to look at her. "Xiaoye, what do you think of Fang Jie?" Hearing her brother ask this, Yao Yu felt her ears burning and hurriedly lowered her head to tidy up her medicine bag. "Brother, what are you saying?" I have one Rishu. The two of them are very close. They're inseparable every day. Hey, on this lawless island, there's no need for so many rules." Yao Zixing softened his tone. "I think Fang Jie is honest, righteous, and responsible. We've received such a great favor from him. If you..." "Brother!" Yao Yu looked up abruptly, but her voice weakened when she met the worry in her brother's eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. When Rishu is very good to him, besides." She stared at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window, and suddenly fell silent. Yao Zixing sighed and leaned back against the pillows. "Never mind, I was just asking casually. I was just thinking that if you could find someone you really know well to support you, I would feel at ease." "I know, brother. You don't need to worry about it, okay? Just focus on getting better. I'll leave my relationship with him to fate." Yao Zixing didn't say anything more, he just nodded. In the distance came when Ruoxiu's laughter and chatter, mixed with the thump-thump of an axe chopping wood. Yao Yu got up and opened the window, letting the cold wind rush into the room. She gazed at Fang Jie's busy figure in the center of the camp, her fingertips gently clenching the hem of her skirt. Outside, Fang Jie squatted down and drew a straight line on the ground with charcoal ash. "First, lay the foundation. Dig a pit 2 feet deep every 2 arms width." He picked up a shovel and plunged it into the soil, twisting his wrist to dig out large clods of earth. "The bottom of the pit needs to be compacted, and then we need to put some gravel in it so that the wooden stake won't wobble when we insert it." Su Daqiang followed suit, but when he dug the third hole, his shovel struck a rock with a clang. "It's really hard down there. We've hit a rock." Fang Jie carried over a sharpened wooden stake. "Aim at the rock, use the stone hammer to smash it. Pry it out." The two worked together to dig out the stone, and the wooden stake was erected in the pit. Fang Jie held the stake while Su Daqiang swung the stone hammer and brought it down heavily. After the fence frame was erected, Fang Jie dragged out bundles of wire from the storage room. "Stretch 3 horizontal wires and tie them to the posts with slip knots." He demonstrated how to wrap the wire around 3 times and twist the end into a braid shape. "Remember to leave a door that can be opened and closed, and weave the door panel with thick rattan. After the fence was built, the two wandered around choosing a location for the sheep pen. Sheep pens need to be located in sheltered areas. Fang Jia used a twig to draw a semicircle on the ground. Sheep are afraid of dampness, so the ground should be raised by half a foot and covered with dry straw. He instructed Su Dacheng to reduce the spacing between the wooden stakes, and then nailed diagonal braces on the inside to reinforce them and prevent the sheep from knocking them away. The two worked until the sun was setting, finally completing the fence and sheep pen. When Roshua led the lamb into the sheepfold, the lambs frolic and leap, their hooves rustling through the dry grass. It circled around the wooden stake, its tail wagging like a little ball of fluff. When Roshua squatted down and held the grass to the lamb's mouth, watching it eat and shake its head, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eat slowly, this place will be yours from now on. By following your sister, you'll have a home now. The fence was made of freshly cut wooden stakes, still smelling of pine resin, with thorny wild vines twining in the gaps. The lamb went over to nibble on the vine leaves, and when Roshua quickly patted its back gently. Don't bite those, they're prickly. You're even more greedy than me. Fang Jia laughed heartily. Like owner, like pet. It's all in the family, there's no way around it. Ugh! When Roshua stood up and took Fang Jia's arm. When are we going to find Xiao Fan a companion? She's all alone and lonely, and she can have lambs. How can we sustain our business? Fang Jia nodded. That makes sense. You've finally come in handy and brought up something important. If we find any more sheep, we have to catch them alive. The setting sun slanted in, gilding the sheep's back with a layer of gold. It looked up and bleated, as if greeting Fang Jia. Lu Degui was squatting by the ice hole fishing, but his eyes kept glancing towards Yao Yu's wooden house. Suddenly the fishing hook sank, and he hurriedly pulled the rod. A plump carp swung its tail and broke out of the water, splashing water all over his face. This fish is enough to make a pot of thick soup. Su Dacheng smiled and wiped his face, only to see Lu Degui already carrying the fish basket and running towards the wooden house. Beautiful Yao Yu! Lu Degui smiled broadly as he pushed open the door. The carp in the fish basket were still thrashing about. I specially picked out these live fish for you. They're perfect for making nourishing soup. He scooped up the fish, saying, Look how shiny these scales are, just like your eyes. Yao Yu stepped aside, saying, Thank you, please put it here. Lu Degui refused to let go, his rough hands stroking the fish's back. How about I help you clean the fish? Your skin is so delicate, don't let it get bloody. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Jia pushed open the door and came in carrying firewood, slamming his axe down on the threshold with a thud. Lu Degui abruptly withdrew his hand, and the fish fell into the wooden basin with a plop. Chapter 71 Night and Sea. Fang Jia's face darkened instantly when he saw Lu Degui getting close to Yao Yu. He slammed the firewood down beside the stove, then turned to glare at Lu Degui. You're getting out of control, aren't you? You've only been settled for 2 days and you're already back to your old ways. If you dare to get close to her again, I'll break your legs. Lu Degui hurriedly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Didn't you say Yao Yu loves to eat fish? I specially caught some and brought it over. Fang Jia glared at him and said, Put down the fish and get lost. Lu Degui threw the fish into the wooden basin and ran away. Yao Yu looked at the fish in the basin and asked, You seemed unhappy just now? Fang Jia nodded. Ignore him. This guy can't move when he sees a pretty girl, so be careful. You're pretty much the same as him. Yao Yu chuckled. Fang Jia's hand hovered in midair, his Adam's apple bobbing. Can I be compared to him? Yao Yu slammed the medicine bowl down on the windowsill. Then why are you always hanging around me? When Russia is so beautiful, why don't you go and keep her company? Instead you're staring at this lame guy like me. Aren't we good friends? Now that you're injured, shouldn't I take care of you? Yao Yu looked at his tense back and said, Okay, I can't argue with that reason. So, my good friend, could you make me some fish soup? All right. Let me show you my cooking skills, Fang Jia said, starting to prepare the fish. Before the two could say anything more, they heard a commotion outside the camp. Fang Jia paused, holding the fish, and looked up to see Xiao Ji and the others hurrying back. The wild rabbits in Xiao Ji's wicker baskets swayed listlessly. Brother Jia, this forest is really strange. We only caught a few wild rabbits. But we found a cave on the west slope, and the entrance is big enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Fan Jia looked up upon hearing this. A pitch-black cave? You didn't go in, did you? How could I dare? Xiao Ji rubbed his arms. You can't see anything inside, and the wind rushes in from the entrance like a whistle. Who would dare go in? That's the right thing to do. 9 times out of 10, caves deep in the mountains harbor wild animals, and there might even be ferocious beasts. Fan Jia fiddled with the sparks. I'll take you to explore tomorrow. Okay, with you here, we feel more confident. Let's go exploring tomorrow. The 2 who went to the beach returned carrying heavy wicker baskets. The conch shells inside were still bubbling, and several spotted crabs were crawling out of the baskets. When Ruoxua lifted the seaweed covering the fish, revealing half a basket of shimmering silverfish. Wow! You did a great job today, catching all sorts of treasures. Hee hee. The 2 scratched their heads sheepishly. We were lucky today. Maybe it's because of the cold weather, there were quite a few things in the crevices of the rocks. Fan Jia walked over, smiling as he took the seafood from their backs. You've worked hard. Eat well tonight. The 2 quickly replied. It's no trouble at all, it's nothing. When Ruoxua grabbed a few crabs and left. All right, don't be shy, let's go, everyone go cook. The campfire crackled, illuminating the busy figures in the center of the camp. Fan Jia added some firewood to the stove, and steam immediately rose from the iron pot, while the fish he had just caught tumbled in the boiling water. The aroma of the seasonings mingled with the freshness of the fish soup, filling one's nostrils. On the other side, when Ruoxua tore the golden-brown roasted rabbit off the tree branch, the grease dripping into the fire and exploding into tiny sparks. Xiao Ji squatted by the stove, constantly turning over the seafood on the stone slab with both hands. The crab shell gradually turns an enticing red, and the shellfish pop open under the high temperature, revealing snow-white flesh. These conch shells need to be dipped in sea salt. They taste absolutely delicious, he excitedly urged the group. The group sat around a wooden table, bowls filled with steaming fish soup, and the wild rabbit meat in their hands still emitting a fragrant aroma. Lu Degui stared at the fish in Yao Yu's bowl, about to speak, but Fan Jia's gaze made him shrink back, and he could only silently gnaw on his own portion. After a satisfying meal, when Ruoxua patted her slightly protruding belly and took her sister's hand. Sister, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, let's go to the beach to digest our food. As she spoke, she turned to look at Fan Jia, her eyes full of anticipation. Brother, come along too, maybe we'll find some treasure. Fan Jia stood up and took Wen Rish's hand. Okay, let's go. A biting sea breeze swept in, and the 3 of them wrapped themselves tightly in thick cloaks, trudging along the frosty sand. The sea was unusually calm tonight, with moonlight spilling over the crests of the gently undulating, icy blue waves. Frozen ice fragments collided softly with the surging waves, producing a delicate, crisp sound. Wen Rish's nose was red from the cold, but she still excitedly stood on tiptoe to look out. So the sea at night is a mirror of ice. It's so beautiful. The white mist she exhaled condensed into tiny clouds in the moonlight, only to be swept away by the wind in an instant. When Ruoxua's hair was disheveled by the wind, she reached out and pressed down on the hem of her cloak, which was being blown up by the wind, and her gaze fell on the cold-looking rocks in the distance. Those reefs, which were laden with seafood during the day, are now covered with a thin layer of ice, like glass sprinkled with salt. Look! When Risha pointed to the shore. Under the moonlight, the crevices left by the receding tide were covered with winding ice crystals, gleaming like mother-of-pearl. She crouched down, and the moment her fingertips touched the icicles, a chill instantly shot through her bloodstream. Fan Jia found a huge reef, which formed a natural barrier on 3 sides, barely blocking the howling sea wind. He tore off his cloak and spread it on the sand, gesturing for the 2 sisters to sit down. When Risha curled up next to her younger sister, her fingertips, red from the cold, poking at the ice crystals that had formed on the sand. I always thought the sea at night was just cold, but I didn't expect it to be so romantic. Before she could finish speaking, a wave crashed against the rocks, splashing water droplets that landed on the 3 of them and instantly froze into tiny ice crystals. when Ruashua pulled her cloak tighter and gazed at the silvery blue sea under the moonlight in the distance. It really looks like a sapphire. The white mist from her breath swirled in front of me. It's just that the wind is a bit cold. Before he could finish speaking, Fan Jie had already moved closer to her and pulled her into his arms. My lord, do you think we can ever go back? When Ruashua suddenly turned to look at him, the moonlight making the water droplets on her eyelashes glisten. The spring festival is almost here. The city should be full of red lanterns by now, right? Amidst the sound of the waves, Fan Jie remained silent for a long time before saying, As long as we're alive, there's always hope. Even if we can't go back, I'll always be with you. His voice, carried on the sea breeze, brought a strange sense of peace to the two sisters. The sea trembled gently under the moonlight, and the fine waves reflected a cold light, casting long shadows of the three people that blended into the quiet seascape of this winter night. Chapter 72, Reunion with Wei Changxing. The next day, Fan Jie led Xiao Ji and the others to the outside of the cave. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, and there was a huge footprint on the ground, much larger than a cow's hoof. Fan Jie gestured with his hand. These should be bear footprints, everyone be careful. Xiao Ji swallowed hard, terrified. What should we do? Fan Jie bent down and picked up a twig. Don't be afraid, let's gather some dry twigs and pile them up at the entrance of the cave, light a fire and use the smoke to drive the bear out. He pointed to the entrance of the cave. Dig a trap over there, lay down vines and stones, and when it comes out, it will fall down, and we'll take the opportunity to kill it. The group immediately split up and took action. Xiao Ji and the others brought over a pile of dry branches, piled them at the entrance of the cave, and lit them. Thick smoke billowed into the cave. Fan Jie gripped his spear and stood guard to one side, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance, not daring to blink. Suddenly, a loud boom came from inside the cave, like a stone being overturned, followed by a low howl that shook the leaves falling from the trees overhead. Xiao Ji's legs went weak and he almost sat down, but Fan Jie grabbed him and said, Don't be afraid. Hide behind a tree. The smoke grew thicker and thicker, and the noise inside the cave grew louder and louder. Fan Jie quietly moved closer to the trap to observe the situation inside the cave. Thick smoke billowed into the cave, and Fan Jie and the others gripped their weapons, not daring to breathe. But after waiting for a long time, there was no further movement inside the cave. What's going on? Why aren't you coming out? Xiao Ji cautiously looked ahead. Suddenly, a deep bear roar came from the cave entrance, startling Xiao Ji so much that he quickly retreated. Fan Jie grabbed him. Be careful, this beast is very clever. It's been lying at the entrance of the cave, just waiting for us to come. It's trying to ambush us. The group was so frightened that they dared not approach any further, and instead watched from a distance. The bear was indeed cunning. It merely poked its nose out to sniff the cave entrance but didn't come out at all. It shook its big head, its dark eyes staring intently at the fire, and made muffled, whooshing sounds. The bear paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave, its thick paws pounding the ground with a thump-thump sound, and every now and then it would paw at the rocks next to it. Hiding behind a tree, Xiao Ji's palms were sweaty. She whispered, What are we going to do? It's pacing back and forth, and the fire is almost out. Fan Jie watched the bear's every move and noticed that it kept glancing towards the trap. His heart sank. This beast has probably sensed something is wrong. The bear lingered for a long time, then raised its head and roared again before slowly turning and walking into the depths of the cave, leaving the group standing there, anxious and annoyed but helpless. Fan Jie stared at the bear's retreating figure as it went back into its cave, then noticed the dry pine cones at his feet, and a sudden idea flashed into his mind. He whispered to Xiao Ji, Go and tie the remaining hay into torches, and then find some pine resin to apply to them. The crowd didn't understand why, but they did as instructed. Once the torches were covered in sticky pine resin, Fan Jie tied them to a long wooden pole and hurled them forcefully into the depths of the cave. Bang! Burning pine resin splashed onto the cave wall, and several clusters of eerie blue flames rose up. The blazing torches illuminated the cave entrance in a fiery red glow, and thick smoke billowed into the cave. A deafening roar came from inside the cave, followed by a violent tremor in the ground, as if a small mountain was moving. The enormous black bear could no longer contain itself and suddenly burst out of its cave. Its massive body was like a moving hill, and with each step its thick limbs took, it left a deep footprint in the ground. When it rushed near the trap, its fierce eyes suddenly became alert, and it slowed down. It did not rush forward, but paced back and forth around the edge of the trap, sniffing the ground from time to time and making low growling sounds. As if it had discovered something, it slammed its huge paw down on the ground, instantly scattering the vines hidden under the dead leaves. Seeing that the trap had been exposed, everyone was extremely anxious. Just then, the black bear let out a roar, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, its massive body shot over the trap like a cannonball. Everyone felt a gust of wind pass by their eyes, and before they could react, the black bear had already rushed in front of them. It stood upright, over 2 meters tall, its blood-red eyes fixed on Fang Jie. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar. "Damn it, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and climb the tree!" Fang Jie shouted, but deliberately ran a few steps in the opposite direction to attract the bear's attention. As expected, Xiong fell for the trap and roared as he chased after Fang Jie. Xiao Ji and the others scrambled up a nearby tree, shouting, "Run! Brother Jie, it's right behind you!" Fang Jie grabbed the nearest vine and quickly climbed up a nearby tree. Before I could catch my breath, the bear stood up and slammed its front paws hard against the tree trunk. With a crack, the branch, as thick as a bowl, showed signs of splitting. The bear circled the tree where Fang Jie was, and every step it took made the ground tremble. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs, and its huge body climbed up the tree trunk, its sharp claws digging deep into the bark. Fang Jie kept backing away from the tree trunk, cold sweat streaming down his back. "If we retreat any further, we'll retreat to the thinnest branch." He took out his iron spear and thrust it downwards fiercely. The bear nimbly darted to the other side of the tree trunk, letting out a threatening growl from its throat, its scarlet tongue licking its fangs, as if mocking the futility of the man before it. Panting heavily, Fang Jie leaned against the tree trunk, cursing inwardly. "If only I had a bow and arrows! It's such a disadvantage to deal with such intelligent beasts without ranged weapons." Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air being cut through the air rang out. 2 sharp arrows struck the bear's right shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. The bear, in pain, fell to the ground and rolled around, letting out a deafening roar, before turning to look in the direction from which the arrow had come. Fang Jie followed its gaze and saw Wei Changxing and Wei Wuji on the hillside, bows and arrows at him, waving vigorously. "Friend! Catch!" Wei Changxing shouted at the top of his lungs, casually tying the spare bow and arrows to the vines and throwing them forcefully towards the tree where Fang Jie was. The vines slammed against the tree trunk with a smack, and Fang Jie grabbed it, finally easing his tense nerves. He drew an arrow, knocked it, and exchanged a glance with Wei Changxing in the distance. The two of them simultaneously revealed a knowing smile. Before the bear could recover from the pain, Fang Jie had already aimed at its head. The arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for the bear's left shoulder. The black bear reacted extremely quickly, twisting its massive body sharply. The arrow grazed its thick fur and flew past, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Before it could even catch its breath, Wei Changxing's arrow arrived from the hillside, this time aiming at its hind legs. Although the black bear hurriedly swung its tail to block, the arrow tip still pierced the flesh of its hind leg, causing bright red blood to seep out. The black bear, in pain, roared angrily, raising its head. It ignored Fang Jie in the tree and rushed towards Wei Changxing and the other person on the hillside. Fang Jie seized the opportunity and fired another arrow, this time hitting the bear in the back. The black bear trembled all over in pain, but still did not stop. The dust it kicked up as it ran filled the air, and its eyes burned with the fury of revenge, vowing to tear apart those who dared to harm it. Chapter 73. We Got Married. The black bear dragged its injured leg and crashed into the hillside, pulverizing the withered leaves under its massive paws. Wei Changxing drew his hunting knife from his waist with a backhand motion. The deer tendons wrapped around the hilt were polished to a shine. Seeing that they were standing still, Fang Jie shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way! What are you doing standing there?" He brandished the tip of his knife at Fang Jie. "Brother, watch closely. We men from the forest tribe are skilled at slaying tigers and wolves." Before the words were even finished, the black bear pounced, bringing with it a foul stench. Wei Changxing suddenly rolled on the ground, the blade grazing the bear's belly and leaving a half-foot-long bloody gash, the rotten leaves instantly turning dark red. Wei Wuji grabbed a spear and charged out from the side, the tip of which pierced the wound on the bear's hind leg. The black bear lashed out in pain, whipping its tail. Fang Jie, gripping his spear, leaped down from the tree and ran over. The spear had pierced the bear's shoulder with a thud, spraying blood and saliva all over his face. Roar! The bear's roar shook the pine needles, causing them to fall. It shook its head wildly, slamming Fang Jie's back against a rock. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wei Changxing leaped onto the bear's back, pressing his knee against its convulsing spine, and pressed his hunting knife firmly against its throat. Poke its eyes! Fang Jie endured the excruciating pain and got up, aiming his spear at the bear's eye and thrusting it down with all his might. Warm blood splattered onto his wrist, and the black bear's massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. This beast is incredibly strong, even more troublesome than the one in the forest last year. Wei Changxing squatted down, cut a piece of fur-covered hide from behind the bear's ear, and stuffed it into his belt. I'll take it back to the tribe to show off to my companions. Fang Jie leaned against the tree trunk, panting, watching the two men deftly cut open the bear's belly. The two men skillfully stuffed the bear's internal organs into a leather bag, placing the bear's paws aside. Fang Jie looked at the mountain of bear meat piled on the ground and asked, "How are you going to carry all this meat back?" "We can't carry it back." Wei Wuji sighed as he wiped the blood off his knife. "We brothers need to hunt 5 wild beasts before we can go back. We've only killed 1 bear and 2 wolves so far. We're still short 2. Fang Jie nodded. "So what are your plans next?" Wei Changxing looked towards the distant mountains and forests. "We're planning to try our luck again and see if we can encounter a pack of wolves." Fang Jie thought for a moment. "My camp is in the western mountain valley, where there's plenty of food and drink. You can take the meat there and consider it a rest stop at my place. We can have a hot meal together. How about it?" Wei Changxing and Wei Wuji exchanged a glance, then slapped their thighs and said, "All right. It's settled then. We've bothered you this time, but next time we hunt another wild beast, we'll give you half." "Hey, don't be so polite. If you hadn't intervened just now, we would have been in danger. Let's go." The 3 men carried the bear meat and walked back to the camp, chatting and laughing. When the group returned to the camp, when Rushu came up to them and stared intently at the meat, excitedly asking how they had managed to catch it. When Rushua looked at Wei Changxing and Wei Wuji, and couldn't help but look them up and down. "These are the 2 savages you were talking about?" Wei Wuji's expression immediately changed. "What savages? We, the people of the forest tribe, learned to hunt and farm from our parents from a young age. How are we any different from you? Why are you talking about us like that? It's very impolite." Wei Changxing quickly nudged him, then turned to Fang Jie with a smile and said, "Don't mind him, everyone. My brother has a rather straightforward temper." Fang Jie quickly smoothed things over, picking up a bowl of hot soup from the fire. "Have some soup to warm up. You must be exhausted from traveling these past 2 days. Please rest here with us." When Rusha felt a little embarrassed, and quickly ran to get a cup. When Rushua blushed and lowered her head to add firewood. "I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuji carefully examined when Rushua, momentarily lost in thought. Wei Changxing coughed lightly. After regaining his senses, Wei Wuji scratched his head and said in a gruff voice, You are really good-looking, even more beautiful than the most beautiful girl in our tribe." As soon as he said it, he quickly added, "Don't call us savages anymore. We know how to farm and build houses, we're no different from you, and our houses and furniture are even better than yours. You can't look down on us just because we wear animal skins, can you?" When Rushua blinked her big eyes. "Okay, I understand. Can you forgive me now?" Wei Wuji waved his hands repeatedly. "Beautiful lady, my attitude was also very bad just now. Let's not hold it against each other, okay?" When Rushua giggled as Wei Wuji amused her. In his panic, Wei Wuji almost knocked over the roasted meat, but he managed to calm himself down. He picked out the fattest piece of bear meat and carefully handed it over. You should try it. Taking advantage of a lull in their banter, Wei Changxing leaned close to Fang Jia's ear and whispered, "What's your relationship with that girl?" Fang Jia added a piece of firewood to the fire. "Good friend." Wei Changxing thought Fang Jia hadn't understood, so he counted on his fingers and explained. "In our tribe, if an adult man meets a girl he likes, he can pursue her as long as she's not married." His gaze fell on Wen Ruoxua's lively eyes and brows. "I can tell. My brother has taken a liking to this girl. I wonder if it's possible." Fang Jia frowned. "No way." Wei Changxing was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and saw Wei Wuji's hand holding the roasted meat frozen in midair, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Wen Ruoxua chuckled and teased Wei Wuji. "Look, someone's reluctant to let you take me away." Wei Wuji gripped the charred meat skewer, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Are you already married? If not, could you give me a chance to compete?" His eyes were full of expectation, yet also tinged with unease. Fang Jie gestured with his chin toward Wen Ruoxua. "Let her say it herself." Wen Ruoxua looked the two of them up and down. Wei Wuji was tall and strong. Although his skin was tanned dark by the sun, he exuded a masculine charm. She put her arm around Fang Jie's shoulder. "We're already married. I'm sorry." The moment those words left his mouth, the light on Wei Wuji's face vanished. He took a half step back, muttering, "Why didn't you say so sooner? You embarrass me." Her voice was full of grievance and disappointment. Wei Changxing smacked Wei Wuji hard on the back of the head. "You better be more shrewd. There are plenty of good girls in the world, and they're all married while you're still dawdling." As they were talking, when Rishi came over carrying water, the firelight making her features appear gentle. Wei Wuji looked up at her. She and Wen Ruoxua share a striking resemblance in their eyes and eyebrows. Wei Wuji quickly asked, "Then who is this young lady to you?" Wen Ruoxua chuckled. "This is my older sister." Wei Wuji straightened his back. All his previous listlessness vanished. He rushed over to Wen Rishu. Wen Rishu felt uneasy under his burning gaze and took half a step back. What do you mean by this? Young lady, are you married?" Chapter 74: The Secret of the Deserted Island. Wen Rishu was stunned by Wei Wuji's question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Wen Ruoxua quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in her sister's ear. Wen Rishu was taken aback at first, then smiled with her eyes crinkling. She walked gracefully to Fang Jia's side, and like her younger sister, she took his arm and said in a coquettish tone, "Not only am I married, but I'm also pregnant." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuji swayed, staring at Fang Jia with disbelief. "What's going on with you, kid? Two beautiful wives suddenly appearing out of nowhere? This is impossible. Your hunting skills are nowhere near as good as mine. How could you have such wonderful girls?" Wei Changxing kicked Wei Wuji in exasperation. "Can't you see they're just teasing you? With your blockhead, you deserve to never find a wife." Wen Ruoxua laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, pointing at Wei Wuji and teasing. "Look at you, you get all red-faced and thick-necked at the slightest thing. Who would dare to follow you?" Fang Jia, both amused and exasperated, pushed Wen Rishu's hand away. "That's enough. If this keeps up, he's going to hit me." Wei Wuji then realized he'd been tricked, and awkwardly scratched his head, muttering, "I knew it. Even with my abilities, I couldn't find such a beautiful wife. How could anyone else?" When Rishu took a sweet potato out of the wicker basket and handed it to him, her eyes smiling. "Don't be angry, I'll make you up with a good treat." Wei Wuji, clutching a sweet potato, muttered under his breath, "You outsiders are too cunning, unlike us forest dwellers who are truly honest and kind." "Ha!" Wei Wuji's words made everyone burst into laughter. The group sat around the campfire, the meat sizzling on the grill. When Rishu asked, "Have you been on the island all these years?" Wei Wuji nodded. "Of course, it's not just us, our ancestors have lived here for generations." When Ruoxua looked at him nervously, "I've heard that outsiders like us have come to your place before?" Wei Changxing tore off a piece of meat and chewed as he said, "Yes, about 10 years ago, a few people also came to our tribe for help. They were just like you, wearing strange clothes. And the men didn't grow their hair long." When Ruoxua's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the roasted meat. "And then?" Wei Changxing took a swig of wine. Later, they stayed on the island for a few months, but they found life too hard and couldn't stand it anymore. They borrowed a boat from us and went out to sea. We don't know if they're alive or dead. Fang Jie looked at him and asked, "Where is this place?" Wei Changxing replied, "Our place is called Donglai Island, and our territory is very large. You are currently at the mouth of the sea, and there is still a large area of land ahead. Our tribe in the central part of the forest is a small tribe. The tribes to the north are much larger than us." Fang Jie was somewhat surprised. "From what you're saying, there are quite a few of you here." "Of course. Our tribe has over 1,000 people." Fang Jie waved his hand. "Hey, that's not many. It's about the same as the population of our village. I thought you had tens of thousands of people." Wei Changxing shook his head. "There aren't that many. I've already said we're a small tribe." When Ruoxue gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. "Then, is there any way to leave here?" Wei Wuji interjected. "How to leave this place? I don't know. This is our home. Where would we go if we left? I've never considered that question." Wei Changxing lightly slapped him. "You talk too much. They said they want to leave. They come from the outside world, so they must be thinking about returning to their hometown." Wei Changxing looked around at everyone and said, "To be honest, I also want to go out and see the world. I heard from those outsiders that there is a kind of big iron bird that can hold hundreds of people in its belly and can fly into the sky by flapping its wings. It can travel thousands of miles a day." He gestured wildly. "There are also iron blocks weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms that can float on the sea to transport goods, which are 10 times larger than all the wooden boats in our tribe combined." Wei Wuji's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes. They also said there are 2 brick-like things that you can hold in your hand and talk to people thousands of miles away. It's much faster than us mimicking bird calls to send messages." When Ruoxue shook her head. "How could there be such a magical thing? How can an iron block float on water? And how could a bird possibly hold hundreds of people?" Fang Jie fell silent. These descriptions clearly referred to airplanes, ships, and smartphones. He twirled the wooden skewer of barbecue around in his hand twice. "They didn't lie to you, these things really do exist outside. These are high-tech products that are far more advanced than yours." Wei Changxing sighed. "When the outsiders left, they said they would find a way to bring us back when they returned to the outside world, so we could see the world. But 10 years have passed, and we don't even know if they are alive or dead." His voice lowered, and he patted Fang Jie on the shoulder. "But it's good that you came. At least it lets us know that they didn't lie to us. The outside world is really amazing." The campfire flickered in the night wind, and the distant sound of ocean waves could be faintly heard. Looking at the stars in the sky, when Ruoxue suddenly whispered, "Maybe one day, we really will be able to ride a big iron bird home." Wei Wuji touched the sword at his waist and replied in a deep voice, "If that day ever comes, I'll be the first to tame the iron bird. That would be so impressive. I want to ride on its back. Let it carry me soaring through the sky." Fang Jie laughed and said, "Then you'd better tie your legs to the iron bird's back, or it will throw you off." The group chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, the night was deep. Fang Jie rummaged through the pile of supplies and pulled out a tent, unfolding the frame and skillfully setting it up. "You 2 brothers will sleep here tonight. Although the conditions are a bit poor, at least it will keep you out of the wind and rain." Wei Changxing reached out and touched the waterproof fabric, then poked the sturdy fiber frame, and turned to Wei Wuji, saying, "It's much better than the shed we built with tree bark." Wei Wuji crawled into the tent and rolled around twice, making the waterproof tarpaulin rustle. "This stuff is so soft, it won't leak when it rains. And the wind can't get in either, it's great." He poked his head out, a smile revealing 2 rows of white teeth on his dark face. "Thanks, Brother Fang." After thanking them, the 2 crawled into the tent and lay down fully clothed. Fang Jie looked at the swaying figures peeking through the tent roof and, after confirming that they were settled, led the 2 sisters back to the cabin. During the meal, Yao Yu, who had difficulty walking, did not go out, and when Risha thoughtfully brought the food into the house. As the others recounted Wei Changxing's account of their experiences on the island, Yao Yu leaned against the window, her gaze falling on the flickering candlelight, and sighed softly. "It seems we've truly arrived at a paradise." She paused, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the bowl. I just wonder if this Shangri-La is truly as pure and beautiful as they say. A brief silence fell over the room. Only the sound of the wind outside the window seeped through the cracks, carrying unknown answers into the candlelight, casting the shadows of everyone on the wall into uneasy shapes. Chapter 75, Garlic Bird, You Can't Beat Him. When Roshua casually pulled up a wooden stool and sat down, resting her chin on her hand thoughtfully. I don't think the Wei brothers seem like bad people. They speak directly and frankly, much easier to get along with than those roundabout people. Fan Jia leaned against the doorframe, crossed his arms, and shook his head. You can't be too careful. Wei Changxing said that the outsider from 10 years ago borrowed a boat to go to sea and never heard from him again. This island looks peaceful, but who knows how many things he hasn't told us. Yao Yu coughed twice, struggling to sit up straight. No matter what, I need to conserve my energy first. My leg. She gave a bitter smile. Once we can walk again, we'll explore the island. If it truly is a paradise, we can find some peace and quiet. Even if we don't receive rescue, we can still survive. But if there's more to the story... we'll just have to deal with it as it comes. Fan Jia gently unwrapped her bandages to check the swelling. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hand and said, I just had a checkup. Don't worry, I'm almost better. I'll be able to walk around in a couple more days. I'm so sorry for the trouble my brother and I have caused you. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruoxue smiled and gently tapped Fan Jia's shoulder, teasingly saying, No trouble at all. My brother just loves it when beautiful women cause him trouble. He's not happy if they don't. Fan Jia was taken aback by what he was said. He glared at Wen Ruoxue but didn't refute her. He only said, Don't mess around. He quickly tightened the bandage. Don't move around until the swelling has completely gone down. Wait until it's fully healed before trying to get out of bed. Yao Yu lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze. Thank you for taking care of me, sisters. Before she could finish speaking, Wen Ruoxue pounced on her and hooked her arm around her shoulder, the wildflowers in her hair tickling her cheek. Don't be so formal. We're best friends. Wen Ruoxue winked at Fan Jia. My brother is a soft-hearted man. When he saw us sisters in trouble, he would carry us back to the camp. Let alone a beautiful sister like you. Wen Rishu chimed in. Now that Shuer said that, I realize that this guy only picks up pretty girls. Fan Jia laughed and said, Don't talk nonsense. Su Daqiang, Yao Zixing, and Lu Digui, which one of them is a woman? Aren't they all men? I still take care of them. He bent down to pack his first aid kit. Have you forgotten what I told you? We know, you're a great hero. Wen Ruoxue and Wen Rishu shouted in unison. Both of them had curved eyebrows and eyes, and the corners of their mouths curled up in the same cunning smile. Yao Yu was so amused by their tacit understanding that she choked on her own saliva. All right, you two have such good memories. Fan Jia patted their heads affectionately. Early in the morning, Fan Jia was awakened by a metallic clanging sound. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the house, only to see the Wei brothers practicing martial arts in front of the camp. Wei Changxing wielded a long spear with ferocious force, the spear tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Wei Wuji brandished his broadsword, sparks flying as the back of the blade scraped against the ground. The area in front of the camp was already packed with onlookers, with the Wen sisters standing at the very front, pointing and whispering. Even Yao Zixing, who has difficulty walking, leaned against the doorway, watching intently, supported by his younger sister Yao Yu. The two brothers' brown skin was covered in sweat, and their movements were fierce and wild. Each move carried a primal sense of power, drawing cheers from the audience from time to time. Fan Jia saw Yao Zixing leaning against the door, walked over, and his gaze fell on the Wei brothers practicing martial arts. What do you think of their skills? Yao Zixing stared intently at the waving spears and broadswords, and slowly nodded. Their martial arts are different from yours. Your kung fu is more of a showy display, which is fine for dealing with 3 or 5 ordinary people. He paused, then continued. But these two brothers, every move they make is fierce and sharp, clearly honed in the face of life and death. Such skills can be very useful in critical moments. To sum it up in one sentence, yours is kung fu, theirs is killing techniques. It's not that you would definitely lose in a fight. It's just that when facing a desperate situation, Their grasp of the timing between life and death will definitely be better than yours. This is not something that can be learned through martial arts training. Fan Jie looked at him with great interest. You sound so professional. What did you do before? You were in a bad state recently, so I didn't have a chance to ask you. Your kung fu is very high, at least the highest among the people I know. Yao Zixing smiled knowingly, but didn't reply. Fan Jie then turned his gaze to Yao Yu, hoping to get an answer from her. Yao Yu simply tilted her head, gave a sly smile, and remained silent. Seeing this, Fan Jie shrugged helplessly, knowing that further questioning would be fruitless, so he stopped talking and turned his attention back to the Wei brothers who were practicing martial arts. Seeing the crowd of onlookers, layer upon layer, with cheers rising and falling, the Wei brothers became even more interested. Come on, brother, let's exchange a few blows! Wei Changxing feinted with his spear, pretending to stab Wei Wuji in the face. As the opponent raised his knife to block, he suddenly spun around and swept his leg, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wei Wuji rolled on the spot to avoid the attack, and then slashed diagonally with his sword. The crowd gasped in surprise, and Yao Zixing, leaning against the doorframe, nodded slightly. When Risha's hands gripping the handkerchief were sweating. Good heavens, are these two brothers really this ruthless when they spar? It's like they're fighting to the death, both aiming for vital points. As the two exchanged blows, the morning light danced on their weapons, creating tiny silver specks. This fight, brimming with raw tension, became the most vivid silhouette of the camp's early morning. Fan Jie noticed that the Wei brothers in the arena had beads of sweat on their noses, and sparks flew when their spears clashed with their broadswords. He waved his hand to stop them. That's enough. We can't keep fighting like this, let's take a break. The two then stopped, leaning on their weapons and panting heavily. Wei Changxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. We brothers get itchy if we don't spar for 3 days. We're usually even fiercer than this. Wei Wuji bent down to pick up the leather rope from the grass and waved it at Wen Ruoxue. Miss, how's my kung fu? Wen Ruoxue chuckled and shook her head. Garlic bird, you can't beat him. Garlic bird. Xiao Ji and the others burst into laughter. Fang Jie glared at her. All right, swear, don't add fuel to the fire. Wei Wuji looked at Fang Jie, puzzled. What are they laughing at? What's garlic bird? Fang Jie explained. It's nothing. She just said you guys are all very capable, and that today has really broadened her horizons. Let's just let it go, don't fight anymore. Wei Changxing nodded. All right. That's settled then. Let's go tiger hunting after we finish eating. Chapter 76. The Battle Against the Tiger. While cooking, Fang Jie looked up at Wen Ruoxue with a serious expression. You can't make jokes like this anymore. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruoxue stuck out her tongue and said, I was just saying it casually, just teasing them. Fang Jie shook his head and said seriously, Those two brothers, especially Wei Wuji, are impulsive and reckless. Such people also have a very strong sense of self-esteem and love to show off. What if you provoke him like this and cause some trouble? That would be a big problem. His tone was full of worry, and his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Wei Wuji, who was speaking not far away. Seeing the unusual seriousness in Fang Jie's eyes, Wen Ruoxue quickly sat up straight and nodded. I know, I promise I won't talk nonsense again. Her voice softened. Actually, I was just joking with Brother Wei because I think he's a pretty honest person. I figured he's just a bit short-tempered, and he probably wouldn't take it personally. Fang Jie's tone softened. The rules on the island are different from those in the outside world. We're new here and don't know anything about it, so it's best to be careful. Wen Ruoxue held his hand and said, I understand, brother. Don't worry. I will listen to you and won't cause you any trouble. Fang Jie pinched her smooth cheek. That's more like it. Being obedient is what your brother likes in a good child. Who do you like this time? When Rishu appeared behind the two of them. Fang Jie smiled and said, Sis, you're too old, you misunderstood. When Rishu grabbed a spatula as if to hit her. So you dared to say I'm old? When Ruoxue giggled from behind Fang Jie. Sister, brother said he likes obedient children. Wei Wuji, holding a bowl, came over and happened to witness this scene. Fang Jie, you are truly enviable. Fang Jie took the opportunity to push away Wen Wuxi's spatula, saying, "Alright, stop fooling around, let's eat." Everyone sat together, eating and chatting. Wei Wuji was like a peacock displaying its feathers in front of the Wen sisters. He kept talking about how brave he was when hunting and how many wild beasts he had killed. Fang Jie simply listened to him without interrupting. After finishing his meal, Wei Changxing wiped his mouth and turned to Fang Jie, asking, "So, do you dare to come with us to hunt tigers?" Fang Jie's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the bowl. "You guys weren't just joking, were you? You're really going to hunt tigers?" Wei Changxing nodded solemnly. "Of course, the men of the forest keep their word. We saw tiger paw prints during our patrol a couple of days ago, deep in the dense forest. It is our ultimate target. Only by killing it can we demonstrate our bravery." Upon hearing this, the Wen sisters turned pale. When Ruoxue gripped Fang Jie's sleeve, trembling, "How come there are tigers here?" Wei Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "What are you afraid of? Tigers hide deep in the forest and rarely venture to the sea. There are no deer or sheep here. They might suddenly run out one or two prey. It's not their hunting ground at all." He patted his chest and assured Fang Jie, "Don't be afraid. If you encounter a tiger, my brother and I will protect you. So, are you going or not?" After hearing this, Xiao Ji and the others shook their heads repeatedly, shrinking their necks and taking a half-step back. Fang Jie's Adam's apple bobbed as he gripped the bow and arrows at his waist. "I have hunted before, but only things like roe deer, and rabbits. Our country doesn't allow hunting many animals, including ferocious beasts like tigers. So I don't have much experience dealing with them. Yesterday we dared to provoke the bear because it was huge and clumsy in the forest, making it easy to handle. But tigers are different." He stared at Wei Changxing. "Those are apex predators. Their speed, claws, agility, hunting skills, these tigers are impeccable. We don't have firearms. How many of us are going to hunt them?" Wei Wuji threw his head back and laughed loudly. "That's what we want. How can we brothers show our skills if we don't trample this king of beasts under our feet?" Wei Changxing stroked the scabbard, his eyes burning. 3 years ago, my brother and I fought a cheetah with our bare hands. This tiger is at most 2 sizes bigger than that cheetah." Fang Jie scoffed. "Are you kidding me? A cheetah can't be compared to a tiger. They're not even in the same league. Strong and skilled hunters like you might have a chance against a cheetah if you don't care about the consequences. But have you ever heard of anyone taking on a tiger barehanded? I'm not Wu Song." Wei Changxing asked with some confusion. "Who is Wu Song?" Fang Jie was taken aback. "The characters in our novel are said to be able to kill tigers with their bare hands." Wei Wuji immediately perked up. "If he can do it, so can we, brothers." Fang Jie shook his head and chuckled. "But Wu Song in the novel wasn't an ordinary person either. He could wield a millstone weighing hundreds of pounds like a toy. Could you do that?" The 2 brothers fell silent instantly. Wei Changxing scratched the back of his head and looked at Wei Wuji, who stared at the calluses on his palms and finally managed to stammer. "We'll use a knife." A brief silence fell over the camp. When Ruoxue tugged at Fang Jie's sleeve, her fingertips icy cold. "How about we don't go? It's not worth it. Why go and provoke a tiger?" Fang Jie lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He recalled Zhao Zixing's words about the tempering of life and death. Perhaps on this island, fear is never a reason to back down. To become strong, the courage to face difficulties head-on is essential. Fang Jie's gaze swept over the resolute faces of the Wei brothers. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I can go with you, but we have to agree on 3 rules. If we encounter a tiger, we must not act rashly. We must first observe its habits, figure out its patterns of action, and make a plan before we take action. The terrain in the mountains and forests is complex, and fighting head-on is risking our lives." Wei Changxing laughed heartily, stepped forward and patted Fang Jie's shoulder heavily. "That's great. I've been waiting for you to say that. You can't find another person like you in the entire camp with your composure and calmness." Wei Wuji also gave a thumbs up. "You're all we need. You're exactly what we wanted. With your help, the tiger hunting mission is halfway done." When Ruoxue's face turned deathly pale instantly. She rushed over and grabbed Fang Jie's clothes tightly, her voice trembling noticeably. "No! Tigers are too dangerous. What if something happens to them? Although Wenrushu was equally worried, she gently pressed her sister's hand down and looked at Fang Jia with a complicated expression. Since he has made up his mind, we can't stop him. Don't you know him? It's been like this so many times, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still heading towards them. But you too, safety is the most important thing. You two just said you would protect him. If anything happens to him, we won't let you off the hook. Fang Jia turned around and grasped Wenrushu's cold hand, squeezing it reassuringly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm not going to throw my life away for nothing. I'll bring myself back safely. After saying that, he looked at the Wei brothers and said, Before we set off, we need to prepare some handy tools and discuss our strategy carefully. Wei Changxing nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. No problem. Let's prepare today and get ready to set off. This time, we must let this beast know that we are the masters on this island. A thrilling battle against tigers is now inevitable. Chapter 77. Witness Fang Lang shoot the tiger. Wei Changxing grabbed a handful of sand and scattered it on the ground, his rough fingers drawing winding gullies. See? This is Tiger Ridge, where we're going. The terrain is very winding, full of gullies and ravines. He pointed his finger heavily at a protruding spot on the sand dune. To the west is a cliff with a drop of more than 30 feet. A tiger probably couldn't jump over it. To the east is a rocky forest. People can hide in the cracks between the rocks, but be careful, it's easy to twist your ankle. Fang Jia leaned closer and saw the markings on the sand. Is this mountain path in the middle the tiger's only way? That's right. Tiger Ridge is blocked from both the east and west. There's only one road in and out of Tiger Ridge. Wei Changxing used a branch to clear a sandy path. It's no more than 3 steps wide, and wild vines grow on the cliffs on both sides, making it perfect for ambushes. 3 days ago, I found tiger fur and claw marks here. The claw marks were bigger than a bull. He lowered his voice. The biggest problem now is that tigers are quite fast, so it might be difficult to ambush them. Wei Wuji grabbed a rock and threw it at the sand pile. What are you afraid of? Once the tiger enters the mountain path, we'll cut the vines. He made a chopping motion. The vines will restrict its movement, and we'll smash it with rocks. Even if it's made of iron, it'll be turned into a meat pie. Fang Jia stared at the markings on the sand and shook his head. That's too risky. Tigers are very alert. They'll turn around at the slightest sound. You think you can just let the vines fall down and trap it? It's not that simple. We need to make a series of traps with soft ropes and spikes, and then lure it towards the traps with venison. The 3 carefully discussed their plans, bid farewell to everyone, and set off with their weapons. After more than a day of trekking, the 3 finally arrived at Tiger Ridge. Wei Changxing unfolded the animal skin map, and Fang Jia and Wei Wuji gathered around, the gravel under their feet making a slight sound. Tiger Ridge is in this pine and cypress forest ahead. Wei Changxing pointed the winding red line with the tip of his dagger. At midday, when the sun is at its strongest, it will definitely come to this stream to drink. The terrain by this stream is flat and not suitable for us to hide. He then pointed to several marks on the map, saying, There are some huge rocks here. We can hide behind them and catch the tiger off guard when it gets close. Fang Jia inserted the arrows into his quiver. We have to be careful. The slightest movement could alert it. Let's set a trap first, and try to make as little noise as possible. Wei Wuji wrapped the thick hemp rope, as thick as an arm, around his waist, and tore open his shirt to reveal his chest. As soon as the tiger touches the trap, I'll use this rope to lasso its neck. I refuse to believe that this won't subdue this beast. The 3 of them walked deeper into the dense forest, stepping on the fallen leaves. They proceeded cautiously, constantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. As they walked, Wei Changxing suddenly raised his hand to signal for silence. Fang Jia and Wei Wuji instantly held their breath, their bodies tensing. Just a few feet ahead, fresh tiger paw prints were clearly embedded in the damp soil. The paw pads were still damp with mud, as if silently proclaiming the presence of the king of beasts. Fang Jia crouched down, carefully observing the size and direction of the tiger's paw prints, and whispered, This tiger is quite large, and judging from the spacing of the paw prints, it moves very fast. We must speed up the process of setting up the trap. The 3 of them quickly sprang into action. Fang Jie was in charge of setting up spike traps. He cleverly concealed the sharp bamboo thorns in the grass, covering them with a thin layer of withered leaves, making them virtually undetectable unless you looked closely. Wei Changxing led Wei Wuji to set up tripwires on the tiger's likely path. They tied one end of the rope to a thick tree trunk, with the other end spanning the road, and camouflaged it with branches and vines to make the tripwire blend into the surrounding environment. By the time the traps were almost finished, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Fang Jie took out the prepared venison and placed it near the trap, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Now we just have to wait for the tiger to take the bait. Wei Wuji licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The three hid behind the rocks, holding their breath and waiting quietly. Time ticked by, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, a slight noise came from afar, the leaves rustling. Fang Jie's heart leaped into his throat. He gripped his bow and arrow tightly, his eyes fixed on the direction from which the sound came. A yellow figure slowly appeared. It was a ferocious tiger. It was agile, with sharp eyes, and its nose was twitching constantly, clearly attracted by the smell of venison. The tiger cautiously approached the venison, taking each step with great care. It circled the venison a few times, seemingly checking for any danger. Fang Jie and the others didn't dare to breathe, keeping a close eye on the tiger's every move. Finally, the tiger could no longer suppress its appetite, opened its blood-red mouth, and pounced on the venison. Just as its front paws touched the venison, a snap was heard, the spike trap was triggered, and sharp bamboo spikes instantly pierced the tiger's paws. The tiger let out a deafening roar, leaped into the air, and quickly jumped to the side. Unexpectedly, he was tripped by the horse rope and fell heavily to the ground. It struggled frantically, trying to break free of the trap, its fur standing on end, its eyes filled with anger and ferocity. "Attack!" Wei Changxing shouted, rushing out from behind the rock, his long sword gleaming coldly. Fang Jie drew his bow, aimed at the tiger, and shot the arrow, which whistled through the air as it flew straight toward the tiger. Wei Wuji brandished the rope and charged at the tiger, trying to lasso it. Although the tiger was injured, it remained extremely ferocious. It dodged the arrows shot by Fang Jie and pounced on Wei Changxing. Wei Changxing dodged to the side, his long sword slashing fiercely across the tiger's back, leaving a deep wound. The tiger, in pain, turned and pounced on Wei Wuji again. Wei Wuji reacted quickly, throwing the rope and looping it around the tiger's neck. The tiger struggled desperately, dragging Wei Wuji along the ground. Wei Changxing immediately shouted, "Quick! Shoot its legs to slow it down!" Seeing this, Fang Jie drew his bow again and shot the tiger in the leg. The tiger's movements gradually slowed down, but it still did not give up the fight, roaring incessantly, its voice shaking the leaves around it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wei Changxing and Wei Wuji rushed forward and engaged in close combat with the tiger. They worked together seamlessly, with Wei Changxing relentlessly attacking the tiger's vital points with his long sword. Wei Wuji restrained the tiger's actions and attention. Fang Jie kept shooting arrows to support them. After a fierce battle, the tiger finally lost its ability to resist and fell to the ground, its blood staining the surrounding land red. The three of them were so exhausted that they collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the ferocious tiger in front of them, they felt a great sense of accomplishment. "We did it!" Wei Wuji shouted excitedly, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Fang Jie and Wei Changxing exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with satisfaction. He stood up and carefully examined the prey before him. As Fang Jie looked at it, a chill ran down his spine. "This isn't right. The tiger's claws are different from the claw prints we've seen before. The size of the claw prints and the shape of the paw pads are different." Chapter 78: The Tiger-Slaying Hero. Fang Jie pressed his fingers against the tiger's paw, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "Look, the tiger's paw has slender knuckles and thin pads. But the previous paw print was much larger." Wei Changxing knelt on the ground, used his dagger to lift the tiger's fur and examine it closely. His face turned deathly pale instantly. Wei Wuji casually kicked the tiger corpse and said disdainfully, "You're overthinking it. There was dew in the morning, so the ground was soft, making the claw marks appear larger." He grabbed a rope, preparing to tie up the tiger's carcass. "Besides, this beast is thoroughly dead. Why Get down! Fan Jia shouted, and tackled the two men to the ground. A deafening tiger's roar tore through the air, and a dark shadow swept overhead, accompanied by a foul stench. A pine tree as thick as a bowl snapped in two. The three were still in shock when the true king of beasts slowly appeared. This tiger was almost twice the size of the tiger carcass in front of us. The king character on its forehead was as ferocious as splashed ink. With each step it took, huge claw marks were left on the ground. Wei Changxing's long sword clattered to the ground, and Wei Wuji's hemp rope slipped from his trembling hands. Fan Jia stared at the drool dripping from the giant beast's mouth and realized they had made a fatal mistake. The creature they had just hunted was merely a tigress guarding its territory, while the true king was now watching their every move with his amber vertical pupils. Run towards the cliff! Fan Jia grabbed Wei Wuji, and the three of them stumbled and rushed into the bushes. Behind them came the deafening roar of trees snapping, and the beast's roar made their eardrums ache. Wei Wuji shouted as he ran. Those traps are useless against it. We can't outrun it. We have to think of something. Before he could finish speaking, a foul gust of wind swept past his back, and tiger claws tore open his clothes, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing bloody gashes on his back. Ah! Wei Wuji cried out in pain, quickening his pace to escape. Gravel shattered and flew under the tiger's claws, and with each step the giant beast took, the ground trembled dully. Fan Jia pulled Wei Wuji into a recess in the rock wall. The foul-smelling wind brushed past their ears, leaving 5 deep claw marks on the stone wall. Hurry to the rocky forest! That's where we can fight it! Wei Changxing roared as he threw the deer heart behind the tiger. The strong smell of blood indeed made the giant beast turn its head. The three of them took the opportunity to run wildly, but the damp moss made them slippery. Fan Jia fell heavily onto the sharp rocks, and his lower back burned instantly. Wei Changxing quickly helped him up. How are you? Are you all right? Fan Jia gritted his teeth and nodded. It's all right, run! The three entered the rocky forest, and Wei Wuji grabbed Fan Jia. Use the vines! He pointed to the ancient vines crisscrossing overhead. Lure it over and trap it! Before he could finish speaking, the giant beast pounced on him. Fan Jia rolled to the side, his spear slashing towards the tiger's belly, but only managing to scrape sparks off the thick fur. Wei Changxing's longsword struck the tiger's back, causing the tiger's mouth to go numb. He was then swept away by the tiger's tail and crashed heavily into a rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Quick! Fan Jia pulled out a rope from his waist and wrapped it around the root of the nearest vine. Wei Wuji understood immediately, picked up a stone and threw it at the tiger. Come on! You beast! Grandpa's here! The enraged tiger leaped up, but Fan Jia suddenly pulled on the vines, and dozens of thick ancient vines crashed down, covering it like a giant net. But this is only a temporary obstacle. The tiger twisted its body wildly, biting through the vines in a few bites, sending pebbles flying everywhere. Fan Jia was hit in the shoulder by a flying stone and stumbled towards Wei Wuji. The tiger's roar was like a thunderclap, startling the birds in the forest into scattering and fleeing in terror. The giant beast slowly approached the two, its fluffy mane billowing like flames in the morning breeze. Wei Changxing leaned against the broken tree trunk, his right shoulder drooping, and he was in excruciating pain. Fan Jia stared at the tiger, then suddenly ripped open his shirt and pulled out a lighter. Wei Wuji! You wind rubber! Before the words were even finished, the tiger had already leaped into the air and pounced. Wei Wuji rolled to dodge, but the wine pouch at his waist was caught by the tiger's claws, and the wine drew silver lines in the air, splashing onto the tiger's hind leg fur. More hair, less fire, now's the time! Fan Jia lit the dry grass with a lighter and threw it toward the spot where the alcohol had been spilled. Blue flames instantly erupted, burning along the tiger's damp fur towards its tailbone. The giant beast reared up in pain, smashing 3 ancient pine trees. The burning branches fell like raindrops, spreading the fire further. Despite the excruciating pain, Wei Changxing used his broken sword to pick up the withered leaves on the ground and continuously flung them into the air, causing the flames to surge 3 feet higher. The tiger charged madly toward the stream, and Wei Wuji immediately threw out an oil-soaked hemp rope and lassoed its neck. Fan Jia stepped forward, and the two of them gripped the hemp rope tightly, letting the rough fibers dig into their flesh. Wei Changxing staggered up the steep slope, lit the entire bundle of pine branches, and pushed it down, the fire wall cutting off the tiger's retreat. "Throw it on it, burn its fur!" Fang Jie roared as he used a dagger to cut open the tiger's side fur and stuffed cypress resin into the wound. The moment the flames touched the resin, a pillar of fire shot up, and the tiger's mournful howl was so loud it hurt people's eardrums. It shook its head wildly, its chain-like tail sweeping away boulders. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wei Wuji pierced its eye with a broken arrow, and blood mixed with sparks splattered everywhere. The three fought the giant beast in the sea of fire, their flesh sizzling from the intense heat. The tiger suddenly exerted its strength and flung Wei Wuji toward the burning tree trunk. In the nick of time, Fang Jie lunged forward and pushed the man away, but a large piece of flesh was torn off his back by the tiger's claws. In excruciating pain, he reached for the lighter at his waist and, with his last ounce of strength, smashed it against the tiger's head. Boom! Flames engulfed the tiger's head, and the giant beast crashed to the ground, its twitching limbs scattering sparks everywhere. Fang Jie collapsed onto the scorched earth, watching Wei Changxing plunge a broken knife into the tiger's throat until it stopped breathing completely. The mountain wind swept through the charred forest, stirring up the unburnt tiger fur, and the black ashes told the story of this thrilling life-or-death battle. Wei Wuji trembled as he touched the tiger's carotid artery. After confirming that it was no longer breathing, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. "Hissa!" Wei Changxing rubbed his arm and sat down in pain. Wei Wuji knelt on one knee, his left hand gripping Wei Changxing's dislocated shoulder, his right elbow bracing against his back, and said in a deep voice, "Bear with it." He pushed hard, the crisp sound of bones realigning mixed with Wei Changxing's suppressed groan. Wei Changxing's cold sweat dripped down his chin and splattered onto the tiger's carcass. Fang Jie lay on the charred tree trunk, the claw marks on his back tearing open the flesh and revealing the muscle texture. Wei Wuji took out a deerskin medicine pouch and poured out the powder with trembling hands. It was a hemostatic powder made from Panax noto ginseng and dragon's blood, which was now falling onto the wound. The pain made Fang Jie bury his face in his arms, crying, "Wei Lauer, could you at least be a little more precise? It hurts so much. Try falling down steadily even if you break 3 fingers," Wei Wuji retorted. He popped a handful of painkillers into his mouth and gave the rest of the powder to Wei Changxing. The three sat leaning against each other beside the tiger's carcass. Wei Wuji, panting heavily, laughed triumphantly. "Damn it, we've really made a name for ourselves this time. We killed the white-browed beast with our bare hands." Fang Jie tore off his charred sleeve to bandage himself, then scoffed. "Stop bragging. If it weren't for my quick thinking and coming up with the fire attack, the 3 of us would be dead here." Chapter 79. The Warrior's Medal. Upon hearing Fang Jie's words, Wei Wuji jumped up from the ground with a start, his expression changing drastically. "Oh no!" The shout startled Fang Jie so much that he trembled all over. He forced himself to sit up and hissed, "What happened now?" Wei Wuji stumbled to the tiger's carcass, his hands trembling as he fiddled with the charred fur, his voice trembling with sobs. "It's all over. The fire burned it too badly. The tiger's skin is all charred, you can't even tell anything from it." As he turned away, his eyes were filled with despair. "How am I supposed to go back to the tribe and show off now? I was planning to skin the tiger and make a tiger skin cloak to impress the girls, but now it's all ruined." Hearing this, Wei Changxing glared at him fiercely. He struggled to his feet. "You still have the mind to worry about these things? You almost lost your life, what use is a tiger skin now?" Wei Wuji turned to Fang Jie and scolded him irritably. "It's all your fault for coming up with such a brilliant idea. The fire attack did kill the tiger, but it also destroyed all my spoils." Enraged, Fang Jie grabbed a rock and hurled it at Wei Wuji, who dodged it with a clumsy effort. "If you're so capable, why don't you go and fight the tiger one-on-one? You ran faster than anyone else just now. If it weren't for the fire attack, the 3 of us would be lying here right now. No! We'd be inside the tiger's belly." "Oh dear! What a pity!" Wei Wuji sighed, stamping his feet. Wei Changxing kicked the charred tiger carcass and said, "Stop howling. We'll just have to skin the smaller one, it'll be enough to make you a fur coat. First, cut off the male tiger's penis." Wei Wuji squatted down, his fingertips stroking the carbonized fur, his face contorted with heartache. Finally, he sighed heavily, took out a dagger, and began to act. Fang Jie stared at the 2 tiger corpses. After all this work, what am I supposed to get after killing these 2? Wei Changxing chuckled. Isn't the task of hunting 5 ferocious beasts completed? Cut off the male tiger's penis as a token, and skin the female tiger too. We can go back and report our success. And what about me? Fang Jie asked, raising an eyebrow. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance. All the meat is yours. And the tiger bones are yours too. Tiger bones soaked in wine are good for strengthening muscles and bones. You can't find anything better than that even with a lantern. Wei Changxing added. How about this, you take the tiger whip too, we won't fight you for it. Fang Jie glanced at the tiger carcass and said, There's so much meat, I can't move it by myself. Wei Wuji chuckled and patted his shoulder. What's the rush? Rest here for a couple of days to recover, and we'll carry you back with us. We'll make sure you, the tiger-slaying hero, get home in style. We'll let you steal the spotlight in front of those 2 beauties, is that all right? That's acceptable. Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction. The 3 men began to dispose of the carcass, burying the tiger's internal organs and remains underground and compacting them with loose soil to prevent wild animals from smelling them. Wei Wuji tore off the tiger's penis and wrapped it in leaves, while Fang Jie spread the tiger skin out to dry on a tree branch. Although the charred tiger skin was tattered, he carefully folded it up and stuffed it into the wicker basket. The stream water stained half of the riverbank red, and they soaked in the icy water to wash away the bloodstains. As night fell, the 3 of them found a natural crevice in the mountain valley. The entrance to the cave was hidden by bushes, but it was just big enough for them to fit in. Wei Changxing used his broken knife to cut pine branches to line the bottom of the cave, while Fang Jie gathered some dry moss to start a fire. Soon, warmth filled the cave. Thick wooden sticks were placed over the fire, and tiger meat sizzled and dripped oil into the fire pit, sparking tiny sparks. Fang Jie tore off half a piece of sinewy meat and chuckled. I never thought I'd get to eat tiger meat in my lifetime. Wei Wuji added a thick piece of firewood to the fire. This is nothing, isn't it? I'll take you to our tribe's hunt sometime. That'll be truly spectacular. Fang Jie turned to look at Wei Changxing, only to find him staring intently at the flickering flames. What are you thinking about? Fang Jie nudged Wei Changxing with his shoulder. The latter, regaining his senses, picked up a charred bone from the fire and tossed it into the shadows near the cave entrance. I was thinking, if the 3 of us died in the woods, there wouldn't even be anyone to collect our bodies. Today's battle was truly a matter of life and death. Before he finished speaking, the sound of rolling gravel suddenly came from the cave entrance. The 3 men instantly gripped the hilts of their knives. After a few seconds of silence, the only sound was the rustling of the night wind through the bushes. Wei Wuji cursed. Damn it, you scared me! Fang Jie stared into the darkness outside the cave entrance and whispered. After we finish eating, we have to take turns keeping watch. We can't let our guard down. Wei Changxing nodded. Yes, you're right. Who knows what else might be in the deep mountains and forests? It's always better to be careful. The 3 exchanged medicines, and Fang Jie was the first to keep watch. This is also how the 2 brothers took care of Fang Jie. Fang Jie gently stretched his shoulders and couldn't help but exclaim, Your wound medicine is really effective. The results are immediate. That's right. Wei Wuji nodded smugly. Spending every day with poisonous insects and ferocious beasts, without good medicine, no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough. Wei Changxing waved his hand. All right, go to sleep. Stay alert in the second half of the night, don't doze off. After they finished talking, they lay down and soon began to snore. After several days of recuperation, the broken skin on all 3 bodies had scabbed over, and the wounds had basically healed. Although my arms and legs are still a bit stiff, I have no problem carrying things and walking. Wei Changxing wrapped the tiger skin and tiger ears tightly with oilcloth. These were important items to report back to. Fang Jie and Wei Wuji each carried 2 large bundles of tiger meat, while Wei Changxing picked out the spine and tiger penis. The 3 of them walked together toward the camp. The 3 of them crunched underfoot on the fallen leaves, and had to rest against a tree every now and then. Phew, that's heavy. Fang Jie put down the tiger meat, panting heavily. Wei Wuji noticed the scar on Fang Jie's back and teased him. Your scar looks like a flower, it's a tiger's paw print. You can brag to the girls when you get back to camp that you killed a tiger with one hand. Just like Wu Song. I guarantee you'll make them fall for you. Fang Jie chuckled. This is a soldier's medal, you know. I've noticed you can't stop talking about girls, looks like you're really hungry. Wei Wuji laughed heartily. Ah, that's for sure. Men my age in the tribe have all started families long ago. I want to get married too. Are we refusing to help you find a wife? It's your standards that are too high. Wei Changxing rolled his eyes at his younger brother. No fat girls, no dark-skinned girls, no skinny girls, no ugly girls, he only wants to see fair-skinned, plump, and pretty girls. Where are we supposed to find such good girls for him? Fang Jie looked at Wei Wuji and said, I didn't realize that you, a big and burly man, had so many ideas. Wei Wuji scratched his head. Hee, who doesn't want a beautiful wife? Don't you like beautiful women too? And not just one. You know, with my life, I finally found a suitable one, and you snatched her away. Fang Jie muttered under his breath. It's a good thing you haven't met Jiao Yu, or you'd go crazy. Wei Wuji quickly pressed. What did you say? Oh no, let's go, we're almost there. Chapter 80 Lu Digui leaves. Fang Jie and his two companions carried the tiger meat into the camp, the afterglow of the setting sun shining into the empty room. The wooden table where people usually sit around to barbecue is covered in dust, and a few thin clothes hang on the clothesline, swaying gently in the wind. Where did everyone go? Fang Jie's voice unconsciously rose as his gaze swept over the silent cluster of wooden houses. Wei Changxing frowned and said, Something's not right. Why is it so quiet? We made quite a commotion when we came in, there's no way no one could have heard us. Wei Wuji muttered. Could they all be hiding to scare us? Is anyone there? We're back! Fang Jie shouted, raising his voice. After a while, the door of the wooden house slowly opened, and Yao Zixing poked half of his body out. Fang Jie is back, come in quickly! Fang Jie lifted the straw curtain and stepped into the house, the damp smell of herbs mixed with the smell of cooking fire wafting towards him. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Yao Zixing leaned against the straw mat, his previously pale face finally regaining some color. You're finally back! My sister and the others were so worried about you while you were gone. Yao Zixing tried to get up, but Fang Jie quickly stepped forward and held him down. Lie still! Fang Jie glanced at the messy medicine bowls in the room. You look better, are you feeling better? Much better, don't worry. Yao Zixing's gaze fell on the bloodstain on Fang Jie's shoulder, and his expression immediately turned serious. Injured while fighting a tiger? This blood. It's just a superficial wound. Once the bleeding stops, it'll be fine. Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively, then turned to look at the empty camp. Where's everyone? Why are you the only one left at home? Where's Wen Rishu? She took some people to the beach to collect seafood. She said she wanted to take advantage of the good weather and stock up on more seafood. He paused, glancing at Fang Jie as if he wanted to say something more. Fang Jie stared at Yao Zixing's expression, then reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Speak your mind. Yao Zixing nodded and said, 3 days after you left, Zhou Lijuan led more than a dozen people to block the camp gate. She was disheveled and crying, saying that she hadn't even had a hot meal while following us, and that it was all your and Lu Digui's fault. This woman is completely unreasonable. She ran away faster than anyone else when something happened, and now she comes to me demanding an explanation? Fang Jie suddenly stood up. What did Lu Digui say? When Lu Digui asked her how she wanted him to take responsibility, she immediately grabbed his arm. Yao Zixing said with a wry smile. She kept saying things like, I'm just a weak woman, I can't possibly manage with so many people, and she kept crying and pestering him all day. In the end, Lu Digui had no choice but to take 2 of his brothers, carry their tools, and go with her. Fang Jie paced back and forth angrily, saying, I knew it! That lecherous man must have been bewitched by that vixen Zhou Lijuan. He hasn't touched a woman for days here, and he's already hooked up with Zhou Lijuan again. He suddenly stopped. Where did they go? Yao Zixing shook his head. I don't know, but Lu Digui came back to get water a couple of days ago, so he shouldn't have gone too far. Fang Jie gritted his teeth and said resentfully, That guy, no wonder when Ruoxue said that about him. A leopard can't change its spots. Zhou Lijuan almost killed him, and he still followed her around like a puppy. Let's go, I can't be bothered with him. He'll learn his lesson when he gets tricked by a woman again. Just then, Wei Changxing called out from outside. Fan Jie! It's getting late, we have to go back to the tribe. Fan Jie stepped out of the house and called out. What's the rush? Stay for a meal before you leave. When Ruoxue and the others will be back from collecting seafood soon, so we'll treat you to a welcome back dinner. Wei Wuji grinned. Don't be so polite. Last time I stayed here, I troubled you for a whole day. I can't possibly cause you any more trouble this time. Wei Changxing stepped forward and patted Fan Jie's shoulder heavily with his rough hand. You're a loyal brother, I like you. We still have a lot of things to take care of in our tribe, so we'll be going now. Take care. Remember to come to us if you encounter any difficulties. Fan Jie felt a warmth in his heart and opened his arms. The three of them embraced tightly. Once I'm settled here, I'll definitely come to your tribe to find you, Fan Jie said loudly. By then, you'd better prepare a whole roasted lamb and some wine. I want to drink to my heart's content. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Wei Wuji laughed and punched him lightly. The two brothers turned around, slung the tiger skin over their shoulders, waved goodbye, and walked out of the camp gate. Flying geese from afar. If you're tired, come and rest in our forest. We have the best monkey wine and the most enthusiastic girls. Remember our friendship. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Fan Jie stood at the camp gate and watched them disappear at the end of the mountain path. The wind blew in, carrying sand and dust, and you could vaguely hear Wei Changxing's hearty laughter echoing through the mountains and forests. A series of hurried, chaotic footsteps shattered the silence of the camp. When Ruoxue carried a heavy wicker basket, her hair still damp with sea salt crystals. She saw Fan Jie standing in front of the camp gate in the distance. Her wicker basket thudded to the ground, and she ran towards him. My darling! When Ruoxue's force as she rushed into his arms caused when Ruoxue had behind her to pounce on her as well. Fan Jie felt a jolt in his back, and a muffled groan got stuck in his throat. The two sisters froze instantly. When Ruoxue's fingertips trembled as she grabbed his blood-stained collar. Where does it hurt? Did we reopen your wound? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Back. Ouch! Fan Jie gasped, cold sweat trickling down his temples. When Ruoxue carefully lifted his clothes, and Yao Yu quickly leaned closer to examine him. A ferocious tiger claw print ran across the skin, and the edges of the scabbed wound were bluish-purple. When Ruoxue squeezed in front of her at some point, covered her mouth with her small hand, and her eyes instantly turned red. Cool, right? This is a medal I earned from killing a tiger. From now on, call me Tiger-Slaying General. Fan Jie raised his eyebrows proudly. When Ruoxue gently traced the skin around the wound with her fingertips, her voice trembling. What's so cool about that? You're injured like this. When Ruoxue burst into tears. Does it hurt, brother? It's nothing, it's really nothing. Fan Jie hurriedly explained, but when Ruoxue pressed his shoulder down, preventing him from moving. The wound medicine that Wei Changxing and the others applied to me is truly miraculous. As long as I don't touch it hard, the pain has already subsided. Look. He pretended to turn around to prove it, which prompted the two sisters to fuss and scold him again. Su Daqiang rubbed his rough hands together and came closer, his eyes fixed on the tiger meat. He gave a thumbs up. Awesome! I thought you guys were just talking nonsense, that you'd run back as fast as you could if you actually saw a tiger, but you actually brought the meat back. Impressive! Fan Jie smiled slightly. There was also an element of luck involved, otherwise the three of us might not have been able to win. Thank goodness you're back safe and sound. Xiaowen was so worried when you weren't back for those few days, she wanted to go look for you several times. Su Daqiang pointed at Xiao Ji. A few of us brothers stopped her all night. We didn't dare let her go. That old forest is completely uncharted without a guide. How would they find their way? What if they got lost again? He didn't finish his sentence, but instead patted Fan Jie's shoulder heavily. Chapter 81 Surrounded by Beauties. Fan Jie's fingertips brushed against when Ruoxue's reddened eyes, his rough fingertips becoming damp with sweat. He said with heartache, Silly girl, why are you crying? When have I ever disappointed you? You're back safe and sound. When Rusha grabbed his wrist with her other hand, her voice trembling with grievance. Who wouldn't be afraid of something like hunting tigers? But you insisted on going. What could I do? Besides being anxious and restless, all I could do was wait. That's the most agonizing thing, you know? I know. But we're living on this deserted island. Fang Jie sighed, tucking a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. Wild beasts, natural disasters, food shortages, every day is a challenge. If we don't push ourselves to become stronger, what will we have to rely on when the next storm comes? We must learn to face difficulties. Yao Yu pushed past the two of them and slammed the small medicine box on the table with a thud. All right. Coming back safely is the most important thing. She rolled her eyes at Fang Jie, took out some herbs and applied them to the wound. There's a limit to how much you can push yourself. You seem quite carefree, doing whatever you want. Don't you care at all about those who care about you? Before Fang Jie could reply, she turned to the crowd and yelled. What are you all standing around for? Start a fire and cook. Fang Jie won't be able to eat in peace for the next few days. Go and cook some hot porridge. Don't make it too greasy. Okay, got it, I'll go right away. The camp immediately erupted in a chorus of responses. Su Daqiang carried the bucket and ran towards the pond, while Wen Ruoxue squatted down and rummaged through the embers in the fire pit. Sparks mingled with cooking smoke as they rose, gradually dispelling the tension from before. Yao Yu pulled Fang Jie to his room. Fang Jie carefully lay down on the bed, feeling the chill coming from the back of his neck. Yao Yu knelt to one side, the moonlight shining through the window lattice onto her focused profile, turning her eyelashes silvery white. Her fingers, still damp with ointment, trembled slightly as she softly asked, Does it still hurt? Fang Jie turned his head and looked into her worried eyes. You can apply the medicine for me, it won't hurt at all. He winked at Yao Yu, which made her cheeks blush slightly. Always so glib. You never forget to take advantage of others. Yao Yu playfully patted his shoulder, her touch becoming increasingly gentle. Their medicine is really good. When I have time, I'll try to mix some. She carefully applied the ointment around the wound. Enjoying this tenderness, Fang Jie couldn't help but begin to recount his experience of hunting the tiger. He deliberately embellished the story, portraying himself as a hero who single-handedly fought a fierce tiger. Yao Yu listened attentively, occasionally shaking her head slightly. Do you think I believe you? You men are all just braggarts. I bet those two will be just like you when they get back to their tribe. They'll also be saying how amazing they are. Despite saying that, she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. Fang Jie excitedly tried to get up and demonstrate the scene, but Yao Yu held him down. Don't move, your wound will reopen. After applying the medicine, Fang Jie leaned against the headboard, coughed lightly, and gestured with his chin toward the burlap bundle in the corner. Give that bundle to Xiaoru later and have her stew it for me. Yao Yu was tidying up the medicine bowls when she heard this and frowned. So mysterious, what kind of treasure is inside? She walked over and untied the bundle. Inside the yellowed oil paper lay a tiger penis, its dark red stripes gleaming in the candlelight. Yao Yu's fingertips trembled violently, and her entire face instantly turned bright red, as if it had been burned by fire. Why are you eating this? She hurriedly wrapped the oil paper back up, her ears burning. Fang Jie sat up with a grin. Of course it's to nourish the body. Wei Changxing and the others said this stuff is incredibly nourishing. We can't usually afford to eat it, so how can we not try it out now that we have such a good opportunity? You just listen to people's nonsense. Yao Yu stomped her foot, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. There's no scientific proof that it can supplement anything. It's just the old people's twisted logic of like cures like. Besides, this thing looks... She glanced at the bundle, her voice softening. Unhygienic. They specially saved this for me, wouldn't it be a waste not to eat it? Fang Jie grabbed her clothes. Give it to Xiaoru, she'll make it for me. Yao Yu was furious and grabbed his ear. I made this for you, who are you going to harm after you eat it? Who knows what trouble you'll cause? I'm not going to harm you, Fang Jie said with a low, mischievous laugh. What are you afraid of? Yao Yu's ears were practically burning. She abruptly shook off his hand. You wish? You still want to ruin me? Why would I be so happy to let you ruin me? She picked up her bag, turned around, and left. I'll leave this for you, but don't even think about it this week. What if you mess with your wound after you finish eating it? It'll spoil if you leave it out for too long. Fang Jia quickly tried to stop him. Yao Yu pushed his hand away. Don't worry. I'll keep it safe for you. I'll compensate you if it gets damaged. That's well said, but what are you going to use to compensate me? Fang Jia looked Yao Yu up and down, sizing up her slender figure. Yao Yu glared at him fiercely. Stop thinking nonsense. I know what you want to hear. Just focus on recovering from your injury. I'll have Xiao Ru bring you your meals. After saying that, she closed the door and ran out quickly. A moment later, when Rusha pushed open the door and entered, carrying a steaming ceramic bowl filled with tender tiger meat. The aroma instantly filled the entire room. She tiptoed to the bedside, looking at Fang Jia with tender eyes. Come on, turn to your side, be careful of your wound. Fang Jia watched as she scooped up a spoonful of meat broth and brought it to his lips, and suddenly felt a little awkward. This? I've never been fed before. I'm a little embarrassed. When Risha smiled faintly, her eyes full of heartache and reproach. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're so badly injured, just stay put. From now on, I'll take care of you. As he spoke, he scooped up another spoonful, gently blew on it to cool it, and then brought it to Fang Jia's lips. Fang Jia couldn't refuse her, so he had no choice but to open his mouth and eat it. The warm soup went down his throat, and the warmth spread from his stomach all the way to his heart. As they were eating, the door creaked open again, and when Ruoxue skipped in, clutching a golden brown roasted cassava in her hand. Brother, is it delicious? She asked, blinking her big eyes. Seeing Fang Jia nod, when Ruoxue sat down by the bed and gently massaged his shoulders with her soft little hands. Fang Jia couldn't help but exclaim in comfort. This is so comfortable. It's a blessing to have such beautiful sisters serving me like this. Upon hearing this, when Rishi gently flicked his nose. It's good that you know how to feel comfortable. In the future, don't always take risks. Unless absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to risk your life again, understand? Although her tone was reproachful, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. When Ruoxue nodded in agreement, her movements becoming even gentler. Looking at the two smiling faces before him, Fang Jia felt a surge of emotion and satisfaction. Chapter 82 Sowing Discord. When Risha placed the empty bowl on the wooden table, lowered her eyes to straighten her clothes, and then looked up to ask, Isn't there something you're curious about? You didn't see Lu Degui when you came back today, did you? Fang Jia leaned back against the headboard, resting his head on his arm, and simply replied casually. Yao Zixing told me everything. He stared at the crisscrossing wooden beams of the roof, the candlelight flickering in his eyes. Zhou Lijuan brought people to cause trouble, and Lu Degui left with them, right? I see, you knew all along. No wonder you were so calm. When Risha pursed her lips, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the ceramic bowl. So, what do you think? What can you think? Fang Jia scoffed, his shoulders shrugged slightly. It's like the sky wanting to rain or a mother wanting to remarry. Let it be. Besides, Lu Degui can't live without women. He's been watching you three sisters wandering around the camp every day, wanting to but not daring to. His heart is itching with desire. Zhou Lijuan just beckons him with a finger, and he'll eagerly follow her. When Ruoxue was fiddling with Fang Jia's clothes when she heard this and looked up. Brother is right. That guy was always leering at us. It's good that he's gone, and we don't have to keep watching him all the time. Fang Jia waved his hand. At least he helped in dealing with Lin Feng, and he's been doing quite well lately. Don't speak so badly of him. He's gone, so let's not talk about him anymore. Let's just wish each other well. When Risha and Ruoxue exchanged a glance and nodded slightly at the same time. When Risha ran her fingertips over the scabbed wound on Fang Jia's back, then suddenly remembered something, and her cheeks flushed. She hesitated for a long time, pursing her lips, before leaning closer and whispering. With this injury, can you still move around? Fang Jia grabbed her wrist with his other hand and grinned. Which kind of activity is boss when referring to? When Risha blushed and shook her head. I didn't mean anything by it, I was just asking casually. When Ruoxue squatted down to the side and burst out laughing. Sister, stop pretending. These past few days since brother left, someone has been tossing and turning at night, even talking in his sleep. He kept calling for Fang Jie to hug and kiss him, and it almost made me die laughing. You brat! When Rishu grabbed the clothes from beside the pillow and threw them at him, but Fang Jie intercepted them with a laugh. While dodging, when Rashua winked and said, Sister, you're too impatient. He just got back. You should at least let him rest for a day before he goes back to work. You're even more ruthless than the evil capitalists. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. When Rishu's face turned bright red, she reached out to pinch her sister, but Fang Jie gently pulled her into his arms. He nuzzled her head with his chin. Don't worry, this little injury won't make a difference. It won't affect any activities. Seeing this, when Rashua chuckled and rushed out the door, not forgetting to say as she left, You two keep chatting. I'll make room for you too. The door slammed shut, leaving only the sound of their overlapping breaths inside. When Rishu punched his chest lightly, muttering, Don't be serious, I was just asking. Yao, you told me that you can't move around too much with your injury, and you won't be able to move freely for at least a week. Fang Jie hugged her tighter. I know, I just want to hug you. I miss you. When Rishu hugged Fang Jie tightly, nestled happily against his chest. I miss you too so much. The camp remained peaceful for the next few days, and when Rishu managed all the affairs, big and small, perfectly. After Lu Digui and the other two left, the empty wooden house allowed Xiao Ji and the others to finally stretch their legs and no longer have to squeeze into the cramped space and sleep on the floor. Everyone had a clear division of labor each day. Some people carried bows and arrows to hunt at the edge of the forest, while others carried vine baskets to the beach to collect seafood. The women went together to dig for wild vegetables and pick wild fruits. Fang Jie often sat on the rocks to fish, thus tempering his character. The daily harvest is enough to feed these dozen or so people, and sometimes when they have a bumper harvest from beachcombing or traps, they can even save up a lot of resources. Yao Zixing's injuries are gradually improving, and he is now able to walk slowly around the camp with the help of a wooden stick. Occasionally, he would linger beside Fang Jie for a chat, and the two would find themselves getting along very well, often discussing everything under the sun, from ancient times to the present. As the sun began to set, the people, laden with their spoils, returned to their camp one after another. Wisps of smoke rose from the stove, and the aroma of dried tiger meat mixed with wild vegetable soup wafted through the air. On the other side, Lu Digui, along with Zhou Lijuan and her group of 15 or 16 people, trekked for 2 days deep in the dense forest before finally finding a clear, cool water source. The place was a half-day's walk from Fang Jie's camp, surrounded by ancient trees, making it a good place to set up camp. As soon as they settled in, Lu Digui rolled up his sleeves and directed everyone to cut down trees and build houses. A lean man scratched his head and muttered, Brother Lu, are you really good at building houses? Don't let it collapse and injure someone. Lu Digui grabbed a wooden stick and slammed it against a tree trunk, sending birds fluttering wildly through the branches. Bullshit! I helped Fang Jie build the first house in his camp. Do you think I don't know how to build houses? I participated in the construction of his camp. Everyone, listen to me, cut down trees, transport timber, and hurry up. Everyone scattered and busied themselves, but Lu Digui himself had disappeared without a trace. It turned out that he had already lured Zhou Lijuan deep into the woods, where the two had found a place to have fun. Zhou Lijuan was well versed in survival skills and knew that she couldn't survive on this deserted island without a powerful backer, so she tried every day to make Lu Digui happy. We picked wild fruits and fed them to him to try, and at night we boiled hot water to bathe him. Sharing a bed at night was Zhou Lijuan's forte. She used all sorts of tricks, speaking sweetly and tenderly, to make Lu Digui completely bewildered. After several days of hard work, the camp began to take shape. That night, Lu Digui lay drunk under the newly built thatched shed. Zhou Lijuan nestled in his arms, noticing him staring blankly at the fire, and deliberately muttered softly, If you asked me, Digui, you're not the type to be subservient to others. After all these years, who understands you better than me? Could you have been comfortable working under that brat Fang Jie? Seeing Lu Digui remain silent, Zhou Lijuan thought she had struck a chord with him, and instigated him even more vigorously. Fang Jie is just a fake righteous man. He's always treated you like a laborer. From building houses at the beginning to dealing with Lin Feng later, He's gotten better and better, while you've gotten nothing. In the end, I'm the one who feels sorry for you. You've definitely made the right choice by coming with me. Look how free you are now. I let you do whatever you want. Not only me, but you've also messed with those women. You have a dozen or so underlings. This is what you, Manager Lu, should have. Slap! Lu Degui, drunk, slapped her across the face. Shut your stinking mouth! You filthy woman! I've been through thick and thin with him. I know him better than you do. It's my own business if I want to go with you, and now that I'm gone, why are you still spouting nonsense in front of me? If you dare say another bad word about him, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhou Lijuan trembled in fright and quickly forced a smile, but a sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Chapter 83, New Year's Eve on a deserted island. Zhou Lijuan beckoned to the short-haired woman beside her. Sister Wang, lend a hand and help Brother Degui into the house to rest. The woman called Sister Wang smiled knowingly, and the two of them lifted the drunken Lu Degui up from either side. Lu Degui squinted, hooked one arm around Zhou Lijuan's waist, and pinched Wang Jie's buttocks hard with the other, letting out a lewd laugh. Zhou Lijuan leaned close to his ear and said, Brother Degui, tonight we should ride 2 horses at once. Upon hearing this, Lu Degui immediately perked up, reeking of alcohol, and wrapped his arms around the 2 women's necks. You little vixens, you're the one who knows how to cause trouble. All right. Damn it, 1 horse, 2 horses. Before he could finish speaking, he was half dragged and half carried into the thatched hut by the 2 men. The wooden door creaked shut, and the rustling of clothes coming from inside was mixed with a few suppressed laughs. Wang Tian squatted on the ground and glanced at Lu Degui, who was flirting with 2 women not far away. He turned to the skinny guy beside him and asked, Do you think it's better for us to stay with Fang Jie, or come here with Lu Degui? Skinny Monkey spat into his palm and polished the stone knife in his hand. It's hard to say. At Fang Jie's place, although the rules are strict and it's not very comfortable, and you have to follow orders every day, you feel at ease and have a stable life. He led us to hunt wild animals and build houses. With him around, we don't panic when something happens. He lowered his voice. Following Lu Degui. Look at him, always drunk, the camp doesn't even have proper defenses, what if we encounter danger? Wang Tian was silent for a moment, then broke off a blade of grass and put it in his mouth. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Lu Degui is, after all, one of our old brothers. We've been through thick and thin together for so long. Let's see how things go. From afar came Lu Degui's loud laughter, mixed with Zhou Lijuan's coquettish reproach. The 2 exchanged a glance, then sighed simultaneously, their gazes falling on the crooked wooden house not far away. That was a shelter that everyone had worked themselves to the bone to build over the past few days. Compared to the neat wooden houses in Fang Jie's camp, it was ultimately a hasty joke. Time flies like an arrow. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Yao Zixing's injuries have greatly improved, and he can now walk slowly and handle simple tasks without any problems. As long as he doesn't engage in strenuous exercise, there's no indication that he suffered a serious injury. Yao Yu squatted by the pond washing herbs, her fingertips brushing across the water's surface, creating ripples. She turned to Fang Jie and said, Luckily, my brother has a good constitution. If it were anyone else, those 2 cuts would have been fatal. With his recovery speed and a month or 2 of careful recuperation, he'll be back to his old self. Fang Jie nodded. It's all thanks to your meticulous care. Without you, my little fairy doctor, I'm afraid 1 or 2 of Su Daqiang and your brother would have gotten hurt. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Yao Yu smiled and sat down next to Fang Jie. I didn't realize you had such good self-control. I told you not to touch women, and you really managed to hold back. You've been behaving yourself for the past 2 weeks. Fang Jie chuckled. No big deal, I still have that much willpower. Yao Yu looked at him meaningfully. Then I'll return your treasure to you. You can have Xiaoru process it for you tonight. Fang Jie nodded repeatedly. Okay. Thank you for your understanding. He followed Yao Yu to get the tiger whip and carefully hid it under the bed. In the afternoon, the camp was bustling with activity, and everyone's faces were beaming with joy. Fang Jie had just returned from fishing at the beach when he saw this scene and couldn't help but wonder. What good thing happened? Everyone's so happy. When Ruoxue skipped over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother, do you remember how long we've been on the island? Fang Jia scratched his head and gave a helpless smile. How could I possibly remember that clearly? I'd guess it's been more than a month, almost 2 months. When Ruoxue nodded emphatically, her cheeks flushed with excitement. That's right, almost 2 months. Today, according to our custom, is Lunar New Year's Eve. My sister developed the habit of counting from the very first day she landed on the island, writing it down stroke by stroke on the tree bark. Fang Jia was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and looked at the busy crowd in the distance. When Rishu was leading a few people to decorate the wooden house with wildflowers, while Xiao Ji was setting up a grill by the campfire and chopping firewood for the night. The sea breeze, carrying the scent of burning firewood, wafted towards him, and he couldn't help but sigh. Time flies so fast. Before I knew it, it was almost New Year's. When Rishu looked up and met his gaze, her eyes and brows full of smiles, the firelight making her face appear exceptionally gentle. Yes, it's the new year, our first year together. Fang Jia patted her head affectionately. That's so true. Our first year together. Let's have a good time tonight. Celebrate the new year. When Ruoxue quickly shouted. Great! Everyone, let's work harder. My brother said we'll have a proper New Year's celebration tonight. Okay, got it. We'll go hunt some fresh game right away. We'll give everyone a treat. Xiao Ji led his 4 companions into the dense forest like arrows released from a bow. Several days of hunting had made them light on their feet and sharp in their eyes. Following the fresh animal tracks, they found the rabbit burrowed deep in the bushes and swiftly caught 2 lively wild rabbits. Good fortune seemed to be on their side. Not far along, they startled a fawn by the stream. The group worked together to surround and capture it. The Wen sisters carried baskets and wandered through the mountains and forests, picking brightly colored wildflowers to decorate their campsite. When Ruoxue also collected seashells of various shapes, intending to string them into wind chimes to add a festive touch. Yao Yu and Yao Zixing were busy by the pond, cleaning the shellfish and fish they had caught during the day. Yao Yu kept reminding her brother to take care of his wound. Fang Jia picked up an axe and chopped down thick tree branches to reinforce the fire pit. Su Daqiang stacked stones to make a makeshift stove, and he hummed a folk tune from his hometown. Everyone was doing their job, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time amidst their busy work. As the sun began to set, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth, and the wild rabbits and deer, already cleaned and placed on the grill, sizzled and dripped with oil. The seafood tumbled in the pot, filling the air with its aroma. Wildflowers and seashells transformed the simple wooden house into a brand new space. Fang Jia searched every corner of the storage room but only found a few empty wine bottles. He sighed softly, only to see that everyone had already filled bowls with water and sat around the crackling campfire. The flickering firelight cast intermittent light on the 12 faces. The 5G brothers sat side by side on a rough wooden stool. Yao Zixing and his sister whispered to each other, occasionally exchanging a smile. The Wen sisters still had wildflowers they had picked during the day clinging to their temples. Su Daqiang protected his elderly mother and put the golden-brown roasted rabbit meat into her bowl. Fang Jia slowly stood up and raised the ceramic bowl in his hand. Everyone, our survival on this deserted island is like the legendary figure swayer and striking a stone to make fire. Everything started from scratch, every step was arduous, and every day was hard won. From building the first wooden hut to capturing the first prey, from surviving the first blizzard to overcoming the first injury, it is everyone's trust and perseverance that has brought us to where we are today. His gaze swept over each person, his tone growing increasingly sincere. I often think that in this vast ocean, on this desolate island, to meet and stay with you is a blessing I, Fang Jia, have accumulated over many lifetimes. Tonight, though we have no fine wine or delicacies, we have this bonfire as our lamp, roasted meat as our feast, and 12 hearts that have shared hardships. I solemnly promise here that no matter how many difficulties and dangers lie ahead, I will stand with you through thick and thin. To the 11 brothers and sisters sitting here today, I will forever engrave this bond in my heart. After saying this, he raised the ceramic bowl high. Xiao Ji was the first to stand up, and the 5 brothers shouted in unison. Brother Fang, we believe in you. When Rishu's eyes reddened, and she said softly, with you here, we have a pillar of support. Yao Yu laughed, and nudged his shoulder. You're quite right, kid. Okay, enough with the sentimentality, cheers. Su Daqiang also raised his bowl, saying, "Happy Chinese New Year! Happy New Year, everyone! Happy Chinese New Year!" The 12 bowls collided heavily, splashing clear water into sparkling droplets. Chapter 84 Overdone. Everyone chatted and laughed, creating a very lively atmosphere.